Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7T Chapter 147. King vs. King. Call out. Call. Ace's right foot and Sengoku's right instep, which turned into a Buddha statue, collided violently in the air. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. Countless violent black and purple lightnings roared crazily in the atmosphere. The black-purple lightning flashing crazily in the atmosphere was divided into two camps, constantly biting and roaring at each other. The terrifying collision caused the terrifying high-temperature steam that filled the Sabaody archipelago to instantly roll back. Sky, sea, islands, everything began to tremble crazily under this collision. Boom. The sky seemed to be torn open by a pair of invisible hands, and countless air currents were rewinding crazily. The sea set off waves of terrifying waves. The warships coming from the naval headquarters were like small boats in the huge waves, struggling feebly in the face of these waves. This is the Sabaody archipelago formed by the world's largest mangrove, Archean mangrove, whose roots are always exposed above the water. It was also trembling constantly, and countless giant branches and leaves were scattered. The sky is rolling back, the sea is trembling, and the islands are shaking. These are the two top kings on this sea, Naval Headquarters Marshal, Buddha Sengoku. Collision with the Emperor of Fire, the fifth Emperor of the Sea, the Flame Emperor Pakka's. D. Ace's dominant color. Conqueror's collision, I haven't experienced it in a long time. Rayleigh stood at the front, facing the terrible fluctuations caused by this collision. In his eyes, the black-purple color representing Conqueror's Haki flashed crazily. The corner of his mouth curled up, Haki's curvature. This kind of collision is no less than the Conqueror's collision between Roger and Whitebeard. Rayleigh's eyes are full of yearning and recollection. Once upon a time, because of the words of my old friend Roger, come with me and turn the sea upside down, Rayleigh, I embarked on the Grand Line journey. They indeed turned the sea upside down. Following Roger, I conquered the entire Grand Line journey, which is still vivid in my mind. Now, the entire sea is turned upside down because of Roger's bloodline, Portgas D. Ace. This may be fate, Roger. Rayleigh looked at Conqueror's Haki, who was roaring and colliding wildly because of the relationship. After living in seclusion for many years, the blood in his body was completely boiling at this moment. Mr. Ace. Smiling as he felt the terrifying collision of conquerors, the color gradually became lighter. He has completely learned the ins and outs of Alabasta from Vivi. Shichibukai, this world government, is a force that has been deliberately created. It is indeed the most ridiculous, ironic product that should not exist in this sea. Pirates, or pirates with a notorious reputation, are simply ridiculous to be given the power to legally plunder. Completely disregarding the life and death of the people. How can such a world government call itself the guardian of justice? It's time to make a decision, right? Yishao tightened his grip on the staff and knife, his expression silent. Call. After an unknown amount of time, the violent black and purple lightning that kept biting and roaring in the atmosphere gradually disappeared. It seems that you are not willing to let me crush Yan's head? Ace looked at Sengoku, who was wrapped around his body with Conqueror's Haki, and combined with the Renren fruit phantom beast species Big Buddha form fruit ability, to isolate all high temperatures. The corners of Ace's mouth slightly raised. It is indeed the most powerful Buddha form among the phantom beasts. Each species of fantasy beast has unique abilities. For example, Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast species Blue Dragon form can gain the power to control all nature. Luffy's human fruit, phantasmal beast species, Nika form is the ability to obtain the concrete form of imagination. That, whatever you want to do, you can achieve it. And Sengoku's Renren fruit, phantasmal beast species, Big Buddha form can allow the Esper to send out shockwaves. But the real power is that those who eat it will gain the power, wisdom and spirit like Buddha. Combining a terrifying body like a giant Buddha with a smart mind and perfect skills, Sengoku becomes the ultimate person with both mind and body skills. Sengoku, who has the qualifications to be a king himself and possesses Conqueror's Haki, after eating this devil fruit, truly became an ultimate person whose combination of strength, wisdom, spirit and skills is almost unmatched. Conqueror's Haki becomes stronger because of this. This is the resourceful general, Buddha's Sengoku. How can it be possible for you to get your wish, Portgas, D. Ace? Sengoku also showed a hint of Haki's smile, Sengoku, Marshal. Akainu looked at Sengoku, who appeared and delivered a fatal blow to Portgas D. Ace, and his heart was extremely complicated. But what is even more complicated is the appearance of another figure. Whoosh, buzz, woo, click, click, advertisement. His whole body and even his eyes turned into ice, exuding astonishing freezing air. Frozen Fruit's terrifying freezing energy was fully utilized by Aokiji. Using all his strength, the terrible lava surrounding Akainu began to cool down. The continuous high temperature of Ace's sun prison clothes has been blocked by Marshal Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki and the Great Buddha form ability. What he needs to do is to cool down the magma, which is exuding terrifying high temperatures, to a temperature that is not much different from that of the elemental magma body of Akainu lava fruit. Just like ordinary people, whose body temperature is around 36.5 degrees Celsius, they can also move around in an environment of 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Lowering the temperature of the surrounding lava to several times the temperature of Akainu's magma body can help Akainu get out of trouble. Call. Aokiji exhaled a breath of extremely cold air, and frozen fruit's freezing air was fully activated under Aokiji's urging regardless of physical strength. Gulu. Gulu. The terrifying lava that is constantly boiling and is comparable to the temperature of the Earth's core, after losing the continuous heating of the scorching sun's prison clothes. Under the terrifying freezing air released by Aokiji, the temperature began to gradually cool down. 10,000 degrees Celsius, 9,000 degrees Celsius, 4,000 degrees Celsius. Woo! Bang! Akainu's magmatized right hand suddenly grabbed the flowing lava, gritted his teeth, and separated his body from the surrounding lava. Ah la la, it's more laborious than the freezing sea, it's such a terrible temperature. Aokiji took a few deep breaths and looked a little tired. To lower such a terrifying high temperature requires more physical energy than freezing the sea during the Ice Age. Akainu looked at this colleague whose ideas were completely different from his, with a complicated expression on his face. I never thought that one day I would be saved by Aokiji. Well, don't worry, me too, Marine. Aokiji looked at Akainu's complex expression and scratched his cheek customally. Akainu's expression is really something Aokiji is not used to. Is that so? I don't know how to say thank you, Aokiji. Akainu murmured and then revealed a fruitful smile. Then, he turned around and said calmly, well, if you say thank you, I won't be used to it. And Sakazuki. Aokiji scratched his cheek, causing Akainu's ears to move unconsciously. The gloomy expression suits you better, Aokiji shrugged. Akainu turned his back to Aokiji and started shaking like crazy. Is my normal expression the same as the haze? That is the expression that a qualified marine leader should have. Sure enough, he and this guy Aokiji can't get along at all. Aokiji, it's been a while since I last saw you. Ace looked at Aokiji, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Regarding Aokiji saving Akainu, Ace had no psychological fluctuations at all. Just like in the original work, after Akainu and Aokiji won the battle for 10 days and 10 nights because of their position as marshals. Akainu, who has always shown no mercy to his opponents and was extremely ruthless, still did not kill Aokiji, but just let him live. There is no surprise that Aokiji will save Akainu. Moreover, Ace has no regrets about Akainu being rescued. Just like Ace said to Akainu just now, from the moment he understood the residual fire style, Akainu completely withdrew from the center stage he had built. From now on, Akainu, there will be no threats. Moreover, if Akainu is rescued, he can compete with Aokiji for the position of marshal. This dark and iron-blooded man who insists on extreme justice will not give up the competition for the position of marshal just because he was saved by Aokiji. As for the impact of this failure, with the support of the 5 elders, Akainu is still the world government's most hopeful candidate for the next Far Master. After being defeated in front of the whole world, he still obtained the position of marshal. It was almost a certainty that Aokiji would come under his command. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Ace's mouth. Of course, if Sengoku had not appeared just now, Ace would not have shown any mercy and would have completely buried Akainu under the heat. It's just that Akainu is worthy of being a blood cow level character in the original work. In a short period of time, even with the power that completely restrains his devil fruit ability, he cannot be killed. After all, Akainu also has the powerful Haki. Naval headquarters is really a bit too close to the Sabadi archipelago. However, this is still part of Ace's plan. It's worth trading Akainu's life for the future captain of his Entei pirate fleet. The way Ace looked at Aokiji made Aokiji, who had eaten the frozen fruit, shudder. Well, it's been a long time since we last met. Aokiji scratched his cheek unnaturally. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ace did not mention the matter of joining the Entei pirates in front of the whole world. Otherwise, even if he does not agree, under the watchful eyes of all Marines, his points will be greatly reduced, and he may lose the qualification to compete for Marine Marshal. Are you upright, without any means, just relying on your confidence and ideas, waiting for you to join? Advertisement. Looking at Ace's eyes, Aokiji seemed to feel something. What a charming man, Porgas d Ace. Aokiji sighed inwardly. So, next, will it be a one-on-one match between you and me? Ace looked at Sengoku and Aokiji, with a hint of Haki's curve on his lips. It's 1-on-3, you brat. Whoosh! A figure appeared in midair. Fistbone. Impact. Garp looked at Ace below and shouted. The iron fist wrapped with violent black and purple lightning suddenly fell down. Ace, on the other hand, looked at Garp's arrival, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and moved his mouth, but his eyes were not as sharp as any. Chang. Boom. A long knife entwined with the violent Conqueror's Haki suddenly slashed out. Space, and Garp's iron fist, a violent collision. Boom. The violent fluctuations completely tore the sky apart. Long time no see, Yuba. Rayleigh raised his head, flicked the long knife in his hand, looked at Garp and laughed. Wouldn't you rather just be your legend, Rayleigh? Garp looked at Rayleigh's familiar face, and the corners of his mouth curved. You haven't retired yet? A Marine veteran. Rayleigh laughed, and in his eyes, the violent black and purple lightning began to roar. Then, let's stand and fight. Garp squeezed his iron fist until it made a crunching sound, and laughed. As a Marine, he must take action at this moment. Ace, brat, you understand me very well. Garp looked at Ace out of the corner of his eyes a little moist. The moment he punched, Ace's mouth moved. His observation Haki can of course know, Li Wangjiao, what Ace said. Thank you for your hard work, old man. This is what Ace said. Family, Marine, these two are the most important things in Garp's life. When it comes to going in opposite directions, even Garp, a tough guy who has been crossing the sea for decades, doesn't know how to choose. But Ace said to him, thank you for your hard work, Grandpa. Well, for the word old man, the husband can just think of it as Grandpa. The corners of Garp's mouth curled up slightly. The family's emotions allowed Garp to immediately understand what Ace meant. Just do what a sailor should do. Even so, I will still become the leader of the world. This is what Ace conveyed to Garp. But, you stupid brat. It's because I know that Rayleigh will take action. Grandpa, the group will take action. Grandpa, how could I hurt my family? Garp looked at Rayleigh and laughed. Waving his iron fist, he rushed forward with thunder. Marine heroes versus Pluton, legend versus legend. Buzz. Gravity knife. Call out. A sword pressure with terrifying gravity roared violently. Click. Click. Aokiji's right fist quickly became elemental, wrapped around Haki, and hit hard under the pressure of the sword with terrifying gravity. Alala. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and looked at the blind middle-aged man in the distance. Just let me smile and understand the clever trick of the Admiral of Headquarters. Smiling, holding a staff and knife, he said in a deep voice. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji versus Ranger, smile. Ha 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 ha. Ace, laugh loudly. Look at Sengoku opposite. His eyes, terrifying black and purple, roared violently. King versus King. Chapter 148. The Ultimate Man. Enjoy the joy of the battlefield. Vice Admiral Garp. Aokiji Admiral. Watching the phonebug live broadcast automatically split the screen, countless Marines burst into tears. The hero of their Marine, the legendary Marine, Vice Admiral Garp, who once forced the Pirate King Gold D. Roger into desperate situations several times, takes action. Even if he is facing the once legendary pirate, the right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton, Rayleigh. They are still confident that Vice Admiral Garp will win the final victory. Garp, for countless Marines, is like a spiritual pillar. To a certain extent, Garp symbolizes justice. This is also related to the fact that the world government, in order to dilute the impact of the Great Pirate Era started by Roger, has pushed the reputation of the Garp hero to the highest peak. After all, Garp is actually known as the Marine hero because of the Valley of the Gods incident in Rock's Pirate. In the Valley of the Gods, Garp and Roger joined forces to stop Rock's D. Zebek and defeat the Rock's Pirate. But the Valley of the Gods incident was related to the hunting of the celestial dragons, and, after all, he and Roger were the ones who stopped the Rock's Pirate. World government, of course, will not let this kind of thing spread among the people of the sea. By completely hiding the incident in the Valley of Gods and vigorously publicizing it, Marine hero Garp forced the Pirate King Gold D. Roger into desperate situations several times. In this way, Garp's personal hero reputation will be improved, Roger's reputation will be suppressed, and the Great Pirate Era created by Roger will be suppressed to achieve the so-called balance of the sea. And there are naturally side effects. That's Garp's hero reputation, it's really too high. So much so that Garp's son, Monkey D. Dorag, became the leader of the Revolutionary Army and was recognized by the world government as the most vicious criminal in the world. And Ace, who was adopted by Garp, became the fifth emperor of the sea, turning the sea upside down. World government can only separate the two from Garp, but it cannot shake Garp's heroic status at all. Because of Garp's heroic status, the world government has continuously used public opinion to push it to an unprecedented level. In a way, Garp symbolizes Marine's justice. Once something goes wrong with Garp, the justice of Marine in this era will be overturned, and the balance of the sea will be completely broken. Everything is world government, in order to maintain the so-called balance of the sea. Therefore, once Garp takes action, it means that Marine has activated its final line of defense. Looking at the terrifying scene on the screen, fighting with Pluton, Rayleigh, violent black and purple lightning, making the world tremble. Many strong men on the sea looked extremely solemn. Naval Headquarters launches an all-out war with the Entei Pirates, the Fifth Emperor, Portgas D. Ace. And, Garp, absolutely cannot be defeated. In front of the world, this Marine hero can never be defeated. Countless Marines around the world have pinned their hopes on this legendary Marine. Sengoku certainly understands this. Looking at Portgas D. Ace who was laughing with Haki across from him, Sengoku transformed into the form of a giant Buddha. A human animal form, with his eyes shining with golden light. Their speed is already extremely fast, but unexpectedly, when they arrived, Akainu and Kizaru were already defeated. Kizaru was captured, Akainu was seriously injured. Their Marines lost two important combat capabilities in one fell swoop. The current situation is not advantageous. Sengoku looked at the fight with Rayleigh. Although he had a certain advantage, it was impossible for Garp to decide the winner in a short time. And that blind middle-aged man who suppressed Aokiji faintly, Haki, whose fruit ability and kendo are all top-notch. Sengoku's expression became even more ugly. Where did this blind middle-aged man come from? Aokiji, now understanding Marine's situation, has tried his best. He used his strongest fighting state, Frozen Fruit's ability, Armament Haki, and the ice gloves that were inherited from Garp's Iron Fist. But the middle-aged blind man named Yishao was still suppressing Aokiji in this state. Sure enough, In order to save Akainu just now, he spent too much energy on cooling down the terrifying lava that was 10 times the temperature of Akainu lava fruit. At this moment, Sabaody Archipelago, because of Portgas D'ace's ability, turned into a burning hell. At this temperature, even if Aokiji develops Frozen Fruit's ability to ultimate, he will not be able to use the awakened power of Frozen Fruit to transform natural elements, and then use them to restore the West. After Logia Devil Fruit awakened, an important ability, the physical strength blessing of natural elements, was completely deprived of Portgas D'ace's current ability. Because Logia Devil Fruit cannot complete natural transformation in this completely non-normal natural environment. Portgas D'ace's current Devil Fruit ability is already completely one dimension higher than other Logia Devil Fruit. Damn it, Logia's ability is no longer a match for Portgas D'ace? Sengoku gritted his teeth secretly. As the ultimate person who ate the human fruit, phantom beast species, the great Buddha form, and gained Buddha-like power, Sengoku immediately analyzed the most troublesome aspect of Portgas D'ace's ability. That's them. Naval Headquarters, the strongest class in history. Marine 3 Admiral, 3 major Logia elements, Marine Admiral. Advertisement already, it is completely impossible to be Portgas D'ace's opponent. Even if Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu join forces, there is probably nothing they can do against the current Portgas D'ace. Needless to say, Akainu's lava fruit has completely become the devil fruit ability that is the lower level of Portgas D'ace's ability. In front of Portgas D'ace, Akainu's ability may not be as good as Zephyr's at his peak. Kizaru, on the other hand, relies too much on sparkling fruit ability, and Haki, among the 3 admirals, is at the bottom. However, Portgas D'ace's current devil fruit ability has completely surpassed the power of other Logia by one dimension. Other Logia's power cannot affect Portgas D'ace. However, Portgas D'ace's devil fruit ability can suppress all Logia devil fruit abilities. Portgas D'ace can arbitrarily turn the surrounding natural environment into a lava hell that is more terrifying than the center of the earth. Then from the extremely terrifying flames, he absorbed the power of nature and strengthened himself. However, other Logia users cannot even transform into nature when faced with Portgas D'ace's ability. Logia's ability was completely restrained by Portgas D'ace. It can be said that from today on, in this sea, as long as the person with the ability to eat the Logia devil fruit will. No matter how powerful it is, in front of Portgas D'ace, he can never be his opponent. Portgas D'ace is no longer the Emperor of Flames. Yes, in Logia, Sui Dui Emperor, but that's exactly why. Sengoku's whole body was flashing with golden light crazily. Buzz. Incomparably dazzling golden light shines in the sky. Sengoku's body expanded rapidly and grew taller. In an instant, it became a golden Buddha statue that was taller than an ordinary giant, just like a real Buddha. Renren fruit, phantom beast species, big Buddha form, beast form. Ability, fully activated, is, the airwave unique to the Buddha form instantly enveloped Sengoku's right fist. Buzz. All around Sengoku, violent purple-black lightning roared crazily. Immediately, the airwave on the right fist was violently entangled. Buddha fist. Sengoku roared angrily, and Conqueror's Haki's ultimate punch, which was combined with the ability of the Buddha form, fell suddenly. Boom! Ace watched Sengoku punch with all his strength, and his eyes suddenly froze. The right fist came out violently. Boom! The terrifying power suddenly exploded in the atmosphere. Sure enough. With such a terrifying temperature, even you can't perfectly combine the power of Conqueror's Haki with this kind of flame that exceeds the natural limit right away. It seems that you have only just mastered this power. Portgas D'ace. Sengoku looked like he was able to use his pure fire ability to entangle himself with Conqueror's Haki, and combine it with the full power of the Great Buddha, CBAI, form ability to hit with overwhelming power. Although he was amazed, his eyes also shone with the ultimate wisdom. Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, as the most terrifying power in this sea, is extremely difficult to master. It is already extremely difficult to wrap the extremely violent Conqueror's Haki around fists, swords and other physical objects. Only a handful of people in this sea can do it. Portgas D'ace is able to perfectly wrap Conqueror's Haki around Logia's Mera fruit ability, which is extremely amazing. This is also the reason why Naval Headquarters calls him the Emperor of Fire. However, Portgas D'ace is now using terrifying flames that exceed the Mera fruit's own flame temperature limit by more than 10 times. If you want to perfectly wrap Conqueror's Haki around this terrifying flame, even Portgas D'ace cannot do it perfectly when he has just developed this ability. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with ultimate wisdom. Just now, Portgas D'ace said in front of the whole world that he would turn Akainu's lava fruit ability into the nourishment for his own Mera fruit ability advancement. Advanced abilities are abilities that transcend the limits of natural flames. This also proves that Portgas D'ace has just developed this terrifying ability. If Portgas D'ace is given time, Sengoku believes that with this man's heaven-defying talent, it is only a matter of time before Conqueror's Haki can be perfectly combined with this flame. However, they, Marine, only need to win this current war. And, it's not over yet. Advertisement, go. Take advantage of Marshal Sengoku to block Emperor Yan and capture the execution platform. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Candidate, there was no obscenity on his face at this moment. He pointed at the execution platform in the distance and shouted angrily. Yes. Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, including several Marine Giant Vice Admirals, landed on Sabah Archipelago-1. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals are all covered with powerful armament Haki to resist the terrifying high temperature that permeates the atmosphere of GR1 at this time. This method will consume their physical strength rapidly. However, what Marine needs at this time is a quick victory. There are also Naval Headquarters Rear Admirals who are able to cover their entire body with armament Haki, and they have all landed on Sabah Archipelago-1. Regardless of the physical exertion, he rushed towards the execution platform quickly. Damn it! The girls of Nami gathered together at this time. Seeing the Naval Headquarters General covered with powerful armament Haki rushing towards the execution platform, his expression suddenly changed. How? All powers in this sea are fair, even if you obtain such a powerful power that exceeds the limit of natural flames. The terrifying high temperature you caused is not the only one who is affected by the terrible heat. We, the Marines, are not the only ones affected. The Entei pirates under your command are also affected. Even if you intentionally control the temperature at the execution platform so that the members of the Entei pirates under your command are minimally affected, only a small amount of Haki is needed to isolate the temperature there. However, as long as we Marine Haki masters use Haki to pass through the high temperature zone you created, we can resist the temperature there without too much Haki. Moreover, the Little Thieving Cat and Desert Princess, who have completed the awakening of Devil Fruit's abilities. At this time, in the terrible environment you created, like Aokiji and others, they can't use the power awakened by the Logia Devil Fruit to assist in the attack, right? The power of our Logia Devil Fruit here is restricted, and the power of the 2 Logia Demon Fruit under your command is also restricted. Now, the one who really decides the outcome is Haki. Your Entei pirates are a strange pirate group. I don't know what method you used, but the Little Thieving Cat, Desert Princess, actually completed the awakening of the top Devil Fruit ability of Thunder Fruit Sand Fruit even when Haki's level is not strong. But I don't need to know how you do it, I just need to use this to complete the strategic layout of your pirate group. This sea is always fair. Portgas. D. Ace. Sengoku, who transformed into a Buddha, looked at Ace and said solemnly. So that's it, the resourceful general, the Buddha's Sengoku. No wonder that in that era, countless pirate groups were able to outwit them to death. After eating the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, the form of the great Buddha, he gained the wisdom, strength and spirit of the Buddha. Is he the ultimate person who combines a terrifying body like a giant Buddha with a clever mind and perfect skills? Upon hearing this, Ace looked at Sengoku, who was transformed into the Buddha, and nodded. The terrifying purgatory environment created by his newly acquired ability and residual fire style was also used as part of the layout. This wisdom and decisiveness are truly amazing, however, it is nothing but useless work. The corners of Ace's mouth suddenly raised. Sengoku's body exudes the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. With his right hand, he slapped the sky and the earth violently. The next moment, countless lands were shattered in an instant. Did I say that I wanted to go to the rescue myself? Woo! Bang! 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 Call! Under Sengoku's unbelievable gaze, countless charred bodies crawled out of the broken earth. Remnant Fire Style South Fire 10 Trillions Death Burial Formation. Ace raised his head suddenly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Just like Chen Yu in the real underworld, like an evil ghost returning from purgatory. Crack. Click. Bang. The scorching sun prison clothes around Ace roared violently. The entire space turned into a strange dark red, the souls of the dead who died at my hands. The terrifying flames instantly disappeared into the earth. Enjoy the joy of the battlefield. Don't try to use Conqueror's Haki to rescue, Portgas D. Ace. I will hold you back. Chapter 149. Long time no see, immortal. Woo! Bang! 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 Countless charred bodies crawled out of the ground. The black charred skeleton legion was still burning with terrifying flames, like a flaming ghost returning from hell. The entire battlefield turned into a dark red, as if it had truly become the legendary purgatory of Zhenfu. Countless black and charred skeleton legions are crawling out of Hades and purgatory, with empty eye sockets, accompanied by the crunching sound of charred cervical vertebrae. He stared at the generals of the Navy headquarters who looked shocked and disbelieving. Even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, who had experienced countless battles and were battle-hardened, stopped in their tracks at this moment, with a look of horror on their faces when faced with this unbelievable sight, which was like Hades and purgatory. What's this? The unjust soul who died at the hands of Portgas D. Ace. The innocent soul was controlled by Portgas D. Ace? Looking at the countless empty eyes with strange colors, a chill rose from the bottom of my heart. These Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, who have been on the battlefield for a long time and have experienced countless battles, feel cold all over. Crunch. Crunch. Countless charred skeletons, with their twisted bodies exuding terrifying heat, roared towards the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. Their mission is to devour and tear into pieces all those whom Emperor Yan wants to eliminate. And the Ace who controls all of this is like the one who is above and controls Hades and purgatory, die. Sengoku looked at this hellish scene with shock. Difficult, unbelievable. Is this the person who was killed by Portgas D. Ace and was driven by him? How could such a thing happen? If we say that the terrifying flame used by Portgas D. Ace before was 10 times more than the natural flame limit, although it exceeded the limit of Logia devil fruit. But it is still within the flame of Mera fruit, the devil fruit itself. But now, what kind of ability is this? Portgas d'Ace as controlling the souls killed by him? This has transcended the category of Logia. It's just like the special abilities given by phantom beasts to those with abilities. Just like the Ren fruit he ate, the phantom beast, in the form of the great Buddha, this devil fruit can give him the power, wisdom, and spirit of the Buddha. Now, did the Mera fruit give Portgas d'Ace the power to control the dead? No, that's not right. Mera fruit, which is Logia devil fruit, has absolutely no such power that gives special abilities to espers. It should be said that it was Portgas d'Ace who gave Mera fruit the power to control the souls of the dead. People, giving devil fruit new special abilities. In this sea, such incredible weight can actually appear. This scene of purgatory in the underworld made Sengoku, the ultimate man who ate the form of the Buddha and gained the power, spirit and wisdom of the Buddha, start to feel shaken in his heart at this moment. How could such a thing happen? The ability user gives Logia devil fruit the same special abilities as the phantom beast species. This is no longer something humans can do, right? But what happened next made Sengoku even more upset. Do you think this is the end? Sengoku. At this moment, Ace's dark red eyes, like the blazing sun, flashed fiercely. Right hand, waved violently. Buzz. Several flickering light spots appeared in the atmosphere with Ace's wave. Then, buzz, whoosh, whoosh, 3 souls appeared out of thin air in the atmosphere. This is what Ace did to Father Moria at Thriller Bark. In this war, Perona can only serve as a marginal obe. At this moment, she is responsible for guarding the captive Kizaru. Perona, who is using the ghost fruit ability to constantly pass through Kizaru's body, covers her red lips and looks at the 3 souls that appear out of thin air. My life is really a failure. I'm sorry. Kizaru, under the power of Perona's ghost fruit, knelt on the ground and kept low. It's Brooks' underworld fruit ability, Nami murmured. This is Ace, in the Thriller Bark, after using the bear's meatball fruit ability and blessing it with the field of understanding. Part of Brooks' underworld fruit ability popped up. Whoosh, 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 the 3 souls accurately found the 3 crawling charred skeletons and rushed into the hospital. Buzz. Under the disbelieving gazes of Sengoku, all Marines, and countless people around the world. These 3 charred skeletons changed rapidly. They turned into 3 flame puppets, their whole bodies burnt, but they had appearances. Long time no see, Sengoku, ha ha ha. One of them raised his head, looked at Sengoku, and let out a unique laugh. Crocodile. Looking at the familiar face, Sengoku's pupils shrank and he made a sound of horror. It was none other than Sir Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea who died at the hands of Ace. Advertisement, Crocodile. Vivi looked at this familiar face and her eyes narrowed. Long time no see, Miss Wednesday. No, I should call you, Desert Princess, now, right? Has my sand fruit ability been awakened? I have really become a person who is famous all over the world, ha 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 ha. Crocodile, who was summoned from the underworld by Ace, blessed by the field of understanding, Brooks' underworld fruit ability. He also immediately obtained the memory implanted by Ace using high temperature. Looking at Vivi, Crocodile showed a smile. I never thought I'd see you again, Crocodile. Vivi's red lips were slightly raised. Regarding Crocodile, Vivi is extremely calm at this time. The inner demons had completely disappeared during the journey with Ace. She belongs to the Entei Pirates, Ace, Desert Kilometer. I didn't expect it either. Also, long time no see, Miss, All Sunday. No, you've accepted that title by now, right? Son of the Devil, Nico Robin. Crocodile looked at Robin standing next to Vivi. Ah, I am still proud of this title now. Robin's red lips slightly lifted. I never expected that I would be driven by you in this attitude, Portgas. Ace. Launched a war that swept the world? As expected, your name can even be heard in the underworld, Emperor Yan. Then, let you drive my soul, ha ha ha. Crocodile looked up to the sky and laughed. Buzz. A point of light was thrown out by Ace and touched Crocodile. This is part of the sand fruit's ability that popped out from Vivi in Thriller Bark, under the influence of Ace's understanding field, and the bear's flesh ball fruit. Call. The terrifying sandstorm roared in the weather in an instant amid Crocodile's laughter. Actually, you can even do this kind of thing? Portgas d'Ace? It seems that I was really a frog in the well before, ha ha ha. Is this Qinghai? Although it is not an infinite land, it is really exciting to be able to touch the earth again, ha ha ha. Another figure raised his head, but it was a face that Sengoku didn't recognize. Enel. Lackey and Konus looked at the familiar faces, their beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Let me use my soul as a god to your heart's content, Emperor Yan. I want everyone in Qinghai to hear my god's name, ha ha ha. Enel laughed arrogantly. Even if he died, in his heart, he was still that arrogant god. Buzz. A point of light was thrown out by Ace and touched Enel. This is part of Thunderfruit's ability. Ba, boom, boom. Accompanied by violent thunder, countless violent thunder and lightning, the weather minister roared raging. Crocodile, and that person, look at the burnt wings, he should be from Sky Island. Could it be that Thunderfruit was hunted from this person? Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The last charred body slowly raised its head, causing the pupils of countless Marines to shrink. Ghost Spider. Akainu, who was exhausted and seriously injured, looked at this familiar face and cried out in horror. It was the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the core figure of the original Hawks, who was killed by Ace in Eni's lobby buster call, the Ghost Spider. I didn't expect that I would come back in this state, unable to resist this driven force. A wry smile also appeared on Ghost Spider's gloomy face. Come on, colleagues. Looking at the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals in the distance, Ghost Spider said in a deep voice. Call. Ace waved his hand suddenly, and 8 flaming swords emerged from the sea of fire. The Ghost Spider's hair is constantly surging, fully mastering these 8 flaming swords. 8 sword style. Let me give you this power to use first. The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and a ball of light from the fleshball fruit suddenly touched his body. Call out. 3 pitch-black light spots touched the bodies of Ghost Spider, Crocodile and Enel respectively. Buzz. The jet-black armament Haki, in the hands of 3 people, roared crazily. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Because it is a soul and a broken body, we cannot have Haki in life, so would you like to lend us your armament Haki? However, Haki is really powerful, even the separated parts are even more exaggerated than my previous full strength. Emperor Yan. Advertisement Crocodile looked up to the sky and laughed, feeling the intensity of Haki wrapped around him. Is this the power called armament Haki? A calendar area that can directly cause damage to Logia. Ha ha ha. It's such a powerful force, coupled with the power of my thunder, let everyone in Qinghai know my god's name. Enel felt the armament Haki wrapped around him and laughed. The incredible strength of Haki, just the separated parts, is what makes Dachshund like this. Ghost Spider looked gloomy. Armament Haki fiercely entangled 8 flaming swords. Under Ace's control, the temperature of these 8 flame swords is around 1000 degrees Celsius. The Ghost Spider's armament Haki control method is enough to entangle it. Use this power well and enjoy the joy of the battlefield. The corners of Ace's lips curved into a Haki smile and he gave the order. The pop-up Haki cannot be used by living people, because living people themselves also have their own Haki. But like Crocodile, they are now souls themselves, flame golems made of charred ashes. But you can use the armament Haki that pops up on its own. As for the loss of popping up these Haki, you only need to use fire to restore your physical strength. Ace grabbed hard with his right hand. Countless flames are integrated into the body, physical strength, and rapid recovery. Mera Fruit's ability is awakened and blessed by nature. Sengoku looked at him with his eyes piercing. Goo-ha-ha-ha. Come on, Marine, Desert Sword. Crocodile laughed and entangled, and a sand knife from Ace's armament Haki suddenly swung down. Boom. The terrifying sand blade suddenly grew in size and was chopped out, entangled with the terrifying armament Haki, and slashed towards the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. Armed. Chang. Accompanied by a harsh roar, the powerful Haki's Conqueror and the huge sand blade collided violently. Boom. The violent fluctuations suddenly exploded. Admiral Candidate, Momosagi? Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. As a former Shichibukai, Crocodile is no stranger to Momosagi, making him laugh out loud. Oh 9. Momosagi shouted coldly, and suddenly chopped off the gold pyra in his hand. Boom. The terrifying Haki slashed across Crocodile's charred body. Peefed. Crocodile's body was shattered instantly. But Momosagi's face showed no joy at all, but was extremely solemn. Buzz. Countless charred ashes poured out from the earth, and Crocodile's body reappeared. It's useless, I am Emperor Yan, a fierce ghost summoned from the underworld. Unless you defeat Emperor Yan, I will be immortal, goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Crocodile looked at Momosagi and many of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals who looked ugly because of their relationship. Because the body is entirely composed of charred ashes, Crocodile is naturally unable to use the elementalization of sand fruit. Can only use sand fruit as an attack method. Enel, too. However, current Crocodile and Enel do not need elementalization at all. Once the Huahuo 10 trillion death burial formation is activated, even if their remains are destroyed countless times, they will still be reassembled from countless charred ashes. I want to stop all this unless I can defeat Ace. Ha ha ha, 60 million volts Thunderbeast. Enel knocked on the big drum behind him, and a Thunderbeast composed entirely of violent thunder and lightning wrapped around the terrifying armament Haki and let out a roar of thunder and lightning. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals who were attacking the execution platform were all intercepted. Remember, my name is God, Enel. Ace looked at Sengoku, who looked ugly, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. But they cannot be hit by the Ghost Spider's attack. The figure of the Ghost Spider disappeared in an instant, and the 8 flaming swords wrapped around the terrifying armament Haki actually killed 8 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals at the same time, rendering them helpless. Ghost Spider said solemnly. Moreover, after using Entei's armament Haki, I am much stronger than I was before I was alive. Be careful, colleagues, my body is now immortal. If they don't knock me down, they will be immortal. How? My ability, Sengoku. It bit the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals in the distance fiercely. DBU. Because the Ghost Spider doesn't care at all, even if its body is destroyed, it will still recover quickly under the 10 trillion's death burial formation. Enel laughed a lot, using the Thunder Fruit ability and the armament Haki given by Ace. Because what's wrapped around the ghost spider's flaming sword is the terrifying armament Haki from Entei Portgas d'Ace. Fighting with the Admiral Vice Admiral and several naval headquarters Vice Admiral. If you get hit, you will definitely die, shave. Chapter 150. The perspective is wrong. Sengoku fell into the trap. Sengoku looked at the entire battlefield, which turned into a dark red, like the real purgatory in the underworld. And the charred skeleton army that filled the entire battlefield looked more like evil ghosts crawling out of Hades and purgatory. Especially the three leading ones are completely different from ordinary charred skeletons. They have the appearance and charred bodies, like flame puppets. The three men who led the Black Skeleton Army and intercepted all the naval headquarters Vice Admirals. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, who controls the sand fruit ability, Sir Crocodile. Also, in the Battle of Eni's lobby, he died at the hands of Portgas d'Ace. Among the many Vice Admirals in naval headquarters, he was also a strong one. Naval headquarters Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, and that person from Sky Island who controls the power of Thunderfruit, is suspected to be a former Thunderfruit user, and claims to be God, Enel. The strength displayed by the three people also made Sengoku's cheeks twitch. With the help of the powerful armament Haki given by Portgas d'Ace, Crocodile, and the guy who calls himself God Enel, are actually able to exert ordinary Admiral-level combat power. Ghost Spider has enough experience as an Admiral candidate. On this battlefield, the bodies of these three people possess the characteristics of immortality. The Entei pirates suddenly gained 3 more terrifying combat powers. The naval headquarters Vice Admirals led by Momosagi, the T-Porcupine, immediately fell into a bitter battle. This is because the 3 of them are charred bodies. Although they are immortal, they are easily broken into pieces and cannot exert the physical strength of a normal strong person. They only rely on the 940 Devil Fruit ability as well as wave power. The armament Haki given by Tekka's d'Ace is fighting. Moreover, although the armament Haki given by Portgas d'Ace is powerful, it is not their own power after all. It's still somewhat inconvenient to use, especially the one who calls himself God Enel. His use of Haki is simply unbelievably rough. It's like I have never used Haki before and now I am using Haki for the first time. Otherwise, even if it is a sharp knife force composed of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral led by 2 Admiral candidates, Momosagi and Shadow, and the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral who can use armament Haki to cover the whole body. I'm afraid it will collapse quickly. But no matter what, with the addition of these 3 powerful ones, the combat power is not afraid of fatal attacks. He used the lava hell-like environment created by Portgas d'Ace to target the Entei pirates under his command, and the 2 most important Logia forces were unable to exert their strength. And all members Haki did not force the layout. Under Portgas d'Ace's new abilities, he completely failed. The situation on the battlefield once again swung to the side of the Entei pirates. Is Marine's own strength already somewhat insufficient? Sengoku looked not far away. In just a moment, Ace used the high-temperature flames that filled the atmosphere to quickly recover his strength, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. On this battlefield, the only ones who can recover their physical strength are Portgas and the Ace 10. Others even use Haki to insulate themselves from this terrible high temperature. Instead, his energy is constantly being consumed. Moreover, in this battlefield now, because of the ability of Portgas d'Ace, the evil ghosts who seem to have been summoned from the underworld have acquired the characteristics of immortality. It can be said that this battlefield has become Portgas d'Ace's home field. Although Logia Devil Fruit, this method of using transformed natural elements to restore physical strength is not unlimited. Just like what he said to Portgas d'Ace before, any power on this sea is fair. There is no power that just appears out of thin air. Logia Devil Fruit uses the method of transforming nature to restore physical strength. What needs to be consumed is the spirit of the ability user. Once the number of transformations is too many, the spirit of the ability user will no longer support the ability to continue using Devil Fruit. However, even with such terrifying intensity of fighting, with Portgas d'Ace's spirit and physique, it is enough to support him to finish this war. It is simply unrealistic to win this war with the idea of consuming Portgas d'Ace. After all, what they, Marine, need to prevent is the public execution of Portgas d'Ace. Portgas d'Ace obviously wanted to show off the sins of the 3 celestial dragons before executing them. I want to use a perfect public execution to show the world its absolute authority and correctness. Just like how they publicly executed the Pirate King Gold D. Roger. This man, already, sees himself as a true emperor, even with authority and correctness, and wants to be above the world government. What a terrible ambition. Advertisement at this time. The reading of the memories of the 3 celestial dragons and the memory of Charos has been completed, and its ugliness and sin have been completely revealed in front of the world. And Shah Lulia's memory reading has also come to an end. The time for Portgas d'Ace's execution was not far away. The time left for them Marine is running out. Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at Portgas d'Ace. You can use the power of other devil fruit because of the bear's meatball fruit ability, right? Sengoku looked at Ace and said solemnly, although there is not much time and the war situation is urgent, as the Supreme Commander of Marine, at this time, the less anxious you can be. He needs more information and thinking time to continue the layout. That's right, at the Thriller Bark, I intercepted part of the demonic factor from the bear's fleshball fruit. This ability is really useful. It was indeed the prize given to the Knights of God in the Valley of God incident along with the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. When Ace heard this, he just smiled and said lightly. Sengoku needs information, so just give it to him. And, it also gives you more information. The ultimate person who has acquired the spirit, wisdom and power of the Buddha is powerful, but he also has shortcomings. Too much sudden information will cause them to constantly think and plan, which will quickly consume their physical strength and energy. As Sengoku said, in this ocean, all forces are fair. Sengoku himself is a human being, with Buddha-like spirit, wisdom and power, given to him by the devil fruit, the phantom beast species, the great Buddha form. Then, as long as you use Buddha-like spirit and wisdom, you are actually using devil fruit ability. The more you use Buddha-like spirit and wisdom, the greater the burden it places on Sengoku, a person with this ability. Want information? Here at Ace, the supply is open. God, Valley of God, Knights of God. You, where did you know that? Sengoku looked at Ace, his pupils contracting violently. There are only a very few people in this world who know this information. Could it be that Garp told Portgas D. Ace? This idea was rejected by Sengoku as soon as it appeared. Although Garp adopted Portgas D. Ace, there was absolutely no way he could tell him such top-secret information. As a close comrade for many years, Sengoku knows Garp as well as his family members. In Garp's heart, there is still some justice that belongs to Marine. Not Garp, then where did Portgas D. Ace get this kind of information? Sengoku's spirit and wisdom gained from the devil fruit in the form of the great Buddha are running at high speed. But I have no clue at all. Weird, so weird. This man, Portgas D. Ace, is so weird. Even if he used his unique ability to hunt the demonic factor in the meatball fruit. But why is he able to use the power of the meatball fruit? Moreover, the meatball fruit ability cannot do such a terrible thing as popping up some of the abilities of other devil fruits. Devil fruit is a whole, even if a devil fruit is cut into countless pieces and eaten by many people at once. But only the one who eats it first can gain abilities. In other words, the first person to take the first bite of devil fruit will gain all devil fruit abilities. At this moment, the other parts of the devil fruit became useless ordinary fruits. Devil fruit's abilities cannot be divided, therefore, there have never been two ability users using the same devil fruit ability in this sea. But Portgas D. Ace has done something that has never happened before in this sea. Looking at Crocodile and Vivi using the sand fruit ability at the same time. As well as Enel and Nami using the thunder fruit ability at the same time, Sengoku's mind is dizzy. Moreover, the ability to summon souls from the underworld is clearly the ability of the underworld fruit in the devil fruit illustrated book. But the underworld fruit, the soul of the dead that can be summoned from the underworld, should only be the soul of the person with the ability. Advertisement. But Portgas D. Ace summoned the souls of the crocodiles he had killed from Hades. Again, a power that exceeds the limits of devil fruit's abilities. Why? All the powers in this sea should be fair. Why can Portgas D. Ace use the abilities of other devil fruits, and can also use the abilities of these devil fruits beyond their own limits? Also, where did Portgas D. Ace know about the Valley of Gods incident in the Knights of Gods? There is also something strange about the celestial dragons. Portgas D. Ace has only gone to sea for 1 year. Before this, Portgas D. Ace had never appeared on the sea. It should be that Garp arranged to grow up in his hometown. In that environment, why does Portgas D. Ace seem to know more about the celestial dragons than he, the Marine Marshal? Wrong perspective. Sengoku looked at Ace fiercely, sweat dripping down his back. It was obviously in the lava hell-like environment created by Portgas D. Ace. But Sengoku's whole body felt as if he had been thrown into an extremely cold ice cave. Fear, trembling, disbelief. All kinds of things shouldn't happen to him. He ate the Renren fruit, phantom beast species, the form of the big Buddha. The emotions in the heart of the ultimate person, who possesses the wisdom, spirit and power of a Buddha, continue to emerge uncontrollably. Finally, using the wisdom and spirit of the Buddha, he noticed some clues about the secret of Portgas D. Ace. Portgas D. Ace looks at the world from the wrong perspective. Basically, it is not the perspective that a normal human being should have when looking at the world. It is as if an omniscient and omnipotent God is looking at the world. Sengoku covered his head and gulped, panting. Is it too much of a burden to analyze this secret? Sengoku gritted his teeth. It seems that you have used the wisdom and spirit of Buddha to see a little bit of my secret, Sengoku. What? With such a little secret, you, the ultimate person who has eaten the human fruit, phantom beast species, the form of the great Buddha, can't you afford it with 1.1? Ace looked at Sengoku, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, you know all the information about my Renren fruit, the great Buddha form of the phantom beast. Deliberately telling a lot of information about the wisdom and spirit I gained. Let me use the spirit and wisdom of the Buddha to analyze it, and then put a huge burden on me? Will you use your wits to defeat me, who is called the resourceful general? What a terrifying man. The memory reading of the last celestial dragons has also come to an end. The burden is too great, the blazing hell-like environment he just created using Portgas D. Ace. Laying out a plan against other members of his Yan Emperor returning thieves group. Fell into a trap, after being forcibly broken open by Portgas D. Ace. Instead, he was struck by the plan set up by Portgas D. Ace, who used his ability to eat the Renren fruit phantom beast species Buddha form, too. Previously, Portgas D. Ace had always used power to break through everything. The trial is about to begin. Sengoku gritted his teeth secretly, but his spirit began to be affected and he felt dizzy. Well, it's almost time. Set up by Portgas the Ace. Ace raised his head, looked at the execution platform, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sengoku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stop thinking, and looked at Ace with twitching cheeks. Damn it. I was tricked in a battle of wits. Are you too careless to be confused by this image? Portgas the Ace. Chapter 151. Red hair intervenes, Hancock's lovesickness. It's almost time. Ace looked towards the execution platform, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Celestial Dragon's memory reading has come to an end. In his eyes, the thick purple-black color flashed fiercely. Dift. Dit. With violent thunder, 3 black and purple spears made entirely of Conqueror's Haki appeared in the sky above the 3 celestial dragons kneeling all over the world. This method of controlling Conqueror's Haki has made countless powerful people around the world shrink their pupils. Stop, stop. Portgas the Ace. Sengoku looked at the Conqueror's Haki spear that appeared. He didn't have time to marvel before he immediately roared. Damn it. Because he wanted to use the ability of the Renren Fruit Phantom Beast Big Buddha form to spy on the secrets of Portgas the Ace, his spirit was severely damaged. Is it impossible to use Conqueror's Haki to stop it in a short period of time? Could it be that this is also part of your plan? Sengoku gritted his teeth and stared at Ace. From the beginning, everything seemed to be calculated by Portgas the Ace. Starting from the destruction of the Devil's Triangle to the Sabaody Archipelago, the powerful intelligence network deployed by their marines. Has this man calculated everything that will happen next? Using the lava fruit that Akainu ate as nourishment, he gained an upgrade to the Mera fruit ability. After that, he even took into account the abilities of the Renren Fruit Phantom Beast species Buddha form that he had eaten. What a resourcefulness and layout, what a terrible man, Portgas the Ace. There is no other way. We can only try our best, Shichibukai. Take action, if you still stay out of it at this time. Then from now on, you Shichibukai will be deprived of the privilege of not being hunted by Marine. Marine will treat you as ordinary pirates and hunt you down. Sengoku, in front of the whole world without reporting it to the world government. He issued a declaration that he is the Supreme Commander of Marine and Marshal of Marine. Shichibukai was established by the world government and is directly under the 23rd World Government. Together with naval headquarters and 4 emperors, they are also known as the 3 major forces on the sea. Even as Marine Marshal, Sengoku cannot order Shichibukai without the authorization of the world government. There is no right to deprive Shichibukai of his title and the privileges he possesses. However, as the Supreme Commander of Marine, he has the right to order Marine to hunt down Shichibukai. Although this is equivalent to going against the Shichibukai privileges issued by the world government. But Sengoku, as the Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters, would rather shoulder this huge responsibility. We must also let Marine win this war. Naval Headquarters, in front of the world, cannot afford to lose. He, the Marine Marshal, plus 3 admirals from the Naval Headquarters, even Garp, who was regarded as the last line of defense by all Marines, took action. It can be said that Marine used all the power at its disposal to launch an all-out war against the Entei returning bandits. If such a war is lost in front of the whole world. He also allowed Portgas the Ace to complete the public execution of the Celestial Dragons in front of the whole world. Then this will be an unprecedented blow to the confidence of all Marine officers and soldiers. Marine's justice will be overturned. Sengoku, as Marine Marshal, will never tolerate this kind of thing. Even if, after the war, we will face accountability from the world government. The worst-case scenario is that he just resigns as Yuanchi. But as long as he is Marine Marshal, he will fight with all his strength for all Marines. This is his realization as the Supreme Commander of Marine. And as Marine Marshal, Garp, who was fighting with Rayleigh, also had a condensed expression at this moment. Although Garp acts recklessly on the surface, he is actually very careful. Garp is very aware of the consequences of Sengoku using the privilege of being hunted by Marine to coerce Shichibukai in front of the world. I'm afraid, even if they successfully prevent Ace's execution, Sengoku will still be severely held accountable by the world government. World governments will never allow anyone to challenge their authority. Even if this person is Marshal Marine, as expected of Buddha, Sengoku. However, now that I have taken action, I have also made myself aware. Rayleigh looked at Garp and laughed. It seemed like I was back to the days when I was fighting with Garp and Sengoku together with Roger. But the one fighting alongside him now is no longer Roger. Rather, it is Ace who has inherited his bloodline. And Ace is stronger than you, Roger, advertisement. Unexpectedly, in the Battle of Wits, he completely defeated Sengoku. Sengoku had no choice but to use the last resort to pursue him with Marine to coerce Shichibukai into taking full action. This means that, conventionally, Sengoku is at his wit's end. It can only be said that the sword went astray, and everything about the position of Marshal Marine was suppressed. What a joyful war! As Rayleigh laughed loudly, the intensity of the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around her body continued to increase. Countless purple-black lightnings roared crazily around Rayleigh. At this time, Rayleigh's entire body seemed to be in the center of a purple-black lightning storm. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki caused the entire Sabaody Archipelago GR1 to start shaking violently. He has lived in seclusion for many years and has been in the village for a long time. Even Rayleigh's strength and Haki's strength have dropped a lot compared to their peak years. But now, deciding to come out is like a sharp blade that has been hidden for many years, coming out of its sheath again. And, use this war as your own whetstone. Although the body functions that have declined due to time cannot come back. But Conqueror's Haki can return to the top. This is, Pluton, Rayleigh's quantity. Are you aware? I'm also a Marine. Garp laughed out loud. Since this guy Sengoku has everything to do with being a Marine Marshal, then he must also show corresponding awareness. At the same time, I also have absolute confidence in Ace. Confident in Ace, even if he attacks with all his strength, it will still not affect Ace Silk Tangle. Garp's eyes flashed crazily in terrifying ultimate purple-black color. Bah! 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 Countless violent purple-black lightnings roared crazily in the hands of the weather. The terrifying collision caused by Conqueror's Haki completely wiped out the terrifying high temperature in this area. These are two legends from the old era, the most terrifying collision. Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh in front of the world. The era of declaring that it belongs to them has not completely passed yet. Legendary, still, boom. The terrifying collision completely ignited the screams of exclamation all over the world. Fufu, do you want to force us to take action? You are really courageous, Sengoku. As a former celestial dragons, Doflamingo, who was unable to return to the Holy Land even with his father's head, was very aware of the world government's maintenance of absolute authority. After this war ends, Sengoku will no longer be able to serve as Marshal Marine no matter whether he wins or loses. But at the same time, because of his desperate measures, if Shichibukai like them don't take action, then what will greet them will be Marines' all-out pursuit. Using Marine Marshal's career as collateral, he issued an order that even the world government could not stop. Then, let's take action. Being chased by Marine will be very troublesome. Doflamingo, how about you go help Sengoku? Hawkeye glanced at Doflamingo and said calmly. Under Doflamingo's sunglasses, his eyes contracted violently, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Portgas d'Ace was originally the shadow in his heart. Even his Haki was stagnant because of Portgas d'Ace. In this war, Portgas d'Ace showed even more terrifying power. Unexpectedly, being able to use power beyond the limits of Maramara fruit, Logia devil fruit. Moreover, you can also use the power of other devil fruits. Even the souls of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, can control it. Even in the Battle of Wits, Sengoku suffered a big loss. Strength, wisdom, means. Portgas d'Ace is simply better than naval headquarters in this war. Sengoku was so forced that he had to put aside his position as Marine Marshal and use coercion to get their Shichibukai to join the scene. This kind of Portgas d'Ace is simply scarier than Kaido. That guy Kaido's dream is to launch an unprecedented war. But its strategy and capabilities are simply not enough to launch such a war. Instead, he relies on his monster physique that no one can kill him, and he acts recklessly after being drunk. How could such a drunken lunatic launch an unprecedented war? But Portgas d'Ace has launched a terrible war that is unprecedented in front of the whole world and affects the whole world. Involving the 4 emperors, naval headquarters, and Shichibukai, all the 3 major forces were involved. Moreover, naval headquarters was almost helpless in front of Portgas d'Ace. Without external intervention, naval headquarters would have almost declared the war a failure. Faced with such a man, let him help Sengoku fight with him? Just thinking about it, cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's back unconsciously. Advertisement, you don't even have the courage to face that man? That's ridiculous, Doflamingo. Hawkeye's eyes flashed slightly. Call out. Several parasite strings entangled with Haki turned into a blade more terrifying than any blade. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, it slashed towards Eagle Eye. Chang. The black sword Yi Meng unsheathed himself on Hawkeye's back. Peefed. The powerful Haki's parasite string was entangled in the atmosphere. It was like ordinary and fragile tofu, and was chopped down instantly. Well, it was you who struck first, Doflamingo. All the responsibility rests with you. The eagle's eyes are as sharp as an eagle, the terrifying Haki, with the blessing of the Black Sword Knight, the atmosphere is cut open. Doflamingo was immediately beheaded and ran away with his head in his arms. No matter what kind of defense he uses to resist, even if he uses all armament Haki, combined with string fruit's ability to jointly defend. In front of Hawkeye, it's just a knife. In the hands of Hawkeye, the black sword of the 12 skills of the Supreme Sharp Sword, Knight, truly demonstrated the terrifying power of the Black Sword. His movements, which usually seemed like training, left Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, in a state of disarray. If it weren't for Hawkeye's lack of killing intent, in such a close fight, the string fruit ability would have been restricted by the purgatory-like environment. Doflamingo will definitely die by Hawkeye's sword. At this time, Doflamingo was hiding in embarrassment, but he also woke up. D. Hawkeye did it on purpose. Ever since they gathered in the Holy Land, Hawkeye has been using Portgas d'Ace to stimulate him. Finally, on this battlefield, the eagle eye stimulated him and he suddenly lost his mind. Hawkeye, from the time he came to the Holy Land, he never thought about taking action against Portgas d'Ace. Now, with the help of Portgas d'Ace, this D wants to put all the responsibility for the internal fighting in Shichibukai on him in front of the world. Who is 537 leading all this? Is it the redhead? While Doflamingo was secretly resenting it, he scurried away with his head covered in Hawkeye's slashing attack. Hee. Now, the responsibility for not taking action is not ours. It was this guy Doflamingo who destroyed the internal stability of our Shichibukai. Moria opened her mouth full of fangs and laughed. Shang watched everything happening on the battlefield silently. Ace, I see the possibilities you showed me. Bonnie, I finally have the opportunity to say happy birthday to you in person. Jinbei on the side had a calm look. In front of the world, Portgas d'Ace said, the mermaids of the participating countries cannot be protected, so I will judge them. He doesn't want to and won't take action. He has his own ideas and persistence, and even if he has to face Marine's pursuit, he will not do anything against his will. What's more, now, Doflamingo has taken all the responsibility of not taking action. Yes, 4 Emperor's red-haired layout, Jinbei thought to himself as he watched Hawkeye scurry away after beheading Doflamingo. In fact, Father Whitebeard also sent him a message. Knowing that Father Whitebeard is also rushing here, Jinbei is still thinking about how to prevent other Shichibukai from joining the war. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye took the lead in attacking Little Hancock. This is. However, just executing the celestial dragons should not make Hancock become lovesick and completely obsessed with Little Ace. Shaki, who was looking at the screen at this time, blinked when he saw Hancock's appearance on the screen. What's wrong with me? Hancock, are you obsessed with Little Ace? Shaki thought hard. The superposition of the two factors made Hancock suffer from lovesickness towards Ace. Every Emperor of Amazon Lily has to face the fate of lovesickness. Hancock murmured. Hancock looked at Ace in the distance, covering his pretty face. At this time, Sengoku was going numb. What else did Little Ace do? He made Little Hancock completely obsessed with him. Is it because Little Ace executed the celestial dragons in front of the whole world? As an Amazon Lily and a former emperor, Shaki is too familiar with Hancock's current appearance. At this time, this charming and beautiful face was red, and her breathing was uncontrollably rapid. Little did she know that the haughty and beautiful posture after Ace's residual fire style was like poison to Hancock who had eaten the sweet fruit. Plus Ace, publicly executing the celestial dragons in front of the whole world. Knowing Hancock's previous encounter with Shaki, he immediately thought of the key to the problem. Chapter 152. Saint Satan has arrived. Execution. Sengoku was looking at Doflamingo, who was being slashed by Hawkeye with a black knife and running away with his head in his arms. There is also an excuse for Doflamingo to destroy the internal stability of Shichibukai, and the other Shichibukai who stood by and watched were numb. His plan to risk almost everything for the position of Marine Marshal in front of the whole world and coerce the Shichibukai to take action by threatening Marine to pursue him went bankrupt? Still in such a funny way, Shichibukai fights among himself in front of the whole world. Doflamingo, this idiot, Sengoku gritted his teeth and his cheeks were a little twisted. Doflamingo is a former celestial dragons. Although because of his father, he left the Holy Land with his young Doflamingo family and abandoned the celestial dragon status as a world noble. So much so that even if Doflamingo returned to the Holy Land with his father's head, he still could not regain his status as a world noble and celestial dragons. However, although Doflamingo cannot restore his identity as celestial dragons, some privileges still exist for Doflamingo. For example, the way Doflamingo joined the Shichibukai was to plunder the escort ship of the heavenly gold that was paid as tribute to the celestial dragons, in order to blackmail the world government and make it a Shichibukai. If other pirates had done this kind of thing, the world government would have sent a large army to attack them. However, due to Doflamingo's celestial dragon's bloodline, the world government was unable to attack Doflamingo. Later, because the tribute of heavenly gold to the celestial dragons could not be stopped, the world government compromised with Doflamingo and allowed it to join the 7 warlords of the sea, which had legal plundering rights. Doflamingo, because of his bloodline, is privileged in the world government. He is also very good at taking advantage of this privilege and has penetrated deeply into the world government. Doflamingo was able to become one of the kings of the sea and the underground world because Doflamingo used the privileges brought by his bloodline to do so. Therefore, Doflamingo relied on the privileges brought by his bloodline to act somewhat unscrupulously. Even though he is no longer a celestial dragons, Doflamingo still regards himself as superior to others in his heart. This kind of superiority and unscrupulous behavior of taking advantage of privileges has already penetrated into Doflamingo's bones. In Doflamingo's subconscious, he naturally carries the idea of, I have privileges. This deep-rooted subconscious mind is completely uncontrollable under certain circumstances. For example, the current environment, Hawkeye, constantly stimulating Doflamingo with the psychological shadow of Portgas d'Ace in his heart. Finally, after coming to this battlefield and personally experiencing the horror of Portgas d'Ace, the shadow in Doflamingo's heart broke out. And subconsciously, with his own privileged mentality, he subconsciously launched an attack on Eagle Eye in front of the whole world. This is a layout made using Doflamingo's uncontrollable subconscious mind. Hawkeye would never do such a troublesome thing. As the world's greatest swordsman, although Hawkeye is not a reckless man, his behavior is extremely straightforward. At his core, Eagle Eye is still a simple warrior. With external force, Circle and Talk is coming. It can make Hawkeye cooperate with the layout, and it can also perfectly control Doflamingo's uncontrollable subconscious. In this sea, the only one who can do this is Red Hair Pirates, overcome difficulties and worries. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said the name. Red hair pirates, 4 emperors, red-haired Shank's right hand. His strength is extremely terrifying, even comparable to that of the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. Because of his strategy and layout, he is called the most terrifying person with the highest IQ in this sea. Unlike Ben Beckman, his wisdom comes more from eating the Ren fruit, the phantom beast, the great Buddha form. From this phantom beast devil fruit gained Buddha-like wisdom and spirit. But Ben Beckman is different. He was born with an IQ that is higher than ordinary people and a weird and demon-like way of thinking. The powerful force possessed by the red hair pirates themselves, combined with the wisdom of Ben Beckman. Red hair pirates, that's why they are called the indestructible, iron-walled pirate group. Red hair pirates, although currently fighting with fellow 4 emperors Kaido. Ben Beckman, has he already laid out the layout for this place in advance? Knowing that everyone in Shichibukai has their own agenda, they will not willingly join forces with naval headquarters to deal with Portgas d'Ace. And in view of Doflamingo's subconscious privileged thoughts, Hawkeye constantly used the shadow in his heart, Portgas d'Ace, to stimulate Doflamingo. Guide Doflamingo to lose control in front of the world and attack Hawkeye. Although Doflamingo reacted instantly, Hawkeye had already put all the responsibility on Doflamingo. What Ben Beckman wants is for Doflamingo to lose control at this moment. The rest of the Shichibukai, who have their own hidden agendas, have no reason to take action because of this. Shichibukai, this force that he risked everything for his position as marshal and used as a support force. By Ben Beckman's layout collapsed instantly, advertisement. Moreover, Doflamingo was made the scapegoat to bear all the responsibilities. What a cruel, fatal blow. Ben. Did Beckman even include the control of human nature as part of the plan? Wisdom is already here. I saw a wonderful scene, Ben Beckman. Ace looked into the distance. Shichibukai, who had been threatening Sengoku with marine pursuit in front of the whole world, was about to take action. At this moment, it evolved into a situation where Doflamingo destroyed the internal balance of Shichibukai, making the Shichibukai unable to take action. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised and he smiled lightly. You are connected to the red hair pirates? Sengoku raised his head suddenly and stared at Ace, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Who knows? Ace raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled lightly. Want to know? Then use the wisdom and spirit you got from the Ren fruit phantom beast species Big Buddha form to analyze it. But after analysis, can you bear the consequences? Sengoku. Ace looked at the opposite side and began to think about the excessive use of the power of Ren fruit, phantom beast species, Big Buddha form. Sengoku, who was covering his head with a headache, had eyes full of wisdom. A battle of wits, interesting. Now that you have started a battle of wits with me, then let's continue well, do a good job, and start a battle of wits with yourself. The ultimate person who has eaten the fruit of Ren, the phantom beast species, the form of the great Buddha, and has the power, spirit and wisdom of a Buddha. The resourceful general, Buddha Sengoku. Ace turned into dark red sun-like eyes that were constantly surging. If you eat devil fruit, you will also bear the negative effects it brings. The biggest negative effect of Ren fruit, fantasy beast species, Big Buddha form is that once the ability user thinks about the layout, it exceeds the limit of the ability user. Then this devil fruit, the phantom beast species, which gives the person with the ability the wisdom and spirit of Buddha, becomes poison. There are pros and cons. This is devil fruit. Although the advantages always outweigh the disadvantages, it would be different if the disadvantages were firmly grasped by oneself. Ace looked at Sengoku, who was radiating more and more dazzling golden light, and the curve of his mouth became more and more wanton. This is, when Sengoku is used at full strength, the embodiment of the Buddha-like wisdom and spirit given to him by the great Buddha form. No, there's no way there's contact, although you can do that with a phone bug. And we, Marine, can't stop us from eavesdropping on the connection between you. However, we can capture the radio waves used for communication. There is no such communication between you and the red hair pirates. Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at Ace. In other words, you work together to complete this layout without any communication at all. Is it a tacit understanding among wise men? Sengoku murmured, and then looked at Ace's eyes, which suddenly became sharp. Ben Beckman, it's not surprising to make such a layout. He is the most terrifying and resourceful person in this sea. Moreover, as the red-haired deputy of the 4 emperors and the vice-captain of the red hair pirates, he has traveled the sea for many years, and his intelligence network is also extremely large. But you are different, Portgas d'Ace. All layouts and plans are based on the acquisition of intelligence. Without intelligence, even a person as smart as a demon cannot make a corresponding plan. You have been at sea for only a year and have not yet arrived in the New World. How did you know Ben Beckman's detailed information and behavior? Also, why do you know the relationship between red hair pirates and Hawkeye? How did you get this information about the secrets of the sea? Moreover, there is also the Valley of God incident that you knew before, the Knights of God. I now know why your perspective on the world is abnormal. You are looking at the world from a god's perspective. Who? Sengoku panted heavily, and the golden light shining around him continued to weaken. Quickly and accurately analyze huge amounts of unbelievable information through the Buddha-like spirit and wisdom obtained from the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, the great Buddha form. This kind of burden has exceeded the limit that he can bear. Ba bang bang, wonderful analysis. Then, do you understand how I know all this? Ace applauded and looked at Sengoku with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Devil fruit. Have you obtained something similar to the time fruit, the ability to travel through time and space and complete time travel? Advertisement. No, that's not right, even with this level of experience. You can't go back to the past from now and know the secrets that happened in this sea. The past cannot be changed, and the ability of time fruit can only go to the future. Could it be that it is an unknown ability that is not recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book? Sengoku covered his forehead, feeling as if there was a layer of mist surrounding Portgas d'Ace. Obviously, as long as you break through this layer of fog, you can know everything about Portgas d'Ace. However, the wisdom and spirit given to him by the Renren fruit phantom beast species Big Buddha form were completely unable to break through the key layer of mystery. As a reward for your wonderful analysis, I will tell you the results. The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly and he looked at Sengoku. Sengoku looked up sharply. Unfortunately, your analysis was wrong. Ace said calmly. Even with the spirit and wisdom of a Buddha, Sengoku's status as an indigenous person has become a limitation. There is no way to escape from the world view of the world itself. Wrong. Is the analysis wrong? Sengoku gritted his teeth and had a splitting headache. This kind of man, a man with this kind of power, cannot be here. Lie to him about all kinds of things, proving that his analysis really went astray in the end. With the plan to use the Shichibukai bankrupt, Marine has almost no chance of preventing the public execution of Portgas d'Ace. Sengoku originally wanted to use the ability of the Renren fruit phantom beast species Buddha form to analyze the secret of Portgas d'Ace. Use this secret to trade with Portgas d'Ace. After all, judging from various circumstances, Portgas d'Ace must be hiding a terrible secret. Using this big secret to trade with Portgas d'Ace may be enough to prevent his public execution. But now, this plan has also failed. Is the last hope gone? Buzz. The golden light all over his body quickly dissipated. Sengoku came into contact with the beast form of the Buddha and returned to his human form. He was panting heavily and his whole body was covered with sweat. Well done. It seems that you have accepted failure, Buddha Sengoku. Ace looked at Sengoku, who had released the form of the Buddha, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his face full of reluctance. But the cards in his hand have been completely exhausted. In the battle of wits, Portgas d'Ace and Ben Beckman joined forces to set up a fight. The all-out war launched by the naval headquarters to prevent the public execution of Portgas d'Ace has failed. Because the time has come. Roswald's memory reading, at this moment, ended. I pronounce the verdict that the Roswald family is guilty. Along with Ace's mocking voice, 3 gunshots rang out suddenly. 5 elders, Saint Satan has arrived. All military ranks below Commodore must stand down and are not allowed to look directly at Saint Satan. A huge magic circle suddenly appeared in front of the execution platform, with strange black lightning flames rising from it. 3 blood flowers bloomed on the bodies of the 3 Roswalds. The 3 Roswalds felt that death was coming, collapsed completely, and showed their ugliness in front of the whole world. The whole world was trembling. Buzz, phew, ba, ba, ba. Chang, chang. The Conqueror's hockey spear above the 3 Roswalds roared fiercely. The loud shouts of warships in the distance echoed throughout the Sabaody archipelago. Anyone watching the live broadcast around the world who dares to look directly at Saint Satan will die. Punished to death. Evil eye. In front of the world, Ace issued a sentence to Roswad, Charlos, and Charulia. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by harsh roars, an inexplicable force came to prevent Conqueror's hockey from thrusting his spear. Do you think I am playing a boring game of rescuing hostages with you? Chapter 153. Conqueror's Roar, King Level, DYY. A huge magic circle with strange black lightning and black flames appeared strangely out of thin air not far from the execution platform. Boom. Ominous fire scorched the sky, with a shocking explosion, and the dark thunder on the black flames all exploded. The terrifying momentum fills the sea and the sky. A figure, accompanied by the strange black lightning and black flames, appeared here as if being summoned. The spider limbs tempered with fire patterns support the huge beast's body, a black flame cloud surrounds the arms, and the 2 giant horns show their majesty. Relying on the staff of power held in both hands, knocking open the trembling hell scene. Along with the sound on the warship, 5 elders, Saint Satan has arrived. All military ranks below Commodore must stand down and are not allowed to look directly at Saint Satan. Everyone watching the live broadcast around the world, anyone who dares to look directly at Saint Satan, die, Marine broadcast. Using inexplicable power and evil eyes, he stopped the Conqueror's hockey spear from executing the 3 Roswalds. The highest power in the world, 5 elders, the martial god of scientific defense, Saint Jagaluja Satan comes to the battlefield. Originally, it should be like this, but, buzz, click. Bang, 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 under the shocked gaze of the whole world. In front of the 3 Roswalds, a door of air was slowly opened. Then, with the sound of gunshots, 3 blood flowers bloomed on the bodies of the 3 Roswalds. From hope, to despair, fear, disbelief, collapse. Countless negative emotions filled the hearts of the 3 Roswalds. Why, Master Sardan from the 5 Elders has obviously arrived. The spear thrust down from the sky was also stopped by Lord Satan. Why, still, does it end like this? Roswad's eyes were dull, and then, along with his daughter and son, he lost his voice. Do you think I'm playing a defenseless game with you about rescuing and executing hostages? This is a public execution. After I have sentenced them to death, do you still want to save them? Satan? Emperor Yan's declaration resounded throughout the world. After the death sentence is handed down, the death penalty will be executed immediately. No matter who comes to stop it, it will be useless. If you are asked to die at this moment, you will definitely die. This is the trial of Emperor Yan, the public execution initiated by Emperor Yan. The three celestial dragons on trial, Roswald, Charos, and Shalulia, die. The sniper of the Entei pirates, the user with the gate fruit ability, the Black Rose, Nokagao. Sengoku looked at the air door that slowly disappeared, gritting his teeth, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Again, something he didn't expect. He originally thought that the power of the gate fruit was the ability used by Portgas d'Ace to lead the Entei pirates to evacuate after a public execution. But who would have thought? This terrifying sniper, who can hide in the air gate, plays the role of executioner. Portgas d'Ace, the condensed Conqueror's Haki spear in the sky, is basically a blindfold. Conqueror's Haki attracted all their attention. He didn't realize at all that the power of the Menman fruit had been quietly activated on the execution platform. Moreover, Portgas d'Ace indeed knows about the five elders. There was no surprise at all for the appearance of Saint Satan. Have you ever seen an emperor execute a prisoner himself? Ace looked directly at the monster figure walking out of the black magic circle, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The emperor is responsible for judging Portgas d'Ace. Saint Satan leaned on the staff of power and looked at the figure that had brought countless troubles to their world government. His eyes started to look weird. Bang, bang, bang. Saint Satan's eyes flickered suddenly. Advertisement. Several Marine soldiers below the rank of Commodore who wanted to take a peek at Saint Satan's face exploded instantly. The whole world suddenly screamed in exclamation. I remembered Marine's report just now. Those below the rank of Commodore are not allowed to look directly at Saint Satan. Anyone in the world who looks directly at Saint Satan will die. In an instant, there were really countless people who did not dare to peek at the face of Saint Satan, or even watch this live broadcast. World government, the 5, CGAH, old star with the highest power, to most people in the world, is like a god, aloof and possessing supreme power and power. But there were also many people who ignored Marine's previous broadcast and still looked at the screen. What about 5 elders? When the 5 elders appeared, didn't they still fail to prevent Emperor Yan's public execution? The 3 dead celestial dragons are living examples. Celestial dragons, not so high and mighty, celestial dragons, too, will die. Still, he was shot through the body and died tragically. Such thoughts spread rapidly on the sea. Although most people in this world have become numb and fearful of power in the face of the 800 years of rule by the world government. However, in this world, there is never a shortage of people who dare to challenge authority and want to subvert the sky. And this public execution has accelerated the awakening of these people. Let everyone in this sea know that the celestial dragons, who are called the descendants of the Creator and the nobles of the world, will die if they are hit by a bullet. The arrival of the 5 elders, the most powerful people, could not prevent the public execution of Emperor Yan. World government can be resisted. Such a wave of thoughts spread crazily on the sea. In the end, it all turned into nourishment for Ace Conqueror's Haki. Your heaven-defying understanding, nourished by completing a perfect public execution in front of the whole world, Conqueror's Haki, has been greatly improved. Boom! The violent black and purple lightning roared crazily in the atmosphere instantly. Terrifying pressure, roaring crazily in the sky above Sabaody Archipelago GR1. The giant tree that existed on the Sabaody Archipelago for who knows how many years, under this terrifying pressure, could not bear it in an instant, stood up from the ground, and was torn apart by the roaring black and purple lightning in the atmosphere. The naval headquarters vice admirals who were fighting against the scorched skeleton army all knelt down on one knee under the terrifying impact of the conquerors, with pain on their faces. Those naval headquarters rear admirals looked at each other and fainted directly. Under the impact of the conquerors, they were thrown into the air, like a small boat in the storm struggling to be thrown into the distance. Countless Marines on the warships in the distance passed out unconsciously, and then their bodies rose up and fell into the sea. Boom! Bang! 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 The naval headquarters, the largest and strongest warship, was instantly broken under the impact of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki impact caused a large range of real damage. What a powerful Conqueror's Haki! Is this, Conqueror's Haki's roar? Rayleigh felt the powerful impact of Conqueror's Haki, eyes filled with disbelief. Conqueror's Haki, which can cause such large-scale, real damage, has only been accomplished by a few people in the history of this ocean. This Haki is already beyond his peak. This is no longer the Conqueror's Haki strength possessed by the 4 Emperors class. It is the Conqueror's Haki that can only be possessed by those who stand at the pinnacle of every era. King. The overlord of an era. The once absolute sole overlord of the sea, Rox D. Zebek. His old friend led them to completely conquer the Grand Line, became the Pirate King, and ushered in the era of great pirates. Pirate King D. Roger. This is the Conqueror's Haki strength they possessed after becoming the absolute overlord of that era on this sea. Incredible. Ace, who has just completed the first half of the Grand Line voyage, actually owns the king-level Conqueror's Haki. If Ace truly conquers the Grand Line, How powerful will his Haki be? Could it be that Ace can make Haki powerful enough to reach a level that no one in this ocean has ever reached? Rayleigh's eyes were full of shock. This brat Haki has become stronger again. Is it because of the public execution? Garp also looked at Conqueror's Haki with a shocked expression, which seemed to shatter the sky. The strength of this Haki is no less than that of Roger. It was the Conqueror's Haki strength that Roger possessed after he overturned Rox D. Zebek, the absolute overlord of the sea in that era. Advertisement in an era of the sea, those who can have such a powerful Conqueror's Haki can only have such a dominant color Haki by standing at the top and becoming the strongest king of that era. Will this era be called Emperor Yan? Garp looked at Ace standing in front of Saint Satan, releasing Conqueror's Haki, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Brat, completely, surpassed him. Hey, this Haki is no joke. The battle between Aokiji and Yishao also stopped due to the impact of Haki. Aokiji used Frozen Fruit's ability and Haki to resist the impact of Conqueror's Haki, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. What a powerful Haki, unexpectedly, even he was affected. Did the impact of Conqueror's Haki alone affect him as an admiral? This Haki is no joke if he is used to haunt him. Aokiji looked into the distance, looking at the figure that was unleashing Conqueror's Haki wantonly in front of the 5 elders, with an inexplicable expression. Is this era called Emperor? Will you stand in the sky? It's really amazing. I didn't expect that only a few months had passed since we fought on an uninhabited island near Longchain Island. Your strength is already so strong that even he can't reach it. What an amazing man, Portgas D. Ace. It's really ugly. The way to show his majesty is to kill marine soldiers. Are these the 5 elders, the most powerful people in the world? In the hands of such people, does the world government deserve to call itself the guardian of justice? But Aokiji's smile looked extremely ugly at this time. Saint Satan showed his majesty and killed several marine soldiers with ranks below Commodore with his evil eye, completely infuriating him. At this moment, Yishao no longer had any doubts about his decision. There is no justice in the world government led by such people. Even marine soldiers are killed by him whenever he wants, as if he regards these marine soldiers as ants that can be trampled to death at any time. Not to mention those ordinary people. The attitude of this 5 elders towards the people is even more explicit than that of the 3 dead celestial dragons. How pathetic. Well, it seems that soon, I will be called the captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, he smiled. Aokiji looked at Yishao's expression and immediately understood what he was thinking and said helplessly. Captain of the 2nd Division? Who is the current captain of the 1st Division of the Entei Pirates? Captain of the Giant Pirates? Yishao also learned about the composition of the Entei Pirates through previous exchanges with Vivi and the others. The main ship of the Entei Pirates, except Mr. Ace, are all women. And Mr. Ace established the Entei Pirate Ship Group. A giant pirate group was absorbed into the Entei Pirate Ship. If he wants to join Mr. Ace's command, he will also become a member of the Entei Pirates fleet. Well, captain of the first team, not yet. Has your heart begun to really waver? Saint Satan's face was solemn. Conqueror's Haki's roar? In Aokiji's mind, he remembered what Ace said to him. Satan, let's get started. Aokiji scratched his cheek and looked a little strange. I'll reserve the position of captain of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet for you, Kuzan. Why would you say such a thing? Even he was amazed by this control over Conqueror's Haki. Saint Satan looked at Ace solemnly. Could it be that, seeing the 5 elders wantonly using the lives of marine soldiers as a tool to show their majesty? Saint Satan responded in an unknown way, and it's not done by yelling. In my mind, Saint Peter's voice sounded like Voshuli, Conqueror's Haki's roar. Then, I'm ready to summon you. Aokiji's eyes were filled with waves. Moreover, the intensity of this Haki, chapter 154, the will of D, Satan's head was smashed. Is it just killing 3 celestial dragons that makes you so excited, Portgas D. Ace? Isn't it a little too complacent to try to subvert the world government through this? Satan Shenji held the staff of power, looked at Ace across from him, and said coldly. Only 3 celestial dragons died. For the 5 elders who hold the highest power, if it weren't for Portgas D. Ace, who started live broadcasts around the world and started public executions. He doesn't even have the qualifications to move them. Among celestial dragons, the real elite are the Knights of God. Ordinary celestial dragons, to the 5 elders who hold the highest power, are nothing more than a tool for breeding members who may become the Knights of God. Even if it is broadcast live publicly, what will happen? Established for 800 years, the world government, which stands at the top of the world and holds the highest power in the world, has seen too many storms and waves. Ordinary people, questioning world government, that kind of thing can be eliminated directly by violent means. Buster Call, that's why it exists. Ordinary people, to the 5 elders who hold the highest power, they're just bugs. The thoughts of the insects have been almost completely controlled by them during their 800 years of rule. Celestial dragons are born into the world's nobility and possess super privileges. Even in public, they can shoot and kill civilians at will, which is a matter of course. Because celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator, they are born with the power to deal with civilians at will. Civilians are born as civilians. As long as they see the celestial dragons, they will kneel down to welcome them. If they offend the celestial dragons or the world government, they will become slaves. And once you become one, you will always be a slave. The descendants of slaves will always be slaves. This is the world environment that 5 elders wants to create. This is the balance that 5 elders wants to maintain. Celestial dragons will always be celestial dragons, civilians will always be civilians, and if they offend the celestial dragons, offend the world government, they will become slaves, and once they become slaves, they will always be civilians. All are slaves. This is why the 5 elders allow some trash among the celestial dragons to act unscrupulously on the sea. On the street, celestial dragons can openly plunder the women they like and take them to the Holy Land, and they can even shoot civilians wantonly. It is to deepen the thoughts of the citizens and slaves. Classes are locked, locking the classes in this sea into celestial dragons, commoners, and slaves. And this identity is destined at birth. This kind of class can only go down, never go up. This is the fundamental reason why, after Doflamingo's father gave up his identity as a celestial dragon, even if Doflamingo shot his father and returned to the Holy Land with his head, he still could not be accepted and allowed to resume his identity as a celestial dragon. World government, 5 elders, ideas to spread, that's it. And there are some missing unstable factors, that is, D. Because once the will of D is spread, it will bring an unprecedented impact to this idea of inherent class fixation. Free the slaves, free the soldiers, and free the minds. This kind of thing must be completely buried in history. And on this island, there are too many unstable factors that dare to challenge class. Need to be cleared, and the biggest source lies in Portgas de Ace. This is also the reason why they 5 elders will come. What an unpleasant look. Ace looked at Saint Seiden's expression, especially his strange and abnormal eyes, and formed an image phone minister in his hand. Then, at the final stage of this public execution, let me give you some gifts. Well, say hello to you, 5 elders. Ace raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 soft sounds, the 3 bullets that took away their lives flew out of the dead Roswad. Under the coercion of Conqueror's Haki, he came to Ace. Saint Seiden's pupils began to change for the first time since his arrival. Even in front of the whole world, the 3 Roswads were publicly executed. At the moment of death, the eyes of the Seiden holy capital never wavered. At this moment, the surge began. These are the 3 bullets that killed the celestial dragons. They don't have the power of the devil fruit. There is no Haki in this sea, which can only be mastered by the strong. It is the most common bullet that anyone in this sea can get if they think about it. The most common bullet kills celestial dragons. Anyone who wants to can kill Tianlong district. Ace's mouth curved into a wanton smile. From the beginning, Ace had no intention of executing the Roswald family himself. Advertisement from the beginning, Ace planned to let Nokagao kill one of the celestial dragons with the most ordinary bullets. For this moment, this public execution, in addition to forcing the celestial dragons, world government, and everyone on the sea, onto the stage they built. In addition to acting according to his own script and then using it as a way to support himself and strengthen himself, Haki. It's still a trial between Ace, 5 elders, and I am behind them. Seeing the way Sarden's strange eyes began to change violently at this time, Ace confirmed some of his guesses. The will of D, that the 5 elders are most afraid of, although Ace has not yet completely determined. But one thing is certain, the will to liberate must be a very important component of D's will. 800 years ago, Nika, known as the Liberation Warrior, liberated the enslaved people and established a huge kingdom. He was revered as the sun god, Nika by the world. Some clues can also be seen from this legend that the world government tried its best to bury. Since it is the world government, the things that Ace is most afraid of and wants to hide the most, of course, must be spread to the whole world. Then, I, Portgas de Ace, have the blood of the Pirate King. According to the world government, I, the doctor, am a criminal. Shut up. After Saint Seiden heard what Ace said, he suddenly became furious like never before. Call out. The spider's legs suddenly elongate like a rubber fruit. There was a frightening purple light shining on it. Obviously, the terrifying poison looked at it from above. Call. The terrifying flames burned violently. Ace's figure suddenly disappeared in the violent flames and appeared directly above Sarden. And he is the highest authority in the world government, the highest authority in the world government, the 5 elders. The god of scientific defense, Jagaluja Seiden. Ace laughed out loud. Seiden, stop him. In the mind of Saint Seiden, the voice of the furious Saint Wachuli came. Speed, follow Buyu. Saint Seiden's cheek twitched. Portgas de Ace's observation Haki has been able to see the future. And this guy can actually use the explosive effect of the terrifying flames that exceed 10,000 degrees Celsius to increase speed. The speed of the instant burst is no longer comparable to that of sparkling fruit. At this speed, it is impossible to dodge attacks or summon other 5 elders. Whoosh! Under the intense gaze of Saint Seiden, Ace's right fist slammed down. Boom! One punch, hit the target. Wrapped around Ace's right fist, the terrifying flames with a temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius exploded instantly like a volcano erupting. This is the explosion of fire. Boom! The highest power in the world, the 5 elders, the god of science and defense, Jago Lucia Seiden. In front of the whole world, under Ace's explosive punch, half of his head was instantly lost. Terrifying flames instantly erupted from the wound on Saint Seiden's missing half of his head, swallowing Saint Seiden's monster body violently. I was promoted by the world government as a born criminal, and I smashed the head of the world's highest power. Ace laughed angrily in front of the whole world as he watched the figure of Satan swallowed up by the terrifying flames exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. The whole world was completely shocked by this scene. The 5 elders, the most powerful people in the world, had their heads smashed by the blood of One Piece, Entei, and Portgas de Ace. I see. No wonder you dream of becoming this man's right hand, Sabo. The Revolutionary Army headquarters looked at Ace, who declared himself a criminal and smashed through the heads of the 5 elders, the highest authority, in front of the whole world. Dorag looked at Sabo, who was smiling beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Declare to the whole world that even a born criminal can smash the head of the world's highest power. The idea of emancipation will spread quickly in front of the whole world. This method is much faster than their revolutionary army, which liberates one place after another. After all, what they liberate is those people's environment and bodies. But now, what Portgas de Ace wants to liberate is the mind. The spread of ideas spans space and time. Advertisement. What an amazing man, but this method is really too risky. Within their revolutionary army, they do not have the ability to break out under the full siege of marine and world government. D. You are really D, Portgas de Ace. I really want to meet you. Dorag looked at Ace on the screen with a smile on his lips. He is worthy of being his own son, Monkey, D. Luffy, and his most optimistic brother, Sabo. What a charming man. How's it going? My brother, he's very handsome, isn't he? He's so handsome, isn't he? Ha ha ha. At this time, Sabo didn't look like the second in command of the Revolutionary Army at all. He pointed at Ace on the screen, with a smile on his face, and kept shouting at Crawl, Haku and others like a fanboy. So handsome, really, so handsome. Tears flowed down Crawl's eyes. Crawl was once a slave of the celestial dragons. Because of this, it leaves a shadow. When others are angry, they will feel fearful and autistic, and they will work hard to wipe the floor in order not to be killed. After being rescued by the Sun Pirates, he overcame the shadow of the past and smiled again. He even joined the Revolutionary Army and devoted himself to liberating people in various countries. But she never thought that someone could declare in front of the whole world that he was a born criminal and smashed the 5 elders' heads. Under the ideology propagated by the world government, she is a natural slave. Now, there is a person issued a declaration in front of the whole world. Born a criminal? Born of a bloodline that should not exist in the world? Likewise, it can smash the heads of the most powerful 5 elders. Celestial dragons can be killed by ordinary people with the most common bullets they get. The impact this brought to Crawl was unprecedented, even countless times greater than being rescued by the Sun Pirates. If there is a chance, I can take you to meet my brother. Seeing Crawl sobbing, Sabo, who didn't know how to comfort him, scratched his cheek and said a little uncomfortably. Really? Can you give me Ace's autograph and take a photo with me? Clar suddenly raised his head, stopped crying, and looked at Sabo excitedly. Yes, there should be no problem. Sabo looked at the excited Clara, and the corners of his mouth twitched. With this look, she has completely become Ace's crush. It seems that Ace has been in big trouble. Joy boy. No, you should still be Ace. Rayleigh looked at Sardin, whose head was smashed and engulfed in flames, and felt a little angry. If he hadn't known that Ace ate the Maramara fruit instead of the rubber fruit, he would have really thought that Ace was Joey Boy. No, there is still something different. Unlike Joey Boy, Ace wants to become the king of the world. Joey Boy, once failed. Does Ace's method provide the world with another possibility? Rayleigh was deep in thought at this moment. What a nonsense, you brat. Garp looked at Ace, who was making a declaration to the world in the distance, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. However, I have to retreat. I can't sleep. Watching the flames that devoured Saint Satan gradually extinguish, Garp secretly thought. During the Valley of Gods incident, Saint Satan was also on that island. Regarding the secrets of the 5 elders, Garp also saw the tip of the iceberg. The god of scientific defense, Jago Lucia Satan, is basically immortal. Public executions, over. Ace laughed loudly and lifted the phonebug's understanding field. Live broadcasts around the world suddenly turned dark. Satan, world government, naval headquarters can just withdraw in this way. Next, there is no need to show Satan's immortality to the world. A public execution that ended with the 5 elders, Satan, having his head smashed in front of the whole world. Is the real perfection? Ace looked at the flames that were gradually dying down, his mouth full of amusement. Portgas de Ace. Like the roar of a demon. In the monstrous bursting flames, a recondensed monster figure roared out. Chapter 155. Superbuster Call. Momosagi stays. Portgas de Ace, accompanied by a demon-like roar. A monster figure returned from the monstrous flames exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. The half of the head that was smashed has grown back again. The monster's body, which was burned at more than 10,000 degrees Celsius, showed no signs of burning. Looking at Ace, Saint Satan was furious like never before. How dare you, in front of the whole world, declare that even though he is a born criminal, she can smash the head of the world's highest power. This guy, indeed, is D. It is an unstable factor that can truly threaten their world government rule. If it weren't for Portgas de Ace, and it was the Maramara fruit that he ate, instead of the human fruit phantom beast species Nika form. The holy city of Satan thought that Portgas d'Ace was the one who had brought them great trouble to the world government, Joy Boy. No, how could this guy be Joey Boy? Joy Boy is not so shameless. At this moment, Saint Satan looked at Ace anxiously. Unexpectedly, with this gesture, the live broadcast of the public execution ended. The live broadcast ended with him having his head smashed by Portgas d'Ace. Portgas d'Ace, apparently, knows some of their 5 elders' secrets. Know that even if they are hurt, they will be unscathed and will recover quickly. So, with this gesture, the live broadcast ended. Buds all over the world saw him, the 5 elders, the god of science and defense, Jago Lucia Satan, who held the highest power in the world. His head was smashed by Portgas d'Ace, a born criminal, a bloodline of the Pirate King, and the last man who should exist in this world. Then, the live broadcast ended immediately. 9. He was not even given a chance to reassert his authority. This made Saint Satan furious like never before. He was actually fooled by an insect. Huh? Don't you really want the live broadcast to end? Why are you so angry? Seeing Satan furiously attacking him, Ace used observation Haki to capture all the attacks. As if taking a leisurely stroll in the garden, he responded with a faint smile. A hole. When Saint Satan heard this, even his city was filled with anger at this moment. Does he want to end the scene in this way? It ended with him, the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world, having his head smashed. The holy capital of Satan can imagine what a terrible impact this will have on the world. One of the 5 most powerful elders in the world, he failed to rescue the celestial dragons in front of the world. We can only let Portgas d'Ace complete this public execution. After that, he was punched in the head by the bloodline of the Pirate King, Portgas d'Ace. Then, the live broadcast ended. It's so damn over. Saint Satan was filled with rage and didn't know how to vent it. How will the world react to this public execution? The evil bloodline of One Piece, Portgas d'Ace, not only publicly executed 3 celestial dragons in front of the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world, but also and killed one of the 5 elders. After all, there are very few people in the world who know the secret of the immortality of the 5 elders. In the eyes of those bugs, if their heads are smashed, they are naturally dead. The 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, were unable to prevent the public execution of Portgas d'Ace under the watchful eyes of the world, and even had their heads smashed to death. Where is the face of world government? Where is the dignity of world government? Die. Must die. Portgas d'Ace must die here. Saint Satan stabbed the figure crazily with his spider legs, the figure he wanted to kill, but what he stabbed was only lava that turned into blazing hell under Ace's ability. Bah. 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 With every thrust of Satan's Saint, a wisp of purple smoke rises. Obviously, Saint Satan's spider legs are full of terrible poison. I still don't understand why it recovered. Ace seems to be avoiding Satan's attack, but in fact, he is using observation Haki to detect the secret of Satan's immortality. It is completely different from the Fire 10 Trillion's Death Burial Formation that I launched. The Fire 10 Trillion's Death Burial Formation, after being changed by its own heaven-defying understanding, was released with Mara fruit, a terrifying high temperature that broke through the limits of natural flames. Awakening the ashes of the dead he has killed. Even if they are shattered on the battlefield, these ashes will still be reawakened under the high temperature of the Mara fruit flame. In fact, the ability of Mara fruit is still being used, and what needs to be consumed is Ace's physical strength and mental energy. But Satan's body recovered, and his physical strength and spirit were not consumed at all. It's as if this power to quickly recover from all injuries is its own. Advertisement. It completely violates the law of this sea, that is, all forces are fair, and if there is gain, there will be loss. For example, if you want to maintain the immortality of those charred skeleton legions with the 10 trillion death burial array launched by Ace, you need to constantly consume your mental and physical strength. But Satan's recovery does not require consuming anything. In the words of Blue Star in the previous life, it completely violated the law of energy conservation. This is simply not Devil Fruit's ability. There are many Devil Fruits with the ability to recover quickly, such as Healing Fruit, Hormone Fruit, Op Fruit, etc. But no matter what Devil Fruit is, as long as the recovery of injuries is done, it will consume the physical strength and mental energy of the ability user. Once the physical and mental energy is exhausted, the Devil Fruit ability will no longer be maintained. But Satan's rapid recovery was very strange and completely violated this principle. But Ace was very sure that what he just hit was definitely Satan's entity. It still needs to be tested again. Ace's pupils suddenly condensed. Bah. Boom. Violent black and purple lightning roared crazily in the atmosphere. Under Ace's grasp, it was instantly wrapped around his fists. After Conqueror's Haki broke through and reached the king level, with his heaven-defying understanding, Ace was able to forcibly wrap Conqueror's Haki in the high temperature of the residual fire. Although the combination is not perfect, there is no problem in bringing out the power of Conqueror's Haki today. Portgas d'Ace, in the battle again, became stronger. This is what Momoshage said, during the Enies lobby incident, Portgas d'Ace turned their fear and obedience into nourishment. A power that immediately increases the strength of Conqueror's Haki? Looking at Ace, who had previously been unable to wrap Conqueror's Haki around the flames that had just broken through and exceeded 10,000 degrees Celsius. After the execution, Conqueror's Haki obviously became too powerful, and was able to forcibly wrap Conqueror's Haki around the terrifying flames. The corners of Sengoku's eyes twitched violently. Obviously, this time Portgas d'Ace was using the execution of celestial dragons as nourishment, and even the defeat of their naval headquarters as nourishment. Conqueror's Haki who has strengthened it. The intensity of Conqueror's Haki, and the flames after its breakthrough, reached a new balance and naturally stopped entangling it. And the intensity of this Conqueror's Haki, even if he uses the Buddha-like spirit and power obtained from the devil fruit in the form of Renren fruit, phantom beast species, Big Buddha to increase it. It's completely incomparable. Portgas d'Ace's current strength, I'm afraid, has surpassed the 4 emperors who have ruled the sea like emperors for so many years. Is it an era of overlord-level strength in an absolute sense? Is this the reason why Portgas d'Ace launched this public execution that shocked the world? Sengoku couldn't stop sweating from his forehead. What is even more frightening is that even if you have the power to surpass the 4 emperors and become an absolute overlord in this era. Really, is this the limit of Portgas d'Ace? Portgas d'Ace, now, has only been at sea for a year, so young. His Haki can directly turn some major events he created into nutrients to instantly strengthen himself. Where is the limit of such a man? Is it, over there, in the sky? At this time, Sengoku looked at Ace's figure in the distance with shaking eyes. Again, like this. Momoshage looked at Ace, covering his heart, breathing strangely. This man's Haki immediately used this public execution of celestial dragons as nourishment and became stronger. It's exactly the same as when I was in Ini's lobby. Moreover, this Haki is really weird. Momoshage's eyes looked at Ace's figure, a little confused. Ever since I endured this man's Conqueror's Haki and said the words, "Please pray to you," under the impact of that Haki. Momoshage realized something was wrong with him. In her mind, she simulated the scene of this man giving her some instructions. She actually complied. This man's Haki had an impact on her behavior. And that is just a simulation. Now, she is in front of this man again, and this man's Conqueror's Haki has become stronger. Under this man's influence, there was absolutely no thought of resisting this man. Even, want to get close to this man. Momoshage covered his heart, and his breathing became more and more strange. Oh, interesting, it seems that there is a truce between us, Momoshage. Maybe one day, you can drive my soul, ha 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 ha. He still had Haki's crocodile that Ace gave him, and looked at the jumping rabbit and burst into inexplicable laughter. Momoshage's hand covering his heart became harder and harder, but he didn't make any rebuttal. From the bottom of my heart, I agree with Crocodile's statement. What did this man, Haki, do to him? Momoshage looked at Ace's figure with misty eyes. Advertisement, Portgas d'Ace, Saint Satan roared. Calm down, Satan. Hurry up and find an opportunity to summon us. In his mind, the voices of Saint Pit and Saint Moshe could not stop Saint Satan from being filled with rage. The bugs all over the world saw his head smashed by the bug Portgas d'Ace, which completely made him furious and lost his mind. It's so noisy. Ace wrapped Conqueror's Haki around his fists, and his dark red eyes, which were surging like the blazing sun, were filled with a thick purple-black color at this moment. Fist bone impact. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. The iron fist inherited from Garp has fully unleashed the terrifying power of the now king-level Conqueror's Haki. With a full punch, the violent Conqueror's Haki exploded instantly. Saint Satan's body, without any resistance, was instantly torn apart by the tyrannical Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The entire Sabaody archipelago shook violently as if a horrific earthquake had occurred. Sabaody archipelago GR 1 to 15, these 15 areas were instantly broken from other areas of Sabaody archipelago under this blow. Countless roots of the archipelago mangroves that make up the Sabaody archipelago are broken into fragments, floating feebly in the atmosphere. Quick! Get out of here, Portgas d'Ace. This man showed his full strength. Sengoku yelled instructions at the sharp-edged force composed of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral who could cover their entire bodies with Haki. Actions to prevent public executions have failed. The battle here is no longer something that these Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals can participate in. Although Portgas d'Ace's attack just now was terrifying, there were still vacuum areas, such as the execution platform. Now, even the execution platform area is no longer safe. The members of the Entei Pirates have boarded the back of Lackey, the Firebird who has transformed into a Suzaku form. It can be said that there is no longer any buffer zone on the ground of this battlefield. Evacuate. Momoshage. Evacuate quickly. The T-Dolphin blocked all Enel's attacks with Haki, and yelled anxiously at the rabbit who was kneeling on the ground and panting. You evacuate first. Momoshage didn't look up. What did you say? The T-Dolphin's pupils shrank, and 3.7 made an anxious sound. Call. Dit. Terrifying sandstorms and violent thunder and lightning flashed at the same time. She said, you guys go away, didn't you hear me? Enel looked at the T-Dolphin and laughed. Momoshage is now protected by us, ha 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 ha. Crocodile laughed and looked at the T-Dolphin. What a joke, Momoshage. The T-Dolphin also noticed something was wrong with Momoshage and roared angrily. Get out of here quickly, or you'll die here. Crocodile's eyes suddenly turned cold. Every time their bodies are broken, Ace's physical and mental energy is consumed. Now, Ace needs to deal with the 5 elders with all his strength. Crocodile and Enel don't want to get too entangled with these useless marines. Vice Admiral, let's go. A Marine Vice Admiral grabbed the T-Dolphin and evacuated the fleet towards the coast amid the broken tree roots and building debris. Momosagi. The T-Dolphin looked at Momosagi with his head lowered behind Crocodile and Enel, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared unwillingly. Goo ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, Crocodile and Enel stood in front of Momosagi, laughing wantonly. Beep. 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 013803426 Feilu 004042370. At this time, a piercing sound of a telephone bug rang through the Sabadi archipelago. Buster call, activated, Sengoku, his pupils shrank suddenly. The source of the signal is Saint Satan. Don't even think about getting out of here alive, Portkas d'Ace. Saint Satan's broken body was restored again, woo, bang. A huge 5-star magic circle appeared. Call, Chapter 156. The captain of the second team joins in with a smile. All members of 5 elders are here. Beep. 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 The harsh sound of signal broadcasting resounded throughout the Sabadi archipelago. This is a signal that means sending the signal out to the area for indiscriminate destruction. N. On the back of Lackey, who had transformed into a Suzaku form, Robin's beautiful eyes flashed slightly when he heard the harsh and familiar sound of the signal broadcast. This is already the 3rd Buster call she has experienced. The first time was in Ohara. Because of the 100 years of research blank, the entire existence of Ohara was erased from history. If Aokiji hadn't been entrusted by her first friend, Sol, she would definitely have died in Ohara. At that time, Buster call brought her only deep despair and powerlessness. The second Buster call I experienced was at Eni's lobby. That is, in order to let her get rid of the shadow of the past, Ace used the golden phone bug in Spandam's hand to launch a Buster call. This organization, authorized by the world government and established by the naval headquarters, will send out a signal to destroy everything in the area. It symbolizes the absolute power of justice of the world government and is completely controlled by Ace. With one blow, the 5 naval headquarters vice admirals who launched the Buster call were defeated, causing 1 death and 4 injuries. The entire Eni's lobby, also under Ace's control, was turned into history by Buster call. Since then, the shadow in her heart has been completely erased by Ace. And now, it's her 3rd Buster call. Initiated by the world's highest authority, Jago Lucia Satan, one of the 5 elders, the Super Buster call is many times more powerful than the normal Buster call. But even so, facing such a Buster call, she only had calmness and confidence in her heart, without any fear or flinching. Because, she is now a member of the Entei Pirates, the historian of Entei Portkas d'Ace. Yes, Ace's woman. Robin looked at the figure that was not tall compared to Satan's monster body, but in her eyes, it was as reassuring as a mountain, and her red lips slightly raised. As long as Ace is here, even if it's facing naval headquarters, 5 elders, or the entire naval headquarters, there's nothing to be afraid of. Robin's red lips had a beautiful curve, call, dilt. Accompanied by a sandstorm and thunder and lightning. Enel, Crocodile, Ghost Spider, and Momosagi, who used Moonwalk to fly into the sky, appeared in front of the girls. Nico Robin, I leave this woman to you. She wants to meet Emperor Yan. Crocodile looked at Robin with an inexplicable smile on his face. Huh? You are, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Alternate Momosagi? Nami looked at this familiar figure, Joe. In Eni's lobby's Buster call, Momosagi is one of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, and is also the leader. For the sake of Buster call's 10,000 Marine soldiers, he said, please pray to you, to Ace. Nami was deeply impressed by Momosagi. Why does Momosagi Vice Admiral want to meet Ace? Toshigi looked at Momosagi, covered his red lips and said in disbelief. As one of the few female Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, and also an Admiral candidate, Momosagi is hailed as the future and is likely to become a rare female Admiral of Headquarters in history. Among Marines, especially female Marines, they are extremely popular. And Momosagi is also a master swordsman, using the famous sword, Kenpira. When Toshigi was in Marine, he really wanted to learn Kendo from Momosagi. But at that time, she was just a captain, and Momosagi was simply an unreachable big shot to her. When I faced Momosagi at Eni's lobby, Toshigi's biggest regret was, of course, that he was not able to fight against the female Naval Headquarters general he once longed for because of his lack of strength. But now, this woman, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral candidate, is not here to fight, but to meet Ace. She was in Eni's lobby and was influenced by Entei's Conqueror's Haki. I'll let her tell you the specific information herself, ha 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 ha. After Crocodile laughed, he took Enel and the Ghost Spider back to the battlefield. There the fierce ghosts summoned by Emperor Yan from the underworld. As long as Emperor Yan doesn't give an order for them to dissipate, they will fight until their souls are extinguished. The Buster Call is activated. It's the Buster Call initiated by the 5 elders, Saint Satan. Now this island has been deemed a threat to the world government and an obstacle to justice. All fleets, fire towards the Sabadi archipelago. Destroy it completely. At this time, there were hundreds of warships surrounding the Sabadi archipelago. After the Buster Call signal was activated, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals brought by Saint Sardan from the Holy Land Mariajoy issued orders one after another. The Holy Land Mariajoy has an Admiral of Headquarters stationed all year round, and some Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals are stationed at the world government's disposal at any time. These Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral were brought by Saint Sardan to the Sabadi archipelago from the Holy Land Mariajoy. Advertisement Buster Call, as a destructive force established by the naval headquarters authorized by the world government. The power that the Admiral of Headquarters can mobilize is composed of 10 warships built by the Seven Waters, the largest and strongest warships in the world. It is led by 5 naval headquarters vice admirals and has a powerful force of 10,000 naval headquarters elite soldiers. But if it is the Buster Call launched by the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world, then there will be no upper limit to the power that can be mobilized. Naval headquarters, including warships mobilized directly by the world government, will all be devoted to the destruction of Buster Call. Now, the force invested in this Buster Call is more than 150 marine warships. And the entire combat power of naval headquarters. It is dozens of times more powerful than ordinary Buster Call. The goal is to completely destroy the Sabaody archipelago. Fire. Destroy the Sabaody archipelago. Boom. Whoosh. 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 Along with the roar of countless warship guns, countless cannonballs poured on the Sabaody archipelago. The roots of countless Yarkman mangroves stretching over the sea were destroyed by cannonballs and turned into fragments. They were stirred up by the airwaves from the bombardment. Buildings that had existed in the Sabaody archipelago for an unknown number of years were mercilessly devoured by artillery fire under the bombardment of more than 150 naval headquarters warships. Tons of artillery shells exploded on the Sabaody archipelago at the same time. The terrifying power made the entire island tremble like an earthquake. Sabaody archipelago, all instantly turned into hell on earth and became a sea of fire. Buster Call? Why? There are so many people up there. Yishao watched the countless shells falling, extending towards the residential area. His face became extremely livid, and he roared angrily. From the looks of it, Marine wants to completely destroy everything on the Sabaody archipelago. In this case, those people will completely become the dust of history. This kind of method that completely ignores the casualties of the people is unacceptable. This cruel method is even more cruel than pirates. Aokiji stood there, looking silent after hearing Yishao's words. This is how world government works. Once it is deemed harmful to the world government and affects the rule of the world government. Even the Sabaody archipelago, an island that has existed for who knows how many years, is naturally formed by the roots of the Yarkman mangrove tree, and is also the territory of the celestial dragons, will be completely destroyed. Although this huge Yarkman mangrove cannot be destroyed, the naturally formed islands on the tree roots extending out of the sea, as well as all the buildings and people on them, will be completely wiped out. Aokiji has been through this before. That was Ohara many years ago. Even friends, even ordinary innocent civilians, once the Buster Call is launched, will be reduced to the dust of history under the ruthless artillery fire of the world government. In the words of world government, this is called extinguishing history by an inconspicuous lamp. But Aokiji couldn't accept it. Obviously, we only need to arrest the researchers involved in the blank for 100 years. However, even the escape boats used by the people to escape were ruthlessly destroyed. The person who did that was Sakazuki, who was the vice admiral of the naval headquarters with him at the time. Because he could not accept this method, and because he also had the naval headquarters giant vice admiral, Saul's plea, he spared Nico Robin's life. Wanted to take a look, a possibility. It was also after the Ohara incident that he began to implement lazy justice. Later, I met Portgas d'Ace. After the battle with Portgas d'Ace, especially after the Eni's lobby incident, and after drinking with that man in the Seven Waters capital. He saw that Nico Robin had found his home, and he also saw another possibility. He also clarified his new goals, wanting to become Marine Marshal, reform Marine, and strive to create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and everyone can have a banquet, as Ace said. B. Crunch. Crunch. Aokiji's fists were clenched suddenly, and his expression became extremely sad. What's the difference between now and the original Ohara? What a world where everyone can have enough to eat and everyone can have a party. All he hears now are the people wailing under marine fire. Obviously at the banquet held by Ace in the capital of Seven Waters, the people were all laughing and laughing. But on this island ruled by celestial dragons, facing Marines' warships, the people howled under the gunfire. Is there something wrong with this world? You are very sad, sir. He looked at the Admiral of Headquarters with a smile and said in a deep voice. His observation Haki captures Aokiji's emotions. Ah, how sad. Advertisement Aokiji gritted his teeth, eyes, and shed tears. Under the power of frozen fruit, they were frozen and turned into little ice chips that dissipated in the atmosphere. The Admiral of Headquarters is not even qualified to cry on such an occasion. Destroy all the escaping ships and don't let any escape. Akainu, who had recovered some strength, was on the coast, watching the naval headquarters vice admirals retreating from the central battlefield, and gave cold orders. This island has hindered justice. Then, it will be completely eliminated. Sakazuki. Hearing these familiar words, Aokiji looked up sharply. Click. Click. Most of the body was instantly transformed into elements. It turned into ice exuding terrifying freezing energy. Whoosh. Bang. The moment Aokiji took a step, Sengoku's figure suddenly appeared and pushed Aokiji's head to the ground. What are you going to do, Kuzan? Are you crazy? Sengoku looked at 723 Aokiji and growled. Just hold me down, Marshal. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will kill Sakazuki, trembling voice. Passed into Sengoku's ears. Sengoku watched with emotion. His head was pressed to the ground by himself, his shoulders kept shrugging, and his tall body kept shaking. But what extends below are tears that turn into ice chips. The Admiral of Headquarters cannot cry in front of the Marine soldiers. Kuzan, you idiot. Sengoku looked at this man, the man he was most optimistic about becoming the next Marshal of Naval Headquarters, with sadness on his face. How cruel. Kuzan has experienced it again. The scale of the previous Ohara was even larger than the original Ohara. However, this is the price that needs to be borne to uphold justice. There are too many things on this island that need to be erased. The most important thing is that as long as this island exists, it will show the world government's loss of face in front of the world. The existence of this island must be erased. No one, Gujung. Smile. Ace stood high in the sky, watching the magic circle begin to surge, and slowly looked towards Yishao. Mr. Ace. Yishao suddenly raised his head and looked at the smile on Ace's face. Do what you want to do and bear my name on your back. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, the Japanese doctor. Buzz. A mysterious light shrouded a smile. This is. 5 elders, all members, appear. Yishao used the power of many fruits to stand high in the sky, facing more than 150 marine warships, and issued a declaration. A smiling figure appeared high in the sky, looking at the cannonballs hitting the sky, and let out a low roar. The countless cannonballs stagnated in midair under this gravity field. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, smile and be correct. As a pirate, why do you want to do such a disgusting trick to save the people? Aokiji's trembling body suddenly stopped. Numerous fruits exploded violently with the blessing of the realm of understanding. At this time, in the center of the exploding Haki, the huge magic circle glowing with terrifying black flames and thunder suddenly exploded. The faces buried on the ground are full of mixed colors. 5 monster figures wrapped in black flame clouds roared suddenly. Whoosh! Yishao felt the terrifying power erupting from his body in disbelief, and his expression suddenly became firm. Gravity field. A huge gravity field covers the entire Sabadi archipelago. Ba. Boom. Buzz. Chapter 157. 5 Elders Attack. The Arrival of Redheads. Ba. Boom. The huge magic circle suddenly exploded. The terrifying black flames danced wildly, tempering 5 terrifying giant figures. 5 pairs of evil eyes, in the black thunder, gazed at the earth, painting a stunning scene of hell. Star domination is dangerous. The terrifying Haki roared crazily in the atmosphere. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by this terrifying momentum. Even Ace, whose Conqueror's Haki has reached the king level, cannot ignore the powerful pressure. 5 completely monster-like terrifying figures, wrapped in black flame clouds, descended on the Sabadi archipelago. The poisonous body of the spider has a sharp horn like a bull's head in the middle. A strange giant bird with a human face, a snake body, and bird wings. A terrifying wild boar with 4 tusks, a skeletal horse with no flesh and blood on its body and exuding a chilling aura. And that disgusting body like an earthworm with its mouth wide open, but its teeth are like human beings, extremely neat, and it looks weird and abnormal. God of Science and Defense, Jagaluja Satan, Yuki. Environmental God of War, Marcus Masheng, Itsu Shinton. Legal Martial God, Saint Topman Wachuli, Feng Shi. Financial God of War, Saint Izanbalin v Nasthiro, Horsebones. Farming Valkyrie, Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, Sandworm. 5 monsters roared like demons at the same time. The spikes and fangs dance wildly, and the black wings wreak havoc in the huge mouth, as if they are about to overturn the abyss and vent their fear towards the earth. The world's highest power, 5 elders, all assembled. This is the 5 elders? The 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world? Nami covered her red lips and looked at the 5 terrifying monsters. Even if he relies on the thunder after awakening, his strength has reached the admiral level. And having experienced countless big scenes with Ace, when she saw this scene, her beauty began to fluctuate violently. It's simply hell on top of the world. Robin looked at the bodies of the 5 monsters, covered his red lips, and murmured. Are these the 5 elders who hold the highest power? Also, the real mastermind behind the destruction of her former hometown Ohara. Under the huge bounty of 79 million belly offered by the world government to her when she was only 8 years old, she could only survive in the dark world with difficulty. At that time, facing the behemoth world government, she couldn't even think of resisting. Not to mention, the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world and control the behemoth world government. But now, finally, I face this hell. She also has the courage to face this hell. Robin stood up from the back of Lackey, who had transformed into a Suzaku, and looked at the 5 monsters with beautiful eyes that seemed to be overturning the abyss and pouring fear into the entire earth. That strange bird gave me a very bad feeling. Especially the eyes. The eyes of these 5 monsters are all equally weird. Lackey, who transformed into Suzaku, looked at Izu Shinton in the distance, and the strange fire on his wings burned fiercely. It's really strange. They look like they are a completely different species of phantom beast, devil fruit. But the eyes are just as weird. Nokagao emerged from the power of the Menman fruit and looked at the 5 raging monsters in the distance with the eyes of a sniper, thoughtfully. If we meet again in the future, it will be your prey, Lackey. Nami's observation Haki felt Lackey's mood swings and chuckled. The current Lackey is not strong enough, and it is still too reluctant to face the 5 elders. Well, I will try my best. Lackey nodded seriously. You all stand together, I'm going to Uncle Rayleigh's place. Nami took the weather stick, stood up, and said to the girls. The only one who can participate in this battle alone now is she who has completed the Thunder Fruit Awakening and has Admiral level strength. Even Vivi and Kaya, who have completed the Awakening of Devil Fruit, cannot participate in this kind of battle alone. After all, Sand Fruit is still far behind Thunder Fruit. Even if it has completed its awakening, Vivi's Haki is not strong and is still a little short of the Admiral threshold. But if the girls work together, they can fight even if they face an Admiral. After all, Vivi and Lackey are now just one step away from the threshold of Admiral. What they lack is Haki's strength. Kaya, who has completed the Devil Fruit Awakening, although the direct increase in combat power of the Healing Fruit is not large. But he also has the ability to be close to the Admiral candidate. The most important thing that the Awakening of the Healing Fruit brings to Kaya is that she can use the power of the Healing Fruit to instantly heal the members of the Entei Pirates on the battlefield. Moreover, it gives Kaya a stronger recovery ability, allowing Kaya to use her medical knowledge inherited from One Piece's ship's doctor to exercise her body's skills more accurately. Then improve Haki and martial arts, Kaya will enter a period of rapid improvement in strength. Coupled with the Devil Fruit abilities of the other girls, they are enough to fight an Admiral head-on. Please, how beautiful, the girls also understand that at this time they need to stick together and exert their strongest strength. If left alone, facing an Admiral, they will be defeated quickly. Looking at Nami, the girls were serious about buying. Bah! Boom! With a dazzling flash of light and a terrifying roar, Nami's figure disappeared from the spot. We are still too weak. Vivi clenched her fists and looked at the 5 monster figures raging in the distance, with a bit of unwillingness on her pretty face. Didn't Ace say that he will give us a special training after this? Angry against us. Advertisement Nuochi patted Vivi on the shoulder, and her red lips curved into a beautiful curve. When the girls heard this, they all bought it seriously. Their Devil Fruit abilities have reached a very high level of mastery under Ace's understanding field. Vivi, Kaya, have all completed the Awakening of Devil Fruit. Even among the girls, Lackey was the last to obtain the Devil Fruit. At this time, she has mastered the form of the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku, to a very high level. What the girls lack most now is Haki, if Haki's strength keeps up. Nami, who has completed the Awakening of Thunder Fruit, and has perfect control over the power of Thunder Fruit due to her talent, uses this Devil Fruit, which is known as one of the invincible abilities in Logia. It exerts the same power as Aokiji effortlessly. Vivi, Lackey, can also step into the threshold of ordinary Admiral level. Therefore, Haki's promotion is the most important thing for the girls at this time. And Ace, of course, has prepared everything for the girls. That is why every woman can use Haki even though there is no realm of understanding. Daughter's Island, Amazon Lily. Bah! Boom! With a burst of thunder, Nami's figure appeared next to Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh. Nami's sweet voice made Rayleigh's lips curl up uncontrollably. Led Garp, who was not far away, thrust his mouth wildly. Why is this old guy enjoying the treatment he deserves? But on this battlefield, being too close to Nami and the others is not a good thing for both parties. But when he thought about Nami calling Rayleigh uncle and himself grandpa, Garp felt balanced again. He even gave Rayleigh a somewhat proud look and then evacuated towards the distant coast. That guy Kuzan, was he trying to do something stupid just now? Garp looked at Aokiji being held down by Sengoku, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. You are truly worthy of being the disciple brought out by me. It's really similar to my temper. ******. Realizing the look in Garp's eyes when he left, Rayleigh's mouth twitched slightly. Along with Roger, he and Garp fought countless times, and the two sides knew each other better than friends. This can be seen from the fact that Roger entrusted Ace to Garp. So Rayleigh could tell from Garp's leaving eyes that this old guy must not have any good intentions. By the way, Nami, what did Ace call Garp? Rayleigh suddenly thought of something and looked at Nami. Ace always calls him old man. Nami's words made Rayleigh look calmer. But Mr. Garp has always claimed to be Ace's grandfather. The smart Nami calls Garp Mr. Garp in front of Rayleigh to avoid irritating Rayleigh. This shameless old guy. Rayleigh's mouth twitched slightly, and she immediately understood why Garp looked at him like that when he left. This old guy, Garp, has stepped up a generation in front of Roger and them. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth raised slightly, looking at Garp's leaving back, he revealed a smile. Thank you, old guy. Let Ace grow up healthy and healthy. Next, it's up to us to open the way for Ace. Looking at the 5 monsters raging in the distance, the black-purple color representing Conqueror's Haki flashed crazily in Rayleigh's eyes. Uncle Rayleigh, are 5 elders fishy? Nami looked at the 5 monsters in the distance with a solemn expression. The intensity of strength is not too troublesome. At least, I am confident that I can win the next one in a head-on fight. But the trouble is, these guys are immortal. Even if he is hit by Haki, he can still recover all injuries immediately. Rayleigh looked at 5 elders with eyes under his eyes and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I haven't seen him for many years, since the appearance of God. These 5 old guys have been staying in the Holy Land and never come out. Immortal? What should we do if we face such an opponent? Nami covered her red lips. There is no good solution, at least there is no good solution now. Now, we have to prepare for a breakout. Look at Ace's instructions, we have already won this war. Rayleigh flicked the knife and sheathed it, but the momentum is constantly building up. As long as Ace makes a sound, Rayleigh's knife will be unsheathed immediately. Haki, who has been saving up, will explode completely. That will be Pluton Rayleigh's strongest blow. Clear. Nami nodded, and her pretty face began to tighten, accumulating the power of Thunderfruit. Conqueror's Haki, is it invalid? Looking at Sarton, who had recovered from all his injuries, Ace's eyes flashed slightly. Sarton's strength can only be regarded as average, at best, a little stronger than Zephyr, who can reach the Admiral level threshold with armament Haki alone. Advertisement, but that weird recovery ability is very troublesome. He was torn apart by Conqueror's Haki, who had already reached the king level, and was still able to recover. No matter how you attack, they did not suffer any injuries. This power is definitely not inherent in their abilities. The secret probably still lies with the person behind them, I am. However, the information and gains confirmed this time are enough. For example, the parts of D's will, 5 elders and I am, the liberating ideas that I least want to spread. My own Haki has also reached the king level and gained the residual fire style. Since the temperature of more than 10,000 degrees cannot kill the 5 elders, then just continue to be strong. King level Haki cannot cause fatal injuries, so what about Haki who surpasses king level? Even if they still cannot be killed, as long as they continue to destroy their bodies, the 5 elders will not pose any threat to them. The 5 elders at that time will be nothing more than a group of large toys that cannot be smashed or beaten, and there is nothing to care about. When recovering, the monster cannot take any action. This is the second information confirmed by Ace. Even if they cannot be killed from the source, as long as they continue to destroy their bodies, they will be unable to move. Reincarnation in constant collapse and repair. Can't kill, sometimes, it's not a good thing. Or maybe it's a curse. Ace looked at the 5 elders, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Nico Robin, Portgas D. Ace, and those who dare to resist the world government. There are really too many things to destroy on this island. Saint Satan said in a deep voice, leave Nico Robin to me. Call. Mo Sheng, who transformed into Yijin Genshin, let out a strange cry, and his huge body instantly rose into the air. Snort. Saint Nisholing, who transformed into a horsebone, ran wildly in an instant. The upper body instantly transformed back into human form. The lower body is still a skeletal horse, running wildly on the battlefield created by the 10 trillion death burial formation at a speed that is almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Just a bunch of flame puppets. Chang. The sword in Saint Nisholang's hand was suddenly unsheathed. The extremely dark blade made the eagle eyes of the coastline freeze. 5 elders, the sword in the hand of Saint Nisholang is a sword. Puff. Click. One knife penetrated the ghost spider's body. The burnt body with terrifying heat actually formed ice. What a weird ability. Don't get hit by his sword, my body won't be able to move. Ghost spider said. 5 elders? Let us meet you, ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed, and Enel joined the battlefield. It's just a puppet, Saint Nisholing growled. What silly tricks are you playing to save the people? They're just bugs that should be eradicated. Don't even think about using your powers to hinder Buster Call. Don't even think about using the power of the gate fruit to escape. Roar. Saint Wuchuli, who transformed into Feng Shi, opened his huge mouth with 4 fangs and let out a terrifying roar. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki, completely combined with Feng Zai's roar, creates a weapon that can cause large-scale real damage to reality. Conqueror's Haki's roar. Don't even think about rescuing Portgas D. Ace. Saint Peter, who transformed into a sandworm, and Saint Satan, whose limbs were completely reborn under strange abilities, launched an attack on Ace. The sandworm rose up from the ground and bit directly at Ace with its bloody mouth. The spider legs glowing with terrifying purple light kept stabbing towards Ace. 5 elders, all members, attack, and in the sea in the distance, there is actually a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, which completely reflects it. Ace raised his head and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Saint Wuchuli roared angrily. Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals were shocked and angry. Accompanied by loud laughter, Conqueror's Haki roared out. Next moment. Then, that ship is. The 2 roaring Conqueror's Haki complement each other, roaring and suppressing the Conqueror's Haki of Wuchuli Saint. Looking at the ship that appeared in the conspicuous pattern of 3 red scars on the pirate flag. Boom. But faced with such a scene, Ace's eyes did not waver at all. Double, Conqueror's Haki, roar, boom, it's almost time. Ace laughed. Conqueror's Haki's roar? Shut up. Red hair. Scarf. Roar out. Chapter 158. All members of the Fire Emperor pirate ship group are assembled. Bah. Boom. Violent black and purple lightning, the crazy roar of the atmosphere above the Sabaody archipelago. The violent black and purple lightning roaring in the atmosphere seemed to be divided into 3 camps. Among them was a violent black-purple lightning centered on Feng Shuan, a huge wild boar with 4 tusks. Being strangled together by 2 other even more terrifying black and purple lightning bolts. The Conqueror's Haki's roar, which was enough to cause widespread damage to reality, was suppressed by 2 stronger Conqueror's Haki forces. Under the gaze of Saint Vosheri's ugly pig face, his Conqueror's Haki roar was continuously strangled and annihilated in the atmosphere. Finally, it dissipates. Red hair. Sengoku gritted his teeth as he looked at the red force ship appearing on the sea in the distance. A man who can defeat him on Conqueror's Haki. To make matters worse, here now is another man, Conqueror's Haki, the most powerful man of his generation. Portgas d'Ace. Watching his Conqueror's Haki roar being jointly strangled by the redhead and Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku looked ugly, but there was nothing he could do. The two of them, each of the Conqueror's Haki, were above him. Alone, he had difficulty performing Conqueror's Haki collision. Under the joint strangulation, his Conqueror's Haki had no resistance at all. It can only be strangled to death in an instant, but the two Conqueror's Haki that strangled his Conqueror's Haki's roar did not stop at all, but became more and more violent. Over the Sabaody archipelago, a joint roar erupted. Double, Conqueror's Haki, wow. Boom. Two men standing at the top of this sea, Conqueror's Haki, the most outstanding men of this era. Red hair. Emperor Yan, with this Conqueror's Haki standing at the top of the sea, let out a joint roar. Buzz. Boom. The terrifying momentum is constantly interweaving in the sky above Sabaody archipelago. With its violent momentum, Conqueror's Haki, the champion of this era, has caused real damage to reality on a large scale. The numerous fruit abilities that were controlled by Yishao were all controlled by the cannonballs above the Sabaody archipelago. They exploded instantly, and terrifying airwaves swept across the entire sky above the Sabaody archipelago. The huge tree roots of the Sabaody archipelago extending from the mangroves of the archipelago to the sea broke numerous times in an instant under the roar of the double Conqueror's Haki. Countless buildings were turned into wreckage under the roar of the double Conqueror's Haki, surging crazily in the atmosphere. Then it was torn apart in the waves of destruction that filled the sky. There are more than 150 marine warships along the coast. These were built by the capital of Seven Waters and are the most indestructible in the world. With these warships, Marine even conquered the Calm Belt. And this is a maritime behemoth that represents the most cutting-edge shipbuilding capabilities in the world. At this moment, under the roar of these double Conqueror's Haki, dozens of ships were instantly broken. Buzz. Bang. 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 The countless marine soldiers on the marine battleship fainted to death under the terrifying momentum of the roaring. Even the backbone combat forces in the Marine Corps, the naval headquarters vice admirals, who are famous on the sea. Under these two roaring Conqueror's Haki, they couldn't hold on at all. Those who are weak will fall into coma in an instant. Even if you were able to participate in the Buster Call, the most powerful senior naval headquarters vice admirals among many naval headquarters vice admirals. Under this violent and roaring Conqueror's Haki, he also knelt down on one knee, sweating profusely, and lost all ability to move. These are two men who stand at the pinnacle of this era, Conqueror's Haki, the two men who are the best of this era. In this era, the two most Haki men on the sea are red-haired and Zon. Joint release, Conqueror's Haki, roar, hateful. The human-faced, snake-body bird-winged Izu Shinton rose into the sky and headed towards Lackey, who had transformed into a red bird form. Being hit by the black-purple lightning roaring wildly in the atmosphere, and the terrifying Haki attack, Maze, who transformed into Izu Shinton, was unable to maintain his ability to fly. Falling from the sky in the roar of the double-entwined Conqueror's Haki. On the battlefield of the 10 trillion Death Burial Formation, Nasoro Sie, who had a humanoid upper body and a horsebone lower body, used his terrifying maneuverability to suppress Crocodile and Enel, his expression change. In this double-intertwined Conqueror's Haki roar, the skeleton horse hooves of Saint Nasushiro also stopped, looking at the black-purple lightning that struck him with an ugly expression. Mobility is completely taken away by the dual Conqueror's Haki roar. Damn it, and in front of Ace, the two five elders who were fighting against Ace at the same time. Saint Satan, who transformed into Gyuki, and Saint Pit, who transformed into a sandworm, even faced Ace's Conqueror's Haki roar. Countless black and purple lightning pierced the monster bodies of Gyuki and Sandworm, making them unable to move at all. The terrifying Haki, even my long-dormant warrior soul has begun to boil. The eagle's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, looking at the black and purple lightning roaring crazily in the atmosphere, also setting off waves of turmoil. Advertisement: the two Conqueror's Haki, the most powerful man in this sea, the Entei, the red-haired man, joined forces to roar the Conqueror's Haki. Even he can't avoid the influence. Boom. Damn it. Doflamingo, who had fled in embarrassment from the Hawkeye sword, was now kneeling on one knee, with cold sweat on his face and breathing heavily. The eyes under the sunglasses were full of bloodshot eyes, filled with unwillingness and anger. There is also a deep hidden fear. He had been affected by Portgas d'Ace Conqueror's Haki before and became a shadow in his heart. Under the roar of this man's Conqueror's Haki, who became stronger, he had no power to resist at all. The king's gift in his body, his Conqueror's Haki, actually shrank under the roar of Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki. His Conqueror's Haki was completely penetrated by Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki. The current Portgas d'Ace has brought a greater shadow to his heart than Kaido of the Beasts from Four Emperors. This Conqueror's Haki, concubine, is here. Hancock covered his heart and looked at Ace's figure in the distance, his beautiful eyes a little misty. I really want to go to that man. I really want to be close to that man. What's wrong with me? Hancock bit his red lips lightly, his beautiful eyes filled with mist. Coming. Shanks. Rayleigh looked at the red force from a distance, passing through the marine fleet that had no combat effectiveness, and began to dock, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Long time no see, Shanks. 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Nami looked at the red force ship that started to dock, and her tense face softened slightly. Regarding these 4 emperors, Ace introduced them to them before planning the public execution of Sabaody Archipelago. It is Ace's younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy, who leads the way to become a pirate. Ace, I have always wanted to meet this man. The red-haired Shanks was a former intern of the Roger Pirates and had a close relationship with Uncle Rayleigh. Regarding the red-haired Shanks, Ace's analysis is, temporarily, not an enemy. Moreover, before initiating the public execution of Sabaody Archipelago, Ace told them, if the red-haired Shanks arrives, it means that this war is coming to an end. It's exactly the same as what Ace said. This public execution, as well as the subsequent direction, were all predicted by Ace. Nami and the girls looked at the battlefield and became completely silent as Ace and the red-haired Conqueror's Haki roared, their beautiful eyes twinkling. World government, naval headquarters, 4 emperors, and the whole world. In this public execution initiated by their captain, Porcas D. Ace, everything was running according to Ace's script. The world is completely controlled by Ace. As expected of them, Tai. Looking at that, releasing the earth-shattering Conqueror's Haki, joining forces with the red hair, bringing the entire battlefield to a standstill. The 5 elders were unable to move, and they could only control Conqueror's Haki accurately to avoid affecting their Ace. The red lips of the girls formed a beautiful curve. Even in front of the whole world, he launched this public execution that shocked the world and affected the entire world. He started a full-scale war with the naval headquarters, and even the entire world government, and the Emperor Yan shocked the sea. Treating them as still so gentle. For Ace like this, what can he do if he becomes the enemy of the whole world? The beautiful eyes of the girls were constantly flashing. Red hair. Do you also want to break the balance on the sea? Under the constraints of countless black and purple lightnings, Saint Satan twisted his neck with difficulty, looked at the red power ship docked on the shore in the distance, and made a low voice. 2 men who are the best in this era and this sea, Red Hair and Entei, joined forces to release Conqueror's Haki roar. During the release of Conqueror's Haki, even the 5 elders could not move as long as they became the center point where Conqueror's Haki intertwined between these 2 people. However, the release of Conqueror's Haki also requires the consumption of the king's spirit. Haki is not infinite. Even in this era, how long can the 2 men in this sea, Red Hair and Entei, restrain their actions simply by relying on Conqueror's Haki's roar? The red-haired guy should be using this to stop the 2 parties fighting together and negotiate with them, right? However, when things have reached this point, they, the 5 elders, cannot accept negotiation as an option. There are really too many things that threaten their rule on this island. Once the Buster Call is launched, the place where the signal was sent must be absolutely erased. This represents the absolute justice of world government. Absolutely, no compromise. I would like to ask, are you so afraid of the coming of a new era? Ta. The red-haired feet stepped onto this battlefield, and terrifying black-purple lightning was continuously released from the red-haired body. Advertisement: the officers of the Red Hair Pirates also followed behind the Red Hair. Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain, Ben Baker Ministries. Red Hair Pirates Sniper, Yasop. Red Hair Pirates Chef, Lucky Lou. Red Hair Pirates Ship's Doctor, Hometown. Red Hair Pirates Navigator, Bendick Snake. Red Hair Pirates, Bank Punch and Monkey King. Red Hair Pirates Combatant, Jones. Red Hair Pirates Combatant, Roar Gabu. 4 Emperors, Red Hair Pirates, all cadres have arrived. All of them, the leaders of the famous Red Hair Pirates in the New World. Are all the leaders of the Red Hair Pirates here? The T-Dolphin can still stay awake amidst the roar of this double Conqueror's Haki and watch the Red Hair Pirates. Countless cold sweats were shed on his forehead. Another emperor came to this battlefield. The Red Hair Pirates are famous for their officers and are known as the most balanced Iron Wall Pirates. Dex. Lackey, who transformed into a Suzaku, made a strange chirping sound. At a speed that was almost impossible to reach with the naked eye, he arrived behind Ace. Lackey turned into a human animal form and landed behind Ace. Bah. Boom. With a burst of thunder, Nami's figure appeared at the top of Ace's right hand, throwing the weather stick out into a beautiful stick shadow, with a confident smile on his pretty face. To Ace's left is Kaya, who has an angelic face, but at this moment has an unparalleled heroic spirit. Behind Nami, Kaya, Nokagao, Vivi, Robin, Lackey, Tashigi, Konas, Perona, and Meili stood in sequence. In her beautiful eyes, the black color representing armament Haki is constantly fluctuating. Standing behind Ace, she proudly looks at the Red Hair Pirates in the distance. All members of the Entei Pirates, assemble, call out. In the sky, the ability to lift heavy fruits with a smile fell lightly from the sky, landing behind Ace and to the right of the Entei Pirates. Although he can't see anything, Haki is exuding terror. Not even the 5 elders can ignore this admiral-level strongman. The Entei Pirate Grand Fleet, the captain of the 2nd Division, the user with multiple fruit abilities, the Ranger, smile. This war, I am also fighting. Dilt, Dit, PT, accompanied by the harsh sound of electricity. Rayleigh's figure, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, stood behind Ace and to the right of the Entei Pirates. His eyes were filled with thick black-purple color, staring at the battlefield. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, all members of the Entei pirate ship group, except for the giant Kadri, Blue Ogre Dory, and Red Oni Brogi, assemble. It's unbelievable. The strength of the Entei pirates' assembled Kadris can already overwhelm the Red Hair pirates. So scary, the Entei pirates. Cha Do looked at the assembled Kadris of the Entei pirates' fleet with a pale face. He looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. He did not belong to the Entei pirates' fleet, but stood at the end of the Entei pirates' fleet, trying to redress his injustice. Why, go there, Momosagi. The T-Dolphin's eyes were full of pain. Perona. I've always wanted to meet you, Portgas d'Ace. Moria's demonic eyes also became moist. Pawnee. I have to continue to be strong. Two Overlord-level forces on the sea met for the first time in the Sabaody archipelago. I also want to meet you, Redhead, Shanks, Red Hair pirates, Entei pirates. The bear beside him also felt Moria's mood. No one could see it. His eyes under his sunglasses were extremely gentle. The captain of the second division of the Entei pirates? The red-haired man looked at the assembled Entei pirate fleet and the figure at the front, with a hint of Haki's curvature at the corner of his mouth. It's amazing. Perona was recognized by Portgas d'Ace and became a member of the Entei pirates fleet. Moria's eyes looked towards Yishao's position. Moria wants the captain of the third division. With Ace's help, we can meet again soon, right? As expected of her, his daughter. Looking at the figure standing proudly at the end of the Entei pirates. The corner of Ace's mouth also curved into a hint of Haki. Chapter 159. 3 emperors gathered in Sabaody. The red-hair pirates' Kadris stood in turn behind the 4 emperors and the red-haired Shanks, looking at the opposite side in the distance. After the assembly was completed, the Entei pirates stood behind the 5th emperor, Entei, Portgas d'Ace on the sea. Officers of the Grand Fleet. So strong. The officers of red-hair pirates had serious eyes. In addition to Entei and Portgas d'Ace, the Entei pirate ship group does not even have 2 admiral-level combatants. Nami possesses Thunderfruit, one of the invincible abilities in Lobia, and has awakened it. And that blind middle-aged man with multiple fruit abilities, the captain of the second division of the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet, Yishao. This man named Yishao's strength is even more terrifying. He relies too much on devil fruit ability, and Haki is not a strong, little thieving cat, who has just entered the admiral level. But the captain of the second division of the Entei Pirates, Haki, has top-notch devil fruit abilities. The strength is enough to fight one-on-one with the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters who are now known as the strongest in history. Also, Vivi, the desert princess who has completed the awakening of Lobia Sand fruit ability, failed to enter the admiral threshold because of insufficient Haki level. And one of the topmost devil fruits on this sea, the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form Esper, Firebird, Lackey. The strength of the 2 of them is only 1 step away from the admiral level threshold. There is also the fallen doctor, Kaya, who has healing fruit abilities and has awakened the devil fruit ability. Flower fruit user, Devil's Son, Nico Robin. The gate fruit user, the terrifying sniper blooming in the shadows, the Black Rose, Nokagao. The strength of these 3 people cannot be underestimated. Also, that should be the transparent fruit ability user, the fallen swordsman, Toshigi. The person with the vocal fruit ability, Angel, Konus. And those should be Paramesh's ghost fruit users, and the unknown shadow fruit users hunted from Moria. All are troublesome abilities. All the officers of the Entei Pirates fleet are actually demon fruit power. And all of them are rope-powered devil fruit abilities. Simply, it is a super devil fruit army, and the combat power assembled by the Entei pirate fleet does not stop there. Hu, Ba, whoosh, along with the storm comes thunder. 3 figures came behind Ace and lowered their heads to show respect and absolute obedience to Emperor Yan. A flame puppet controlled by the Emperor of Fire, Portgas d'Ace, with unknown abilities. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Suspected to be hunted by Entei's ability, the former Thunder Fruit ability user and self-proclaimed god, Enel. And the former Naval Headquarters Hawk, the former number 3 figure except Admiral of Headquarters Akainu, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, surround the spider. 3 more, extremely powerful combat power. Also, in this war, the one who stood behind Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace. Their captain is the pirate group that Red Hair once served as an intern, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, and the former right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton, Silver. And, being able to command these terrifying combat forces, Conqueror's Haki is even above their captain's Red Hair. Single-handedly, he planned this public execution that affected the world, and started a full-scale war with the naval headquarters and even the world government. And he also won a staged victory, completed this public execution, and stood at the top of this sea. Entei, Portgas d'Ace. The terrifying combat power displayed by the Entei pirates fleet is already superior to their red hair pirates. Call. Beckman exhaled a breath of smoke and looked at the man who made the entire sea and the world tremble with wisdom, Portgas d'Ace. Unexpectedly, this man is also a powerful wise man. Although they had not met before, he and the Red Hair Pirates had already been included in his plan for this public execution. The initial appearance of this public execution that caused a huge earthquake all over the world was actually their captain. The red-haired Shanks wanted to see this man. And Kaido, who wants to gain the power of this man to hunt devil fruit. Their red-hair pirates, as well as the four emperors Kaido himself, have also attracted a lot of attention from the naval headquarters, world government. This man, taking this opportunity, probably took advantage of the powerful observation Haki after the Thunder Fruit awakened to clear out the naval headquarters and set up a huge intelligence network against the Entei pirates. After that, he should have used the ability of the transparent fruit to appear in the Sabaody archipelago without anyone noticing. At the naval headquarters, the world government was caught off guard and launched the public execution of 3 celestial dragons that shocked the world. Advertisement. In this public execution, the red-hair pirates and the 4 emperors Kaido all became pawns in the hands of this man, Portgas D. Ace. Helped him launch this public execution that shocked the world. As one of the wise men with the highest IQ in this sea, Ben Beckman quickly analyzed the situation by combining Nami's ability and Tashigi's transparent fruit ability that he showed during this war. The key to successfully launching public executions is looking at Ace, his eyes were filled with admiration and sympathy. What a grand plan. Open and close, turning the 4 emperors, naval headquarters, world government, and even the entire world into pawns, forcing H to pull the stage he built. What a wise man. Amazing man, Portgas D. Ace. Tashigi turns out to be a user with transparent fruit ability. So that's it, did you break through our defense line like this? The same powerful wise man on this sea, Sengoku, who obtained the Buddha-like wisdom from the human fruit, phantom beast species, the great Buddha form. Seeing the transparent fruit ability displayed by Tashigi, combined with Nami's awakened thunder fruit ability, I immediately understood how undetected the Entei pirates were. Under the dragnet set by their naval headquarters, they suddenly appeared in the human trafficking auction house of Sabaody Archipelagor 1. Initiated this public execution that shocked the world. Actually, even red-hair pirates and 4 emperors Kaido were used as pawns to attract the attention of their naval headquarters and the world government. What a terrible man, what a terrible weapon, Portgas D. Ace. Sengoku's forehead is full of veins. In this battle of wits, he was completely defeated. Defeated at the hands of Entei, Portgas D. Ace. The shadow fruit user, indeed, got the shadow fruit ability from Moria. A cadre of the Yandi pirates fleet whom I have never seen before. It's a little strange how I feel about this person. Sengoku looked at Mary and frowned slightly. Another powerful and troublesome devil fruit ability was obtained by Portgas D. Ace. And, what method can be used to obtain the ability of Moria's fruit without killing him? At this moment, Sengoku only felt that there was another layer of fog on Portgas D. Ace, making it even more difficult for him to see clearly. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, smiled. Strange. Who is the captain of the first team? Is his strength stronger than Yishao? Sengoku looked at him solemnly and smiled, his nerves tense. One person who did not appear, starting with the terrible combat power of the Admiral level, did not appear on this battlefield. This made Sengoku's spirit highly tense. There are even those who want to fully use the power of the Renren fruit phantom beast species Big Buddha form to think. The wisdom of this man, Portgas D. Ace, is truly terrifying. Naval headquarters, world government, and 4 emperors were all used as pawns by him to complete this public execution that shocked the world. A starting Admiral level combat power who did not appear on this battlefield. God knows where this man would let this terrifying combat power appear. At this time, Aokiji, who was still facing down, started to tremble faintly again, his body that had stopped shaking. If he hadn't still been facing down and thinking about the captain of the Entei Pirates Grand Ship Division 1 who didn't appear on the battlefield. I'm afraid Sengoku has already noticed something strange about Aokiji. Hard to say, naval headquarters? Sengoku suddenly shrank his pupils and blurted out. Now they marine, it can be said that they are all out. Even the marine stationed in the Holy Land was brought to this battlefield by Saint Satan. Please give me Flowers 0 naval headquarters, except for some regular garrison forces, does not even have a naval headquarters vice admiral. If a terrifying combat power starting from the admiral level suddenly appeared in naval headquarters, it would be a disaster. Could it be that Portgas D. Ace is going to destroy naval headquarters and completely overthrow them? Marine's justice? Sengoku was so frightened that he quickly tried to contact the headquarters by phone. But amid this terrifying Conqueror's Haki roar, the phone couldn't work at all and could only be anxious. And Aokiji's body was shaking so much that he was almost going crazy with epilepsy. Do you think this is a tea party? Red hair, Emperor Yan? Looking at the two people looking at each other, Sa Sheng was extremely annoyed. Advertisement. What do these two bastards think of 5 elders? Seal their actions with Conqueror's Haki's roar. What kind of "I've wanted to see you for a long time" scene is going on here? Although consuming 2 people's Haki is beneficial to their 5 elders. But where is the face of the world government? Where is the face of their 5 elders? I just want you to calm down. Shanks looked at the 5 elders and smiled lightly. If you are willing to cease war here, we, the Red Hair Pirates, will naturally retreat. Continuing the fight will only cause unnecessary casualties. Shanks said solemnly. Casualties? Can you hurt us, Redhead? Saint Wuchuli, who transformed into a beast, bared his fangs and roared. What about these marines? Shanks said solemnly. It's just a matter of killing some bugs and selecting them from all over the world. Mo Sheng, who transformed into Yijin Genshin, said indifferently. Choose? I'm afraid it's not that simple. If the fight continues, all the marines here will be wiped out. Shanks was not surprised at all by the five elders' attitude towards marine soldiers. Looking at Mo Sheng, who had transformed into Yijin Genshin, he said in a deep voice. Total annihilation? You think too highly of you. Our combat power here is superior to yours? Nishai Langsheng held the black knife in his hand and said calmly. The high-end combat powers they can now use include all five elders, as well as Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, and Shichibukai. Although the battle group consumes a lot of energy, Entei has also consumed a huge amount of energy and Haki after fighting for such a long time. This kind of combat power is enough to deal with Red Hair, Beckman, Emperor Yan, Pluton, Rishao and Little Thieving Cat. As for other combat forces, they simply cannot participate in this battle of the most cutting-edge combat forces on the sea. Those who have not reached the Admiral threshold are not even qualified to participate in this level of fighting. They can only fight against the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral candidates, and the Shichibukai who have not reached the Admiral threshold. Want to wipe out all the Marines here? The combat power gathered by Entei and Red Hair is not enough. Then what about me? Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a huge figure emerged from the clouds, holding a stick tower. The antlers are like a deer, the head is like a camel, the eyes are like a rabbit, the neck is like a snake, the belly is like a fish, the scales are like a fish, the claws are like an eagle, the palms are like a tiger, and the ears are like an ox. This look is all too familiar to the five elders. This originally belonged to their world government. It was once used as a reward for the Knights of God with the highest hunting points in the Valley of Gods. Fish fruit phantom beast species azure dragon form. Kaido. Saint Satan looked at the green dragon falling from the sky and roared with an ugly expression. 4 emperors, beasts, Kaido, 3 emperors, gathered in Sabaody Archipelago. Aren't you here to defeat Emperor Yan? Why are you going against our world government? Saint Pit, who transformed into a sandworm, looked at Kaido and said angrily. If Kaido joins in, Marine will be in real trouble. Ha ha ha, of course Laozi wants to attack Emperor Yan. However, this war really made Laozi's blood boil. Now that you have the upper hand in battle, I will kill you together with them first. After the Red Hair and Emperor Yan gain the upper hand in battle, I will help you get rid of the flame seat. This is the real war. Ha ha ha, Kaido burst out laughing. The laughing five elders looked extremely ugly. This one, who cannot communicate after drinking, is a war madman. Chapter 160. War Madman, Emperor Yan and the Beasts. Sabaody Archipelago. The five elders looked at Kaido who was laughing with ugly expressions. Although a single Kaido is powerful, it is nothing to the huge world government. But now, the Entei pirates, the Red Hair pirates, and 2 complete 4 Emperor's pirate groups have gathered here. Especially the Entei pirates, although Emperor Yan and Portgas d'Ace have always been making waves in the sea, causing the balance of the sea to become unbalanced. There was even a vicious case of intrusion into Eni's lobby. But before today's public execution, the 5 elders didn't pay much attention to Portgas d'Ace. After all, there are more forces worthy of their attention in this sea. The threat level of the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and the 5 elders before today were all higher than Ace in Portgas. Publicly calling him the 5th emperor of the sea also means to flatter him. It can also be seen from the bounty they gave to this man, Portgas d'Ace. Although the bounty of 1.18 billion Baileys is very high, considering the status of the emperor, it is obviously low. The bounties set by their world government for the 4 emperors of the New World are over 4 billion Baileys. The highest among them, Whitebeard, exceeded 5 billion Baileys. Even on the big sign of Beasts pirates, the first of the 3 major disasters, the fire disaster called Kaido of the Beast's right hand, Jin, has a bounty of 1.39 billion Bailey. Also on top of Portgas d'Ace, the man they hailed as the 5th emperor of the sea. Bounty money, on the sea, is the most intuitive reference that represents the reputation and strength of pirates. A man who emerged out of nowhere and was called the 5th emperor of the sea had a bounty that was roughly at the level of the vice captain of the 4 emperors. This is bound to attract countless ambitious pirates to attack. 360. As long as you lift Portgas d'Ace into the sea, you will be recognized by the world government as the 5th emperor of the sea. And the difficulty is much lower than that of conquering the 4 emperors. This is why their world government calls Portgas d'Ace the 5th emperor of the sea and sets this bounty. Moreover, in their opinion, although Portgas d'Ace is strong and his future potential is even more terrifying, at the moment, he cannot compare with the 4 veteran 4 emperors. Time is a flaw. Portgas d'Ace, after all, has only been out for a year. And those 4 emperors have dominated the second half of the Grand Line in the New World for many years. The scope and power of the territory he commands, as well as the affiliated pirate groups under his command, are simply not comparable to the Entei pirates. But looking back today, their judgment of Portgas d'Ace and the Entei pirates were completely wrong. This man, who has only been at sea for a year, has gathered strength that has even surpassed that of the 4 emperors pirate group alone. There are 2 admiral-level experts under his command. The leader of the Entei pirates' large fleet, the navigator of the Entei pirates, the thunder fruit ability user, and the little thieving cat, Nami. And the ones who are stronger and strong enough to fight head-on with the 3 strongest admirals in the history of Marine, one-on-one. The leader of the Entei pirates' fleet, the captain of the 2nd division, and the person with multiple fruit abilities, Smile. There are also those who are one step away from the admiral threshold, and whose strength is even above the admiral candidates. The leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, the chef of the Entei Pirates, the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form ability user, Firebird, Lackey. The leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, the combatant of the Entei Pirates, the ability user awakened by the sand fruit, and the desert princess Vivi. And, a fire golem that can use unknown abilities, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Suspected former thunder fruit user and self-proclaimed god, Enel. The rest of the cadres of the Entei Pirates fleet are all powerful ability users with the very dangerous devil fruit ability. The Entei Pirate fleet has been built into a terrifying legion of superpowers by Portgas d'Ace. And, because of his bloodline and his will, he chose to come out of the mountain again. One Piece Roger's right hand, the legendary pirate, Pluton, Silver. And its potential ability to gather the old members of the former Roger Pirates. Finally, and most importantly, that is Entei, Portgas d'Ace himself. Conqueror's Haki is the best in the sea of this era, comparable to the former Pirate King Goal. D. Roger and the former Soul Overlord of the Sea, Rox. D. Zebek. In his hands, the Mera fruit ability incredibly exceeds the limit of natural flames and can drive high-temperature flames of more than 10,000 degrees, turning lava fruit into a lower-level devil fruit ability. A super strong man who has the form and posture of a phantom beast and the residual fire style. Even if the 5 elders rely on their immortality, they can be completely crushed one-on-one. It takes 2 to 3 people to fight with them. The man who stands at the pinnacle of this era in this sea. Entei. Portgas d'Ace. The combined combat power of the Entei pirate fleet has exceeded that of any single 4 Emperors pirate group. Although it has not yet gathered the combat power of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Ochaku, Captain John, and Silver Axe. Becoming the unquestioned sole overlord of the sea in that era. But today's Entei pirate fleet also has this trend. The complete Entei pirate fleet can already fight on an equal footing with the entire naval headquarters. Judging from the battle of wits and fighting between the two sides in this public execution. Advertisement without the intervention of world government. The lone naval headquarters will fall into total collapse when faced with the strangulation of the Entei Pirates fleet. This kind of thing, even the one with the largest sphere of influence among the 4 emperors. The men known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard and Edward Newgate, could not do it. Moreover, he also preached to the whole world that celestial dragons would die even if hit by ordinary bullets. As a born criminal, this kind of dangerous thinking can rot the 5 elders' heads. How can such a man reassure them unless he dies in the Sabaody archipelago? They, the 5 elders, all went out and launched a superbuster call against the Sabaody archipelago, just to destroy this rule over them. Portgas d'Ace, which poses a huge threat, and the Entei Pirates fleet are completely buried here. But now, the 5 elders looked at the 2 emperors who arrived here with ugly expressions. Red Hair, Shanks, and Red Hair Pirates, all members of Tabe. And the most powerful creature in the world, they ate the prize that belonged to their world government and gave it to the Knights of God with the highest hunting points in the Valley of God incident. Standing at one of the pinnacle abilities of all devil fruits, Kaido of the Beasts in the form of a fish fruit phantom beast species Blue Dragon. Previously, their combat power was able to cope with the Red Hair Pirates and the Entei Pirates. But if Kaido joins, the balance of combat power will be completely broken. The balance of the situation will subtly tip to Portgas d'Ace's side. What's even more deadly is that the Entei Pirates fleet is a superpowered army, created by Portgas d'Ace. Almost everyone has the extremely troublesome and surprisingly lethal Devil Fruit ability. Although Devil Fruit's abilities also have their limitations and weaknesses. But there are pros and cons, but the pros outweigh the cons. This is Devil Fruit. Without the Devil Fruit ability, even a 4 Emperors level Redhead would need to rely on Conqueror's Haki to clear the field if he wanted to engage in a large-scale Legion level fight. But with the Devil Fruit ability, you can rely on the Devil Fruit ability to do a wide range of terrifying damage. In the Entei Pirates, Thunder Fruit, Sand Fruit, Bird Fruit Phantom Beast species Suzaku form, are all Devil Fruit like this. Shadow Fruit, Ghost Fruit, Vocal Fruit, and Healing Fruit can play a terrible role in large-scale Legion fighting. And the most terrifying thing is the Emperor Yan, who can turn the environment into a blazing hell that is even more terrifying than the inner earth environment in a single thought. If Kaido, who gained the power to control nature due to the fish fruit phantom beast species Blue Dragon form, joins again. With all the Marines here, there is a real danger of mass death or even capsizing. It doesn't matter if some of the Marines and the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals are killed or injured. To them, the 5 elders, except for the Celestial Dragons, even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals are just bigger bugs. But if Naval Headquarters suffers massive casualties or even capsizes here, then even the 5 elders are not willing to bear this terrible price. Among the Shichibukai, Hawkeye, the most powerful fighter, has a deep friendship with Red Hair. Even if they don't turn against each other in the war, they won't be able to use their full strength. The other Shichibukai also have their own agendas. And the bear who listened to their world government the most because of his daughter seemed to have concealed what happened at the Thriller Bark. Moria was even able to survive when Portgas d'Ace took away the ability of the Shadow Fruit. 5 elders can tell how many tricks there are in this without thinking. The Pirate Empress is in an even weirder state. Hai Sha Jinbei can't be completely trusted either. Doflamingo was extremely afraid of Kaido, Portgas d'Ace, and even stimulated by Hawkeye, staged the Shichibukai scandal in front of the world. Once they really start fighting and the situation goes against them, Shichibukai will be in danger of disintegrating. If the naval headquarters and even the Shichibukai, which represent the three major forces in the sea, capsize in the Sabaody archipelago, the sea will completely go berserk and the balance will be completely broken. Plus, Portgas d'Ace, the dangerous ideas spreading from here. Maybe it will use the disturbed balanced environment as the soil to grow rapidly. Faced with this situation, even the five elders are in a dilemma. Although they hold the highest power in the world, there is also Lord I Am behind them. When it comes to the matter of completely disrupting the balance of the sea, even they cannot make hasty decisions. All because Kaido's joining broke the balance of the battlefield. The five elders looked ugly and remained silent for a long time. What? A ceasefire is the right thing for both sides now, right? Shanks looked at the ugly-looking five elders and said in a deep voice. Armistice? Stop joking. Redhead, you think I have a truce with you? What are you doing here? It's about enjoying this war. Before the five elders could speak, Kaido roared angrily. Kaido's long-cherished wish is to launch the world's greatest war. The artificial devil fruit army created by Kaido is to launch. Advertisement prepare for such a war. From the live video, we learned that the naval headquarters, and even the five elders, were involved in this all-out war. Kaido didn't even have the mood to continue fighting with the red hair. Rush here immediately to participate in this all-out war. Just like what he told the five elders, apart from him, world government and naval headquarters now have the superior combat power, so even if his original purpose was Portgas d'Ace, then he will also join Portgas d'Ace and the red-haired camp to fight against the world government and naval headquarters. When Portgas d'Ace and the red-haired camp gain the upper hand, he will join the world government and naval headquarters camps and in turn attack Portgas d'Ace and the red-haired camp. Red hair. His purpose is to keep this war from stopping until the end. Fight to the last man standing. This is war. This is enjoyment. As the five elders said, Kaido is an out-and-out war madman. Faction? That kind of thing is not important to Kaido at all? As long as you can, just enjoy the ultimate war. Hey, old guys, your combat power is at a disadvantage. Hurry up and call all the guys from the Knights of God. In the Valley of the Gods, I didn't have the pleasure of fighting. Kaido laughed out loud at the five elders. Bringing those in power who are born nobles, and indulge in comfort to the battlefield is the only way to achieve equality and freedom. Only war can determine the value of human beings. This is the philosophy that Kaido of the Beasts believes in. Killing those bastards of the Knights of God really suits his philosophy. What? Crazy Kaido, you will also have a headache, right? Or, you should call the Knights of God to this battlefield. Whitebeard is also rushing to this battlefield. You cannot die. If the Knights of God do not come, Marine and Shichibukai will capsize here. If the Knights of God come, how many people will survive? If there is a truce, we will subdue Kaido. The redhead has sharp eyes. Kaido is a war madman, but war madmen can also be used. Speaking, there is no need to worry about this lunatic. Once a fight or war breaks out, Kaido will naturally stand on the opposite side of the world government, which has an advantage in Combat 2.1. Because he wants to enjoy the war. Beckman, are you treating Lousy as a chess piece? Are you looking down on Lousy too much? Kaido looked at Beckman, who was exhaling a puff of smoke behind the red hair, with a sinister smile on his lips. Bah. Boom. The body quickly returned to the human form, and the violent Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the mace in his hand. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido roared angrily, with the mace wrapped around the violent Conqueror's Haki in his hand, and smashed it towards Beckman. Discussing an armistice? Then he will start the war first? Call. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke without any ripples. So what if Kaido goes berserk? Just contain him and continue negotiations. Because the five elders also know very well that Kaido launched the attack just to start a war. Once the naval headquarters and world government join the war, Kaido will still change its target and attack the world government and naval headquarters. Kaido is a war madman who cannot be denied. Around Beckman, the terrifying Haki began to gather. Call. Along with the terrifying flames, a figure like the sun suddenly appeared in front of Kaido. Bah. In the atmosphere, the more violent one of the two roaring Conqueror's Haki instantly entangled. Boom. Ace, with a sudden grab with his right hand, grabbed Kaido's mace from the air. Boom. The king-level Conqueror's Haki made it impossible for Kaido's attack to move forward even one step. Are you too rude to my guests? Ace raised his head and looked at Kaido, who had a condensed look on his face. Kunison smiled. Fire Emperor. Kaido's face darkened. Chapter 161. They're all acquaintances. The ultimate power of the residual fire style. Dift, aft. The violent Conqueror's Haki wraps around a terrifying mace, and its terrifying power even makes the atmosphere faintly distorted. The four emperors are at the pinnacle of this ocean in terms of physique, Haki, and devil fruit ability. The most powerful creature in the world, the terrifying attack of Kaido the Beast. But at this moment, this terrifying attack that was indestructible and could kill an admiral candidate with one blow was firmly grasped by a right hand from a distance. That represents the strike of the four emperors, the pinnacle of this sea. Unexpectedly, under this grasp, I can't move forward. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the mace, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki in Four Emperors, is actually at an absolute disadvantage against the Conqueror's Haki in his right hand. Fire Emperor. Kaido looked at the figure that appeared in front of him instantly and roared. Faced with this, in front of the world, a public execution was launched that shocked the world. Started a full-scale war with the naval headquarters, and plunged the naval headquarters into an unprecedented defeat, forcing the five elders to join the battle. The man who completed the public execution of the celestial dragons in front of the five elders. Even the alcoholic Kaido is willing to call him Emperor Yan. Be polite to my guests, Kaido. Ace looked at Kaido, his body tilted slightly, his right hand wrapped around the violent Conqueror's Haki. He grabbed Kaido's mace from the air, and raised the corner of his mouth in a Haki arc. This British portrait makes the beautiful eyes of all the ladies shine. Hancock on the shore covered his red lips and looked at Ace's body still in the state of flames. Beauty, Haki, is a fatally attractive poison to Hancock who has eaten the sweet fruit. In addition to the feat of publicly executing the celestial dragons, and most importantly, as a born criminal in front of the world, he smashed the heads of the five elders who held the highest power. Hancock only felt that a big shadow hidden in his heart was mostly shattered. She was even more depressed because of this. X45. Rayleigh also noticed something strange about Hancock, and his eyes suddenly trembled. Hancock is obsessed with Ace. Is it because Ace publicly executed the celestial dragons? And in front of the whole world, as a so-called born criminal, he smashed the heads of the five elders? No, just this alone will not make Hancock suffer from lovesickness. For this, all the emperors of Amazon Lily will inevitably experience this heartache, and Rayleigh knows it all too well because of Shaki's relationship. Because of Shaki's relationship, Rayleigh feels like looking after Hancock as a daughter. Rayleigh also knows Hancock's past and personality very well. When she saw Hancock, looking at Ace longingly, and the extremely beautiful Haki's body that was still in the fire state, Rayleigh suddenly realized. So it turns out that it's because of the sweet fruit that I ate and the beauty of Ace's residual fire? The sweet fruit can give people with abilities an attraction that can be called poison. Combined with Hancock's beauty, it can be said to be able to charm the world. And those who are fascinated by Hancock will be petrified by the ability of the sweet fruit. It's a very powerful devil fruit, but every devil fruit has its weaknesses. Just like the devil fruit, phantom beast species, great Buddha form that Sengoku ate, although the Esper gained Buddha-like wisdom, strength and spirit from this devil fruit and became the ultimate person. But once, like Ace, the information is so huge that it exceeds the ability of the ability user to think and deduce. Then it's like poison, making it unbearable for those with abilities. The same is true for sweet fruit. If a person with sweet fruit ability sees a being that is more beautiful than themselves, then it will be like encountering a fatally attractive poison, and they will gradually fall in love with that beautiful subject. For Hancock, who has a sweet fruit and is the most beautiful woman in the world, this was originally an impossible thing. But Ace's flame-like body made this impossible possible. This fatal attraction, coupled with Ace's public execution and the smashing of the five elders' heads in front of the world as a so-called born criminal, triggered a deep resonance in Hancock's heart. It's no surprise that I'm obsessed with Ace, but, Ace, there's Nami. Rayleigh's eyes were tangled, and then he looked at the cute girl who kept calling him, Uncle Rayleigh. Then, I saw the girls, looking at Ace, and they didn't feel right. This is. Rayleigh's observation Haki is enough to accurately sense the emotions of the girls. These girls have the same feelings for Ace as Nami. Moreover, Nami didn't have any strange emotions and was very harmonious with them. Such a scene made Rayleigh understand immediately. Good boy. I really belong to you. Rayleigh looked at Haki's Ace who blocked Kaido's attack, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Ace like this is indeed very charming. No wonder these outstanding girls are all attracted to Ace. Well, let's leave young people's affairs to be solved. Besides, the only antidote for lovesick Hancock is Ace himself. What do Ace and Hancock's children call themselves? Rayleigh's sharp eyes were also a little erratic at the moment. Grandpa Rayleigh, advertisement. A sweet little voice suddenly appeared in Rayleigh's mind, causing the corners of Rayleigh's mouth to raise uncontrollably. Grandpa Rayleigh, what a nice title. One more reason to draw the sword. Rayleigh's right hand grasped the handle of the saber, and her eyes regained their sharpness. The more terrifying Conqueror's Haki begins to accumulate in Rayleigh's body. As long as Ace speaks, Rayleigh's sword will be unsheathed. That would be the Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, the most powerful shot in his prime. Rayleigh's move to accumulate momentum made Garp in the distance notice it, and he looked at Rayleigh strangely. How does it feel that this old guy's Haki has become stronger? There is something vaguely like the peak period. Moreover, there was something wrong with the old guy's eyes just now. It was so warm that he even shuddered. That look is not what Pluton, Silver, Rayleigh should have. What was that old guy thinking just now? Garp pinched his chin, thoughtfully. Aokiji on the side also noticed the strangeness of these two old legends, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Silver. Rayleigh's eyes were somewhat familiar to him. That was the look in Garp's eyes when he asked Ace to hurry up and give him some lovely great-grandchildren, Ming, after drinking too much in the Seven Waters City. In Garp's view, sons and grandsons are too troublesome, but girls are more obedient and considerate. It seems that Silver Rayleigh really regards Ace as a close junior and has already begun to think about this kind of thing. From this point of view, it is only a matter of time before Pluton Rayleigh joins the Entei pirate fleet. So what kind of choice should you make? Aokiji clenched his fists and looked a little dazed. Today's Sabaody archipelago, this is like a repeat of the Ohara incident, and the impact on Aokiji is really terrible. So much so that Aokiji began to think uncontrollably in his mind about Ace and inviting him to become the captain of the Entei pirates' grand fleet. What should I do? Aokiji's eyes looked at Ace blocking Kaido in a daze. You can only find the answer yourself. A-hole, do you look down on me? Kaido looked at Ace with a sinister smile and extreme excitement on his lips. So strong. This guy is so strong. Conqueror's Haki is so strong. In a simple Haki competition, I was completely at a disadvantage. And this guy's ability is really weird. Mara fruit can actually be developed to this extent and can freely transform into a terrifying flame that exceeds 10,000 degrees Celsius and is even more terrifying than the temperature of the Earth's core. And use this terrifying flame to cause an instant explosion, possessing extremely terrifying speed and power. Speed and power, the king of 8 trigrams actually thunders in his own right. Thunder 8 trigrams is not just Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack. It is the ability to control the power of nature that is given by eating the devil fruit, the phantom beast type, the blue dragon form. Use the power of thunder and lightning to activate your body to the point where you can almost teleport. But the speed at which this man exploded in an instant was even faster than the speed at which he activated his body with lightning. The mere ability of Mara fruit was not taken seriously by Kaido at all. After all, what the fish fruit phantom beast species Azure Dragon form gives him is the power to control nature. Among them, including flames, and using the body in the form of a blue dragon to generate additional heat energy, the destructive power of fire he can control is beyond the ability of Mara fruit. But the Mara fruit ability is completely different in the hands of this man. I don't know if my body can withstand the terrifying high temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius. Interesting. Coming here is really interesting. Let's have a fight, Emperor Yan. The excited Kaido let out a roar. Ba! Boom! In the sky, the thunder and lightning elements were controlled by Kaido's ability, wandering and roaring crazily in the clouds. Don't get carried away, Kaido, this is the stage 1 setup. The curvature of Ace's mouth gradually calmed down, and he looked at Kaido indifferently. Conqueror's Haki exploded even more violently, making Kaido unable to make any movement for a moment. Redhead, thank you for taking care of my brother, Luffy. This is the reason why I want to see you. Immediately, Ace looked at the red-haired man, and his eyes became much more friendly. Regardless of whether they will become enemies in the future. The red hair is the guide of his younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Advertisement which, Ace, will definitely appreciate. Luffy? Luffy is your brother? The red-haired man's sharp eyes froze. He held his head and looked at Ace and exclaimed, without the majesty of Shikoshi before. Hey, Luffy's brother? He's Entei? All members of the Red Hair Pirates were stunned and exclaimed. Uncle Usopp. At this time, Nami was in the camp of the Entei Pirates, waving the weather stick towards Usopp and raising his voice. Hey, call me, little thief cat, Nami? Usopp pointed at himself in disbelief. Nami, the leader of the Entei Pirates fleet in the admiral level, little thieving cat, actually calls himself Uncle Usopp? Don't look at him following the red hair and traversing the sea for many years. But compared to his strength, he may not be the opponent of this, little thieving cat. The power that Thunderfruit, who has completed its awakening, displayed is truly terrifying. With just Devil Fruit ability, you can achieve Admiral level strength. Otherwise, this Devil Fruit ability would not be called an invincible ability in Logia. The most important thing is that he doesn't seem to recognize this, little thief cat. This weather is great. Ace asked Usopp to make it. Nami looked at Usopp and said loudly, since the members of the Red Hair Pirates knew that the Red Hair Pirates were coming to see Ace, Nami had already known about it through newspapers before she came to Sabaody Archipelago. Also know that Usopp is Usopp's father. Naturally, the Ice Snow and smart Nami would not miss this opportunity to strengthen alliances. Usopp covered his head and exhaled. Looking at the weather stick in Nami's hand, Usopp's eyes also became a little moist. Usopp, his son, has always been a debt in his heart. Usopp, are you still healthy? Usopp choked up a little. He's very healthy, and he's very talented in sniping. Ace also used his abilities to help him. Otherwise, the weather would be great and it wouldn't be so strong. Nami then yelled, well, your son has a very strong sniper talent. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. After all, he is his brother's future sniper and the man who will become part of his own strength. Is that so? Is that so, Emperor Yan? No, Ace, thank you. Tears filled the corners of Usopp's eyes. Luffy's brother is also kind to his son, Usopp, and affirms Usopp's sniper talent. For Usopp, who has always felt very indebted to Usopp, this will directly increase his lethality. Sengoku, who had been looking at the battlefield form, suddenly twitched the corners of his mouth. I thought that the red hair came here to find Portgas Ace with an unknown purpose and formed a temporary alliance. He was still thinking about how to disintegrate this temporary alliance. After all, before today, Hongfa and Emperor Yan had no interaction at all. The most common connection between the two is the connection between the red hair, Roger's identity as a trainee in the pirates, and the bloodline of Portgas Ace. Ace's lips raised slightly and he looked at Kaido. The power of residual fire burst out in an instant. Entei, Portgas, Ace, was adopted by that old guy Garp. Who? Boom. The whole world seems to have turned into a heated hell. The violent Conqueror's Haki exploded violently, sending Kaido's body flying backwards uncontrollably in the direction of the five elders. But now it seems that both parties are completely acquaintances. Remnant fire style north, the world is completely ashes. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of everyone present. Boom. So, in order to express my gratitude, I will give you a bargaining chip in the negotiation. No, in other words, the people here are all acquaintances. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly. However, it is impossible for a man with red hair to completely side with the Entei pirates just because of his bloodline. After waiting for a long time, if a war broke out here, it would be all acquaintances fighting. Boom. Marshal Sengoku, a marine, couldn't handle this weird scene. Chapter 162. The sun shines on Madara, the man I fear from the bottom of my heart. Remnant fire style north, the world is completely ashes. Who? Boom. The power of residual fire burst out instantly at this moment. In this space, the violent flames that turned the environment into a temperature even more terrifying than the center of the earth gathered at one point in an instant, and then exploded violently. It's like the sun's rays completely erupted in Madara. There is only one color left in the entire space. That is, the color of the sun. Even observation Haki, at this moment, completely failed in this space. These strong men who stand at the top of the sea and can even use observation Haki, who have cultivated to the ultimate level, to see the short-term future. At this moment, he seemed to be an ordinary person without observation Haki, covering his eyes to resist the strong light that burst out like the sun. Haki even covered his whole body to resist this terrifying flame explosion. The most powerful damage of flames is not the burning caused by the temperature alone, but the terrifying power produced by the violent flames bursting instantly. Just like the surface of the sun, explosions occur all the time to release such a terrifying energy zone. The flames with temperatures as hot as the sun can produce explosive power that can devour everything in the world and turn everything into nothingness. This is the power that can destroy the world. At this moment, the temperature of the flames gathered in the residual fire style, north, the ashes of the sky and the earth, exceeded the upper limit again with the help of the explosion of the flames. The temperature reached an astonishing over 50,000 degrees Celsius. Looking from a distance, this place at this moment is really like a small sun, exploding in an instant. Even the sky turned bright white. This is the color of the sun. Fire torch. Kaido noticed that at this moment, his observation Haki completely failed in this space. This terrifying flame explosion actually completely neutralized his observation Haki. As powerful as he is, observation Haki's release and control have already become instinctive, and he can understand everything happening around him at every moment. At this moment, observation Haki failed instantly, and in this terrifying explosion of flames, he temporarily lost his vision. Even he was extremely angry. Although he lost observation Haki, and even temporarily lost his vision in the bursting flames, his strong instinct as one of the strongest in this sea is still there. The ability of the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form was not retained at this moment, and it completely exploded in an instant. Manipulating the fire element in the natural elements, he formed a flame armor and covered his body. With the blessing of the green dragon form and the human animal form, the temperature of this flame armor is even more terrifying than the flames in nature. It's ironic, although it's not Logia, but the phantom beast species in zone. But the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form gives the Esper the ability to control the power of nature, because this phantom beast species can give the Esper a monster-like and almost immortal blue dragon-like physique. The flames and power that can be commanded by the Esper using the body transformed into a blue dragon are still on top of the Mera Mera fruit. This is also the reason why Blue Star, in his previous life, ridiculed Mera Mera fruit as a devil fruit that even dogs would not eat. This is not because Mera Mera fruit's fire ability is not strong. Kaido's strongest power is the move that combines Conqueror's Haki with the power of fire that his blue dragon form gives him control over. In the hands of Kaido, the strongest creature that can control the power of nature because he ate the fish fruit the phantom beast species the blue dragon form. The power of fire is greater than thunder, lightning and wind. It is Kaido's strongest attack method. The reason why it is said that even dogs cannot eat Mera Mera fruit. Really, there are too many top-level abilities in the power of fire that can be exerted, beyond Mera Mera fruit. But at this moment, even if the ability of the fish fruit phantom beast species azure dragon form is used to ultimate, the flame far beyond the limit of supernormal flames is transformed into flame armor to cover the body of the azure dragon. At this moment, Kaido felt a wave of scorching heat. The body of the azure dragon, which he was called the strongest creature and no one could kill him, felt a terrifying burning pain. The dragon scales transformed into green dragons were actually melting under the terrifying bursting flames. Fire 8 trigrams. Advertisement. Kaido roared angrily, and Conqueror's Haki roared out without any reservation at this moment. Under the control of Kaido, it represents one of the strongest creatures standing at the top of this sea. 4 Emperors. Kaido's terrifying Conqueror's Haki didn't hold back at all, and instantly wrapped around his body, forming a purple-black film on his body like a fire dragon. The terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki was instantly superimposed on the power of the fish fruit, phantasmal beast species, azure dragon form. 4 Emperors. Kaido, the strongest creature, exerted the strongest power he could exert at this moment in Azure Dragon form and human beast form. Strength. Don't underestimate Lousy. Emperor Yan, Kaido roared angrily, and actually made a gesture that looked like a wild collision in the form of a green dragon or a human animal form. Defense? He Kaido of the beasts doesn't need that kind of thing, he has never practiced it at all? He Kaido can only attack. What about a flame that can burn everything and is less terrifying than the center of the earth? Why should he be afraid of Kaido? Roar. Kaido let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, and Conqueror's Haki completely wrapped around the dragon's horns that transformed into a blue dragon in human animal form. Like a bull charging, Kaido kicked the ground with both feet and launched an impact towards the flames in front of him. Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. The terrifying power exploded instantly at this moment. Boom. The terrifying collision between the remnant firestyle, north, the ashes of heaven and earth, and the 8 trigrams of Rising Dragon Flame instantly formed a small mushroom cloud in this area. The scorching terrifying energy like the sun swallowed up everything in the mushroom cloud. The dazzling bright white light temporarily deprived everyone in the area of vision. He could only use Haki to wrap his whole body, struggling to resist the scorching bursting energy of the solar panel. It's unbelievable. Is this the power that Mera Mera fruit can exert? There is not even a little bit of Haki in this scorching bursting energy like the sun. This is completely the power of flame explosion. My observation Haki actually failed instantly and could not be extended at all. It's just like the sun. In Red Hair Pirates, the simple observation Haki, Usopp, who is second only to Shanks, covered his eyes and covered his whole body with Haki to resist the bright white dazzling light like the sun, while shouting loudly. Haki and Devil Fruit abilities are both components of a strong person's power. There is no restraint between them. The powerful Haki, with the ability to crush Devil Fruit. The more powerful Devil Fruit ability can also crush Haki's power. At this time, his observation Haki completely failed, which can only explain one thing. The Devil Fruit power erupting here at this time has far surpassed his observation Haki. Stop talking about you, my observation Haki is completely unable to extend. The red-haired man said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with shock. His observation Haki is definitely among the top 3 in this ocean, not to mention the best in the ocean. But at this moment, his observation Haki was shattered by the simple power of Devil Fruit. In front of the bursting flames, his observation Haki performance, although better than Usopp's, could cover the whole body, but it still couldn't extend in an environment like the explosion of Madara. The Devil Fruit power that erupted there has already surpassed his observation Haki. It's unbelievable. Such a power cannot be explained by Devil Fruit's power. Nothing like this has ever happened in this sea. Ace has a secret that has never appeared in this sea. Beckman covered his whole body with the powerful Haki, looking at the terrifying scene, his eyes were full of shock. In this sea, those who can reach the top must not have only one kind of ultimate strength. Devil Fruit, martial arts, kendo, and Haki are the most important components of a strong man's strength in this sea. Advertisement: those who can become admiral-level experts must have at least 2 kinds of power, standing at the top of this sea, in addition to a small number of extremely powerful Devil Fruit abilities. For example, Nami, the navigator and leader of the Entei Pirates, has the Thunder Fruit, which is one of the invincible abilities among all Devil Fruits. After awakening, he entered the Admiral level threshold. But because Haki is not strong, he cannot go further and can only be at the bottom of the Admiral level. As for the leader and combatant of the Entei Pirates, the Desert Princess, Vivi, although the Sand Fruit is considered the top Logia Devil Fruit among all Devil Fruits, she has awakened. But because Sand Fruit is not as powerful as Thunder Fruit after all, and Haki is not strong enough, he cannot step into the Admiral level. Unable to participate in the battle between generals and emperors. The reason why the 4 emperors are so powerful is not only due to the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangling. Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, in addition to Conqueror's Haki-winding power, Devil Fruit ability, are also top-notch. Big Mom also has the physique of a natural monster. If he hadn't become obsessed with having children and having tea parties after becoming the 4 emperors, not practicing at all, and his body was extremely bloated, Big Mom's strength should be far stronger than it is now. Not to mention Kaido, who possesses the fish fruit phantom beast species Azure Dragon form, one of the top abilities among all Devil Fruits, and has a body like an Azure Dragon that no one can kill. Although Whitebeard is old, the power of Shock Fruit can still give him the power to destroy the world. And his captain, the only red-haired Shanks among the 4 emperors who has not eaten the Devil Fruit, followed the same route as the Pirate King Gold D. Roger, Conqueror's Haki, superimposing the power of Kendo. Only by cultivating 2 or more powers to the top can one become the truly top overlord in this sea. But at this moment, Ace relied solely on the power of Devil Fruit, without any hint of Haki's attack, and it actually exceeded the limit of the 4 emperors level. It exceeds the full power of the 4 emperors, or the power of Haki stacked with Devil Fruit, or the power of Haki stacked with swordsmanship. Such an incredible thing has never happened in this sea. Relying on the pure power of Devil Fruit, you can achieve the terrifying history of an era. What if added, Ace is even better than his captain, the red-haired Shanks, and the Conqueror's Haki, who is the best in this era? Is this man's limit really the sky? Fortunately, he is Luffy's brother. The corners of the red-haired mouth raised slightly. Yeah, luckily he is Luffy's brother. Beckman was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At least at this moment, they are in the same camp. Boom. Portgas Ace is truly a man that makes people fear him from the bottom of his heart. Roar. I saw a black hole that was constantly surging in the mushroom cloud area. A huge hole appeared there. Buzz, really? Doflamingo then. The eagle eyes looked at the huge cavity in the seawater that still could not pour back despite the remaining power. His eyes looked at Doflamingo, whose face was covered in cold sweat. Even with sunglasses, he could not hide the look of fear on his face. Everyone looked at the figure standing on the edge of the cavity who had created all this, and their eyes were constantly shaking. He is truly a man that makes people fear him from the bottom of his heart. The cold sweat on Doflamingo's face continued to drop, but when faced with Hawkeye's words, Doflamingo not only did not refute, but even lowered his head. The sight inside was revealed, making everyone's pupils tremble. Hawkeye said calmly, "A daunting cavity is formed." The rising bright white mushroom cloud gradually dissipated under the influence of time and air currents. The seawater that existed there, together with the huge roots of the Arky mangrove tree, were instantly evaporated by the terrifying power of the sun's Madara. Acknowledging the words of Hawkeye, the huge tree roots extending over the sea from the world's largest mangrove, the archipelago mangrove, were completely wiped out in that area. Chapter 163. Use all devil fruit's abilities, roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar in pain and with a hint of pleasure. A huge figure, supported by the flame cloud, continued to rise from the cavity. Green dragon form. At this moment, Kaido looked a little embarrassed. He was called an unkillable monster and had the body of a blue dragon, the strongest creature in the world. At this moment, there were actually burns all over. Many dragon scales were completely evaporated under the terrifying power of the sun's Madara explosion. On the missing dragon scales, even the blood that shot out was burnt, which was shocking to see. And the most tragic thing is Kaido's head. The entire body of the green dragon, one of the strongest dragon horns, was broken at this moment. The dragon horn on the right was completely destroyed by the destructive power of the sun shining Madara in the collision just now. The dragon head that turned into a blue dragon had streaks of burnt blood flowing down it, and it looked extremely terrifying. So happy, ha ha ha. It's amazing, Emperor Yan, he can actually hurt my body to this extent. If you add Conqueror's Haki, I'm afraid you may not be able to kill me. Kaido, who was seriously injured, instead of being furious at this moment, was laughing profusely. It's been a long time since I've been this happy. It's been a long time since I've shed so much blood. The taste of injury, the taste of bleeding, the taste of pain. This, the group is killing. This is war. If you didn't hit your head, you wouldn't be so seriously injured. Ace looked at Kaido's embarrassed look. Not only did he not show any sarcasm, but he was full of appreciation. His attack was directed at Kaido and the five elders. But Kaido, facing his own attack, did not flinch at all. Even in a hurry, he could no longer transform into the strongest green dragon form. In the human animal form, he still charged like a bull. Zanshui-style Baidian Wei Kong launched ahead on collision. Most of the force of this collision was actually borne by Kaido. And he directly used his head to absorb the power of the world, which is why he was so embarrassed. In fact, if Kaido had taken a defensive stance, used Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, and the power of the fish fruit, phantasmal beast species, blue dragon form, he would not have been injured at all. But this is Kaido. Defense has not been brought into this world by Kaido since he was born. All he can do is attack. HMPH, lousy, but Kaido. Unlike those five old guys who faced this kind of attack and only relied on their immortal bodies to resist. Born aristocrat, hey. Kaido turned his head, and above the cavity, black 713 lightning and flames roared and burned, converging into black thunder flames. In this black thunder flame, the bodies of the five monsters gradually solidified. Ace's eyes flashed slightly. The speed of limb recovery is slower than before. Yes, does the characteristic of immortality also have a limit, or? Stop talking nonsense, Kaido. Saint Wuchuli's violent voice came from the black flames. The immortal body is also part of our strength. You used your body to resist the attack. Even Xinglong's body was seriously injured, right? Saint Ma's plain voice came from the black flames. Boom. Bang. Countless black flames exploded instantly, and five monster-like bodies reappeared on the earth. HMPH, do you know what the pleasure of fighting is? Immortality is power. I think it's a curse, right? How many years has your strength not increased? I was no match for you in the Valley of the Gods. Now, I can kill both of you by myself. Kaido laughed out loud. Don't try to get information from us. What? You, the guy who came here to defeat Emperor Yan. At this moment, do you have to completely obey Yan Emperor's words? Peter Saint, who transformed into a sandworm, said calmly. The old celestial dragons guy who only knows how to talk. Kaido grinned and said sarcastically, Dia. Advertisement at this time, a round of applause attracted the attention of everyone present. Shanks stepped to Ace's side, looked at the five elders, and spoke slowly. How much of the marine fleet here can survive such an attack? Are you still unwilling to cease the war? Shanks looked at the five elders with sharp eyes and said solemnly. The power of Ace's attack exceeded everyone's expectations. It's really shocking that the simple power of devil fruit can emit such terrifying power. Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, the main power is to increase the damage of a single target and condense it into the violent power of ultimate. With a full blow, it can instantly defeat anyone who has not reached the admiral threshold. Under the Shogun, even the full power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle, which was fully mastered, could not be received. But for large-scale destruction, Conqueror's Haki-tangle is not so good. Even if it's a redhead, to destroy a marine fleet, he still needs to rely on his sword skills and keep slashing. CJAD. Although a marine warship can be destroyed with one strike, facing hundreds of marine fleets consumes too much Haki and physical strength. What can cause damage in a large area is the power of devil fruit. For example, the shock fruit owned by Whitebeard in 4 Emperors can cause earthquakes and tsunamis. With the power of shock fruit, Whitebeard is called the man who can destroy the world. At this moment, the power ace exerted with Mera fruit, although it cannot cause tsunamis and earthquakes like shock fruit, directly affecting a continent and an ocean area. But the damage caused within the damage range is even greater than shock fruit's E. Under the terrifying power that erupts like a solar Madara, even the senior vice admirals of naval headquarters who can participate in Buster Call will never survive. As long as they are hit, all marines within range will die. It will disappear completely from this world just like the cavity that was created. Ace's power proves that he alone can completely destroy hundreds of marine fleets here. This is what Ace said, giving him increased negotiating leverage. Once a fight starts, maybe Sengoku, Aokiji and other admiral-level combatants can survive. But the naval headquarters vice admiral and the marine officers and soldiers below him, as well as the warships that the marine has built for many years, will all be buried here. Shanks looked at the 5 elders sharply. Facing the red-haired words, the 5 elders were somewhat silent at this moment, and their expressions became very ugly. They can't understand. Why is devil fruit able to exert such an intense power? Mera fruit is in the hands of Portgas d'Ace. What it exerts at this moment is no longer the power of fire. The power of Portgas d'Ace is evolving towards the sun at this time. In particular, as soon as Portgas d'Ace was grabbed, countless natural elements were immediately transformed into flames, which were absorbed by Portgas d'Ace's body and replenished his consumed physical strength. The 5 elders looked even more ugly. After awakening, users with the ability of Logia devil fruit can transform the natural elements of their environment into the corresponding elements of the Logia devil fruit they eat, and use them to restore their physical strength. This makes the Logia demon fruit power and long-lasting combat capability reach an inhuman level. Although this ability is troublesome, it can only increase the combat duration of Logia demon fruit power, but cannot increase the upper limit of Logia demon fruit power's combat power. Even in the process of constantly transforming nature with the awakened power of Logia devil fruit, a lot of energy is consumed. It will lead to a decrease in the speed of the nerves that control body strength, leading to a decline in combat effectiveness. But who would have thought that a monster like Portgas d'Ace would appear in this sea? It is actually able to evolve the power of Mera fruit towards the power of the sun. Simply relying on the power of devil fruit, it is possible to exert a terrifying power zone that exceeds the limits of the 4 emperors. Although this kind of power is terrifying in the fight between the top experts, 2 4 emperors level experts are enough to fight with them, so they are not invincible. But if it applies to the marine fleet, it would be terrible. Within the attack range, except for the strong men above the admiral level, facing this terrifying power, they have no defense at all and can only die instantly. Although Logia demon fruit power can transform nature and restore physical strength, the process is not unlimited. After being transformed into nature many times, the energy user's spirit will be consumed rapidly, making it impossible to use devil fruit's abilities. But with Portgas d'Ace's strength, it is not a problem at all to restore his physical strength at least several times. In other words, Portgas d'Ace can still release the terrifying power that shines like the sun on Madara. Completely, it is possible to bury the marine fleet here, as well as all the officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters vice admiral and below in the sea. Now, trouble is over. The 5 elders looked ugly. Who would have thought that all 5 of them would be dispatched to the Sabaody archipelago, and with all the combat power of the naval headquarters, they would be forced to this point. Marine can be killed or wounded or even suffer heavy casualties. But absolutely, the Sabaody archipelago cannot be overturned. The key is that even if they are overturned, the combat power they have now may not be able to stop the Red Hair and Yan Emperor. Once again, they had misjudged the strength of this man, Portgas d'Ace. The naval headquarters fleet that was originally encircling them has not become a help at this moment, but has become a huge burden. If they had known about the power of Portgas d'Ace, they would not have brought so many naval headquarters fleets, but would have brought the cutting-edge combat power of the Knights of God here. In that case, they would never be so passive. Advertisement. The lack of intelligence forced the 5 elders to suffer this big loss unwillingly. Wait a minute, besides the truce, I have one more request. Just when the 5 elders were about to speak, Ace stretched out his hand and said calmly. What? Emperor Yan, don't think that because you have taken advantage now, you can make demands on our world government. Sane Wuchuli looked at Ace, wishing he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Actually, the world government has forced them to this point. Even the former rocks did not push their world government to this point. If you don't agree to this request, then continue to fight. If you 5 old guys don't die, will those celestial dragons in the Holy Land die? Ace looked at the 5 elders and said calmly. Oh, you dare to go to the Holy Land? Do you know what kind of power the Holy Land has? Once you go, don't even think about coming back. Saint Satan said in a deep voice. Have you forgotten that I have some demons? The fruit has the ability? Ace raised the corner of his mouth and waved his right hand violently. A point of light instantly shines in the atmosphere. Crack. Under the ugly expressions of the 5 elders, an air door opened quickly. Nokagao cannot freely travel through the Holy Land using the gate fruit ability. But what if it was me, using the ability of the gate fruit? How many celestial dragons do you have, enough for me to kill? Maybe, it would be more interesting to hold a public live broadcast. Ace said calmly. How dare you? If you do this, even if you ignore the balance of the sea, the world government and you will fight to the death. Saint Nisholing, whose upper body was human and whose lower body was horsebone, was completely furious and shouted. We have already fought to the death. Idiots. Ace's lips curved into a hockey smile, and he laughed out loud. Ace's laughter made the 5 elders look completely ugly. They all forgot that this man could also freely use other devil fruits abilities. At this time, they were no longer sure whether they were using the bear's meatball fruit or other abilities. Although it is very similar to the bear's meatball fruit ability, the meatball fruit cannot pop out some of the demonic factors in the devil fruit so that others can use the power of the popped devil fruit ability. This one is also owned by their world government. During the Valley of the Gods incident, it was used as a hunting treasure for the Knights of God together with Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. Super prizes for those with the highest scores. The 5 elders know very well the capabilities of the meatball fruit. The meatball fruit is very powerful. It can even be said to have some bug-level devil fruit abilities. It can pop out anything you want. The atmosphere, objects, physical pain, negative emotions, and even memories can pop up. It can be called the top devil fruit ability. Otherwise, their world government would not use the meatball fruit, together with the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form, as a gift to the gods. The hunting trophy of the knights. But this devil fruit must not contain some of the devilish factors of other devil fruits. But Portgas Ace did it, and was able to use that part of the devil factor to use the corresponding devil fruit ability. Although, not as scary as his Mara fruit's devil fruit ability to evolve towards sun-like power. But the ability to use all devil fruits abilities makes the 5 elders tremble just thinking about it. Full demon fruit power. This is no joke. Each devil fruit can bring extremely powerful power to the esper who eats it. But in contrast, every devil fruit also has its own weaknesses. There are advantages and disadvantages, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. This is devil fruit. But what if you use all devil fruits abilities? Devil fruits abilities can complement each other and become without weaknesses. And Portgas Ace has shown such potential, and this man is an absolute lunatic. Do things without any scruples at all. If we really want this man to use the power of the gate fruit to sneak into the Holy Land, it is really unknown how long the celestial dragons can survive. Moreover, this man really had the courage and ability to massacre celestial dragons in the Holy Land while launching a live broadcast to the whole world. This time, my lifeline was really pinch. The faces of the 5 elders became extremely ugly. More importantly, Portgas Ace threatened them in this way. What exactly do you want to ask of their world government? The 5 elders looked at Haki's laughing Ace and felt itchy with hatred. Chapter 164. Walking, Humanoid Ancient Weapon. The Power of the Gate Fruit. Shanks looked at the ugly faces of the 5 elders and the atmospheric door that appeared out of thin air, and his eyes were filled with shock. Shanks found it incredible at the previous public execution. The ability to pop out the memories of celestial dragons is clearly the fleshball fruit ability of Bartholomew in Shichibukai. There is also the former Shichibukai crocodile who will die at his hands, as well as the suspected former thunder fruit ability user, the self-proclaimed god Enel, and the naval headquarters vice admiral, the ability summoned by the soul of the ghost spider. Much like the underworld fruit ability in Paramecia. Moreover, it is an advanced version of the underworld fruit ability. After all, the underworld fruit ability is introduced in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. After the person with the ability dies, he can be resurrected once, allowing the soul to return from the underworld, and gain the ability to control the abilities related to the soul. But there is absolutely no way that other souls can be summoned from the underworld and used to control such bug-level terrifying abilities. Otherwise, this devil fruit, like the meatball fruit and Kaido's fish fruit, phantasmal beast species, blue dragon form, would have been collected by the world government. Combined with Ace's ability to merge Mara fruit, it has evolved in the direction of the sun. It can only mean that Ace has used the power of the underworld fruit in an advanced version. Coupled with the current Menman fruit ability, there are also sand fruit abilities and thunder fruit abilities given to Crocodile and Enel summoned from the underworld. A public execution, plus Ace's own Mara fruit ability, Ace used a total of 6 devil fruit abilities. Moreover, these devil fruit abilities, except for the underworld fruit that is still unclear, are all under the condition that the original ability user survives and can still use his own abilities. Finished using these devil fruit abilities, although it is unbelievable, this public execution has proved that Ace is not only capable of hunting devil fruit. It is also suspected that he can use all devil fruit abilities. Could it be said that any ability hunted by Ace can be used by him? Gate fruit, sand fruit, thunder fruit, these 3 devil fruits are all hunted by Ace. Sand fruit's former Esper, Crocodile, and thunder fruit's former Esper, Enel, were even driven by Ace's souls using the power of the underworld fruit. The former Esper of the gate fruit is CP9's Bluno, Because his strength was too poor, Ace didn't notice him, so he didn't use his soul. Because the possessor of the underworld fruit is unknown, it is not possible to confirm whether Ace has the ability to hunt, and there are no underworld users with the underworld fruit's ability under Ace. But even those with the underworld fruit ability are hunted by Ace. It's not unreasonable for the bear's meatball fruit ability. The bear is still alive and well, and the power of the meatball fruit is still in the bear. At least the bears are currently not being hunted by Ace. However, Ace is able to use the power of the meatball fruit. What on earth is going on? Originally, Shanks crossed the New World and came to the first half of the Grand Line to meet Ace. What he cares about the most is Ace's ability to hunt devil fruit. Shanks wants to figure out why, as a Mara fruit user, Ace has the power to hunt devil fruit. This ability did exist on this ocean. That is what is called the most vicious ability in history, the most special devil fruit in Logia, dark fruit. But Ace, who is obviously not a dark fruit user, but a Mara fruit user, has the ability to hunt devil fruit. Such a thing has never happened on the sea. Shanks just want to confirm the truth of this matter. Together with Ace, in just 1 year at sea, this sea, which was balanced by the 3 major forces, 4 emperors, Shichibukai, and naval headquarters, turned upside down. Before the Sabaody Archipelago incident, Marine evaluated Ace's Conqueror's Haki as being comparable to his fellow 4 emperors. Although it is a bit boastful, the one-wheeled Conqueror's Haki, he, the red-haired Shanks, is the best in this sea. Otherwise, he would not have the ability to eat the top devil fruit like the other 4 emperors. Relying on Conqueror's Haki and Kendo, it ranks at the top of the 4 emperors. When it comes to swordsmanship, Hawkeye's swordsmanship is actually better than his own. As a left-handed swordsman, he has his dominant left hand pressed against Luffy's body and can only use his non-dominant right hand to swing the sword. Advertisement: he is able to reach the top of the 4 emperors mainly because of Conqueror's Haki, who dominates the sea. In less than a year after going to sea, Conqueror's Haki is comparable to him in Marine's evaluation. The ambition and size of such a man are really difficult to fathom. Shanks also wanted to confirm what Ace's ambition is and what impact it will have on the sea. But before he could see Ace, Ace launched the shocking Sabaody Archipelago and publicly executed the Celestial Dragons. It even triggered an all-out war with the naval headquarters and even the world government. And everything that happened next made Shanks realize that what he wanted to confirm before was not worth mentioning. Ace's Conqueror's Haki, after being publicly executed, reached the level of the captain he admired most when he was a trainee, the Pirate King Gold D. Roger. Ace was able to evolve Conqueror's Haki using the public execution of the Celestial Dragons as food. In addition, the ability of the Mara fruit Eden will evolve towards the ability of the sun. Ace's strength has surpassed the limits of the 4 emperors and is moving towards a higher level of power. That would be a true overlord level power that would completely surpass the Sea of an era. What's more, in a public execution, up to 6 devil fruit abilities were used. Devil fruit can give the person who eats it incredible abilities. A top-notch devil fruit ability can even instantly create a strong person at least Shichibukai level. There is no doubt about the power of devil fruit. The top devil fruit, such as thunder fruit, fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. Even without Haki, as long as the power of devil fruit is awakened and fully mastered, the pure devil fruit ability can reach the threshold of admiral level. But if you are greedy and want to eat one more devil fruit, then the demon factors in the devil fruit will collide with each other in the body of the Esper, causing the body of the Esper who eats multiple devil fruits to collapse and die. However, as far as Shanks knows, there is indeed a special bloodline in this sea that can eat multiple devil fruits without exploding to death. But even with that special bloodline, it is absolutely impossible to possess 6 devil fruit abilities at the same time. Besides, Ace didn't eat multiple devil fruits at all, he only ate one Mara fruit. However, as a Mara fruit user, he can use the abilities of other devil fruits. Judging from the current situation, Ace even has the potential to use all devil fruits abilities. And judging from Ace's use of the Yellow Springs fruit and the Mara fruit he ate, Ace's use of devil fruits abilities can even exceed the limits of devil fruit itself. Such a thing is really terrible. That means that Ace alone is a walking legion of superpowers. Not the man-made demon fruit power army that Kaido is building for war. That's just a half-baked demon fruit power army composed of man-made zone devil fruit abilities, and their strength is also uneven. And what Ace uses is the devil fruit ability that stands at the top of this ocean. Moreover, Ace can also use these devil fruit abilities to exert power beyond the limits of devil fruit abilities. Devil fruit also depends on who uses it. Just like Ace's previous conversation with the 5 elders, the Black Rose, Nokagao under his Entei pirates, if she were to use the door fruit ability. So it is simply impossible to sneak into the Holy Land and complete the large-scale massacre of celestial dragons. Just the Haki impact of 5 elders can completely disable Nokigao's gate fruit ability. But if now, Portgas D. Ace, whose strength can be said to be unparalleled in the sea of this era, uses the power of the gate fruit, then even the 5 elders and the power hidden in the Holy Land cannot stop Ace from sneaking into the Holy Land and launching a super massacre of the celestial dragons. Whether it can even prevent Ace from leaving is a big question mark. After all, Ace's final display of residual fire-style ultimate power was too terrifying. It can actually cause terrifying destructive power like the sun's Madara, when the terrifying devil fruit power explodes. Even the top observation Haki in this sea will be completely ineffective. I can't keep track of Ace's whereabouts at all. In addition to Ace himself, the Conqueror's Haki who dominates the sea of this era, it is impossible to stop Ace with Haki impact. Ace, during this period, can easily activate the Gate Fruit's ability. Advertisement: this is the terrifying effect created by the combination of multiple Devil Fruit abilities. Different Devil Fruit abilities make up for each other's shortcomings, making it an invincible Super Demon Fruit power with no shortcomings. Although the Ryujin fruit is an extremely rare space-based ability in the ocean, its shortcomings are also extremely obvious. That is, there is almost no direct increase in the combat effectiveness of ability users. People with abilities need to rely on Haki and other means to carry out direct attacks. There are also other weird Devil Fruit abilities, such as Regression Fruit, Childlike Fruit, etc. These Devil Fruits are very strange, but their destructive power to the ability user in a head-on fight has almost no increase. As long as you encounter Haki, a strong person who is superior to those with abilities, these abilities will become ineffective. But in Ace's hands, these abilities can be used as auxiliary abilities. After all, Ace now possesses the Mera fruit, which has evolved towards the power of the sun. It can be said that it possesses terrifying destructive power that has never been seen in the history of this sea. Even the destructive power and attack power of Lava Fruit and Shock Fruit, which are at the top of all Devil Fruit abilities, cannot be compared to Ace's Devil Fruit abilities at this time. Shock Fruit is said to have the power to destroy the world. But now Ace's existence itself represents destruction. The Mera Fruit ability evolved towards the Solar ability is used as the main attack method, and other weird Devil Fruit abilities are used as auxiliary means. Ace alone is now an army with Super Devil Fruit abilities walking on the sea. If I had to describe Shanks in one word, then it's a walking, humanoid ancient weapon. The destructive power that Ace can now cause is comparable to the three legendary ancient weapons, Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto. Moreover, it is suspected that the power of being able to use all Devil Fruit's abilities will make Ace's whereabouts extremely unpredictable. Devil Fruits that can increase the mobility of espers include Door Fruits, Teleportation Fruits, etc. And the Door Fruit ability has been obtained by Ace. This means that unless Ace is exhausted, no one in this sea can stop what Ace wants to do. And physical strength is the most indispensable thing after the Logia Demon Fruit power awakens. Logia Devil Fruit's ability to transform naturally after awakening, and then replenish physical strength. In the hands of other Logia Demon Fruit powers, it is just a way to increase combat endurance. It cannot increase the upper limit of combat power of an ability user. But in Ace's hands, it became as terrifying a force as the ancient weapon. If you want to exhaust Ace's physical strength, I'm afraid that there are countless islands and cities in this sea that have been completely wiped off the map by Ace. Such a terrifying deterrent like the ancient weapon, no wonder even the five elders felt a little scared. Fortunately, Ace is Luffy's brother. Fortunately, Ace is such a man. Shanks and Beckman looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a man, even they feel a little scared. If Ace really wants to destroy the world, the terrible impact it would cause would be infinitely more terrifying than that of Rocks, D. At this time, the five elders' thoughts and Shanks' thoughts were exactly the same. Portka's D. Ace is simply a humanoid ancient weapon walking on the sea. The five monsters looked at Ace with extremely ugly expressions. Why compromise? Philu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation, sharing _95.214.235.210, Emperor Ifeng. Chapter 165. Nuclear Deterrence. The winner of the war, Emperor Yan. The five elders looked at Ace with extremely ugly expressions. The man in front of me is even more intimidating than the 3 ancient weapons. After all, this man also possesses the ability to obtain Buddha-like wisdom from the Renren fruit, phantasmal beast species, the great Buddha form, the resourceful General Sengoku. Terrible wisdom that puts them all at a disadvantage. And the various abilities of Devil Fruit make the whereabouts of Portka's D. Ace even more unpredictable. Damn it. It was only because they had obtained the power of the Gate Fruit that they fell into such a passive state. The five elders kept cursing secretly in their hearts. Although this one is rare, because it cannot directly increase the combat power of the Esper, the Devil Fruit ability has not attracted too much attention from their world government. It completely became the straw that broke the camel's back. But who would have thought that there would actually be monsters like Portka's D. Ace in this world that can use all the Devil Fruit's abilities? At this moment, in the eyes of others, the five elders, who have held the highest power in the world government for who knows how many years, are still indestructible and are even more monsters than monsters. I think the man in front of me, Portka's D. Ace, is a real monster. One person can form a super Devil Fruit army. It is also because of its Mera fruit ability that evolved towards the power of the sun, becoming a humanoid ancient weapon walking on the sea. With such a deterrent, even the five elders didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Are you really going to fight to the end with Portka's D. Ace regardless of the cost? Do not make jokes. Although their Conqueror's Haki's roar can prevent the Black Rose, Nokagao under the Entei pirates from using the Gate Fruit ability. But there is nothing that can stop Portka's D. Ace from using the Gate Fruit ability. If they had this ability, the 763 Valley of the Gods incident would not have happened, nor would the final Valley of the Gods incident. It was the cooperation between Garp and the Roger pirates that finally resolved it. Their Haki attack could not defeat the most powerful man in the sea of this era, Portgas d'Ace. Not to mention that at this time, there was also the entire Red Hair Pirates group, as well as Kaido of the Beasts. Even if there is only one Entei Pirates, they can't stop Portgas d'Ace from using the gate fruit to leave. Even if they fight Portgas d'Ace to the end regardless of the cost, so what if they can kill several members of the Entei Pirates? As long as Portgas d'Ace cannot be prevented from activating the power of the gate fruit and leaving, then their world government will face. It is the terrifying revenge of the humanoid ancient weapon who walks on the sea and can use the power of the gate fruit to travel freely to any corner of the world. Even if they have some means, what if they can lay a trap for Portgas d'Ace in the holy land of Mariajoy? You know, right now, we are just in the negotiation stage. Portgas d'Ace, bringing up the celestial dragons of Mariajoy, the holy land, is just a bargaining chip. If we really fight Portgas d'Ace to the end and completely anger him. With this man's madness and behavior, it is impossible for the world government to face only the holy land in revenge. The Grand Line, New World, and even the marine branch of the Four Emperors will definitely be completely destroyed by this crazy man. Also, their world government has more than 170 participating countries. The five elders are sure that if they completely anger this man, Portgas d'Ace will take action against many of world government's franchise bosses. Even the five of them came together and cooperated with the full combat power of naval headquarters, but they were forced to this point by Portgas d'Ace. The royal families of those franchising countries will only die if they encounter Portgas d'Ace. There are only 5 of them, and there are only 5 of them with Admiral of Headquarters level or above combat capabilities. Even if you include the underwater prison, the entire army headquarters, and the Knights of God, Admiral level combat power is still very rare. Admiral level combat power, in any era on this sea, is a powerful combat power that can affect the situation of the sea. Even the world government, which has existed for 800 years, has very few such combat capabilities. At this time, if an Admiral-level combat power faced Portgas d'Ace, it would simply lead to death. Ordinary Admiral-level combat power requires at least 3 people to contain Portgas d'Ace. Even if it is an Admiral-level combat force that can fight the 4 Emperors head-on, at least 2 of them are needed to resist the attack of Portgas d'Ace. But their world government has more than 170 participating countries. Where did they get the fighting power to protect the safety of these royal families? Even this man was able to do crazy things like destroying the royal family of their world government member country while live broadcasting it to the whole world. Then their peripheral member countries of the world government, which have existed for 800 years, are really at risk of disintegration. Could it be that all the royal families of the more than 170 participating countries should be moved to the Holy Land for protection? The celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, the descendants of the Creator, who moved into the Holy Land of Mariajoy 800 years ago, have become a joke, right? Even if they really don't consider the impact, they forcefully move the royal families of more than 170 franchised countries to the Holy Land for protection, and remotely control the outside franchised countries. But don't forget, there are still revolutionary troops watching outside. Portgas d'Ace, this wisdom is still in the form of the great Buddha, the resourceful general, the man above Sengoku of Buddha. It will definitely turn the revolutionary army into a force and give them a heavy blow to the world government. Things must not develop to that point. In that case, even their world government would not be able to bear such a terrible price. Absolutely, there can be no bottomless shopping with Portgas d'Ace. They have huge marine branches all over the world, Grand Line, New World. Advertisement in more than 170 franchised countries. And under Portgas d'Ace, how many people are there in total, including the entire Entei pirate ship? Those who are barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes are talking about the situation of Portgas d'Ace and their world government. Their world government simply cannot shrink such a huge sphere of influence to resist the attack of Portgas d'Ace, who can use the power of the gate fruit. There is no way. The 5 elders looked at each other with extremely gloomy expressions. After thinking for so long and taking all possibilities into consideration, armistice and compromise with Portgas d'Ace turned out to be the only way. Can you promise not to use the power of the gate fruit to destroy the Holy Land and the external power of our world government? At this time, Saint Nishu Lang had already sheathed the black sword, and his eyes under his glasses looked at Ace gloomily. Destroying the Holy Land and forces outside the world government. I am a peace-loving person, why would I do such a crazy thing? Ace raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled lightly. At this time, Nisushiro's behavior of sheathing the black sword and his words at this time have already represented that the 5 elders have decided to compromise. Ace is not surprised by this. For the world government, which has huge power, marine branches all over the world, Grand Line, New World, and more than 170 franchised countries. There are too many targets that can be used as targets. The compromise of the 5 elders is that in the thriller bark, they were able to use the field of understanding to allow the bear's meatball fruit ability to pop out some of the demonic factors in the devil fruit. And from the moment it is activated and used by your own understanding field, it is already doomed. The ability of the meatball fruit, with the blessing of the field of understanding, can eject some of the demonic factors in the devil fruit. And this part of the demon factor can be used for oneself in the field of understanding. And because of the existence of the comprehension field, some of the demonic factors ejected from the fleshball's ability will not dissipate and return to the body of the ability user even after use. In other words, as long as the devil fruit ability pops up from the meatball fruit ability of one's own understanding field, it will completely become a part of one's power. This kind of pop-up will not affect the ability user's ability to use. The devil fruit ability is the manifestation of the devil factor, which responds to the desire in the heart of the person with the ability. As long as the desire within the ability user's body does not diminish, then the ability user's power will not be affected. That's why Ace pops up part of Nami, Vivi, and Nokigao's devil fruit abilities for his own use. However, offensive abilities, even shock fruit, are meaningless to Ace. After all, at this time, the ability of Mera fruit, which has evolved towards the sun, is the most destructive ability in the world. With the help of the comprehension field, using other devil fruit abilities also requires Ace's own physical strength. Using other offensive devil fruit abilities is just a waste of Ace's stamina. What Ace needs at this time is a devil fruit with weird auxiliary abilities like the gate fruit. It is precisely because of the ability of the gate fruit that the five elders compromise themselves. Because they can't stop themselves from leaving, and they can't stop their own revenge. As for the five elders who are afraid that they will destroy the royal families of more than 170 participating countries, as well as the marine branches all over the world, Grand Line, and New World. That is just unfounded worries of the five people. After all, what Ace wants is to become the king of the world. Now all the power in the world has been regarded as his own by Ace. Those who are disobedient can just wait until they become the king of the world and then clean up. Why do something so thankless now? The power he possesses now is just like the nuclear deterrent possessed by Blue Star in his previous life. The ability of the gate fruit allows you to reach any corner of the world, and then use the ability of the Mera fruit, which has evolved towards the power of the sun, to carry out a devastating blow to the target. It can be said that it is exactly the same as the nuclear deterrence in the previous life. The strongest nuclear deterrent is, of course, the moment without action. Once we really take action against all the countries that are members of the world government, it will mean a bloody battle with the world government to the end. I don't have enough information about the full power of the world government and what abilities I am possesses. His own strength is still on the rise, so naturally he will not fight to the end with the world government at this time. Of course, if the five elders really want to fight to the end, Ace, there will be no mercy at all. It was this attitude, and a force comparable to nuclear deterrence in previous generations, that led the five elders to compromise. Ace's words silenced everyone present. Aren't you crazy? The man who created the public executions of the Sabaody archipelago and the celestial dragons, and launched an all-out war with the naval headquarters and even the world government, said he was not crazy and that he loved peace. This is simply the most hellish joke in this sea. However, even though it was a joke from hell, the five elders had no choice but to compromise at this moment. Buzz. Following a burst of distortion, the figures of the five monsters quickly shrank. It turned into five old men in suits. Advertisement. Five elders, demonsterized and transformed into human form. The actions of the five elders made Sengoku and other marine executives shake their hands fiercely, with complex looks in their eyes. There is relief, there is unwillingness, there is shame and anger. Such behavior has foreshadowed that this war, the five elders, who hold the highest power in the world, gave in before Emperor Yan. Entei, Portgas d Ace, won the war. Five elders, world government, facing Emperor Yan, is a compromise. But their naval headquarters war against Emperor Yan was a complete failure. Their naval headquarters ushered in the most painful defeat in history. This made many senior executives of naval headquarters shed painful tears. Bitter, cold, even a little desperate, Sengoku looked up at the sky, with tears in his eyes. As Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, you must not shed tears. However, the feeling of being a loser is so painful. You win, Emperor Yan. Sengoku looked at the figure in the distance and smiled bitterly. Shanks and others raised the corners of their mouths slightly. The war is over. Next, Ace, as the victorious party, made a request for world government. What a great man, Ace. Shanks looked at Ace's figure and was filled with emotion. Originally, he would face a more complicated situation, but he didn't expect that Ace would be able to show as terrifying a deterrent as the ancient weapon. No, pure deterrence, Ace, even above the ancient weapon. After all, ancient weapon cannot appear in every corner of the world at will like Ace who can use the gate fruit. Under this terrible deterrent, the five elders also compromised. 1. The faces of the Nami girls all showed excitement. This all-out 4.0 war started by their Entei pirates, Ace, and naval headquarters, and even the world government. The final winner is Ace, it's them, the Entei pirates. Mr. Ace. A smile also appeared on his face. The war is over. More casualties can be avoided, but Mr. Ace, what exactly do you want to ask the world government? Yishao thought secretly. Snapped. At this time, a strong palm patted Yishao's shoulder. Don't worry, just smile, ask for Ace and you won't be disappointed. Rayleigh looked at it and smiled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ace is an incredible man. Although they didn't get along for long, Rayleigh could clearly feel that Ace even surpassed Roger's mind and capacity. This request is probably to completely let Yishao, who joined the Yandi pirates' fleet in a war situation, return home. Of course, such a powerful and upright fighting force must be completely returned to his heart. With Ace's mind and consideration, he will definitely do this. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth curled up slightly. Yishao was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although he couldn't see anything, with the help of observation Haki, he smiled at Ace's back and waited silently. Tell me, don't go too far with your request, Emperor Yan. Saint Satan said in a deep voice. When facing such men, even if they are called five elders, they must be treated with respect. Request, or trade. Ace raised his right hand. Kizaru, who was seriously injured and kept saying depressing words under the power of the ghost fruit, came to Ace's feet under the power of Conqueror's Haki. Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, I'll make an exchange with you. Ace looked at the five elders and said calmly. Chapter 166, if only these eyes hadn't been closed. Sengoku looked at Kizaru, who kept saying dejected words under the influence of the ghost fruit, with a silent expression. It was his error in judgment that caused Kizaru to fall into the siege of Pluton Rayleigh, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates, Yishao, and the little thief cat, Nami. Among these three people, except for Nami, the little thieving cat, who is not as strong as Kizaru because Haki is not strong, Kizaru does not dare to say that he will definitely win the other two. Kizaru's sparkling fruit really gave him the fastest speed in the ocean. But 3 against 1, even the top 4 emperors will fail. Kizaru's defeat and capture was the responsibility of him, the naval headquarters master. Now, Kizaru, the admiral of headquarters, is being used as a bargaining chip by Portgas d'Ace. This has never happened before in the 800 years of world government's establishment, the admiral of headquarters, the highest combat force in the world government, being used as a bargaining chip. But this incident happened when he was the Marine Marshal. In addition, this time, naval headquarters faced a complete failure in the all-out war with the Entei pirates. His career as Marine Marshal can be said to be over. He is really a failed Marine Marshal. Not only did Kizaru get defeated and captured, he became Portgas d'Ace's trading chip. It also caused naval headquarters to experience an unprecedented fiasco. Sengoku's face was filled with bitterness and his fists were clenched. Snapped, a strong hand was placed on Sengoku's shoulder. Don't worry, Sengoku, no one blames you. Sengoku raised his head and looked at the rare gentle smile on Garp's face. Snapped. Sengoku was silent for a long time, then slapped Garp's hand away. Do you think I'm going to cry, old guy? Sengoku turned his back to Garp and said in a low voice. Who knows, but I still have a donut record to break. Old man, do you want to try 31 together? Garp looked at Sengoku's back and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Ah, it seems, not bad. Sengoku lowered his head and couldn't see his expression clearly, but after being silent for a long time, his tone of voice was somewhat relieved. Although all the Marine officers and soldiers shed bitter tears of defeat, they alone did not blame or complain about him, the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. Even Kizaru, who was defeated because of him and kept saying depressing words under the ghost fruit, didn't blame him. Facing a man who could only compromise even with the 5 elders. The failure of their naval headquarters is also inevitable. Remember the bitter taste of defeat, young Marines. The future is yours. Sengoku lowered his head and wiped the corners of his eyes. Immediately, he suddenly raised his head, straightened his chest, stepped forward, and walked to the front of all Marines. Looking directly at Ace's back, he returned to his appearance as the resourceful general, the Buddha's Sengoku. As a Marine Marshal, even if you fail, you must face it head-on. Marshal. Looking at the mountain-like figure standing in front of all the Marines, the Marine officers and soldiers' lips trembled. Snapped. All Marine officers and soldiers stood at attention with their chests straightened out. Although tears still flowed uncontrollably under the Marine hats, all Marine officers and soldiers stood tall and faced failure. Marshal. Aokiji looked at Sengoku's tall back with a complicated expression. Sengoku is a successful Marine Marshal. As the resourceful general, during Sengoku's tenure, he maintained the balance of the sea in difficult situations such as the Great Pirate Age. Even in the face of such a terrible defeat, Sengoku still roused the fighting spirit of all Marine officers and soldiers. If first become Marshal Marine, can I surpass Marshal Sengoku? Aokiji asked himself silently in his heart. The answer he got made Aokiji a little bit silent. He does not know. In other words, there is no absolute confidence that he can become a Marine Master beyond Sengoku. But even Marshal Marine, who is as outstanding as Marshal Sengoku, cannot change the situation that Marine is a purely violent organization under the world government. Even if he becomes Marine Marshal, he can really reform Marine and then affect the world government. Can we create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and where everyone can have a party? Aokiji clenched his fists and remained silent. This war has given him the answer. His power, Marine's power, was not enough to change this situation. Advertisement as the Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji learned the true strength of the 5 elders for the first time. It turned out to be an immortal monster. No wonder these 5 people treat the people like insects. The 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, have transcended the category of human beings. How can such a monster think about the people? The real power in the hands of the world government is the Knights of God. Such a huge force, Marine, is just one of the external forces of the world government, a violent tool to help it maintain its dominance of the sea. His power, even if he became Marine Marshal, could not change this situation, nor could it affect the world government's decision-making. And a man who can change the decisions of the world government and influence the direction of the world. Aokiji looked at Ace's back. The focus in the eyes gradually began to focus. Only this man, Portgas d'Ace, can change all this. Is it time to make up your mind? Aokiji made a fist. Using Kizaru as a bargaining chip, the 5 elders looked at Kizaru at Ace's feet, their expressions condensed at the same time, with anger in their eyes. The Admiral of Headquarters is known as the world government's highest combat power. The Admiral of Headquarters can be injured or even killed in battle, but after being captured, he is still used as a bargaining chip. In the 800-year history of their world government, this has never happened. Portgas d Ace, this man is humiliating their world government. But at this moment, they had to agree to this deal. Here, all the elites of naval headquarters are watching. Even if they wanted to abandon Kizaru, they couldn't. The 5 elders don't care what some bugs think, and even Marine Marshal is just a tool they use to control Marine, a violent organization. However, all Marine officers and soldiers must not be completely alienated from their world government. In that case, it will bring 10 major hidden dangers to their world government's rule. So they must agree to this deal with Kizaru as a bargaining chip. B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Originally, this guy would directly put forward conditions. In that case, the 5 elders would not be able to bargain with Portgas, Ace. After all, although they compromised and were willing to negotiate, they did not have no leverage in the face of Portgas d Ace. If they really fight, at least the Entei pirates and the Red Hair pirates will definitely suffer a lot of casualties. If Portgas d Ace's request is too excessive, even the red-haired one will try to dissuade Portgas d Ace. Because of Red Hair, it is also necessary to promote the completion of the armistice. But now, Portgas d Ace, using Kizaru as a bargaining chip, is still under the watchful eyes of all naval headquarters elites. This forced them, 5 elders, to take away most of their bargaining space. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ $$$$$$$ $$$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $$ hands by Portgas d'Ace again, forcing them 5 elders to make more concessions. At this time, the 5 elders wished that Kizaru would simply die in the battle just now. At least, the face of their world government will not be trampled openly by Portgas d'Ace again. Nor would they, the 5 elders, be forced to this point. Is this the method of the man who defeated Sengoku in a battle of wits? Link by link, all the forces present, no matter whether they are willing or not, and what they think in their hearts, are forced to become chess pieces in the hands of Portgas d'Ace and be used by him. Even the enemy's power will become a sharp sword in his hands. Strength, wisdom, means. All in all, this man should stand at the top of this sea. What a terrible man. Phew, he is truly a man that makes people fear him from the bottom of his heart. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and said solemnly, looking at Ace. As a wise man on this sea, Beckman immediately understood the intention of Ace's move. It seems that Ace took the initiative to add an admiral of headquarters to the transaction without the 5 elders' request, which seemed to give the world government an advantage. But in fact, under the watchful eyes of all the elites in naval headquarters, adding Kizaru to the deal actually pushed the 5 elders into a corner. Under the watchful eye of all the elites of the naval headquarters, if the 5 elders don't even save the admiral of headquarters, then how can Marine have any cohesion? Marine, how can you follow the orders of the world government? Ace, the control of human nature and the decisiveness of actions. Even Beckman was amazed. Ace, put the 5 elders to death. Are you afraid too? Beckman. Shanks looked at his right hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Ah, of course, I am human too. Advertisement facing a man whose strength, wisdom, and skills are superior to his own. Fear is a biological instinct. But fear is not a bad thing, on the contrary it can be a boost of strength. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Fear is a human or biological instinct. The more you resist it, the more you sink into it, the more you will collapse completely, like that, Doflamingo. But if you accept it calmly, fear will also become a booster of strength. As the top wise man in this sea, Beckman does not hate fear. Fear can make him stronger. Tell me the terms of your deal. Saint Satan was silent for a moment and then spoke. The situation has reached this point and cannot be changed, so the 5 elders are not indecisive people. By default, this transaction was accepted. The transaction content is very simple. Buster Call is suspended to ensure the safety of the lives and property of all people in Sabaody Archipelago. This is my request. It is also the source of my first and second team captain's wishes. I did it, Kizaru, and I'll give it back to you. If you can't do it, keep fighting. Ace, 20 said lightly. What does it mean to be just a Kizaru? I want to use Kizaru's deal to completely stir up Aokiji's heart. Let this powerful combat power be used for yourself. Also, let Yishao, the powerful fighting force, return to his heart. And let Buster Call, this violent eradication tool that represents the absolute justice of the world government, experience a complete failure. Haki used the failure of Buster Call as nourishment to strengthen himself again. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. After Ace finished speaking, everyone present looked at Ace in disbelief. Abort, Buster Call? In exchange, the people on Sabaody Archipelago are safe. Is this a trade plan that pirates can propose, Mr. Ace? A smile filled his face with shock. In just a moment, tears flowed down Yishao's cheeks. When I opened my eyes with a smile, there were only the whites of my eyes. At this moment, these eyes, which only had the whites of my eyes, were filled with tears. This upright, kind-hearted man with strong combat power is silent. He never imagined that the deal Mr. Ace proposed to the world government using Kizaru as a bargaining chip would be like this. Ensure the safety of the people, fulfill his wish. How about it? Just smile, Ace, I didn't disappoint you, did I? Fate has not disappointed you, has it? Rayleigh looked at the tearful man and smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ah, it was fate that brought me to Sabaody Archipelago, and that brought me to meet Mr. Ace, no. Met the captain. But, it's a pity. Yishao wiped her tears with a smile on her face. Pity? Rayleigh looked at it and smiled. It's a pity that my eyes can no longer see anything. I really want to see what the captain's face looks like. What color is your hair, what is the shape of your eyes, and how do you look? It would be nice if these eyes were not closed. I think looking at the captain's face, he must be very gentle, right? Yishao opened the whites of his eyes, revealing a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Ah, Ace's face is the gentlest in this sea. When Rayleigh heard this, the corner of Rayleigh's mouth curled up with a deep arc as she spoke the words of the man who said, it's a blessing not to see things. Well, I can imagine. When he smiled, the curvature of the corners of his mouth became more profound. A smile brings you back completely. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet has returned to his position once and for all. Aokiji, on the other hand, was completely frozen in place. Chapter 167. Historically known as Emperor Yan's, a big event. Aokiji clenched his fists and stayed where he was. A dull expression can appear on this person, the Admiral of Headquarters, who stands at one of the highest peaks of this sea. One can imagine the shock Aokiji felt at this time. Abort, Buster Call, ensure the safety of the people. These words kept flashing in Aokiji's mind. The Ohara incident many years ago and the Buster Call he participated in have always been the biggest pain in Aokiji's heart. Those ordinary people who clearly did not participate in the historical research of the blank 100 years were devoured by artillery fire even if they escaped in an escape boat. The impact of that incident on Aokiji changed his life. He even made him make a move to let Nico Robin go and observe her future life. It also made Aokiji's justice become lazy justice. The Sabaody Archipelago incident at this time is simply a repeat of the Ohara incident. The scope and people affected are even greater than the original Ohara incident. Although at this time, 5 elders compromised Ace. But Aokiji, who is the Admiral of Headquarters, knows very well that once the negotiations are concluded, the Buster Call will be carried out. Once a Buster Call signal is sent, the location where the signal is sent must be completely destroyed. Even if it is the territory of celestial dragons, Sabaody Archipelago. Although this tree cannot be destroyed, its branches extending out of the sea naturally form the Sabaody Archipelago. However, the buildings and all personnel above will be completely destroyed by Buster Call. What Buster Call represents is the absolute justice of world government. This Buster Call, like a replay of the Ohara incident, had such a huge impact on Aokiji that even before, he lost his mind for a short time and wanted to take action against Akainu. One can imagine how huge the impact this incident had on Aokiji. However, he was powerless to change or stop the execution of Buster Call. Experience the replay of the Ohara incident again, and watch those innocent people completely wiped off the map and history under the fire of their marines. Aokiji really doesn't know what he will become, but at this moment, things took a turn for the better. Ace, using Kizaru and the 5 elders' compromise as a bargaining chip, asked Zhongjong for a Buster Call. And Ace's words, this is the wish of his captain, also penetrated deeply into Aokiji's heart. Obviously, he has not yet joined the Entei pirate fleet. Obviously, at this time, he is still the general of naval headquarters. But Ace is willing to fulfill his wish for him. This is a compromise made by the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world. Ace, you can use this compromise to exchange for too many things. For example, recognizing the special status of the Entei pirate fleet, they have the privilege of not being hunted down and harassed by the marine and world government. Although with Ace's current strength and the strength of the Entei pirates fleet, he is not afraid of harassment and pursuit by marine or even the world government. But this privilege can allow Ace, as well as the Entei pirates fleet, to gain huge reputation on the sea. Ace is not afraid of the harassment and pursuit of marine and world government. There are many strong people in this sea who are afraid of the pursuit of marine and world government. In this sea, there are many strong men who would like to join the Fire Emperor pirates fleet to share this privilege. Ace can use this privilege to quickly expand the sphere of influence of the Entei pirates fleet. Even if it becomes, like the Rocks pirate once did, becoming the only dominant pirate group in an era, it is only a matter of time. There are many more favorable conditions that Ace can seek from the world government. With Ace's wisdom in defeating Marshal Sengoku in a battle of wits, he must be able to think of many conditions that are beneficial to him and the Entei pirates. But Ace, using the compromise of the 5 elders and Kizaru, demanded that the Buster Call be suspended to protect the safety of the people. What Ace wants to do is what he hopes to accomplish in his life. After so many years, the tragedy of the Ohara incident, as well as his unwillingness and pain at the time, still weighed on his heart. But facing the launch of the Sabaody Archipelago Buster Call this time, even though he is now the Admiral of Headquarters who can launch the Buster Call, still, nothing can be done. Not to mention he is the Admiral of Headquarters, even Marshal Marine can't stop this Buster Call. Because those who initiated the Buster Call were the 5 elders with the highest authority. Originally Aokiji thought that everything was going to be over and the Ohara incident would happen again. But Ace told him it was not over. That man has the power to change the world. Aokiji clenched his fists, looked into Ace's eyes, and gradually became firm. In Marine, even if you really become the next Marine Marshal, he is still unable to change the world, unable to change the world. But Ace can do it. It's time to make up your mind. Are you the captain of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet? The corners of Aokiji's mouth curled up in a relief and firmness. Aokiji. When Garp saw Aokiji's expression, he immediately understood something, and his expression was a little complicated. Advertisement. It was he and Aokiji who went to the Seven Waters capital at the beginning. Garp also knew about Ace's invitation to Aokiji. After returning from the Seven Waters capital and talking to Ace, Aokiji regained his fighting spirit. It seems that he has returned to the Kuzan on his ship before he experienced the Ohara incident. But Garp knows Aokiji very well. Even his most proud Iron Fist, Garp did not even teach his grandson Luffy, but taught it all to Aokiji. It is not an exaggeration to say that Aokiji is his direct disciple. Aokiji seems to have returned to his original state and regained his fighting spirit. But in fact, with Aokiji's wisdom and experience, it is not clear how difficult it is to reform Marine and then influence the decision-making of the world government. In my heart, I still have concerns and questions. There is always a layer of haze in Aokiji's heart. Especially, in this Sabaody archipelago incident, the moment when the five elders launched the Buster Call. Completely, the biggest haze hidden in Aokiji's heart was revealed. Aokiji even fell into a brief collapse and wanted to attack the seriously injured Akainu. But now, Garp clearly sensed that the haze shrouding Aokiji's heart had dissipated. Aokiji made a decision, quit Marine and join Ace. At this time, Garp had mixed feelings in his heart. Should I say that my grandson is so impressive that he can impress even Aokiji? It should be said that he is incompetent. Not only did his son quit Marine and became the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Aokiji, who was actually his disciple, is now quitting Marine and joining Ace's command to become a pirate. After thinking for a long time, Garp also exhaled, and a smile appeared on his face again. Sun Tzu's success is also the success of this old guy. He is an old guy who is about to retire. Things in the new era are no longer something he can control. And he, in Ace, has confidence. Garp looked at Ace's back, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Aboard Buster Call. No way. When Saint Nisholing heard this, he made a sound. Buster Call represents the absolute justice of their world government. Once a signal is sent, even if the signal is sent from an important place like Eni's lobby, it will be completely destroyed. After Buster Call is established, as long as it is launched, the target location will be completely wiped off the map. If Buster Call is aborted, so where is the absolute justice of their world government? Where is the reputation of their world government? For another condition, Emperor Yan, we can discuss it even if it is the privilege of not being hunted by Marine and world government. With your wisdom, you should know what you can do with this privilege, right? You can quickly expand your power and become the absolute overlord on the sea. We can discuss such conditions, but Buster Call cannot be aborted. Moshe Shang said in a deep voice, then keep fighting. I'm not here to bargain with you. Either accept it or continue the war. Hoo, boom. Terrifying flames, violent burning. The terrifying flames with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius caused the temperature of the atmosphere to rise rapidly. Let's see how long your warship executing the Buster Call can last with my capabilities. Ace's dark red eyes that surged like the blazing sun stared at the five old houses indifferently. The five elders looked at Ace with extremely ugly expressions. B****************. Crazy. Negotiation. Is this how negotiation works? What is negotiation? Isn't it just bargaining with one sentence from you and one sentence from me? If you say something wrong, you will start a bottomless fight. They have never experienced this kind of negotiation in all their long lives. Even when world government was first established, negotiations with other countries were not conducted in this way. He is simply a madman who is even crazier than Kaido. Ha ha ha, Emperor Yan, well said. If there is a war, I will also help you destroy Buster Call's warship, ha ha ha. Old guys, hurry up and mobilize the warships for the Buster Call. This number of warships is not enough for Yan Emperor and I to destroy them. Kaido laughed out loud. You guys, you'd better make a decision quickly, Whitebeard, the return is almost here. With his shock fruit ability, no matter how many warships you mobilize, they will all be buried in the sea. Advertisement Shanks looked at the five elders and said solemnly. Ace, in this negotiation, gave him enough face. Now that Ace has given the conditions, it is still necessary to abort the Buster Call to avoid causing more casualties. He Shanks, of course he has to support Ace. The conditions, Ace has been announced, and we, Red Hair Pirates, support Ace's decision. If anyone objects. Shang, accompanied by a harsh sound of the knife, Ming Jelly suddenly unsheathed his sword. Come. Let us accompany you. The red-haired man held the griffin in his only right hand, and Haki spoke. All members of the Red Hair Pirates, their eyes became extremely sharp, and Haki started to open. See, boom boom, call, accompanied by terrifying thunder and storm sounds. Nami's body is transformed into elements, exuding astonishing thunder. Most of Vivi's body turned into sand, with a look of pride on her pretty face. Dax. With a strange bird chirping, Lackey's delicate body rose into the air and turned into a red bird body that covered the sky and the earth. The abilities of Shadow Fruit, Healing Fruit, Flower Fruit, Door Fruit, Transparent Fruit, and Ghost Fruit are also ready to be used. Chang. I will fight to the death for the captain. The sword with a smile was suddenly unsheathed. Trademark clang. Ba. 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 Boom. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth raised slightly, and the knife in his hand was slightly unsheathed. Immediately, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki formed a black-purple lightning circle, wrapping Rayleigh in the center. The harsh sound of lightning makes people's hearts tremble. Pluton, Rayleigh, full force. Seeing that the situation was about to break out at Portgas d'Ace's order, the 5 elders looked extremely ugly. What makes the 5 elders look even more ugly is that all Marine members have no fighting spirit. The Red Hair Pirates and the Entei Pirates are all releasing the Devil Fruit ability to condense Haki. As long as Portgas d'Ace gives the order, there will be a complete fight. As for Marine, facing this scenario, except for a small number of hawkish extreme generals, almost no Marines are preparing for Devil Fruit abilities in Haki. The effect of using Kizaru as a bargaining chip to force them is now reflected. All Marine members were unwilling to give up the Admiral of Headquarters, and they also did not want to continue fighting. Or because of the question of whether to use Buster Call's artillery fire to massacre civilians. In the Marine, which prides itself on justice, most officers and soldiers, given the choice, are unwilling to continue executing the Buster Call and aim artillery fire at civilians. In order to continue massacring civilians, he went to war with Entei, Red Hair, and Kaido, and gave up the Admiral of Headquarters. Good thing, Kizaru? This kind of thing will only make the justice they gave Marine completely collapse. Marine's justice, at this moment, was also used by Portgas d'Ace. Portgas d'Ace, this man, has completely mastered the situation on this battlefield. If this continues, Marine's cohesion will really fall apart. Portgas d'Ace was actually forced to this step by step. Saint Satan, with an ugly face, told the 5 elders their decision. All the elites of the naval headquarters, all members of the Shichibukai, the highest power holders in the world government, the 5 elders. The scale of the war was huge and its scope of influence was far greater than the Valley of the Gods incident back then. Red Hair Pirates, 4 Emperors Red Hair himself, and all the Red Hair Pirates cadres. The 3 major forces on the sea and the 5 elders, the highest power holders in the world government, are at war in the Sabaody archipelago. At this time, after a quick exchange, they finally made a decision. This war brought together all the cadres of the Entei Pirates crew except for the 2 giant cadres. It is said in history that Emperor Yan suffered from severe difficulties. They, by Portgas d'Ace, used strength, wisdom, and means. General, dead, and this epic grand war came to an end with the complete victory of the Entei Pirate Fleet Admiral, Entei, Portgas d'Ace. We agreed to the conditions. Your heaven-defying understanding, fed by the unprecedented suspension of Buster Call, Conqueror's Haki, has been enhanced. You used Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, 5 elders compromise as a bargaining chip to force 5 elders to terminate the Buster Call. 4 emperors, Kaido himself. This grand war launched by Portgas d'Ace, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, the captain of the Entei Pirates, has come to an end. 5 elders, 5 people, can communicate with each other using special abilities. 8T Chapter 168, Conversation between 3 Emperors. Sabaody Archipelago, GR 1-29. This place was originally a place that provided various services to the Celestial Dragons. The population auction house and the slave yard were opened here in a grand manner. Under the privilege of Celestial Dragons, these activities that are explicitly prohibited by the world government can be said to be unimpeded here. In addition to the places that provide various services to Celestial Dragons, it is also a lawless zone. At the end of the first half of the Grand Line, pirates who want to enter the New World will gather here to prepare for entering the New World. At this moment, after experiencing an attack initiated by the Admiral of the Entei Pirate Ship Group and the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Portgas d'Ace, the public execution of 3 Celestial Dragons sparked an all-out war with the naval headquarters, Shichibukai, and the entire world government. All the buildings here have long since been reduced to ashes. Even the huge roots of the Ryujin mangrove, the largest in the world, extending out of the sea and forming the Sabaody archipelago, were broken numerous times. In the center, there was a huge cavity, and everything inside was destroyed. And in the few remaining places where they can stay, the 3 forces are standing silently. The 3 leaders are 4 Emperors, Captain Red Hair Pirates, the former most hockey man in the world, Red-Haired Shanks. 4 Emperors, Beasts Pirates, the strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the Beasts. And, the 5th Emperor on the sea, whose power is greater than the 4 Emperors. Admiral of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Captain of the Entei Pirates, Entei Portgas d'Ace. These 3, standing at the highest peak of the sea, can trigger the waves of the sea by stamping their feet. Like emperors, the men who rule the sea. At this moment, we are in a triangular position, standing opposite each other. The 3 men lowered their heads slightly and could not clearly see the 400 expressions on their faces. Behind the red-haired Shanks are all the officers of the Red Hair Pirates, led by the Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain, Ben Beckman. The Red Hair Pirates, these famous cadres in the New World, also lowered their heads slightly at this moment, and could not clearly see the expressions on their faces. The cigarette that Beckman lit continued to burn, but this man, who is said to have one of the highest IQs in the sea, did not take a bite at this moment. And behind the admiral of the Entei pirate fleet, Entei, Portgas de Ace. It's the officers of the Entei pirates' own ship, headed by Little Thief Cat, Nami, the chief officer of the Entei pirates. These officers of the Entei pirates, who are famous in the sea for their beauty and powerful strength, their beautiful faces are restrained at this moment, their little heads are slightly lowered, standing behind Entei and the little thieving cat. And on the left and right sides of the officers of the Entei pirates' main ship. It was during the great incident of Entei that shocked the world that he became famous far and wide, and he was able to fight head-on with Admiral of Headquarters and Aokiji regardless of the outcome. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Laugh. And, the former Vice-Captain of Roger Pirates, the right hand of Pirate King Goal. D. Roger, the legendary pirate. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, the three forces, with Emperor Yan, Red Hair, and Kaido as the core, stood in a zigzag shape, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Hey, I said. At this time, standing at the pinnacle of this sea, the man whose power is higher than the 4 emperors, and whose strength is the most powerful in the sea of this era. Emperor Yan, Portgas de Ace, lowered his head at the moment, unable to see his expression clearly, and spoke coldly. Immediately, the officers of the Entei Pirates fleet and the officers of the Red Hair Pirates all raised their eyes slightly, their eyes flashing with a frightening red light. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirate fleet smiled and slightly unsheathed his staff and sword. The ability of the heavy fruit wraps the unsheathed part of the staff and sword, exuding astonishing fluctuations. Advertisement, Ta, Red Hair Pirates Vice-Captain, Ben Beckman. The leader of Entei Pirates fleet, Little Thieving Cat, Nami, stepped forward at the same time. Walked up to Shanks and Ace. Ace, Shanks, raised their hands at the same time. Kaido also stretched out his giant hand behind him. There's a party. Ace raised his head suddenly, grabbed Lackey's secret wine that Nami brought, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Boom. Shanks grabbed the wine that Beckman brought. After Kaido stood up, Beckman also gave him a portion of the wine and laughed loudly at the same time. 3 wine glasses collided together, making a crisp sound. Oh. The officers of the Red Hair Pirates and the Entei Pirates fleet all held up their glasses of wine and laughed loudly. Chang. The cadre of the Entei Pirates fleet and the captain of the 2nd Division Yishao suddenly unsheathed his sword. Buzz. Phew. A terrifying gravity wave suddenly flew across the sky, broke through the shackles of the atmosphere, and disappeared without a trace. Boom. Boom. The next moment, a huge extraterrestrial meteorite produced a terrifying high-temperature flame due to the terrible friction caused by flying into the atmosphere from outside. Heading towards Sabah Archipelago-1, Ace looked at the huge falling meteorite and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. In his eyes, a terrifying black-purple color flashed violently. Physical power, Conqueror's Haki's crazy surge, all wrapped around Ace's right fist. Hikoku. Boom. Boom. With a wave of Ace's right fist, the violent black and purple lightning formed a thin film, wrapping the terrifying shockwave. Heading towards the huge meteorite falling from the sky. Phew. Phew. Around the meteorite, the terrible flames, a CFG, burning due to the terrible friction generated by falling into the atmosphere from outside the atmosphere dissipated instantly under the shockwave. The huge meteorite stagnated in midair, motionless. Next moment. Boom. The huge meteorite shattered into countless pieces and fell towards the Sabah Archipelago. Call. The leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, the Desert Princess, Vivi raised her slender hand slightly, and Sandfruit's ability fully exploded. The terrible sandstorm lifted up the falling meteorite fragments. Under Vivi's control, these meteorite fragments accurately filled the gaps where Sabah Archipelago GR 1-29 collapsed due to the war. Call. The extra parts of the uneven meteorite fragments were quickly transformed into sand by Vivi's Sandfruit ability. Advertisement soon, an extremely neat banquet venue was completed. Hey, can you even make a meteorite fall? You are such a monster, ha ha ha. Yasop put his arm around Yishao's shoulders because of the connection. I'm an old man, but he is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Emperor Yan Pirates fleet, under the command of Emperor Yan. He had always smiled modestly, but now his lips widened, revealing a slightly proud smile. You will also show such a proud smile when you smile, ha ha ha, drink. Rayleigh looked at the smiling face, with a slightly proud smile, and laughed again and again. Ha ha ha, what a delicious wine. Kaido drank all the wine in the glass and smiled continuously. How about it? Is the wine specially made by my chef lackey the best in the world? Ace looked at Kaido and Shanks and laughed. Ha ha ha, it is indeed unique, but Lachi Lu's wine is also very good. Ace, come on, try it, Shanks first praised, and then also stood up for his chef. Well, it is indeed unique. This taste is a bit familiar, this taste is. Ace drank it all in one gulp and his eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, it's brewed with ingredients from East Blue and tastes like Windmill Village. Shanks laughed, his eyes full of nostalgia. Windmill Village, that brat Luffy should be going to sea soon. The corner of Ace's mouth curled up slightly, and he held the glass of Windmill Village flavored wine with a nostalgic look on his face. I haven't seen my idiot brother for a year, Ace, I miss you very much too. Shanks immediately became interested when he heard what Ace said. He laughed and discussed with Ace how Luffy behaved after they left. Luffy, I really miss you, ha ha ha. Seeing the captains on both sides drinking happily, Lackey Lu found Lackey, took a bite of the meat in his hand, and smiled. That is, to make dishes that satisfy Ace for a lifetime. Lackey looked at the red-hair pirate's chef and responded with a smile. Hey, Entei, the one you smashed the meteorite just now was Hikoku from the giant clan, right? Why can you learn this move and release Hikoku by yourself? However, Lackey also had a new dream at this time. Kaido was drinking in high spirits at this time, looked at Ace and laughed. She has seen the splendor of the real sea, and has grown into a strong person who can protect Sandia. The dream she made when she left Sky Island has come true. Would you like to exchange the formula, Lackey? The recipe from the chef of the 4 Emperors Pirates will definitely bring her a lot of cooking inspiration. Ace, I also like the taste. The more Ace and Shanks chatted, the more they became more and more speculative. In the end, they were arm in arms with each other, and they didn't look like emperors lording over the sea. After the war, he still stayed here and held a banquet with Emperor Yan and Hongfa, but he had other purposes. There was something inexplicable in Kaido's eyes at this time. The atmosphere of the banquet was getting better and better, with countless delicious food and wines being consumed by everyone. Certainly. Chapter 169, Super Pirate Alliance, Ace's Purpose. Don't you know that the Entei pirate ship group has 2 giant leaders from the Elbaf warrior village, Kaido? Before Ace could say anything, Shanks, who was drinking to his heart's content, laughed and spoke. Oh, the giant cadres of Elbaf warrior village? Kaido's drunken eyes narrowed slightly. The giant race is a very scary race. It has existed longer than the world government, which has existed for 800 years. On this sea, countless powerful races have gradually disappeared in the long river of time. For example, on his right hand, the Beast's Pirates signboard, the first of the 3 major disasters, fire disaster, is the Lunarian tribe who once lived on the Red Line and was called the God. And this race that was so powerful that it was called God is now almost extinct. But the giant race, from ancient times to the present, has been an extremely powerful race throughout the long history. Today, the giant kingdom, Elbaf, is the most powerful country in the world. Charlotte Linlin, who used to be a member of the Rocks pirate like him, and is now one of the 4 emperors like him, gave him the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form to eat. The most regrettable thing about the world that was created and claimed to include all the races in the sea was that there was no giant race. At the same time, the giants are also famous for being aggressive, especially the giants who were born in the Elbaf warrior village. They are natural warriors and extremely rough. Join the giants in the Marine Vice Admiral. Most of them are moderates among the giants. Those rough warriors who come from the warrior village of Elbaf can hardly be inferior to others. The giants who could be attracted by a man like Entei and be recruited into the cadres of the Entei pirates fleet, come to think of it, would not be ordinary giants. Have even the rough giants from the warrior village of Elbaf surrendered to this man? Kaido looked confused. 100 years ago, the bounty was 100 million belly, 2 captains of the famous giant pirates. Blue Ogre, Dory, and Red Ogre, Brogy. They gathered the old members of the giant soldier pirates, took the banner of the Entei pirates, and set sail again from Elbaf. If it weren't for the fact that the news created by Ace has such a huge impact, this would still be big news, ha ha ha. Shanks laughed. Blue Ogre, Dory and Red Ogre, Brogy. I have also mentioned these 2 names. The powerful giant warrior who has disappeared for 100 years has unexpectedly been taken under your command, Emperor Yan. Kaido poured the wine from the red-hair pirates into his mouth continuously. Boom. After drinking all the wine, Kaido smashed the wine gourd on the ground and looked at Ace with burning eyes. Do you want to join forces with me, Emperor Yan? Kaido grinned. Shanks paused for a moment as he drank, his expression condensed. Kaido, a war madman who originally came for Ace's ability to hunt devil fruit, was beaten by Ace and was in a state of embarrassment. Not only did they not stop their truce negotiations with the 5 elders, but they were still in the negotiations and actively became part of Ace's bargaining chip. He even stayed here and held a banquet with them. Certainly, it has its purpose. Is this purpose just to join forces with Ace? What? Together we can become a pirate group that has never been seen before in this sea, surpassing the Rocks pirates. My artificial devil fruit, combined with your ability to hunt the extremely precious devil fruit in this sea. We will definitely be able to create an invincible large-scale legion of demon fruit power. Then, you can launch a top-notch war in the world. How? I have a vast territory and subordinates that you have never had. You have the power to dominate the sea and the ability to hunt devil fruit. I can provide you with an unlimited number of suitable people with the ability to eat devil fruit. Combining the 2, the power we can unleash by then will definitely exceed the power you can use this time. Advertisement bringing those born nobles and those in power who are addicted to comfort to the battlefield is the only way to achieve equality and freedom. Only war can determine the value of human beings. You initiated this public execution of the celestial dragons, and that's what you thought too, right? Flame Seat. Kaido looked at Ace with burning eyes. After listening to Kaido's words, Shanks calmly picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine. I reject. Ace laughed. The corners of Shanks' mouth were slightly raised. Ace, you are not a war madman like you, Kaido. Refuse? Why? If the 2 of us join forces, no, I can even find a way to bring Linlin and the Big Mom pirates into our alliance. If you are worried about the leadership, I can discuss with Linlin and hand over the leadership to you, sir. Your power, your Haki, can become the dominant one among the three of us. This super pirate alliance will be headed by you. Kaido said solemnly. Entei's Conqueror's Haki and power are superior to him and Linlin. And create an invincible demon fruit power army. The most important thing is this man's ability to hunt devil fruit. Let this man become the dominant person in the alliance, and Kaido will not resist. Of course, this dominant position does not mean that the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates merged into the Entei pirate ship. Instead, form a pirate alliance, but in the pirate alliance composed of 3 big pirate groups, Kaido is willing to persuade Linlin to let the Entei pirate ship group take the first place in the pirate alliance. You made a mistake, Kaido. Ace looked at Kaido, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Hakis. I'm not interested in war. War is just a tool I use to achieve my goals. To me, there is no difference between war and devil fruit abilities, Haki. Ace drank the wine in the glass. Haki laughed. Tools? Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Turn all available power into your own tools. He had already experienced this kind of technique in this epic-making war. Marine, world government, their red hair pirates, Kaido, and even the whole world have become Ace's tools. Even Marine's justice has become part of Ace's power. With such skill and measure, this grand epic war is just a kind of power in this man's eyes. Is the concept different? Kaido's huge body sat upright and poured wine into his mouth. Kaido looks rough, but is actually very shrewd and has many tricks. Otherwise, Kaido would not have taken Wano Kuni as his own with his powerful skills. It's a pity, Emperor Yan. With you in front of me, my dream of launching the world's top war is almost impossible to realize. If we cannot form an alliance, we can only become enemies. Kaido put the wine gourd down and Haki laughed. He is not afraid to make such remarks here either. Zero asked for flowers. Although the contact time is not long, Kaido has a deep grasp of human nature. When Wano Kuni was born, he took advantage of Kazuki Oden's idiotic and innocent character and made him dance naked for 5 years, completely crushing him. Even if he said such remarks at this time, with this man's Haki, he would not take action against him. Moreover, although his strength is not as good as Porca's Ace, he still stands at the pinnacle of the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Even if you want to kill him, it is not an easy task. He transformed into a green dragon and relied on his physical strength to ignore his injuries. If he wanted to leave with all his heart, no one in this sea could stop him. Moreover, even if he didn't say anything, with this man's wisdom, he knew what he would do. Entei, this man, in terms of wisdom, defeated the person known as the resourceful general, the ultimate person who gained Buddha-like wisdom in the form of the human fruit phantom beast species Big Buddha. Buddha's Sengoku. As Kaido, who also had the ability to eat the devil fruit and obtained the power to control nature from the blue dragon form, he is very aware of the amazing special abilities that the devil fruit gives to those with abilities. It is impossible to hide his thoughts from a man who can defeat Sengoku in a battle of wits. 0. I never said I cancelled my crusade against you, Kaido. Ace looked at Kaido, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Ace admires Kaido's attitude towards fighting. But what Kaido did in Wano Kuni was an obstacle for Ace to become the king of the world. Must be cleared. Letting Kaido hold a banquet with him here will not affect his subsequent crusade against him. Since you want to be my enemy. Ace straightened up and looked towards Duo. 11. Kaido's expression condensed, ready to transform into a green dragon at any time and forcefully leave this place. Facing this man, even though he was the strongest creature and said that no one could kill him, he did not dare to fight him alone to the end. If he were beaten to the point of exhaustion, Kaido was not sure whether his body could survive that power under that terrifying power like the sun shining on Madara. Dig. Then why don't you drink a few more drinks? If you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to be my enemy? Lousy. But Emperor Yan, ha ha ha. Ace used Conqueror's Haki and slapped Kaido on the back of the head from a distance, laughing loudly. Emperor Yan, you guy. Kaido covered his head and the corners of his mouth twitched. Even he would feel some pain when hit by Conqueror's Haki. Haki's loud laughter resounded throughout the sky. Cheers! Everyone present raised their glasses and laughed loudly. And today, Ace and Shanks, the people who have been waiting for them, arrived. Kaido's mouth curled up slightly while being drunk. When you are hungry, you have to eat. When you are thirsty, you have to drink. But for this man, even Kaido, I have to say that he is really a charming man. 4 emperors, known as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, came to the Sabaody Archipelago factory. As expected, Luffy's brother, Haki is still the man above him. NT, Portgas. Ace. If you don't have enough food and drink, what kind of bullshit war is this? Although they have different philosophies, they are destined to become enemies. Ha ha ha. Ace raised his glass and smiled. This large banquet lasted for several days. This is the purpose of my banquet. Cheers, Gu la la la. It seems that I'm late. Shanks laughed heartily. Chapter 170. Pull Whitebeard's beard. Boom. The sea surged suddenly, and a huge ship with a coated surface and a whale-like bow rushed out of the sea. Boom. Bang. With the sound of bubbles bursting, the huge ship that looked like a whale from a distance slammed into the sea. All the sails on the giant ship were opened, and the pirate flag was constantly fluttering with the sea air currents. the most iconic thing on it was the conspicuous white crescent beard. It is the Four Emperors, the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby DK. Four Emperors, Whitebeard Pirates, blah la la. Is the war over? It seems I'm late. On the bow deck, a man over 6 meters tall stood there with his head held high. The chest on the front is covered with stab wounds and gunshot wounds, which are proof that this man has been roaming the sea for decades. The most iconic thing is the white crescent beard. Four Emperors, known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Dad, since the war is over, you'd better take these with you quickly. Marco, the captain of the first team and the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as Whitebeard's right-hand man, pointed to a pile of medical instruments behind him and said, as Whitebeard is getting old and suffering from 130 injuries from decades of traveling across the sea, even the regenerative inflammation in the form of his bird fruit, the phantom beast species, the phoenix, cannot maintain Whitebeard's body functions. Whitebeard must use these medical devices all the time to maintain the normal functions of the body. Don't say such stupid things, my silly son. Whitebeard grinned and Haki laughed. I came here to drink. Hey, Mr. Yandy, are you in charge of the wine? Whitebeard looked at Ace and laughed out loud. Certainly. Ace looked at Whitebeard and smiled in response. Ace also admires this man who is called the strongest man in the world. In the original book, he fought and died for Ace in launching the Summit War and said, there is no ship that can carry me in the new era. Even if you don't mention these, just because Whitebeard comes to Sabadi Archipelago to help him, Ace will not miss Whitebeard's drink. Whitebeard, long time no see. Rayleigh looked at Whitebeard, his eyes full of emotion. At that time, the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were the two strongest pirate groups after the fall of the Rocks Pirate. When it comes to peak strength, Whitebeard, who possesses the shock fruit ability that can destroy the world, is no worse than Roger. If Whitebeard wants to reach the final island and become the Pirate King, he is actually ahead of Roger Pirates. After all, at that time, Kazuki Oden, who could decipher ancient texts, was the captain of the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, the treasure in Whitebeard's heart is not One Piece, but his family. So it was the Roger Pirates who finally reached the final island. Even after Roger became the Pirate King, before he died and had his last drink with Whitebeard, he was willing to tell Whitebeard how to get to Raftel, but Whitebeard was not interested. Because Whitebeard already got the big secret treasure he wanted, his family. I thought I would never see Whitebeard again before I died. Unexpectedly, today, because of Ace, they would be reunited here. Rayleigh, long time no see, it seems you are going out again, la la la. Whitebeard looked at Rayleigh, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes, and laughed out loud. The sailing journey where I fought with Roger is still vivid in my mind. Didn't you come here too? Advertisement. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth quirked up. Rayleigh couldn't understand the feelings between Whitebeard and Roger. Before dying, Roger's last drink was with Whitebeard. Although they were the two biggest rivals of that era, their feelings were no worse than those of real family members. Whitebeard, after learning about Ace's bloodline, immediately came from the New World, which is the best proof. Then, Rayleigh and Whitebeard looked at each other and laughed. Ha ha ha, goo la la la, gulu, gulu. Whitebeard held a huge wine bowl and drank Lackey's special wine in one gulp. Good wine, Yandy boy, your chef is restricted. Whitebeard laughed out loud. I can bring you some when you leave. Ace looked at Whitebeard, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Whitebeard, who had drunk a lot of wine, looked at Ace, the red-haired man beside him, and Rayleigh, his eyes a little twitchy. What a wonderful feeling. Unexpectedly, he could drink with Roger's son, red-haired, and Rayleigh. The red-haired boy who was an intern on your ship became the Four Emperors, controlling the situation of the sea. Ace boy, who inherited your bloodline, has caused great changes in the world. The impact of the Sabadi Archipelago incident this time is not even worse than the Great Pirate Era that you opened with your life. Rayleigh also came out again. Roger, you guy is not dead at all. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** looked again and again. Hey, Ace, we can't let Dad drink so wantonly. Marco looked at Whitebeard, who unexpectedly fell in love with Ace and kept drinking heavily, and looked at Ace helplessly and said. At the banquet, for this legendary 5th Emperor, the man who caused the Yan Emperor incident that shocked the world. Marco also learned a lot. Just a banquet, Marco understood. Why was the young Ace able to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea? It can also bring Pluton, Rayleigh back into the fold, and it can also make the righteous and upright strong man who is comparable to the Admiral of Headquarters follow him with a smile. And it was also able to make Kaido, who was originally here to be his enemy, also drunk at the banquet. This man is truly a man with special charisma, being so powerful, he also caused this great incident of Emperor Yan that shocked the world. Defeated Admiral of Headquarters Akainu head-on, defeated Admiral Marine, Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, in a smart battle. In front of the whole world, he smashed the heads of the 5 elders who had the highest power. It can be said that in terms of strength and reputation, Ace at this time is standing at the top of this ocean. But such a man can exchange glasses with anyone at a banquet, constantly raising the atmosphere at the banquet to new heights. In Ace's words, the purpose of a banquet is to keep everyone fed and drunk. A simple sentence sums up the most precious meaning of the banquet. It is hard to imagine that Ace, who is the most powerful in this era, is grabbing the white crescent beard of their Whitebeard father, bragging and showing off how he defeated the naval headquarters and the world government in the war. And under the influence of Ace, their father Whitebeard seemed to have found a different kind of fun. Advertisement. Not only did he not resent Ace pulling his white crescent beard, he also spread his arms and boasted about the past when he sailed across the sea. The most talked about and most exciting thing is naturally the sailing journey I once fought with Roger. Even men like them who stand at the top of the sea are not immune to the pleasure of drinking to their heart's content and then bragging. And there are too few people in this sea who can cooperate with them in drinking and bragging. This time, it is a rare time to have fun. Gee la la la, my stupid son, you just love me so much. Whitebeard was a little drunk, but he laughed when he heard Marco's words. Are you showing off, Whitebeard? Rayleigh also laughed when she heard this. At this time, Rayleigh didn't look Pluton at all. He looked like an old homeless man who had drunk too much, sitting crookedly with a wild smile on his face. Of course I have to show it off, my sons, but they are my most precious treasures, la la la. Whitebeard laughed when he heard this. This is a hangover medicine that can reduce the burden of alcohol on the body. Kaya held a medicine bottle and handed it to Ace first, smiling sweetly. This hangover medicine is specially developed by Kaya for Ace. After all, Ace likes parties very much. As Ace's ship's doctor, Kaya will not say anything to discourage Ace from drinking less. Instead, he quietly developed a hangover medicine for Ace that can effectively reduce the burden of alcohol on the body. Okay, I'll eat. Ace scratched Kaya's little nose lovingly. Although it was completely absorbed, Ace's body didn't care about the physical burden caused by alcohol at all, but how could he let down Kaya's love? Watching Ace take the hangover medicine, Kaya's beautiful eyes narrowed as she smiled, extremely satisfied. This is for you too. Kaya looked at Whitebeard and handed the hangover medicine to Yuhu. 3.1. Whitebeard looked at Marco and the others, and the curve of the corner of his mouth was very warm. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly twitched when he saw Rayleigh's eyes. This man who has been across the sea for decades and is known as the strongest man in the world has his most precious asset, his family. Whitebeard looked at Ace and sighed. For this, Kaya is also very grateful to the old man who came from New World for Ace. Roger, your offspring are truly outstanding. However, Ace, this brat, is so impressive, and Rayleigh, this old guy, has gained a group of excellent nieces and nephews. Rayleigh looked at Kaya and said deliberately. Rayleigh laughed loudly when he heard this and glanced at Whitebeard deliberately. Correct. Ha ha ha, when I heard your name, I was half sober. This old guy actually used his niece-in-law to show off. For Kaya, Ace is her world, of course, Uncle Rayleigh, here. However, my son is not bad either, Kaya, don't I? For anyone who treats Ace well, Kaya is willing to use her medical skills to help him. Kaya looked at Rayleigh and smiled sweetly. Advertisement Chapter 171. Rebirth from the ashes, obtain top combat power in the future. By the way, Kaya, you are a user with the healing fruit ability, and your ability has been awakened, right? Marco looked at Kaya, suddenly thought of this, shook his head that was a little dizzy from drinking, and said. That's right, my ship's doctor is the best in the world. Just based on medical theory, Crocus can't even compare to Kaya. Ace heard this and took Kaya into his arms, showing off with a smile. No, my medical skills are still far behind those of Mr. Crocus. In front of so many people, Kaya was taken into Ace's arms, and her face suddenly turned red. But he didn't want to leave Ace's arms, so he said timidly in Ace's arms. Crocus, is your teacher Crocus? Drunk Shanks looked nothing like the four emperors, but like an ordinary drunk man. Upon hearing Kaya's words, Shanks' eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed again and again. Well, I studied theoretical knowledge with Mr. Crocus for 10 days. Kaya nodded. In 10 days, I learned all the theoretical knowledge of Nanluokas. Ace stretched out his finger and corrected. Awesome, did you learn all the theoretical knowledge about Crocus in 10 days? Marco said in shock. Marco was the first person to follow Whitebeard, and he had fought countless battles with the Roger pirates. And as the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco knows Crocus's medical skills very well. That is to be able to forcibly extend the life of Roger, the pirate king who is suffering from an incurable disease, until Roger completes the Grand Line voyage and becomes the pirate king. Crocus is the only doctor in this sea who can do this. Crocus's medical theory is extremely rich, as well as its original pharmaceutical technology. Ordinary doctors who want to learn Crocus's medical theory may not be able to learn even 1/10 of it in their lifetime. The girl O2 in front of me, Ace's ship's doctor, actually learned it in 10 days? When Kaya heard this, she didn't say that it was because of Ace's understanding field that she could learn it in 10 days. She just raised her head from Ace's arms and looked at Ace smiling sweetly. Her medical skills and her strength were originally developed for Ace. The power Ace gave her was of course part of her power. Ace looked at Kaya and scratched Kaya's little nose lovingly. Ship Dr. Crocus, I really miss him, is he still healthy? Shanks sighed. At this time, Shanks also felt a little weird. Ace is the captain he admires most, the blood successor of Gold D. Roger, and Luffy's brother. Usopp's son, Usopp, also received help from Ace. The original model of Nami's weather stick was made by Usopp. Now, even the teacher of Kaya, the ship's doctor under his command, is the Crocus ship's doctor who once took good care of him. The two pirate groups have too many acquaintances. Well, Mr. Crocus is very strong. He spends his vacation in Laboon's stomach every day. Kaya smiled. Laboon, I really miss you. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and sighed. Roger put a lot of effort into inviting Crocus aboard the ship. In the end, Crocus was willing to board the ship because he wanted to help Laboon find traces of the Lombard pirates. The power of the healing fruit, the pure healing power, even above the op fruit. Still, the healing fruit ability that has been awakened, can you please use the healing fruit ability to help my father heal his body? Marco took a deep breath, knelt on the ground towards Kaya, and made a seated posture. His head touched the ground deeply and he spoke sincerely. As the de facto second in command of the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard pirates, a man with a bounty of more than 1.3 billion belly, there is only one reason why he can do such a thing. That's for his dearest daddy, Whitebeard. The regenerative inflammation produced by his phoenix form can no longer maintain Father Whitebeard's physical functions. Advertisement: his medical skills could not cure Father Whitebeard's hidden wounds. Now, I met a doctor who completely inherited Crocus's medical skills and awakened the power of the healing fruit. Marco, don't want to miss this opportunity. Whitebeard looked at Marco and didn't stop him, he just raised the corners of his mouth slightly. As a father, he just has to accept his son's kindness well. Tay. The words of apology made Marco's pupils shrink suddenly. I am not capable enough. Kaya pursed her red lips slightly, hesitated to speak, and finally spoke softly. Can't you please take a closer look, maybe after a careful inspection? Marco raised his head and said again and again with some reluctance. Marco. Whitebeard put his hand on Marco's body to calm him down. About my injury, do you have anything to hide? Whitebeard looked at Kaya, who was hesitant to speak, and laughed. Don't have any scruples, just say it directly, my sons and I can bear it. Whitebeard Haki laughed. Kaya looked at Ace and nodded, bit her red lips, and spoke softly. Uncle Whitebeard's injury could indeed be cured with the ability of the healing fruit. But, Uncle Whitebeard, your body has almost no regeneration ability. Kaya looked at Whitebeard and said seriously. When Marco heard this, he seemed to know something, and his pupils shrank suddenly. No more regeneration ability? Whitebeard clenched his fists, somewhat understanding. Yes, Marco is a bird fruit phantom beast phoenix form esper. This phantom beast's devil fruit ability gives the regenerative flames. Although it can quickly recover from injuries and allow the body to regenerate. However, human cell regeneration capacity is limited. If the number of cell regenerations is exceeded, the body will no longer have the ability to produce new cells. The injury cannot be recovered. Uncle Whitebeard, you should have used too much regenerative inflammation to treat your injuries in the early years. Kaya looked at Whitebeard and said softly. Devil fruit abilities have pros and cons. No devil fruit ability is perfect. The bird fruit, phantom beast species, phoenix ability, the regenerative flame given to the esper can be called a bug level ability. The esper's head and heart can be regenerated even if they are penetrated. And this kind of regenerative inflammation can also restore the injuries of others. But the human body is not a real phoenix after all. In the human body, Mr. Who, there is an upper limit to the number of times cells can be regenerated. Once this regenerative inflammation is overused to recover from injuries, the cells will no longer be able to regenerate. Even cells cannot be regenerated, so injuries cannot be recovered. Whitebeard traveled thousands of miles to come here to help Ace. Although this friendship is because of Roger, Ace also remembers it in his heart. The field of understanding has already been used to help Kaya conduct a remote diagnosis of Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's body cells have almost no regeneration ability due to excessive use of the ability of regenerative inflammation. In this case, even the healing fruit ability cannot help him recover from his injuries. Kind-hearted Kaya is unwilling to tell Whitebeard and Marco the truth. I want to say that my ability is insufficient. How could this happen? Is my regenerative inflammation the reason why Dad can't recover from his injuries? Marco looked at his hands, his whole body trembling. That's it, Eula Lala, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Snapped. Marco's trembling body was embraced by Whitebeard. Advertisement, idiot son, without your regenerative flames, I would have died from those terrible injuries long ago. Being able to carry the influence of my son's abilities through this life is the greatest happiness for me as a father. Whitebeard grinned and laughed. In his whole life, there was not a single scar on his back. A proud man like Whitebeard always greets the enemy's attacks with the front of his chest. This kind of pride will also cause Whitebeard to suffer some terrible injuries. After all, the front of the chest is all important internal organs. Marco's ability to regenerate flames allows Whitebeard to quickly recover from injuries during battle and then continue fighting. This is the result of his own choice. Dad, Marco burst into tears immediately and burst into tears. Is it beyond treatment? Ace looked at Whitebeard and drank the wine in his glass. Whitebeard, who once stood at the top of the sea, could fight with Gold D. Roger regardless of outcome, and possessed king-level combat power. Nowadays, the body's functions cannot be regenerated and the hero is dying, which has to be said to be a pity. However, Ace has other concerns about Whitebeard's power. In other words, not only Whitebeard, but also Kaido's power, Ace also wants to get it completely. These powerful combat forces will be of great help in killing IM and the world government. Although Ace was able to kill Kaido, and then use the power of the underworld fruit to resurrect him with the 10 trillion death burial ray of fire. However, the shortcomings of the Fire 10 trillion burial formation are also very obvious, that is, it cannot copy Haki in his body, and it will consume Ace's physical strength. Too many powerful combat forces were summoned by the Fire 10 trillion death burial formation, and Ace's burden was also huge. Of course, Ace must kill Kaido. After all, what Kaido did in Wano Kuni and his dream of launching the world's top war are all obstacles to Ace becoming the king of the world. But Kaido's combat power is something C wants very much. Ace, after this public execution, already has a plan for acquiring top combat powers like Kaido and Whitebeard. The key lies in the bear's ability to bear fruit. 943 uses the field of understanding, combined with the ability of the meatball fruit, to pop out their consciousness and soul, and then uses the ability of the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form to shape a body that suits them. The bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form, gives special abilities to the Esper. In addition to the special flame that can purify everything, the most important thing is that it can make the Esper reborn from the fire. This kind of rebirth from the ashes is completely different from the phoenix form. It is a transition from death to life. It is an advanced version of the ability of the phoenix form. Of course, this terrifying ability is different from the regenerative flames in the form of the phoenix. It can only be used by those who have eaten the bird fruit, the phantom beast species, the Suzaku form. But the field of understanding can solve this problem and let the ability to rebirth from the ashes work on other people. So just like Ace, using those devil fruit abilities in the understanding field. Ace's words made Shanks drink. The body shaped by the Suzaku form ability, combined with the soul and consciousness ejected by the meatball fruit ability, can obtain a complete top-level combat power. In other words, only a body can be created, because it is the top combat power that can be created due to the field of understanding. As for Whitebeard, Ace will naturally not take the initiative to kill Whitebeard, but someone will do so. Although it also consumes Ace's own physical strength, the consumption is much lower than that of the Huohuo 10 trillion death burial formation. It can be said that this method is perfect, the best way to obtain top-level combat power that is impossible to surrender to Ace. By the way, Whitebeard, is there a guy named Marshall? D teach under your command? Only the field of understanding can drive these completed top-level combat powers. Without the blessing of the realm of understanding, the bodies and souls of these top combat powers cannot move. Kaido has been regarded as the first one under his command by Ace, who uses the Suzaku form and the ability of the meatball fruit to create top-notch combat power. It also made Teach, who was drinking in the corner away from Shanks, break into a cold sweat. And it can perfectly reproduce Haki's top-notch combat power and physique. Ability can solve this problem, making Whitebeard's eyes freeze. But combined with meatball fruit, but according to the inference of heaven-defying understanding, this kind of rebirth on people with non-Suzaku form abilities also has a big problem, that is, it can only regenerate the body, but not the soul. Chapter 172, Freak, Marshall. D teach, Marshall. D teach. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Teach, who was on his boat when he was very young. At that time, the red hair was still an intern of Roger Pirates. In the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach is inconspicuous. His favorite thing every day is to eat Sakura peach pie alone. The only special thing is that Teach, as if he doesn't need to sleep. However, in the Whitebeard Pirates, all members are the sons of Edward Newgate. Whitebeard has always been very tolerant towards his son. Moreover, it is very normal for a son to hide some things from his father. But before Roger died, during the drinking session with him, he learned the meaning of zero from Roger's mouth. So Whitebeard, for a while, focused his attention on this originally inconspicuous son. But many years have passed since Roger died. Teach still has that optimistic style. As the oldest member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he has no interest in becoming the captain. But no matter whether he is mediocre or excellent, whether he is ambitious or optimistic, he is the son of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. But now, Teach's name appeared in Ace's mouth. This reminded Whitebeard of the conversation he had with Roger. There is also a D in Ace's name, and this man, now on the sea, is truly at the top. As proud as Whitebeard, he has to admit that the title of the strongest man in the world now probably belongs to Ace. Although the Entei Pirates fleet under his command is not large in number, in terms of cutting-edge combat power, it is already above his Whitebeard Pirates. Among the Admiral-level warriors under his command, Ace's Entei Pirates fleet includes the Little Thieving Cat, Nami, and the Ranger, who can fight head-on with the strongest Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral, regardless of the outcome. There is also Rayleigh coming out, and he is only one step away from the Admiral threshold, and it is almost certain that he will become an Admiral-level powerhouse in the future. There is also Desert Princess, Vivi, and Firebird, Lackey. And what Whitebeard is most optimistic about is that although Devil Fruit's ability is not as good as the previous ones, Haki and his physique are the strongest among the Entei Pirates, the Fallen Doctor, Kaya. Also under his command is the giant pirate group composed of the roughest giants from the Elbaf warrior village. In addition, Flame Emperor Ace has a terrible experience that is unparalleled in the sea of this era. The Entei pirate ship group is already the strongest pirate group in this era in terms of combat power. It can also be seen from this public execution that before the Red Hair Pirates and 5 Elders came, the Entei Pirates' large fleet, but from the front, the naval headquarters has been cleared. Ingenuity, strength, and skill, Entei Ace uses his terrifying comprehensive ability to surpass the ultimate man Sengoku. Completely defeat naval headquarters, the strongest of the three major forces on the sea. This is something that no single Four Emperors pirate group, including his Whitebeard pirate group, can do. What's even more frightening is that Ace is still on the rise in strength. No one in this sea can know what height Ace can reach in the future. But what Whitebeard can be sure of is that Ace's strength in the future will definitely exceed that of Roger and him at his peak. He may become the strongest person that has never appeared in this sea. And judging from the circumstances of this public execution, Ace, like red hair, probably knows some secrets in this world that ordinary people don't know. Advertisement such a man, when Teach's name was suddenly mentioned, even if it was Whitebeard, he couldn't help but think a little too much. Yes, Teach, he is my son. His thoughts tumbled for a moment before Whitebeard looked at Ace and nodded. Although I don't know what Ace wants from Teach, his attitude is very clear. All members of the Whitebeard pirates are his Whitebeard's sons. And in his life, he traveled across the sea and obtained the most precious treasures, which were his sons. Family is his greatest treasure. Whitebeard also wants to find out what Ace wants from Teach. After all, this man single-handedly planned the Yan Emperor incident that shocked the world. Even the naval headquarters and world government were defeated and retreated respectively due to Ace's methods. His wisdom is even superior to his old rival, Sengoku. In a battle of wits, he defeated the Buddha's Sengoku head-on. It is not without reason that a man with such wisdom and means suddenly mentioned Teach. But no matter what, even if Ace is of Roger's blood, I have come to support Ace because of this. It's still Ace, who already possesses a powerful strength that is unparalleled in the sea of this era. Whitebeard will always stand firmly on his son's side. Don't be nervous, I'm just somewhat interested in him. Looking at Whitebeard's expression, Ace waved his hand and said with a smile. For Teach, who later became Blackbeard, got the Dark Fruit, and killed Whitebeard, got his Shock Fruit ability, and became the only dual fruit ability user in this sea. The man who defeated the Whitebeard pirates led by Marco and lost Whitebeard, seized all the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and became the new Four Emperors. Ace had no intention of warning Whitebeard. Ace knows exactly who Whitebeard is. Even Blackbeard, after killing Thatch to take the Dark Fruit, and capturing Ace in the original book and giving it to Marine in exchange for the position of Shichibukai. After Blackbeard called out, "Daddy," Whitebeard was able to show mercy to Blackbeard. Before Blackbeard reveals his ambition, warn Whitebeard about Blackbeard? What kind of stupid person would do that? It would immediately push Whitebeard to his own opposition. There is a saying that is called, "Give up helping others and respect the fate of others." The greatest treasure in Whitebeard's life is the sons he harvested during his decades of crossing the sea. Likewise, these sons have become Whitebeard's biggest weakness. Even if there is no Blackbeard, there is no Ace in the original work. Whitebeard, too, will die sooner or later because of his sons. In this sea, a king who stands at the top has a weakness that everyone knows. Especially this king, who is still getting older and weaker. Whitebeard's ending has already been determined. Teach, come here. When Whitebeard heard this, he didn't say much and spoke loudly to Teach in the distance. Since Ace has no ill intentions, Whitebeard still has to give him this face. Dad, Captain Marco. Teach heard Whitebeard's call, and there was nothing strange on the surface. He bared his teeth with many gaps and greeted Whitebeard and Marco optimistically. Hey, Teach, Ace mentioned you and is very interested in you. Advertisement being noticed by the most hockey man in the world, you are amazing. Marco, who had recovered from Whitebeard's injury, looked at Teach, laughed and spoke. At this time, even if he still had some turmoil in his heart, he couldn't show it at all. He was even more happy and active than usual. Marco didn't want to worry his father because of his affairs. Mr. Ace is interested in me? I'm so flattered. Teach looked at Ace, his face full of excitement. Marshall. D. Teach. Ace looked at this, the man who later stood at the top of his sea and became the new generation of Four Emperors, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. If he didn't know the plot, even Ace wouldn't be able to figure it out. This man who could even be said to be ugly, and dressed in extremely ordinary clothes, with a face filled with desire and no desire, actually hid such a huge ambition. Even Observation Haki, who has reached the ultimate level in Ace's training and can see the future briefly, is completely unable to notice that Teach has any other emotions. Completely, he is an optimist with no desires or desires. It is absolutely impossible to make mistakes with your own Observation Haki. Then it can only mean that there is another thought in Marshall D. Teach's body. That other thought is completely independent from the thought shown by Teach at this time. This is probably the reason why Naochi begged for the ability of 2 devil fruits. And Teach, after eating 2 devil fruit abilities, is still looking for devil fruit abilities, and is suspected of being able to eat the 3rd devil fruit ability. It is very likely that he is a freak with 3 or more thoughts in his body. Teach, I haven't seen you for a long time. At this time, Shanks looked at Teach, something was obviously wrong, and his tone became sharp. Shanks, long time no see. We fought against each other when we were both interns. Now, I am still an ordinary crew member, and you have become the 4 emperors and the big shots on this sea. This scar was left by Teach on him, and when he fought against Teach at that time, he showed no mercy. But Shanks didn't say much about it, but what Ace said next made Teach, who looked like a happy-go-lucky person, start to have strange mood swings. When Shanks saw Teach, he felt a dull pain in the 3 scars on his eyes. Shanks looked at this picture of Teach, who seemed to have no desires and desires, with a slightly dazed look in his eyes. Shanks also knows Whitebeard's character very well. The emotions and strength shown by Teach at that time were not at all like this optimist. It was as if he had become a completely different person. In Shanks' opinion, the thing on board the Whitebeard pirates that deserves his attention most is not Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. From the pirate flag pattern he used as the red hair pirates, the most conspicuous symbol is not his red hair, but the 3 scars on his eye sockets. Before Teach is exposed, no matter what he says, Whitebeard will not believe it and he will fall out with Whitebeard because of Teach. Marco looked at Teach and said with a smile, "It can also be seen how much psychological pressure the battle with Teach put on him." Teach rubbed the back of his head and laughed like an optimist. Teach looked at Shanks and smiled brightly. "Marshal, D. Teach. Teach, if you want, you can become the captain of the second team, right? That's okay. But this ugly-looking, optimist with no desires or pursuits. I don't have that kind of ambition, ha ha ha." Chapter 173. Target, Dark Fruit. Shanks's mood swings cannot be hidden from observation Haki, who has also cultivated to a very high level Whitebeard. Not only Yandy, but also the red-haired boy is very concerned about Teach. These 2 men truly stood at the pinnacle of the sea. And unlike him in his old age, and now Big Mom who only knows how to have children and hold tea parties. Red hair, at his peak. Although in the weakest East Blue, as a left-handed swordsman, he inexplicably lost his most important left hand and could only use his non-dominant right hand to wield the sword. Today's swordsmanship is at a disadvantage in front of Hawkeye, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman. But Conqueror's Haki has become even more terrifying, almost as terrible as before, when Conqueror's Haki was still above him, surpassing Roger in the sea of that era. Before Ace's complete rise, he was even called the most Haki man in the sea. Just talking about Conqueror's Haki, it is the best in this era. And Yan Emperor Ace is even more terrifying. Before them, the red-haired one was already known as the youngest 4 emperors. And Yandy Ace has even refreshed this age record by several levels. With a young appearance of 18 years old, he dominates this sea. The strength of Yandy Ace has been verified in this Yandy incident that shocked the world. Power, in the 4 emperors, he is the Dehai of this era, a true overlord. He is on the same level as Roger at his peak and rocks. In the sea of this era, only Yandy Ace has such strength. If these 2 people work together, then even the arrogant world government will need to make concessions on some things. Such 2 men showed different emotions towards Teach at the same time. Even Whitebeard, who had unconditional trust in his son, was still having some wild thoughts at the moment. However, I only paid a little attention to Teach and did not change my view of Teach. 867. For Whitebeard, even if his son conceals something from him or even makes some mistakes, he can tolerate and forgive him. Your name has D. I have been out at sea for so long, and you are the first D. I have met. Ace looked at Teach and said casually as if having a normal chat. Ha ha ha, my name has been like this since I was born. I just found out that Mr. Ace, your name also has a D. D. Is there any secret in this word? Teach rubbed the back of his head, grinned, and asked curiously. Do you want to know? The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. No, I'm not interested in this. I can be my father's son. A happy life on the boat is very satisfying. Teach waved his hands repeatedly and said with a smile. The emotions shown are as desireless and optimistic as ever. Really, I think your future is worth looking forward to. I have never met a single person with a D in his name. Like my brother, Monkey. D. Luffy, his future achievements will definitely surpass yours, Shanks. Ace looked at Shanks, the corner of his mouth raised. Ah, I believe it. When Shanks heard what Ace said about Luffy, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. Of course he believes that Luffy will achieve more than him in the future. After all, Luffy is a creature chosen by the Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form. Most likely, this is the Joey boy of this era. Because of this, he pressed his arm on Luffy's body. Monkey. D. Luffy, advertisement Whitebeard murmured the name. The younger brother of Entei Ace, the red-haired Shanks believes that he can surpass him in the future. Just these 2 names are enough to attract the attention of this young man who has not yet gone to sea. Ha ha ha, maybe I'm a little different, after all, I don't have any ambition. I will be very satisfied if I can provide for my father in the future. After hearing this, Teach scratched his head, and the healing effect was very brilliant. Ace and Kakuzu couldn't help but move their mouths after hearing these words. Your future is not for Whitebeard, but it is for Whitebeard to die. But Ace called Teach here not to talk nonsense. It's rare to see a person with a D in his name who is a crew member on Whitebeard's ship. I have something for you. Do you want? Ace looked at Teach and smiled lightly. Something? Give it to me? Teach looked startled. Shanks also frowned slightly. Ace, what do you want to do? In terms of wisdom and means, even Beckman considers himself inferior to Ace. Did Ace, like him, discover something special about Teach and want to do something with it? That's right, I'll give you a devil fruit. Ace looked at Teach with burning eyes. Devil fruit? Teach's pupils shrank. Devil fruit? Whitebeard, Shanks, and their pupils shrank at the same time. Devil fruit, this great secret treasure in the sea, can give incredible abilities to those who eat it. The reason why Whitebeard is called the man who can destroy the world is because of the shock fruit he ate. But ordinary devil fruit, for the two men with red hair and Whitebeard, standing at the true pinnacle of this sea, is no different from ordinary fruits. But this man, Entei Ace, is different. The ability of the Mera Mera fruit that this man ate was used by him in unknown ways to evolve towards the sun. The pure devil fruit ability alone is capable of exerting power beyond that of the four emperors. As a Mera Mera fruit user, he uses the abilities of other devil fruits. In the great incident of Entei, this man used as many as 6 devil fruit abilities. Regarding the use of devil fruit's ability, this man is probably the first person in this sea since the emergence of devil fruit. The devil fruit ability that can be favored by this man is definitely the best among the best. The Entei pirate fleet under his command has countless powerful devil fruit abilities. Just the devil fruit, which stands at the pinnacle of all devil fruits, includes the thunder fruit and the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form. In terms of pure devil fruit abilities, these two devil fruits are comparable to the shock fruit that Whitebeard ate, and Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast species azure dragon form. Such a man said he would give Teach a devil fruit. How could Whitebeard and Shanks not care? Yes, devil fruit, especially the powerful devil fruit, has its own will. They seem to be looking for their master. My Mera Mera fruit found it on its own. Shanks, you know this best, right? Ace looked at Shanks and said pointedly. Sure enough, you know that devil fruit. Advertisement. Shanks smiled helplessly when he heard this. He knew what Ace meant. That one, eaten by Luffy, was the human fruit Nika form of the phantom beast species. That devil fruit has been avoiding the collection of the world government for 800 years and has never been obtained by the world government. After being obtained by agents of the world government, he became known to him in a bizarre way. In the end, he obtained the Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form. After that, the red hair pirates went to Windmill Village for a very funny reason and stayed there for a long time. Until the Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form was eaten by Luffy. Shanks, who now knows more of the secrets of the sea, has figured it out completely. Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form, I chose Luffy. The world government and their red hair pirates were all invisibly affected by this top-notch devil fruit and sent it to Luffy. The top devil fruit has a will and will choose its own master. Only a few people in this sea know this. Obviously, Ace knows this, and already know the real name of the rubber fruit. But Shanks is not worried at all. Nika is a truly top-level devil fruit ability. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the strongest devil fruit. For 800 years, the world government has tried all its methods, but cannot obtain or destroy it. Luffy could consider Ace his brother, but he could only say Nika and chose Ace. This is why, the moment he knew Ace was Luffy's brother, he put down all his guard against Ace. But Shanks doesn't know that Luffy is not the only one who possesses the power of Nika in the current sea. Ace has obtained Shen's calendar area. In other words, before Luffy awakened, Ace was the only person in this sea who had the power of Nika. The powerful devil fruit ability can find its own master. Teach murmured, his mood starting to become a little unstable. That's right, and I can speed up or intensify this process. This is how my chef's bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form came from. Are you curious, what kind of devil fruit can you attract? Ace looked at Teach, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Dark fruit. Ace's real goal is dark fruit. At this time, Teach had always had no desires, and his optimistic mood began to fluctuate strangely. In this era, dark fruit chose the one in front of him, Marshall D. Teach. Ace looked at Teach, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This ability is said to be the most vicious in history, and it seems to be on the opposite side of the Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form. Similarly, dark fruit, as the top devil fruit ability, also has will and will find its own welfare. Dark fruit and Nika seem to be standing at two extremes, with completely opposite abilities, and they are incompatible with each other. A kind of power that gives abilities to those who take away devil fruit's abilities. But in this era, dark fruit's chosen carrier, Marshall D. Teach, is here. And was found by Sage, who lured Blackbeard and killed him. It should also be the invisible influence of dark fruit. A kind of person who gives the ability, imagination, just like the person who gives the ability, infinite number of devil fruit can experience. Nika can use his imagination to fight as he pleases, even if it is to catch thunder and lightning and create a flash of light, he can do it. As a devil fruit ability on the same level as Nika, Ace cannot find it by conventional means. It can be said that after awakening, as long as the imagination is enough, Nika can use countless devil fruit's abilities. As long as you are caught by dark fruit's ability, all devil fruit's abilities will be swallowed by its terrifying gravity. What kind of devil fruit can I attract? The Ren fruit, fantasy beast species, Nika form, after awakening, gives the special ability to the Esper, which is the unique imagination. Dark fruit, on the other hand, can block all devil fruit abilities. Chapter 174. The most vicious bloodline. Redhead. Give me some face. Teach looked at Ace and swallowed hard. At this moment, Teach's mind was filled with Ace's words. Do you want to know what kind of devil fruit you can attract? Teach did not expect that the cadres of the Entei Pirates fleet, known as the Future, might become one of the two women who are most likely to rule the sea in the future after Big Mom. Chef of the Entei Pirates, Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Suzaku Form Ability User, Firebird, Lackey. The Suzaku form of the bird fruit that stood at the pinnacle of the sea was actually attracted by Flame Emperor Ace with his special ability to help Lackey. In this sea, there are very few strong women compared to strong men. Women are born with weaker physical strength than men, and their physical strength cannot match those of strong men. This also means that among the three major mainstream forces that make up the strong in this sea, in addition to devil fruit ability, martial arts, kendo, and hockey, women are naturally lagging behind male strong. Even the pirate empress, Boya Hancock, is famous for her beauty in the world. There is only one woman on the sea who can truly rule the sea. That is relying on the natural monster physique, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki, the soul fruit ability user, the natural destroyer, the four emperors, the captain of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin. If Big Mom hadn't been immersed in having children and having tea parties after becoming the four emperors, without practicing at all, resulting in a bloated body and a decline in strength instead of rising. Big Mom's strength will not be the lowest among the four emperors. The most important point is that although the soul fruit eaten by Big Mom is powerful, compared with Whitebeard's shock fruit and Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form, the improvement in the combat power of the four emperors level is really nothing to compare with. The gap between devil fruit is so big that it can be said to be a world of difference. The powerful devil fruit ability can instantly create a Shichibukai level of powerful combat power. And those who stand at the top of the devil fruit ability can enter the admiral level simply by relying on pure devil fruit ability. The soul fruit eaten by Big Mom obviously cannot do this. But even so, Big Mom is still the only strong woman in this sea who truly dominates the sea. But after the big incident of Emperor Yan, the whole world saw the two women who are most likely to rule the sea after Big Mom in the future. One is the Firebird, Lackey in the form of the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku. As well as, during the Entei incident, he displayed his Admiral-class combat power that shocked the world. Together with Pluton, Rayleigh and Ranger, they besieged Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru and finally captured him alive. The leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, the Entei Pirates, and the first person under Entei Portgas, D-Ace. Thunder Fruit ability user, Little Thieving Cat, Nami. The reason why, Firebird, Lackey and Little Thieving Cat, Nami, who already has Admiral-level combat power, can be called the two women who are most likely to rule the sea in the future. It's the one he ate, the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form. As a devil fruit ability that is as famous as the fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form that Kaido of the Beasts ate, this phantom beast devil fruit truly stands at the pinnacle of all devil fruits. As long as you can develop the devil fruit ability to an awakened state, you will be able to step into the admiral level. Even though, Firebird, Lackey did not show the potential of Conqueror's Haki. But you must know that, Firebird, Lackey is under the command of Emperor Yan, Portgas D-Ace. Under the command of this Conqueror's Haki, a man who is the leader in the sea of this era, no one would doubt that. Firebird, Lackey, even if there is no Conqueror's Haki, there will definitely be a powerful armament Haki in the future. Advertisement even with this top-notch devil fruit ability and the powerful armament Haki created under Entei Ace. It is almost a certainty that he will become as strong as Admiral 3 of Naval Headquarters, who is now known as the strongest generation. The key to all of this lies in the form of the bird fruit, the phantom beast species, the Suzaku. Entei, Portgas D-Ace, has the ability to hunt devil fruit, such as the gate fruit eaten by his subordinate, Black Rose, Nochigo. And the sand fruit eaten by Desert Princess, Vivi. It is Portgas D-Ace, hunted from CP9 and Crocodile, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. This has long been an open secret on the sea, and one of Logia's invincible abilities, the thunder fruit eaten by Nami, the Little Thieving Cat, in this great incident of Emperor Yan. It was also confirmed that it was hunted from the body of a Sky Island man who claimed to be God, Enel. Originally, Teach thought that this top-notch devil fruit, bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form, was also hunted by Portgas D-Ace from other people. But I never expected that Portgas D-Ace not only has the ability to hunt devil fruit, but also has the ability to strengthen other people's attraction to devil fruit's abilities. Attract devil fruit. This top-notch phantom beast species, devil fruit, turned out to be attracted by Portgas D-Ace. Firebird, Lackey, observation Haki hidden by Teach, the picture is very clear. His qualifications are very ordinary, and it is impossible to attract such top-notch devil fruit abilities. If it weren't for Portgas D-Ace, Firebird, Lackey himself wouldn't even be qualified to eat this devil fruit. Portgas D-Ace, which enhances its appeal to devil fruit, is really terrible. Teach did not doubt the authenticity of this man's words. This man truly stands at the pinnacle of this era. Conqueror's Haki is the best in the sea of this era. What such a man says can definitely be trusted. If he gets help from this man, can he attract the devil fruit he dreams of? That one, he has been waiting for as a good son of Whitebeard, which is called the most vicious ability in history. Dark Fruit. As soon as the name and appearance of that devil fruit appeared in Teach's mind, Ace, Shanks and Whitebeard all stared blankly. Teach has mood swings and is weird. A person's mood may be happy, angry, or depressed. Multiple emotions will indeed appear in the same person at the same time, but it can also be clearly perceived using observation Haki that these emotions are different expressions of the same person's emotions. But Teach's mood swings at this moment are different. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Completely separated, as if multiple people's emotions existed in Teach's body. Shanks looked at Teach, his eyes slightly suspicious. Sure enough, this is your true face, Teach. That optimist, desireless look is just one of your looks. Hidden inside you is a monster with huge ambitions, like an abyss, that wants to devour everything. Advertisement. Such a monster, as far as Shanks knows, does exist in this sea. That vicious bloodline that can eat a variety of devil fruit abilities. Are you looking for devil fruit abilities that suit you? That's why Ace's words at this moment caused him to temporarily lose control. The speculations about the battle with Teach, combined with the words Teach said to Ace at this time, caused Teach to temporarily lose control of his emotions. Shanks completely confirmed the true identity of Marshall D. Yuki. The most vicious bloodline in that sea. Ha ha ha. What Mr. Ace said made me curious, but I still don't need devil fruit. I have no ambition to eat devil fruit, and if I eat it, I will become a landlubber and have many inconveniences. The marshal of the naval headquarters, the Buddha Sengoku, who is called the ultimate man, wasn't it because of the weakness of the human fruit phantasmal beast Buddha form that you caught him, Mr. Ace, leading to his defeat? Teach touched his head and said with a smile. The out-of-control emotions only lasted for a moment. If Shanks hadn't already suspected Teach's identity, and Ace would have known Teach's true identity. If observation Haki is diffused early, even observation Haki, who has practiced to the ultimate, cannot accurately perceive the fragmentation of Teach's emotions just now. Like Whitebeard, he only felt that Teach's mood swings were strange for a moment, and did not notice this sense of separation. Gu la la la. Your method of defeating Sengoku is indeed wonderful, Rinboy. Whitebeard didn't bother with Teach's weirdness and instead laughed. This smile means that Whitebeard is still standing for Teach. This is not surprising to Ace or Shanks. Before Teach is completely exposed and does something unforgivable, Whitebeard will 100% stand by his son, Teach. Don't worry, after attracting it, it's your decision whether to eat it or not. I'm also curious about what kind of devil fruit you can attract. Ace looked at Teach, his horns slightly raised. The carrier of this era of dark fruit is here. Ace, how could he let Teach run away? As for the information about his ability to help others to attract devil fruit? For Ace, who has already stood at the pinnacle of the sea in this era and possesses king-level strength, there is no need to care at all. Information about strength is a weakness for those who are not strong enough. But for Ace, who dominates the sea of this era, strength is a deterrent. Of the 4 emperors, which person's strength information is not publicly known to the powerful in the sea of people? On the contrary, it is their overbearing power information that makes the 4 emperors, just by their name, able to scare countless strong men in the sea. I'm curious too, Teach, can you give me some face? Shanks also looked at Teach, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. 11. Teach's happy smiling face suddenly froze. Chapter 175. Hunting dark fruit, it's getting interesting. Teach looked at Shanks and Ace with extremely stiff facial expressions. Why doesn't he want Portgas d'Ace to use his ability to help him attract devil fruit? As Portgas d'Ace said, you just have to eat the devil fruit you attract. But Teach has an intuition that he is likely to fulfill his long-cherished wish with the help of Portgas d'Ace. Attract the most vicious power in history, dark fruit. This is why, just now, his emotions were out of control for a moment. Dark fruit is the biggest desire in his heart. In order to find the devil fruit's ability, he lurked on Whitebeard's ship for more than 20 years, pretending to be Whitebeard's obedient son, and played the role for more than 20 years. Now, an opportunity to get dark fruit was placed in front of him. Teach, why don't you want to try? He was so eager that his emotions lost control in an instant. However, Teach didn't dare to let Portgas d'Ace help him attract devil fruit. Those present are all the big shots in this sea who are truly at the top. He is not the only one who has seen the devil fruit illustrated book. If dark fruit is really attracted, he will definitely not be the only one who can recognize this devil fruit's abilities. Known as the most vicious ability, Chi San San, it is also the dark fruit that he considers to be the strongest devil fruit ability. The red-haired Shanks, who knew some of his secrets, would not let him eat the devil fruit in the first place. And Portgas d'Ace brought him a terrible sense of crisis. Obviously, he has never met Portgas d'Ace at all. He is still lurking on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, and is just a little-known member of the 2nd Division. And Portgas d'Ace, after the great incident of Emperor Yan, truly stood at the pinnacle of the sea in this era. Power, above the 4 emperors. This simple sentence can highlight Portgas d'Ace's supreme status in this era. The Entei Pirates fleet under the command of Portgas d'Ace has even vaguely become a hegemonic pirate group like the Pax Pirates, which was once the absolute overlord of the sea. The reason why it failed to become the absolute dominant pirate group in this era is because in this era, there are too many strong men on the sea. Although the 4 emperors have been verified by the major events of Entei, it is clear that they alone cannot be the opponent of Entei's pirate fleet headed by Portgas d'Ace. But as long as multiple 4 emperors pirate groups work together, they can still fight against the Entei pirate ship. Unlike the Rocks pirate of that era, which had powerful or extremely talented pirates such as Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, Ochaku, Silver Axe, etc. Except for the Roger pirate group, which can compete with it a little bit, there is no pirate group that can collide with it at all. After all, in that era, except for the Roger pirates, almost all pirates with potential and strength were gathered by Rocks. Even the Roger pirates teamed up with Garp and Marine, and even the world government, the Knights of God. And Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and others also have different intentions. This eventually led to the disintegration of Rock's pirate, and Rock's Zebek, along with the Valley of the Gods, disappeared in that era. And Rox has gathered so many powerful and potential pirates because of his great strength and the treasures he promised to the pirates who joined him. Rock's pirate is not so much a pirate group as it is a group of vicious pirates who were born because of treasure. Even if they are partners on the same boat, they will fight each other for treasure on weekdays. When fighting downwind, these people are sharp weapons in Rock's hands, but once encountering headwind, these sharp weapons may actually stab Rox. Finally, the final failure of Rock's pirate in the Valley of the Gods also proved this point. But this man, Entei, Portgas d'Ace, is different. The Yandi pirate fleet under his command is 100% obedient to his orders. Advertisement: the Entei pirates fleet is extremely cohesive, even better than the Red Hair pirates, known as the Iron Wall pirates. As long as Entei Portgas d'Ace gives an order, the Entei pirate fleet will become the sharpest sword in his hand. Crush everything, Portgas d'Ace, the power of the person you want to eliminate. This point has already been verified in the great incident of Emperor Yan. With power exceeding the 4 emperors, he is now the strongest man in the world and the most hockey man in the world, Entei, led by Portgas d'Ace. The Entei pirate fleet is the undisputed strongest pirate group on the sea of this era. Such a terrifying man standing at the top would suddenly notice him, a little-known person. Even if both of them have a D in their names, it is too strong. If he were in Portgas d'Ace's current position, a little person like him would have been out of his sight long ago. Teach is not a fool. Judging from the performance of Portgas d'Ace in the Entei incident, this man is probably the same as the red-haired Shanks. Know some secrets in this world that others don't know. When d'Ace from Portgas said that he would help him attract the devil fruit that suited him, Teach felt even more numb. This man doesn't really know his deepest secret, right? But this is impossible. Portgas d'Ace never met him. Only the red-haired Shanks knows a little about his ambition and true specialness, and there is also the red-nosed former intern of the Roger Pirates with the red-haired Shanks. I also noticed that he never slept. Marco and others also knew that his body structure was different from ordinary people. The other real secrets were all hidden deep within his special body. Even Observation Haki, who has cultivated to the ultimate level, will never be able to detect his specialness. Why? Portgas d'Ace seems to know his secrets better than the red-haired Shanks. Although I don't know how much this man knows about his secrets. But Teach is certain of one thing. He was targeted by Portgas d'Ace. Being stared at by this man who stands at the pinnacle of the sea of this era, even if he is as arrogant as he is, he feels a suffocating pressure coming towards him. If this man's target is really dark fruit, and if it really uses its special ability to attract dark fruit, then things will be really bad. If d'Ace, the Emperor of Fire, and the red-haired Shanks want to seize the dark fruit, even if Whitebeard helps him, they won't be able to protect him. The final result, dark fruit, likely fell into the hands of Entei Portgas d'Ace. Doesn't that mean that he will never be able to obtain dark fruit in his life? The sudden change caused Teach to shed a lot of cold sweat uncontrollably on his forehead. Teach, what are you hiding? Whitebeard looked at Teach's frozen face and the cold sweat constantly flowing down his forehead, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Whitebeard loves his son, but that doesn't mean Whitebeard is a fool. Whitebeard knows each of his sons very well. Teach, although he usually behaves indifferently and optimistically. But in fact, arrogance and rashness are Teach's biggest weaknesses. However, Whitebeard treats his son like a family member. Even if the family has some shortcomings, he can tolerate them. But this time, it's different. Advertisement: Teach, obviously hiding a big secret. And this secret was known to Emperor Yan and Hongfa. His father, on the other hand, has no idea at all. And this secret was so serious that Teach lost control of his emotions. Asterisk asterisk, looking at Whitebeard's eyes, Teach also gritted his teeth. In order to find dark fruit, he joined the most powerful force in this sea, the Whitebeard Pirates, led by Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world who was still at its peak at that time. Although the Roger Pirates are strong, Roger's goal is to become the Pirate King and not develop too much power. In the powerful Whitebeard Pirates, you have the highest chance of getting the devil fruit you need most. But after so many years, Teach didn't even have any hope. After all, it was too difficult to find a specific devil fruit in such a large sea area. He even thought that if he couldn't find dark fruit, he would stay with the Whitebeard Pirates for the rest of his life. Whitebeard's eyes made Teach hesitate. On his own, the chance of finding dark fruit in this ocean is too slim. If Whitebeard loses his trust again, his last refuge will also disappear. Instead of doing this, it's better to give it a try. Let's see if Portgas d'Ace can help him attract dark fruit. If it really comes, then he will expose all his power and eat the dark fruit as quickly as possible. After all, dark fruit was attracted to him, and the first person to come into contact with dark fruit may not be Portgas d'Ace. He has a certain chance of eating the dark fruit first. If he succeeds, his father will protect him. After all, he ate the dark fruit, and as long as he didn't do anything unforgivable, his father still regarded him as his son. If it fails, the dark fruit will be captured by Portgas d'Ace, and he will never have the chance to eat the dark fruit again. Then, just spend the rest of your life with the Whitebeard Pirates. The mysterious fluctuation immediately enveloped Teach. With his strength improved to the present level, Ace's control over the field of understanding, or in other words, control over Nika's imagination, has also reached a new level. The hunt for dark fruit begins. After a moment, Ace looked at Teach and started laughing. Anyway, on his own, the probability of finding dark fruit is close to zero. Buzz. Ace looked at Teach, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Now, the opportunity to give it a try is in front of you. There is nothing to hesitate. You don't need to improve Teach's own understanding of strength at all, but just improve the desire in Teach's heart to attract the corresponding devil fruit. More than 20 years have passed, and he has not even seen the shadow of dark fruit. This is no trouble. Teach regained his smile and said sincerely. Okay, Mr. Ace, I'll trouble you. Teach looked at the light that enveloped him, and his expression was startled. This is really interesting. Ace will not do anything to seduce the enemy. Chapter 176. Nika's power announced. You used the field of understanding to strengthen the desire in Marshall D. Teach's heart, and dark fruit was attracted to it. Dark fruit noticed that the power of Nika in Marshall D. Teach has been hidden. 2 lines of text appeared in Ace's mind, making Ace laugh out loud and found it very interesting. Marshall D. Teach is the most suitable carrier for dark fruit in this era. Its bloodline, its ambition, its power, and the determination that has been lurking on the Whitebeard pirate's ship for more than 20 years are all what dark fruit has been looking for. Just as Ace expected, after using the field of understanding to strengthen the desire in Teach's heart, dark fruit was indeed attracted to Teach in the depths of the sea. But what makes Ace find it interesting is that dark fruit noticed the power of Nika and hid. The field of understanding is Ace's heaven-defying understanding, combined with the Nika obtained from the human fruit phantom beast species Nika form in his brother, Monkey D. Luffy's body, which gives the ability users exclusive imagination, and the power of birth. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an enhanced version of Nika's power. The Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form is called the most ridiculous ability. The rubber-like body obtained by the ability user is just a symbol. Its real ability is to give its users the exclusive imagination to fight as they wish. With this imagination, the ability user 06 who has awakened the Nika form can grasp thunder and lightning, create flashes of light, create things out of thin air, and accomplish any incredible thing. As long as you have enough imagination, it's not an exaggeration to say that Nika can use or control all devil fruit's abilities to help him fight. It is precisely because of this that Ace is able to use the field of understanding that is actually a combination of the power of Nika and his own heaven-defying understanding, and use some of the devil factors popped up by the meatball fruit, including the devil fruit ability. And now, dark fruit, because he is aware of the power of Nika in the field of understanding, chooses to hide. This completely verified Ace's judgment. Dark fruit, this is the most vicious ability in history that can deprive all devil fruit abilities and give the Esper the ability to hunt devil fruit. It is the natural opposite of the Nika form, the human fruit that can grant omnipotent imagination to those with abilities. No wonder Luffy and Blackbeard in the original book on Guy Island were like natural enemies. They liked completely opposite things and were inexplicably unhappy with each other. This is their fate as carriers of dark fruit and Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form in the sea of this era. As completely opposite existences, dark fruit and Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form appear on the sea of an era, and they will definitely fight to the death. Dark fruit will not appear in front of the awakened calendar. Faced with the power of Nika that he mastered, this devil fruit, which is said to have the most vicious ability in history, chose to hide. But what makes Ace most interesting is that dark fruit noticed the fluctuation of Nika's power from Teach. In the sea of this era, will dark fruit still choose male? Looking at Teach, who looked a little dazed, Ace's mouth curved in an interesting way. Why, nothing happened. Teach watched blankly as the mysterious light that shrouded him gradually dissipated and swallowed. If the man in front of him hadn't been the overlord of the sea in this era, the Flame Emperor Portgas D. Ace. Teach even suspected that someone was making fun of him. But precisely because the man in front of him was Portgas D. Ace, the Emperor of Fire, Teach felt an intuitive burning sensation in his heart. I'm afraid, something terrible happened that was beyond his control. Advertisement, what happened, Ace? Shanks looked at Ace, looking slightly suspicious. Ace takes action and never misses. In this great incident of Emperor Yan, which can be called an epic war. In terms of strength, Ace has demonstrated terrifying power that overwhelms the 4 emperors and is the best in the continent at this time. In terms of wisdom, Ace defeated the ultimate person who gained Buddha-like wisdom from the form of the human fruit, phantom beast species, the great Buddha, Martial Marine, Sengoku of the Buddha. In terms of skill and decisiveness, Ace completely checked the 5 elders, forcing the Buster Call, which was regarded as absolutely just by the world government, to an unprecedented halt. Strength, wisdom, Republic of Daxia skills. Ace's comprehensive strength demonstrated in this Yandy incident makes him truly the strongest man in the world in this era. After such a man took action, Teach did not attract any devil fruit abilities. What happened, little boy? Teach, can't you attract devil fruit? Whitebeard also narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice. Nothing happened. This situation made Whitebeard tense. He did not doubt Ace's words and power. Ace had already proven his strength and ability during the Yan Emperor incident. What made Whitebeard nervous was wondering whether something happened to Teach, which caused him to be unable to attract devil fruit even with the power of Entei Kid. No, the attraction was successful, and it also attracted a devil fruit, which can be called one of the 2 strongest devil fruits in this sea. Ace looked at Teach, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Teach, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body trembled violently. One of the 2 strongest devil fruits? Whitebeard and Shank's pupils froze at the same time. Kaido, who was drinking and watching a show in the distance, had a serious look on his face. The first person in history to use devil fruit's ability in this sea commented like this. The power of that devil fruit is absolutely terrifying. The top-level devil fruit ability allows an Esper to reach the Admiral level just by relying on the devil fruit ability. Although rare, there are still some devil fruits like this. For example, Whitebeard's shock fruit, Little Thieving Cat, Nami's thunder fruit, Kaido's fish fruit, Phantom Beast species, Blue Dragon form, Firebird, Lackey's bird fruit, Phantom Beast species, Suzaku form, and in the Entei incident, the lava fruit eaten by Admiral of Headquarters Akainu, who was defeated by Ace. These are the truly top-level devil fruit abilities standing on this sea. But among these devil fruit abilities, it is completely impossible to rank which one is stronger. It can only be said that each has its own advantages. Shock fruit, which can give people with abilities the power to destroy the world. Lava fruit, which can give people with abilities the strongest attack power in the devil fruit illustration. Thunder fruit has the strongest balance, allowing ability users to become the ultimate combination of speed and strength. The fish fruit, phantasmal beast species, Blue Dragon form, in addition to allowing the ability user to control the power of nature, it also allows the ability user to have the terrifying Blue Dragon body. Advertisement. Although these top-level devil fruits are powerful, they are definitely not the strongest. Being able to call it the strongest devil fruit means that the terrifying power it exerts is 1 level higher than the abilities of these top devil fruits. With that kind of ability, there are only... Shank's pupils shrank and he had a guess in his mind. Regarding the strongest devil fruit ability, if Shanks were asked to choose now, he would probably choose Ace's Mera fruit ability, which has evolved towards the sun. Being able to exert power beyond the level of the 4 emperors with just the power of the devil fruit is something that has never happened before in this ocean. Even the one that made him press his left arm into the new Oedo era, the Renren fruit Phantom Beast Nika form that Luffy had eaten, couldn't do it at all. But rather than saying that Mera fruit is powerful, it is better to say that Ace gave Mera fruit its power. The power of the Mera fruit itself is slightly stronger than the Sand fruit, but definitely weaker than the Thunder fruit. Thunder Quan has these top-notch devil fruit abilities. The strongest devil fruit that Ace said must have had his abilities removed. Then the 2 strongest devil fruits, one of them must be the Renren fruit Phantom Beast species Nika form that Luffy ate. Could it be that the remaining devil fruit ability is Shanks? His pupils shrank. The most special ability in Logia, dark fruit. Ace looked at Teach, the corners of his mouth raised. He said words that made Teach tremble all over. Sure enough, it's the most vicious ability in history, dark fruit, strange. Shanks looked at the sweaty Teach with sharp eyes. Dark fruit? Hey, this is no joke, Whitebeard. Kaido walked over, looked at Whitebeard, and said in a deep voice. He looked at the humble-looking Teach. How could this unknown little person attract dark fruit? Then why didn't dark fruit show up? Why? Teach was completely out of control at this time, watching Ace trembling and growling. The dark fruit that he has been dreaming of for more than 20 years. Why didn't it show up? Because it was scared away by my ability, which is naturally opposed to it, the power of Nika. Ace looked at Teach, who was out of control, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled lightly. Shanks, Whitebeard, and Kaido's pupils shrank to ultimate at the same time. Nika? Chapter 177, Team Zero Captain, Pluton, Rayleigh. Nika? Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, pupils constricted to ultimate. Rayleigh, who was sitting not far from Ace and was paying attention to the development of things here, also trembled. They are all a group of people who truly stand at the pinnacle of this ocean. And Whitebeard, Kaido was once a member of the Rock's pirate ship. Rayleigh, even following Roger, arrived at Raftel, the final island, and saw what Joy Boy left there. Although Shanks, together with Buggy who took care of him, did not board the Raftel due to illness, Shanks' speciality allowed him to know many secrets of the sea. Nika is a name they are all too familiar with. The legendary liberation warrior was born with a rubber body. He was revered as Nika the sun god by the world for liberating enslaved people and establishing a huge kingdom 800 years ago. In the previous generation, the one who used the power of Nika was Joey Boy. Nika's power, Ace, is able to use Nika's power? This sudden change made these people standing at the top of the sea look at Ace with disbelief. Nika. I understand, that's why you can use all Devil Fruit's abilities, right? Why you can use Nika's power, Ace. You are a Mera fruit capable person, and you are also the blood of the captain. It is impossible to eat multiple Devil Fruits. And Nika. Shanks looked at Ace, his expression shocked. He finally understood why Ace was able to use up to 6 Devil Fruit abilities in public executions. Yes, the calendar area of Chenka. Nika allows those who obtain this power to obtain Nika's exclusive imagination. Whatever the owner of Nika power wants to do, can become a reality. Turn your imagination into reality and fight as you wish. As for Ace, the power to use all the Devil Fruit's abilities is not a power to turn some of the devil factors into reality at will and show off the Devil Fruit's abilities. Although there must be other secrets in it, after all, although Nika's power can allow the ability user to do anything they want. But Nika probably doesn't have the power to directly turn some of the demonic factors into reality and show Devil Fruit's abilities. In other words, in Ace's hands, Nika's power is the same as his ability to eat the Mera fruit, which is evolving into super solar power. It exerted a power beyond the limits of Nika itself. Ace has exerted Nika's power beyond that of the former sun god, Nika? This is simply the biggest joke at sea. Although Ace developed Mera fruit and evolved towards the power of the sun. But Shanks never thought about using Nika's power beyond Nika's own limits. Nika is the most naughty and one of the strongest forces in this sea. With such power, can Ace use it beyond its own limit? More importantly, Ace is the bloodline of his most respected captain, Gold D. Roger. It's absolutely impossible for an Ace with that special bloodline to eat 2 devil fruits. Besides, Shanks watched Luffy eat the human fruit phantom beast species Nika form. But before awakening, Nika can only bring a rubber-like body to the Esper, and there is no Nika form, which gives the Esper the most important exclusive imagination. Therefore, the world government, which is most afraid of Nika's power, has always disguised this human fruit plus fantasy beast species activation form as Paramesh's rubber fruit. But why is it now Ace who can use Nika's power? As for whether Ace might have obtained the Nika power from Luffy, Shanks never thought about this possibility. Ace, but Luffy's brother, when Ace talks about Luffy, he reveals the feeling between brothers. His observation Haki perceives it very clearly. Ace will never be bad for Luffy. What's more, Ace doesn't have the rubber body that Nika should have. Advertisement it's more like, Ace only gained Nika's exclusive power of imagination. What is this? Joy Boy, are you Joey Boy? Kaido looked at Ace at this moment, his eyes shocked as never before. Joey Boy. All along, Kaido has been waiting for Joey Boy to appear. Kaido even said to his right hand, Flame Calamity, the one who defeats him is Ice Boy. Kaido's dream is to launch the world's top war, but in his heart, he didn't find Joy Boy through a war that affected the whole world. Looking at the man in front of him, Portgas D. Ace, his eyes were shocked as never before. If a fight breaks out, with the power shown by Portgas D. Ace in the Yan Emperor incident, there is no doubt that Portgas D. Ace's power is above him. Now, this man actually said that he can use Nika's power. Nika is the power of Joy Boy. Could it be that the man in front of him is the one he has been looking for all this time, Joey Boy? Ace, Joey Boy? Rayleigh was also shocked at this time. It turned out to be Nika's power. Nika's power was actually obtained by Roger's bloodline, Ace. This shocked Rayleigh, who had been to the final island. In the end, I can only lament my fate. It seems that fate is not only for Yishao to come here and join the Yandi pirate fleet, but also for Yishao to join the Yandi pirate fleet. He also met Ace, who was able to use the power of Nika in this era. Although Rayleigh still has many questions, for example, Ace is obviously a Mera fruit capable person and does not have a rubber-like body. There can be no human being in the human fruit phantom beast Nika form inside the body. But no matter what, it is certain that Ace has Nika's power and exclusive imagination. Roger, I am going to bet my fate on your blood. Rayleigh looked at Ace, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Although he has been to the final island, Raph tells Rayleigh has a hunch that Ace is not the real Joey Boy. But Ace, who has Roger's bloodline, possesses the power of Nika, and showed such power and ability during the Entei incident. Is it really worse than the legendary Joey Boy? What Joey Boy can do, can't Ace, who possesses the power of Nika and evolves the Mera fruit towards the power of the sun, not be able to do it? Rayleigh, I'm not going to wait any longer, he wants to bet on Ace. Although the original Rayleigh came out during the Yan Emperor incident, and even when she met Shanks, she stood firmly on Ace's side. But it is different from Yishao directly joining the Entei pirate ship and becoming the captain of the second team. Rayleigh, still making choices. After all, Rayleigh, who has been to Raftel, the final island, and knows what Joy Boy left behind, even if Ace shows power beyond the 4 Emperors level. He still couldn't make the decision to join the Entei pirates fleet. But now, there is nothing to hesitate about. Ace has the power of Nika. This made Rayleigh completely determined. Join the Entei pirate fleet and assist Entei Portgas D. Ace. B. Advertisement Whitebeard looked at Ace, his eyes shaking. Roger, you, the descendant of Portgas D. Ace, actually gained the power of the temple card? Joy Boy. No, I'm not Joey Boy, I'm Entei, Portgas D. Ace. The next era will be called Emperor Yan. Ace looked at everyone's shocked eyes and laughed out loud. I have the power of Nika. Now that I have the power to truly stand at the top of the sea, I no longer need to hide anything. The disclosure of information about any force is not only not a weakness, but also a bargaining chip for oneself. Ace clearly understands Rayleigh's thoughts. Rayleigh, who has been to Raftel, the final island, will definitely be waiting for Joy Boy to appear. Even during this Yandi incident, Rayleigh came out to stand up for herself. But Rayleigh, who has completely joined the Entei pirates and knows what Joy Boy left behind in Roger's will, makes such a decision. But the announcement of Nika's power is completely different. This will become the last piece of the puzzle that prompts Rayleigh to join the Entei pirates fleet. And his own observation Haki, the emotions he felt in Rayleigh also proved this. Disclose the information that he possesses Nika's power in exchange for Rayleigh's full participation. It even made these people standing at the top of the sea start to place bets. For Ace, it is an absolutely no-cost transaction. After all, even if the world government and even the powerful men in the whole sea know that they have the power of Nika, what can they do? From the moment he obtained the power of the Gate Fruit, from the moment Ace truly surpassed the 4 Emperors level power and became an Overlord level combat power. No one in the world government, nor in the entire sea, can stop Ace. To become the king of the world, it's just time to ask questions. No, Joey boy? Kaido looked at Ace and said solemnly. Immediately, stood up. Emperor Yan, I'm on Ghost Island, waiting for your crusade. Kaido looked at Ace and laughed. Ace looked on calmly, showing no intention of stopping him. Certainly. Rayleigh, on the other hand, was still sitting there, looking at Ace silently. Wow. Ace looked at Rayleigh, the corners of his mouth curled up in a huge arc, and he laughed out loud. Rayleigh, do you want to follow me and turn the sea upside down? Rayleigh looked at Ace as if he was back to the moment when he met Roger. Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Captain of Division 0, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Ace looked at Rayleigh and laughed. Regardless of whether Ace is Joey boy or not, regardless of the final outcome, being able to play against Nika in this era is like a dream. Captain of Squad 0, take on this title, Rayleigh. Everyone in the Yandi pirate fleet stood up. Kaido's body quickly transformed into the form of a green dragon, and after roaring, disappeared into the clouds. There were tears in the corners of his eyes because he stood up with a smile. Ace stood up and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Roar. The banquet ends here. It can be regarded as fulfilling the wish in his heart. Chapter 178. A new chapter. Destination, Amazon, Lily. The banquet sponsored by the Entei Pirates and attended by the 4 Emperors Red Hair Pirates, 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates, 4 Emperors, and Kaido of the Beasts came to an end. Kaido of the Beasts, who came from the New World to obtain Ace's ability to hunt demons, came in the form of a blue dragon. At this time, because of Ace, he transformed into a blue dragon and left. But the purpose is completely different. Kaido of the Beasts, at this time, is going to prepare for a crusade from the man who stands at the pinnacle of the ocean in this era, the Entei Porticus D. Ace. Although Kaido is arrogant and often relies on his immortality to do whatever he wants among various forces alone. But he who was able to capture Wano Kuni was not just a reckless man. Judging from the strength displayed by the Entei Pirates during the Entei incident, when his Beasts Pirates faced off against the Entei Pirates alone, the odds of winning were infinitely close to zero. Even the naval headquarters, the strongest among the 3 major forces, was defeated from the front by the Entei pirate ship group headed by Entei Porticus D. Ace before the world government 5 elders came to an end, and fell into an unprecedented rout. If the world government hadn't personally come to an end and the 5 elders had arrived, the casualties at naval headquarters would have been extremely heavy. Even naval headquarters is no match for the Entei Pirates fleet. His Beasts Pirates cannot compete with the Entei Pirates fleet. But Kaido didn't have the slightest fear, but was even more excited. Unexpectedly, Entei Porticus D. Ace actually possesses the power of Ka. Although different from the legendary Joey Boy with a rubber body, Porticus D. Ace himself denied that he was Joey Boy. But being able to fight against Nika in this era is Kaido's greatest luck. Kaido will not let go of this opportunity to start a war with Nika. So, he needs a helper. Kaido of the Beasts, the direction he is going at this time is New World, Toto Land Kingdom, also known as the Sea Area of All Nations. The core there is Cake Island, and what occupies it is 4 Emperors, Big Mom Pirates, and the 4 Emperors, the Red Hair Pirates, and the 4 Emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates, came because of Entei Porticus D. Ace. He also left Sabaody Island Group 753 Island and returned to the New World. The red-haired Shanks came from the New World to confirm things with Emperor Yan, Porticus D. Ace. Compared with the new information he got here, it was nothing to mention. Not only did I know that Ace is Luffy's brother, I also know that Ace also has the power of Nika. The Renren Fruit Phantom Beast species Nika form is still in Luffy's body at this time. Although at this moment, the Devil Fruit, one of the most powerful in the sea, has not yet awakened and exists in Luffy's body in the form of a rubber fruit. But Shanks, who pressed his arms on Luffy, was sure that Nika would awaken in Luffy's body. Because Luffy is the choice of Renren Fruit Phantom Beast species Nika form. For this reason, the world government and their red hair pirates were all invisibly affected by the power of the human fruit the Phantom Beast Nika form, and sent this Phantom Beast Devil Fruit to Luffy. In other words, on the sea of this era, 2 Nikas will appear at the same time. One was chosen by the human fruit Phantom Beast species Nika form, and it was also the one he pressed his arm on, Monkey D. Luffy. The other one is already standing at the pinnacle of the sea, and his strength exceeds that of the 4 Emperors. After Pluton, Silver Rayleigh announced his full participation, the Yandi pirate ship group under his command has become the only one on this sea who can defeat the naval headquarters head-on. The most controversial pirate group, Luffy's brother, Entei Porticus D. Ace. For such a major event, even if the red-haired Shanks know many secrets due to special reasons, they need to return to the New World and carefully think about where their red hair pirates will go in this era. But there is one thing Redhead Shanks is sure of. That is this sea, which will usher in a new era because of Porticus D. Ace. The new era he has been waiting for has arrived ahead of schedule. And the name of this era is Shen Even if Luffy awakens to the Nika form in the future, it will not change the fact that in this era, he is called the Flame Emperor. Where to go in the era of Emperor Yan is something that the Red Hair Pirates need to think about seriously. In this regard, his former deputy captain, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, had already placed an early bet. He joined the Entei pirate fleet and became the captain of the Zero Division. And he put his arm on Luffy's body, advertisement. But how to get rid of the remaining chips is something the red-haired Shanks is thinking about seriously. And at this banquet, Shanks also completely figured out the true identity of Marshall, D. Teach. The most vicious bloodline with the ability to eat multiple devil fruits. Its purpose is what can be called one of the strongest devil fruit abilities, Dark Fruit. Fortunately, under the influence of Entei Ace's Nika power, this Dark Fruit, which is called the most vicious ability and is also opposed to Nika's power, was hidden and was not obtained by Teach. Although he was not sure where the hidden Dark Fruit had gone, Shanks didn't pay too much attention. To find one of the strongest devil fruits hidden in this huge ocean is something that not even the world government can do. The Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form has not been obtained by the world government for 800 years despite the world government using various means. This dark fruit, which is opposite to the Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form, also has this ability. Even if I want to find it, there is no place to get my money back. The most important thing is that this devil fruit came into Ace's sight. Ace's sphere of influence is not as good as world government. But in the field of devil fruit, Ace is the best in this ocean. In the long history of this sea, there has never been a character like Ace who can use devil fruit beyond its own limits. There has never been a person who is a Mera fruit capable person, but also has the power of Nika, and with his hidden methods, he can use all the devil fruit abilities. Unprecedented, perfect demon fruit power. Although dark fruit is side by side with Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form, Shanks believes that in the face of the strongest demon fruit power in history, Ace. This devil fruit will be obtained by Ace sooner or later. What Shanks needs to consider now is how to bet in the new era and where they, Red Hair Pirates, go from here. Among the four emperors, the one with the least psychological burden is the four emperors Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates came from the New World calmly and returned to the New World from the Sabaody Archipelago calmly. They have no idea of paying attention to the new era. For the Whitebeard Pirates, the most important thing is family. Just like Whitebeard, who continues to age and already requires continuous infusion, AGBJ, and various medical instruments to maintain normal vital signs. The Four Emperors pirate group, which was once the strongest, also began to become sluggish with the aging and physical decline of the soul figure Whitebeard. There was a time called Whitebeard, now this new era will only be called Emperor Yan. On the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, there is only one more, a somewhat lost Marshal, D. Teach. Dark Fruit was indeed attracted to him with the help of Entei, Portgas D. Ace. However, under the influence of Portgas D. Ace's Nika power, he hid himself. This left Teach, who had been lurking in the Whitebeard Pirates and looking for Dark Fruit for more than 20 years, completely at a loss. At this time, Teach felt that God had played a big joke on him. Dark Fruit was attracted to Portgas D. Ace because of his power. In the end, because of the power of Portgas D. Ace, he went into hiding. Is he destined not to get Dark Fruit? Teach sat on the deck and stared at the sea, his eyes full of confusion. Dad, make fun of him. Marco looked at the lost Teach and frowned slightly. Don't say it, Marco. Whitebeard looked at Marco. Even if Teach hides something from me, he is still my son and our family. And, there's nothing to worry about. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth curled up slightly. Lousy. But Whitebeard. Ace looked at the leaving Whitebeard Pirates and Red Hair Pirates, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Advertisement Teach, it is no longer possible to obtain Dark Fruit. Dark Fruit, who felt the power of Nika in Teach, would never choose Teach as the carrier of this era. So, what will Dark Fruit, who has noticed the resurgence of Nika in this era, do? I'm afraid, you will be a little anxious to find a new carrier, right? After all, Dark Fruit is a completely opposite force to Nika. Destined to compete with Shenka's power. That's fine, let's lay a trap for this point. Dark Fruit is destined to be obtained by oneself. As for Whitebeard, Ace has already seen through his fate. Even without Teach's rebellion, Whitebeard's character would sooner or later die in this era because of his son. A late king with a weakness that everyone knows, the outcome has already been determined. It's sailing. Ace stood on the Mary and laughed out loud. Dit. The girls stood on the deck of the Melly, looking at Ace, smiling and raising their little hands. Ha ha ha, I haven't heard the words, going sailing, for a long time. Got it, Captain. On another ship, the captain of the Entei pirate ship Group 0, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, and Shaki stood on the deck. Rayleigh laughed, her eyes flashing thick purple-black. Little Ace, if you want to go to Amazon Lily, let me show you the way. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. Going on a voyage? It would be best if the captain can use his old body. On the other ship, the captain of the second division of the Entei pirate ship group smiled and stood on the deck, also showing a smile. Let me, for the captain, announce the departure of the Entei pirates fleet. Under the power of Mary's shadow fruit, the three ships with Mary as the core began to set sail at the same speed. Rayleigh stood on the deck, laughing loudly as he looked at the marine warship that began to panic and flee as they set sail. These are marine surveillance ships monitoring their movements. Although defeated, although not on the Sabaody archipelago, the 4 emperor opponents who started the banquet. However, the naval headquarters will not completely give up the vigilance here in the investigation of the movements of the 4 emperors. Even if they are discovered, the entire army will be wiped out. Risk, they must do the same. The man whose strength surpasses the 4 emperors, Entei, Portgas d'Ace, sets sail. Report to headquarters quickly. A naval headquarters rear admiral lied and shouted at the messenger. Buzz. Boom. The next moment, violent black and purple lightning flashed in the sky. I'm the Entei Pirate Grand Fleet, captain of the Zero Squadron, Silbaz Rayleigh. Along with Haki's loud laughter, countless sailors on the marine warships suddenly fell into coma. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, declares to the world, he is now the captain of the Fire Emperor Pirates fleet. Also announced on behalf of his current captain, Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace. The man whose strength surpasses the 4 emperors, Entei, Portgas d'Ace, sets sail. Destination, Amazon Lily, Chapter 179. The New Pirate King? The latest bounty? Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, Buddha of Sengoku, known as the Resourceful General, looked at Marineford outside the window and sighed. Although it looks the same as before, but Sengoku can feel that there is a shadow called failure hanging over Marineford. And what brings the shadow of failure to Naval Headquarters is the man who launched the Yan Emperor incident that shocked the world, and whose power was greater than that of the 4 emperors. Entei, Portgas d'Ace, facing the Entei pirate ship group led by Entei, their naval headquarters experienced the biggest failure since its establishment. Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru was captured in front of the world. Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu was crushed and defeated by Entei, Portgas d'Ace in front of the world. He, the marshal known as the Resourceful General, was also defeated by Emperor Yan in a battle of wits. If the world government hadn't intervened and the 5 elders had personally ended their lives, it's unclear how many of the elite marines gathered in the Sabaody archipelago would have returned. But even if the world government intervenes, the 5 elders will all end. Still under the influence of Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace, he chose to compromise. Even the Buster Call, which represents the absolute justice of the world government and sends out all signals to erase everything on the earth, was forced to suspend in an unprecedented manner. The absolute justice preached by the world government was completely broken at this moment by Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace. This was an unprecedented failure, although most of the elites were able to return to Marineford due to the agreement reached between the 5 elders and Entei. But the scary thing is that the justice in the hearts of all the officers and soldiers of Naval Headquarters has begun to waver. Regardless of whether it was Entei or Portgas d'Ace, they showed the ugly appearance of the celestial dragons maintained by their marines in front of the whole world. Or the 5 elders, in Sabaody archipelago, launched a Buster Call in anger. Or maybe Entei, who used his powerful skills to completely control the war situation, made a deal with the compromise between Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru and the world's highest powerholder, the 5 elders, to stop the Buster Call and protect all the people of Sabaody archipelago. This was like a heavy hammer that hit the righteous hearts of all the officers and soldiers of Naval Headquarters. They, the Marines who represent justice, at the end of the Entei incident, due to the launch of the Buster Call, undoubtedly became the killing tools used by the world government to massacre people. But the great pirate, Portgas d'Ace, the Entei who was called extremely evil by the world government, became the savior of the people. This objective fact cannot be denied even by the hawkish generals at Naval Headquarters. Marine has become a killing machine that massacres people, and pirates have become heroes who save people. Killing people and killing people is nothing more than this. Why? Sengoku looked out the window, which represented the righteous Marineford, and sighed deeply. It's not that Naval Headquarters is weak. As the strongest of the 3 major forces on the sea, Naval Headquarters has an absolute advantage against any 4 emperors pirate group. It is true that that man, Emperor Yan, is too strong. Strength, wisdom, and republicanism, they all stand at the pinnacle of this sea. Compared with that man, Martial Marine, who ate the human fruit, phantom beast species, the great Buddha form, obtained the Buddha's wisdom, strength and spirit, and was known as the ultimate man, was completely at an absolute disadvantage. Regardless of strength, spirit or wisdom, they were all ruthlessly suppressed by that man. That man is the real ultimate man of this era. Faced with such a man, Marine must also make changes. Sengoku looked at the paper on the table with a gloomy expression. No matter what the reason is, it's Entei, Portgas d'Ace is too strong. It may be the intervention of the 4 emperors, Red Hair Pirates, 4 emperors Kaido, 4 emperors, and Whitebeard Pirates. Naval Headquarters, under the leadership of his marshal, suffered this major defeat. This is an ironclad objective fact that cannot be changed. He, the Marine Marshal, has also become part of the shadow of failure that hangs over Marineford. The first step to change the current despondency of Naval Headquarters and regain the confidence of all Marine personnel is to change the coaching staff. Only a coaching change can give Marine the possibility of regaining confidence and justice. Sengoku smoothed the paper and prepared to start writing his resignation letter and recommendations for the next Marine Marshal. What Sengoku recommends is Admiral of Headquarters. For a long time, as the top doves and hawks, Aokiji and Akainu, both of them have been regarded as candidates for Marine Marshal. Advertisement Sengoku and Garp have always supported Aokiji to become Marine Marshal. But the world government, 5 elders, is more optimistic about Jian. Akainu's strength is indeed superior to Aokiji, and because the Hawks act more wantonly. And Aokiji, because of the Ohara incident and before the Seven Waters Capital incident, had always believed in lazy justice. Therefore, within naval headquarters, the Hawks headed by Akainu actually outweigh the Doves headed by Aokiji. But now, Sengoku has a good reason to recommend Aokiji. That is, during the Entei incident, Aokiji was the only one among the 3 admirals of naval headquarters who was not defeated in front of the world. If we want to clear away the shadow of the failure of naval headquarters, Aokiji, who has never been defeated, is naturally the most suitable candidate. Maybe, this failure can actually be a good thing. Sengoku's eyes flashed and he began to write. Boom. Marshal. The office door was opened in panic. What's wrong? Looking at the visitor, veins began to appear on Sengoku's forehead. The Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, who specializes in reporting intelligence to him, brings terrible bad news every time. Now, the last thing Sengoku wants to see is this Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Marshal, Entei, Portgas d'Ace, sailed from the Sabadi archipelago. Pluton, Silver Hyphenation Point Rayleigh, used Conqueror's Haki to defeat all surrounding guard ships. And he calls himself the captain of the Entei pirate ship group. Pluton Rayleigh officially joins the service of Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace. The Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, covered in cold sweat, stood at attention and shouted. What? Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, became the captain of the Entei pirate ship, Team Zero? Although in the great incident of Emperor Yan, Rayleigh chose to come out of the mountain and stood in the camp of Emperor Yan. But unlike Yishao, who publicly announced that he would become the captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Pluton, Silver Hyphenation Point Rayleigh, just took action and did not express his intention to join the Entei Pirates fleet. Sengoku, Nishi knows this old rival very well. I have been to the final island, Rayleigh of Raftel, but I am afraid that I am still hesitant because of the big secret treasure I saw in Raftel. The reason for taking action was because of the blood of Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace, and the so-called D will seen in that man. But now, on the day when the Entei Pirates fleet set sail, he announced that he would join and become the captain of the Zero Division. On the Sabadi archipelago, what happened at the subsequent banquet? What prompted Rayleigh, who had arrived at Raftel, to immediately make the decision to join the Entei pirate ship? Sengoku's forehead was covered with sweat. That man, Portgas d'Ace, and their secrets that naval headquarters and even the world government don't know. That secret prompted Rayleigh to join. Buddha-like wisdom helped Sengoku analyze this, but what the secret is, Sengoku still doesn't know. But Sengoku is certain that it is definitely a secret that can cause the sea to shake and change the era of the sea. Zero, please give me flowers, otherwise, Rayleigh would not have been able to join the She pirate ship group so decisively. What's even more frightening is whether the old members of the Roger Pirates will choose to leave after learning the news. Join that, the so-called Zero Division? Sengoku's forehead is full of veins, complacency is a haze. Immediately summon all naval headquarters Vice Admiral and above generals. Sengoku said solemnly. Yes, advertisement the naval headquarters Rear Admiral in charge of intelligence work left in a panic. Asterisk. Sengoku stood up and his face regained its composure. Turning the resignation letter on the table upside down, Sengoku walked towards the conference room with firm steps. Now, he is still Marshal of the naval headquarters. Let him, for naval headquarters, make the final splash. In the conference room, all generals above naval headquarters Vice Admirals sit on both sides. But unlike the previous murderous aura, the naval headquarters Vice Admirals at this time seem to be missing something. The aura is a bit sluggish. Everyone, the latest information is that Pluton, Silver Rayleigh has joined the Entei pirate ship and became the captain of the Zero Division. Sengoku looked at the somewhat sluggish naval headquarters Vice Admirals, his eyes flashed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. Sengoku's words made many generals above the naval headquarters Vice Admiral tremble. The legendary pirate, the right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton, Silver Hyphenation Point Rayleigh, joined the Entei pirate ship? Doesn't this mean that the man who brought them the most terrible failure in naval headquarters, Entei, Portgas d'Ace? Not only does he have the blood of the Pirate King, but he also has the right hand of the Pirate King. It is even possible to gather the old members of the Roger Pirates? In that case, with the guidance of these people, who else can stop Entei and Portgas d'Ace from going to the final island? Could it be said that a new Pirate King is about to be born? Many generals above the naval headquarters Vice Admiral level looked gloomy and their momentum became even more depressed. Pluton Rayleigh, have you joined? Aokiji sits at the head and shines. Captain of Team Zero? It seems that the position of captain of the first team is still reserved for him. After allowing Marine to make a smooth transition and placing those dovish generals in place, he will leave here. Became the captain of the first team of the Yandi pirate fleet. Now, announce the latest reward for the Entei pirate ship. Sengoku looked at the sluggish backbone of naval headquarters and drank out loud. Bounty. A new bounty on the man who defeated their naval headquarters, Entei? Justice will prevail, justice will win, justice cannot end in their hands. We did experience failure, but that was because of my wrong decision-making and the intervention of the Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Kaido of the Beasts. Infected by Sengoku, these naval headquarters generals were slightly shaken and roared with tears in their eyes. Didn't the Marine executives, and even the world government executives, give up the pursuit of Entei? We are still alive. Still, keep fighting. We at Naval Headquarters still have the strength to hunt down the Entei pirate fleet. That's right, as long as they are alive, it is not over. Our war against all pirates has not yet failed. Announced, the latest bounty for the Entei pirates fleet is announced. We will still hunt down Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace. Sengoku looked at the many Naval Headquarters generals and roared angrily. Hearing Sengoku's loud shout, many Naval Headquarters vice admirals were shocked. They are still the pursuers of pirates. The justice we protect is not over yet. Chapter 180. The strongest pirate group in the world, absolutely powerful. Triggering the Entei incident that shocked the world. Forcibly suspend the Buster Call, which represents absolute justice. The officers are all famous throughout the sea, and their strength is superior to that of any four emperors pirate group. The strongest pirate group on the sea of this era without a doubt. The enemy of justice, the one the Naval Headquarters vows to hunt down. The strongest pirate group in the world, superior to the four emperors pirate group, the true overlord of the sea. The Entei pirate fleet, the latest bounty amount. Branu, who is in charge of marine bounty orders, suddenly sequenced the new bounty orders one after another. Born on Sky Island, Entei pirates, musician, relying on abilities, you can improve the combat effectiveness of the entire group and reduce the opponent's combat effectiveness. The Devil Fruit's field control ability is the leader of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, and the person who inspires the Fruit's ability, from the land of Gabeti. Vocal Fruit ability user, leader of the Entei pirates fleet, Angel, Conus. Bounty. 350 million Baileys. Branu pointed at Conus's reward order and yelled. Next, born in East Blue, the Entei pirates, swordsman, and former captain of the Logetown Marine, relied on his ability to let the Entei pirates invade the Sabaody archipelago silently. A swordsman who can strike silently with 220, the hidden swordsman. The user with the transparent fruit ability, the leader of the Entei pirates fleet, the silent swordsman Vashi. Bounty. 450 million Baileys. Branu posted Dashiji's latest bounty order and brand new title on the board and shouted. Then, born in East Blue, the Entei pirates, the ship's doctor, has completed the awakening of the Devil Fruit ability. It can create a super strong healing field and complete the reversal of the combat power of both the enemy and ourselves. During the Entei event, Haki showed a powerful level that exceeded that of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The level of the 6 styles was also higher than that of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The Master of Physical Arts Haki, the one who awakened the power of the healing fruit. The leader of the Entei pirates fleet, Fallen Doctor, Kaya. Bounty. 680 million Baileys. Kaya's more detailed information was heavily posted on the reward list by Branu. Many Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals were somewhat silent, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Too fast. The strength of these people in the Entei pirates has grown too fast. It has only been a while now, but Tashigi, the silent swordsman, who used to be at the bottom of the Entei pirates, has been able to fight with them, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. And the Fallen Doctor, Kaya, has even completed the awakening of Devil Fruit, and the physical skills of Haki are all superior to those of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. These are still the two people who are relatively low ranking among the cadres of the Entei pirates. Many Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals looked at the reward orders in silence. Next up, born in East Blue, the Entei pirates, the sniper and helmsman, relied on their abilities to make us face public executions, and we failed. Use Devil Fruit's ability to kill 3 celestial dragons in public. The strongest killer in the shadows pulls the trigger like Shinigami's scythe. Leaders of the Entei pirates fleet, those with door-to-door fruit abilities have a high level of no government promises. Advertisement bounty. 800 million Baileys. Branu posted the latest reward order from Nojigao and said loudly. Nowadays, Nokigao's strength lags behind that of Kaya, and the gate fruit has not yet completed its awakening. However, being chosen by Ace as the executioner and executing 3 celestial dragons also caused Marine to increase the amount of the reward. Next up, born West Blue, survivor of the Ohara incident. After verification, it was found to be the root cause of the Eni's lobby buster call. Entei Pirates, historian, only 8 years old, has a bounty of 79 million. Now, as a leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, with the help of that man's power, her threat to justice has skyrocketed. Flower Fruit user, Nico Robin, son of the devil. Bounty. 1 billion Baileys. Robin's brand new bounty order was heavily posted on the bounty list by Branu, and he yelled. The size of the bounty sometimes does not fully represent the strength of a pirate. It also represents the degree of threat to world government and justice. As a survivor of Ohara, Robin can decipher ancient texts. When he is alone, the threat level is 79 million Belly. But now, under the command of the world's strongest pirate group, the Entei Pirates, Robin's threat to the world government and justice has reached 10 extremely high levels. 1 billion Baileys. This is the latest bounty amount offered by Marine to Robin. Then, born in Grand Line Alabasta, Entei Pirates, combatant, former Princess Alabasta, now disowned by King Alabasta and deprived of her surname. The Entei pirate ship, one of the 3 Logia users, has completed the awakening of Devil Fruit ability. With a wave of his hand, he can create a desert hell. In the Yandi incident, he buried everyone in the GR1 auction house with his power. A terrifying and powerful man whose strength is second only to the main admiral. The person who awakened the power of sand fruit, the leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, Desert Princess, Vivi. Bounty. 1.39 billion Baileys. Vivi's latest bounty was heavily posted on the bounty list by Branu, yelling. Many naval headquarters vice admirals clenched their fists and looked at the beautiful smiling face on the reward notice with ugly expressions. Although the previous cadres of the Entei Pirates fleet may not be able to defeat him, they can at least fight with them. But when it comes to the Desert Princess, they are not even qualified to fight with her. For those who have awakened the ability of sand fruit, relying on this awakened Logia devil fruit, even if Haki of the Desert Princess is ordinary. But with the simple ability of devil fruit, he can easily crush their Haki. After awakening, sand fruit's ability and strength are far superior to those of Haki from Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. And as a person who has awakened the Logia devil fruit ability, he has a terrifying combat range and can turn an island into a desert hell with a wave of his hand. In that desert hell, no matter how many Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals go up there, they will all die. Although the damage increased to a single person with abilities is not as good as that of some phantom beast species in the top Paramecia. But in a large-scale war, those with awakened Logia abilities are the strongest. Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, one of the 3-day Logia users, Desert Kilometer Vivi. Marine, gave a bounty of over 1.3 billion Baileys. Advertisement, then, born on Sky Island, Entei Pirates, Chef. It possesses the top Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, which is comparable to the 4 Emperors Kaido Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Blue Dragon form, and is more precious than Logia. It can burn everything with special flames, even Haki will be burned by the terrible flames. During the Entei incident, he transformed into a Suzaku and severely wounded 3 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals with one blow. Even Haki from the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral will be burned by his terrifying abilities. Haki cannot form a complete armor. A Haki user who covers every blind spot on his body cannot even withstand a single blow. The single combat power is still above the Desert Princess, and its strength is close to that of the Admiral of Headquarters. Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Suzaku form abilities. The leader of Entei Pirates Fleet, Firebird, Lackey. Bounty. 1.51 billion Baileys. Branu posted Lackey's latest bounty order on the bounty list. Many Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals have ugly faces. The generals of the Naval Headquarters are far more powerful than the generals of the 4 Seas in the Grand Line. At Naval Headquarters, some Marine officers with rank of Marine have been able to use armament Haki in a superficial way. Those with military rank above Rear Admiral can be Grandmaster Haki, and most of them are users of armament Haki. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral can freely use observation Haki and armament Haki. But armament Haki covers the whole body without leaving any blind spots, forming a super strong armament Haki armor with no blind spots. There are not many Haki masters like this, even among the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, who can do it. In other words, in the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, there are very few people who can directly defeat the Firebird Lackey, and they are not even qualified to encounter its attack. Even those who can do this, the best in the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, are only qualified to withstand the burning of its Suzaku flames. Firebird Lackey, with the help of Devil Fruit, the top Phantom Beast species, even if it has not yet awakened, its single target combat ability has surpassed that of the Desert Princess, approaching the threshold of the Admiral of Headquarters. What's even more terrifying in 4.1 is that as long as Firebird Lackey's Devil Fruit is awakened, even if Haki is not strong, just with this top-level Devil Fruit, it can also be compared to the size of the more common Naval Headquarters in their previous Marine titles. Desert Princess, Vivi, Firebird, Lackey, such combat power, in the 4 Emperors Pirate Group, in addition to the Red Hair Pirates who have Beckman. It is already a terrifying combat power at the level of the top Royal Deputy. And with such a powerful combat power, among the cadres of the Entei Pirate Ship Group, they are not even among the top 3. What a terrifying Entei Pirate Fleet. Next, Branu's face was solemn, and he placed a reward order on the reward list. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Looking at the pretty face on the reward order, many Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, and even Admiral candidates, all trembled. Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru looked at the reward order with an ugly expression. All the muscles in his body were a little tight. It seemed that he was bitten by the deadly black mamba snake again. Born from East Blue, the main group of the Entei Pirates, second only to Entei, a super strong man who is famous throughout the sea. One of the 3 great Logia users of the Entei Pirates. The leader of the Entei Pirates, Chapter 181. The person with the ability to destroy the world, Giant Core. Born in East Blue, sister of Black Rose Nochigo. Entei Pirates, Navigators. The strongest among the members of the Entei Pirates, one of the most powerful demon fruit powers in the world. In the Entei incident, relying solely on the Devil Fruit ability, he showed more terrifying strength than the Admiral of Headquarters. Possessing one of the invincible abilities in Logia. After Devil Fruit awakens, he can create a terrifying endless sea of thunder with just a wave of his hand. Possess the same power as the 4 Emperors, Whitebeard, and Edward Newgate, capable of destroying the world. Entei Pirates, one of the 3 Logia capable users. The leader of the Entei Pirates, the person who awakened the power of Thunder Fruit. Demon Fruit power that can destroy the world. In the future, she is most likely to become the second woman to rule the sea after 4 Emperors and Big Mom. Little Thieving Cat, Nami. Bounty. 2 billion Baileys. Pointing at Nami's latest reward order, Zaylin yelled. All the naval headquarters vice-admirals looked at this man with cold sweat on their faces. The strongest leader of the Entei pirates, the leader of the Entei pirates. During the Entei incident, he showed terrifying strength in front of the world and participated in the siege of Admiral of Headquarters and Kizaru. At the critical moment, he used his Thunder Fruit ability to deliver a fatal blow to Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru was paralyzed due to Thunder Fruit's terrifying ability, and was quickly defeated and captured. The pure Demon Fruit ability, destructive power, speed, and comprehensive combination abilities stand at the pinnacle of all Demon Fruit powers on the sea. After the Yan Emperor incident, he became a super strong man who became famous throughout the sea. The leader of Entei pirates, Little Thief Cat, Nami. Many naval headquarters vice-admirals looked at this reward order with cold sweat on their faces. After Thunder Fruit awakens, this leader of the Entei pirates can create a terrifying endless sea of thunder with just a wave of his hand. Thunder and lightning have been a natural disaster that humans have feared since ancient times, and they are even called the power of gods. Because of the Thunder Fruit ability, it can transform the clouds in the sky into terrifying thunderclouds. It is easy to completely cover an island or even a country. The scope of the damage caused is far greater than that of Lava Fruit, which is also a natural disaster and is rated as having the strongest attack power in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. This is the super offensive Devil Fruit ability that is comparable to 4 Emperors Whitebeard in terms of destructive power and scope. It can cause sea tremors, earthquakes and airquakes, and is called the ability to destroy the world, Shock Fruit. Demon Fruit power that can destroy the world. This is Marine's evaluation of this leader of the Entei Pirates fleet. In front of the world, he gave them a fatal blow from the Admiral of Headquarters, Sparkling Fruit ability user, causing them to be paralyzed, unable to use the Sparkling Fruit ability to avoid King Silver Rayleigh's slashing attack. It was the main factor that caused the defeat of Kizaru, the Admiral of Headquarters who possesses the fastest Devil Fruit ability in the sea, the Sparkling Fruit ability user. Marine's bounty for this leader, who possesses Admiral of Headquarters level terrifying combat power, is 2 billion belly. Many naval headquarters generals swallowed hard. A terrifying powerhouse who can rival the Admiral of Headquarters. Even because of the existence of Thunderfruit, this leader of the Entei Pirates fleet is less lethal to non-admiral level experts. Even scarier than Akainu, the fishiest of the 3 admirals in naval headquarters. After all, although magma is terrifying, its speed and range of influence are far inferior to thunder and lightning. While the speed of Sparkling Fruit is comparable to that of Thunderfruit, its destructive power is far inferior to that of Thunderfruit. Even more powerful than Shock Fruit, which also claims to be able to destroy the world. After all, in the face of shock, you can still survive if you are lucky. Advertisement but facing a natural disaster like thunder and lightning, if Haki is hit, he will almost certainly die as long as he is penetrated. Nami, the little thieving cat, who has mastered the Thunder Fruit ability to ultimate, can kill many naval headquarters vice-admirals with a wave of his hand using that terrifying ability. The only one who can fight with it is the most powerful person in the world government, the Admiral of Headquarters. Among the 4 Emperor's pirates, only Beckman, can compete with this leader of the Entei Pirates fleet. The combat experience of the other lieutenants of the 4 Emperor's pirate group cannot match them. What's even more frightening is that this is still a senior leader of the Entei Pirates fleet. He is still young and his Haki skills are mediocre. What is used as pure Devil Fruit ability, however, for this man, the strongest leader of the Entei Pirates, the first person under the command of Entei in the Entei Pirates, during the Entei incident. While Entei is fighting with many of the strongest combat forces in their naval headquarters, the top cadres of the Entei Pirates fleet, who can command all the Entei Pirates cadres. No one will doubt that her Haki will definitely stand at the top of the sea from now on. For this reason, the leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, the little thief cat, Nami, is evaluated as the woman most likely to rule the sea in the future after Big Mom. Just relying on the reputation after the Yan Emperor incident can make countless strong men in the sea fear. The most frightening thing is that this big cadre is not the strongest among the Entei Pirates fleet. Next, in the Entei Pirates incident, the newcomers confirmed to join the Entei Pirates, as well as the most special one of the Entei Pirates. Both of these 2 people are related to one of the Shichibukai, Moonlight, Moria. After introducing the former members of the Entei Pirates, Branu took out 2 bounty orders and placed them on the bounty list. First of all, it's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, former cadre of Gecko Moria. Now, it is confirmed that he will join the Entei Pirates. A strange demon fruit power that can use its ability to make opponents lose their resistance and sink into depression. With its cute and exquisite appearance like a Barbie doll, it was loved by Emperor Yan. Born in West Blue, the mascot of the Entei Pirates. The user with the Spirit Fruit ability, Princess Mononoke, Perona. Bounty. 420 million Baileys. Branu pointed at Perona's reward order with a strange tone. Kizaru sat opposite Aokiji, his cheeks twitching. After the defeat, he was unable to use Haki's defense and elementalization. This spiritual fruit was a torment. If this ability cannot be resisted by Haki, who is stronger than its Devil Fruit ability, then the resistance will be instantly lost. In other words, as long as Haki and Devil Fruit have lower abilities than this Princess Mononoke, they will have no resistance in front of them. It can be called a bug-level Devil Fruit ability. In addition, he, the Admiral of Headquarters, kept saying low-pitched words in front of the whole world and lost face. Marine also marked a bounty of more than 400 million Baileys for him. Finally, he is the most special one among the Entei pirates. Confirmed to be the person with the ability to capture the 7 warlords of the sea, the Moonlight, Moria Devil Fruit due to Entei. The main ship of the Entei pirates, the ship spirit of the Mary. Under Entei's unknown ability, he became a ship spirit who ate the devil fruit. The user with shadow fruit ability, ship elf, Mary. Bounty. 1000 Baileys. Branu pointed at Meli's reward order with a strange expression. With Mary's shadow body as the main body, behind him is the main ship of the Entei pirates, the Mary. This is the first time that a bounty has been placed on a ship elf. The key is that they don't know how to catch this ship elf. Advertisement during the Entei incident, they confirmed that this ship spirit could be separated from the ship itself. The Mary, the main ship of the Entei pirates, was not in the Sabaody archipelago at all. Unless the Entei pirates' main ship, the Mary, is destroyed, Marine doesn't know how to capture the ship spirit. But if the ship's body is destroyed, no one can tell whether this ship spirit, which is special because of Emperor Yan, will die. Faced with a ship elf who didn't know how to capture it, Marine also offered a symbolic bounty of 1000 belly. Many naval headquarters generals also looked a little strange. The ship elves can all become demon fruit power. It's really a strange thing due to the sea. But if it was that man, then everything would make sense. The reward order for the leaders of the Yandi pirates has been announced. Next, are the captains of the Entei pirates fleet. Branu shouted loudly, causing all the marine generals to look shocked. First of all, they are 2 rough warriors born in the giant warrior village of Elbaf who put a bounty of 100 million belly on their heads 100 years ago. Now, under the name of the Entei pirates Grand Fleet, we are setting sail again. And after the Entei incident, 3 days ago, they attacked the world government's agent ship and flew the flag of the 4th Division of the Entei pirates. Entei pirates Grand Fleet, 2 captains of the 4th Division. Blue Ogre, Dory, Red Brogy. The 4th Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet is a giant regiment composed of Elbaf's rough giants. The 843 bounty for both of them is 600 million Baileys. Branu pointed at Dory and Brogy's brand new bounty orders and yelled. After the Yan Emperor incident, Ace also talked on the phone with Dory and Brogy. And the title of the 4th Division was given to the giant corps led by the 2 men. 3 days ago, Dory and Brogy also attacked the world government's agent ship, under the banner of the 4th Division of the Entei Pirate Ship Group. The 4th Division, also known as the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, is a very special division with 2 division captains. All the naval headquarters generals looked at the bounty order with solemn expressions. Giant Corps, Entei Pirate Ship Group, Division 4. Or, they all came from the famous warrior village, the barbaric giants of Elbaf. The giants are also divided into different factions. Those who join Marine are almost all moderates from the giant race. And those savage giants didn't even bother to be inferior to others. The 4 emperors, Big Mom, have always hoped to unite with Elbaf to create a world with all races, but they have been unable to do so. Even so, Big Mom, which will destroy its territory if it cannot hand over the ingredients for making desserts, is just trying to win over Elba's giants. It can be seen how amazing the overall strength of these barbaric giants is. They Marine, to the moderate giants who join the Marine, immediately grant the rank of Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, also hoping to attract some barbaric giants from the Elbaf warrior village. The combat prowess of the barbarian giant and the moderate soldier are not at the same level at all. The 4th Division of the Entei Pirates Fleet turned out to be a giant corps composed of savage giants. How terrifying! Emperor Yan, what method did he use to make these barbaric giants follow him? This is something that even their naval headquarters has not experienced. The next 2 people are truly the most powerful men standing on the sea. Any one of them is a terrifying force capable of changing the situation in the sea. Yandi's pirate fleet, the 2 most powerful people under Yandi's command. Captain of the 0 Division, Captain of the 2nd Division. Snapped. Seeing the reward notice posted, many Marine generals looked shocked. 182. The strongest man in the world, Emperor Yan. The highest bounty in the world. Let the Entei pirate fleet become an important factor in becoming the undisputed strongest pirate group on the sea of this era. The powerful combat power is enough to influence the situation of the sea by one person. The peak combat power above the sea. The 2 strongest officers of Yandi's pirate crew under Yandi's command. Branu placed 2 reward orders on the reward list. Many naval headquarters generals looked extremely solemn. First of all, he is a powerful man who was previously unknown in the sea and emerged from the Yan Emperor massacre. In the great incident of Entei, fight with Aokiji Admiral with all your strength, no matter who wins or loses. Although invisible, the powerful observation Haki can briefly see the future. A monster that can summon meteorites, a terrifying strong man who can cut off the gravity knife that cuts off mountains. Comparable to the strongest combat power in the world government, the peak combat power of the Admiral of Headquarters. The person with multiple fruit abilities, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei pirate ship. Dark Ranger smiles. Bounty, 1.8 billion Baileys. Pointing at Yishao's reward order, Branu shouted loudly. Many naval headquarters generals looked at this reward order with shocked expressions. A terrifying fighting power that can fight Aokiji Admiral with all his strength without deciding the outcome. The 3 admirals of this naval headquarters are called the strongest 3 admirals in history. Everyone stands at the pinnacle of this sea. Facing the famous cadres of the 4 Emperors pirate group, they can be defeated with a crushing blow. Even when facing the lieutenants of the 4 Emperors pirate group, except for Ben Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates, he still has an overwhelming power advantage against the other lieutenants. Aokiji Admiral has the ultimate armament Haki, combined with the frozen fruit ability that can freeze the sea, plus the iron fist inherited from the marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Although there is no Conqueror's Haki, the power of entanglement, whether it is armament Haki, devil fruit ability, or martial arts. The 3 major mainstream forces on the sea, Aokiji Admiral, are all standing at the pinnacle of this sea. The fusion of 3 major powers, Aokiji Admiral, returns to fight the 4 Emperors head-on for a short time. Aokiji Admiral, plus the combat power of any Admiral of Headquarters, is enough to defeat the 4 Emperors. Although such a powerful combat power is not as invincible as the 4 Emperors who have fully mastered Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, it is definitely at the pinnacle of this sea. Facing strong men who did not reach the threshold of Admiral-level combat power, they all defeated them with a crushing attitude. But the Dark Ranger, Yishao, who emerged from nowhere during the Entei incident, was actually able to fight head-on with Aokiji Admiral, regardless of the outcome. That blind man with an ordinary appearance who was previously unknown on the sea, developed the ultimate observation Haki, and was even able to briefly see the future like the red-haired Shanks of the 4 Emperors. Devil Fruit ability, armament Haki, observation Haki, and swordsmanship stand at the pinnacle of this ocean. Peak combat power that is enough to briefly fight head-on with the 4 Emperors. One of the 3 confirmed Admiral-level combat forces under Emperor Yan. Advertisement. The Dark Ranger smiled. Marine offered 1.8 billion belly for this peak combat power, which exceeded that of Phoenix, Marco, captain and second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team among the 4 Emperors Pirates. Beasts Pirates Big Sign, 4 Emperors Kaido's right hand, the Fire Disaster, the first of the 3 major disasters. And the Big Mom Pirates, the leader of the 3 Admiral Stars, the Big Mom Pirates, the 4 Emperors Charlotte. The first person under Linlin, Katakuri. The terrible bounties on these royal lieutenants. The name, Dark Ranger, is taken from the name of the ranger that Yishao called himself when he first appeared in Sabaody Archipelago. The word darkness refers to joining the hostile camp of justice and falling into darkness under the command of the extremely evil Emperor Yan. The second one refers to the fact that his eyes cannot see anything, and his eyes are dark. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates, the Dark Ranger, smiled. With a bounty of 1.8 billion belly, he was born. The next one is the last confirmed leader of the Entei Pirates fleet. Speaking of this, Branu also swallowed hard, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Looking at the last reward order, many naval headquarters generals also watched with cold sweat on their faces. Kizaru and others, who represented the highest combat power of naval headquarters, also looked at the reward order with solemn faces. The last person, the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, the right hand of Pirate King Gol, D. Roger. A legendary pirate who has the qualifications to be a king and can shake the sea with Conqueror's Haki. During the Entei incident, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki reappeared from seclusion and could still shake the sky. One of the 3 confirmed kings of peak combat power under Emperor Yan. Captain of the Entei Pirates Fleet 0 Division, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Bounty. 3 billion Baileys. Branu pointed at Rayleigh's brand new reward order and yelled with cold sweat on his forehead. Many generals in the naval headquarters looked at this legendary pirate with cold sweat on their faces. In the previous era, he was famous in the sea and was called Pluton by the world. That is a person who can fight with their current marine marshal, who possesses Conqueror's Haki, who eats the human fruit, phantom beast species, the form of the great Buddha, and obtains the wisdom, strength, and spirit of the Buddha. The Sengoku of the Buddha is terrifying to fight head-on. Combat power. At his peak, no one would doubt that Pluton, Rayleigh would be weaker than the 4 emperors who now rule the new world like emperors. But no matter how powerful and legendary Rayleigh is, his bounty cannot exceed the current 4 emperors. The bounty of the 4 emperors represents the pinnacle of military force and power in this sea. Their high bounty also represents all the combat power they can command, as well as the sea areas they rule. Because he is like an emperor, ruling the sea, ruling a huge sea area, and a huge affiliated pirate group under his command. Therefore, the 4 emperors' own bounty is extremely high compared to other pirates. But because Rayleigh has been to Raftel, the final island, and now, has joined Yandi's command, Yenshi's probability of obtaining One Piece has greatly increased. And Rayleigh, who has the influence to gather the old members of the former Roger Pirates. So Marine offered a high bounty of 3 billion belly to this legendary pirate from the previous era who came back after retiring from retirement. Looking at the bounties on the bounty list for the officers of the Entei Pirates fleet, all the naval headquarters generals felt cold bets on their foreheads. How terrible. Comparing the combat power of the 4 Emperors Pirates lieutenants, there are Desert Princess, Vivi, and Firebird, Lackey. Advertisement and representing the peak combat power of the sea, with admiral level and above combat power, there are 3 among the cadres of the Entei Pirates fleet. Under the command of Emperor Yan, there are 3 peak combat powers. Nami, the leader of Entei Pirates fleet, is the Little Thief Cat. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Dark Ranger Smile. as well as the legends of the past era. Today's Pluton, Rayleigh, captain of the Entei Pirates Fleet 0 Division. And there is the 4th Division, the Giant Corps, which is capable of breaking mountains and breaking rocks. This is to surpass any 4 Emperors pirate group and be able to engage in a head-on battle with their entire naval headquarters with the power of a single pirate group. During the Entei incident, their naval headquarters fell into an unprecedented defeat, the world's strongest pirate group. Of course, although these cadres are famous throughout the world, they can be called the founding group of the world's strongest pirate group. However, what caused their naval headquarters to fall into an unprecedented rout and caused the world government to cancel the Buster Call? Backquote. Finally, a man who can command these famous cadres. Brannu's body trembled at this moment. He suppressed his fear, gritted his teeth and pasted the last reward order on the reward list with trembling. Many senior generals in the naval headquarters trembled uncontrollably the moment they saw this reward order. In his eyes, he looked at the look of suppressed fear. The mastermind behind the Alabasta incident, the Enies Lobby incident, and the Entei incident, the enemy of justice. The sinful bloodline of One Piece, the source of evil that caused, good king, good, the current riot in the sea. The, extremely evil, existence in the sea. The ultimate demon fruit power that can use all devil fruit abilities. The Emperor of Fire who can command the Shichibukai's flame puppets and the endless army of charred skeletons, and control the fire that exceeds 10,000 degrees and can evaporate the sea. Develop devil fruit to develop the most powerful demon fruit power in history, the most powerful one in history. The power is above the 4 emperors, Haki is above the 4 emperors, the man who has the strongest pirate group in the world under his command. The strongest man in the world, the most Haki man in the world, the man who can evaporate the world with fire. The man who commands the strongest pirate group, the man who truly stands at the pinnacle of Taihai in this era. Mera Mera fruit ability user, admiral of the Entei Pirates Fleet. Entei, Portgas d'Ace, no matter life or death, bounty, 5,055,000,000 Baileys. Brannu mustered up his courage, pointed at Ace's latest reward order and yelled tremblingly. The titles of the strongest man in the world and the most Haki man in the world have a new owner from now on. Entei, Portgas d'Ace, has the highest bounty among pirates alive today. 5,055,000,000 belly, Chapter 183. Hancock, concubine, will I die? Many naval headquarters generals had cold sweat on their foreheads, and some naval headquarters vice admirals, who were famous on the sea, looked at the sky-high price bounty order with trembling eyes. The bounty of a pirate represents the strength and power of a pirate, as well as the threat this pirate poses to the world government. Like the red-haired Shanks in 4 Emperors, in terms of real personal power, the red-haired Shanks at the peak of Haki's body function must be more obsessed with tea parties and giving birth to children. The body is stronger than Big Mom, who became extremely bloated before. Even Kaido of the Beasts, who is known as the strongest creature, and Whitebeard, the former strongest man in the world, can't say they can definitely defeat the red-haired Shanks. However, the 4 emperors, Captain Red Hair Pirates, and Red Hair Shanks, who take the elite route, have the smallest crew, and command the smallest sea area and territory, have the lowest bounty among the 4 Gao. The Entei Pirates fleet also followed a similar route to the Red Hair Pirates. They all take the elite route. But the biggest difference between the Entei Pirate Ship Group and the other 4 Emperors pirate groups is that Entei Portgas d'Ace has almost no territory. After only 1 year at sea, this man standing at the top of this sea has no time, or in other words, no thought, to expand the territory and sea areas he commands. The combat power and forces commanded by Entei Portgas d'Ace are currently only the officers of the Entei Pirate Grand Fleet and the Titan Corps of the 4th Division of the Entei Pirate Grand Fleet. Logically speaking, compared to the lack of troops of other 4 Emperors' forces and the almost no territory of the Entei Pirate Fleet Admiral, Entei Portgas d'Ace himself should not have the highest bounty in the world. After all, the Flame Emperor Portgas d'Ace is indeed the most powerful sea of this era. It is also able to use the abilities of all devil fruits, and can evolve the abilities of the Mera Mera fruit it eats in the direction of the sun. It can be called the strongest demon fruit power in history on this sea. But in the previous era, not everyone reached the height of Portgas d'Ace's strength of 913. The former pirate king Gol D. Roger, and the only overlord of the era who caused the Valley of Gods incident and wanted to subvert the world, Rox D. Zebek. And now, the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who was deprived of the title of the world's strongest man by Fire Emperor Portgas d'Ace, was also king level at his peak. Based on his personal strength alone, Entei Portgas d'Ace really shouldn't have the highest bounty in the world after the former pirate king. But look at what Portgas d'Ace did. He went to sea for only a year, triggering the Alabasta incident and the Enies Lobby incident. It was in the Sabaody archipelago that the Entei incident that shocked the world was launched. In this live broadcast around the world, 3 world nobles, celestial dragons, were publicly executed. With terrible tactics, naval headquarters, which represents justice on the sea, fell into an unprecedented defeat. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of the world, he smashed the head of Saint Jago Lucia Satan, one of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world. In the end, with terrifying skill and wisdom, the 5 elders, the highest power in the world, all gathered together to die. Forced to make concessions, the Buster Call, which represents the absolute justice of the world government, was suspended like never before. It is no exaggeration to say that Porcas d'Ace, the Entei, subverted the absolute justice of the world government. Coupled with the three peak combat powers of his commander, and those powerful cadres who are famous throughout the sea. And it has the blood of the pirate king that the world government calls the most evil and should not exist in this world. And because of this bloodline and the addition of Pluton, Silver, Rayleigh, Entei Porcas d'Ace has the possibility to gather the old members of the Roger pirates who have reached the final island. AICG, the title of the source of evil that caused the current riot in the sea is no exaggeration. For this current man, the strongest man in the world, the most hockey man in the world. And, a man with the danger of subverting the world and subverting justice. Marine, offered a bounty of 5.055 billion Baileys, the highest bounty in the world today. Just looking at this man and this sky-high bounty. There were already many naval headquarters generals who could not suppress the fear in their hearts, their whole bodies were trembling faintly, and they were swaying profusely. The name of Emperor Yan, just by its prestige, is enough to make some people who are also famous in the sea feel frightened when they hear it. Advertisement, don't show such an expression, he's just a pirate with a bounty of 5 billion belly. Marine Marshal Sengoku's eyes suddenly froze and he shouted angrily. Branu. Sengoku looked at Branu, who was in charge of bounty orders at naval headquarters, and said solemnly. Then I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you the 4 emperors who are as famous as Entei, as well as the bounty and deeds of the pirate king who died at the hands of our marine. Branu was awakened by Sengoku's shout. According to Sengoku's previous arrangement, he looked at many naval headquarters generals and raised their voices. First of all, the youngest of the 4 emperors, his subordinates Beckman, Liu, Usopp, and other cadres are all famous. The most balanced, iron-walled pirate group that prides itself on high bounties per capita. Red Hair Pirates Leader. Red Hair Shanks. Bounty. 4,048,900,000 Baileys. Branu shouted loudly. It was the first time for many naval headquarters generals to see the full bounty amounts and deeds of the 4 emperors, and they looked at the floating bounty orders with horrified expressions. Then there is the Doctor's monster, which is said to have attacked the village of Elbaf, a giant race, when he was young. She doesn't believe in anything but blood, and together with 85 children, she creates the dictatorial queen of the Sweets country called the Toto Land Kingdom. Captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte, Linlin. Bounty. 4.388 billion Baileys. Many naval headquarters generals showed shocked faces. Then, he once worked in Rock's Pirate. Although he was just a trainee pirate, he later relied on his own strength to win the respect of the ferocious pirates until he was called the 4 Emperors. Governor of Beasts Pirates. Kaido of the Beasts. Bounty. 4.6111 billion Baileys. The high bounty represents the great majesty of the emperors and makes many naval headquarters generals hold their breath. The last of the 4 emperors was, once with the pirate king Roger, after the destruction of Rock's Pirate. He dominated that era and was known as the strongest man in the world in that era. A man with the power to destroy the world, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate. Bounty. 5,046,000,000 Baileys. Many naval headquarters generals held their breaths as they looked at the reward order for this man who was a legend in the last era and is still one of the 4 emperors, and swallowed hard. Finally, Captain Roger Pirates, One Piece, Roger of the House of Pirates, died in public execution by our marine. Bounty. 5.5648 billion Baileys. Branu mustered up his momentum and shouted loudly. With a bounty of over 5.5 billion, the pirate king who conquered the Grand Line is our dead soul. Before the rise of Emperor Yan, the total bounty of the 4 emperors we faced at naval headquarters exceeded 18 billion belly. Even so, we still maintain the balance on the sea. The reason for the failure of this war is me, the marshal, all the responsibility lies with me. Because of Entei Porcas d'Ace's wisdom and the location information that allows him to use all Devil Fruit's abilities, our naval headquarters was completely passive at the beginning of the war. But now, we already know the comprehensive information about Entei Porcas d'Ace. If it's a head-on fight, our naval headquarters still has the upper hand. We can still protect justice on the sea. The pirates are not united. Kaido of the Beasts has been confirmed to be conquered by Entei. Advertisement and we, naval headquarters, represent justice on the sea. We are the guardians of justice. We can concentrate our efforts to destroy all pirates. Let this failure be used as nourishment for us to protect justice. Be angry, Marines. Roar, Marines. Fight, Marines. Justice will win. Sengoku roared passionately at this time, and veins popped out on his forehead. Taking all the blame on himself, he used the pirate king who once died in the hands of their marines to arouse the fighting spirit of the marines. This is the last thing he, the marshal, can do. Justice will win. Many naval headquarters generals swept away their previous decadence. In Sengoku's roar, their necks were also covered with veins, and they roared with all their strength. Crack. Sengoku stood up, opened the window sill, and walked to the rooftop above the naval headquarters square. Those lined up in the square were all the sailors from naval headquarters. Sengoku's speech spread throughout Marineford through the videophone bug. Many sailors looked at Sengoku's appearance, and their excitement due to Sengoku's speech completely exploded at this moment. Justice will win. Tens of thousands of naval headquarters elites raised their swords and guns and roared. Justice will prevail. Sengoku raised his hand and responded to the sailors. In the conference room, Aokiji, Garp, Crane's head was slightly lowered. Take the initiative to take the defeat of the war on yourself in front of all Marines. Sengoku will resign as Marine Genshi soon. Is this a way to arouse the fighting spirit of the sailors? As expected of you, Sengoku. Garp, and he looked at the back of Sengoku, who seemed to be a speaker, and were a little nervous. Aokiji, on the other hand, just looked at the many roaring sailors silently. Marine, it's time to change the coach. It was time for him to leave. Combelt, a large ship, dragged by two huge sea snakes, was heading towards Amazon Lily. The 9 Snakes Pirates. The Pirate Empress, the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock's main ship, the Perfumed Serpent. In the Combelt waters dozens of nautical miles away from here, a ship has a flaming skull on its bow, and its hull looks like burning flames. It sails like a burning sailboat. On both sides, there is a ship following closely. The main ship of the Entei Pirates fleet, the Mary, and the ships of the 2 captains. It is driving rapidly towards the direction of the 9 Snakes Pirates. At this time, the 9 Snakes Pirates and the Perfumed Snake are on board. Okay, I feel so uncomfortable. Concubine, will I die? Hancock covered his heart, his pretty face had a strange flush, and he exhaled bursts of hot air. His extremely pretty face looked a little painful at the moment. Sister. Chapter 184. I fall in love with Ace. Sister, what's wrong with you? Hancock's sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, looked at Hancock in pain with anxious expressions on their faces. The Entei incident ended with Marine's defeat and the complete victory of the Entei pirate fleet. Although the news released by the world government is that the Entei pirate ship, as well as the Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates and 4 Emperors Kaido. The 4 Emperors worked together to break through the outer blockade of the Marine and world government, but failed to achieve complete victory. But these news can only be believed by some people who are completely ruled by the world government and deprived of their thoughts by the world government. On the sea, as long as you are not stupid, you will know it very well. In the great incident of Emperor Yan achieved complete victory. Naval headquarters fell into a great rout. In the end, world government came forward and the group saved Haiku headquarters. Otherwise, I am afraid that naval headquarters will be completely defeated in front of the most terrifying pirate in the world, Emperor Yan. The news on the sea, because of the public execution, people all over the world watched the live broadcast, and it spread too widely. The Revolutionary Army even took the opportunity to liberate several countries, making the 5 elders a little anxious. So the Shichibukai quickly left each other after returning to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Although the 5 elders wanted to arrest Moonlight, Moria, strip him of his Shichibukai title, and torture him. I want to know what happened in the thriller bark and why Moria's leader, Perona, joined the Entei pirates. And the Shadow Fruit was hunted by Portgas d'Ace, why Moria did not die. This will definitely help improve the intelligence of Portgas d'Ace. But after discussion, we still chose to give up. One is because naval headquarters and world government were so out of shape during the Yandy incident. It has cast a shadow over the justice and power of world government and naval headquarters. The pirates at sea have also become more arrogant, and there have even been arrogant incidents of directly attacking the marine branch. At this time, as the 7 warlords of the sea, who maintain the balance of the sea and rely on their past reputation to deter many pirates, no more accidents can occur. At least for now, there can be no accidents. And the most important thing is that Moonlight, Moria can be hunted by Portgas d'Ace for the Shadow Fruit without dying. One of his cadres, and now the mascot of the Entei pirates, Princess Mononoke, Perona, has become a cadre of the Entei pirates. The 5 elders knew with their feet that there must be some connection between Moria and Portgas d'Ace that was unknown to them. At this time, if Moria is really captured and imprisoned in the underwater prison, maybe the next moment, there will be a vicious incident in which the underwater prison is breached by Portgas d'Ace. That crazy and domineering man could definitely do something like that. With the strength of the garrison in the underwater prison, they couldn't even resist that man for a moment. If that kind of incident really happened, then Eni's lobby was destroyed by that man, naval headquarters was defeated by that man, and the undersea prison was also captured by that man. Then the 3 major institutions under their world government were beaten by Portgas d'Ace. It's simply a shame. The last layer of their world government's dignity will be trampled under the feet of that man. Although the 5 elders are unwilling to admit it, the fact is that facing Portgas d'Ace, who can use all devil fruit abilities and has the power of the gate fruit advertisement, they now have almost no options or countermeasures. Otherwise, they would not compromise so easily like Portgas d'Ace in Sabaody Archipelago. Therefore, even if the 5 elders knew that there must be a complicated connection between Moria and Portgas d'Ace, they could only pretend to be ignorant and let Moria leave. The same goes for the bears in the Sabaody Archipelago, who were given some demonic factors by Portgas d'Ace, allowing them to use the meatball fruit ability. After the 5 elders returned to the Holy Land, they reviewed the Yan Emperor incident. It is speculated that the core factor that Portgas d'Ace can use all devil fruit abilities is that this one originally belonged to their world government. Like the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form, they regard it as the highest pointed reward for the Knights of God during the Valley of Gods hunt. Devil fruit has become a top-notch power due to its bug level ability. Portgas d'Ace, during the Entei event, was able to evolve the Mera Mera fruit in the direction of the sun. You can also use the power of the underworld fruit to summon the souls of Crocodile, Ghost Spider, and the self-proclaimed god Enel from the underworld and drive them. It was obvious that not only the Mera fruit he had eaten, but also the abilities of the underworld fruit that did not belong to that man could be used beyond the limits of the devil fruit itself. Then the meatball fruit, this one can pop out everything except the devil fruit ability of the devil fruit inside the Esper. If it is used beyond the limit and can eject some of the demonic factors in the body of the ability user, then everything makes sense. In other words, Sham contributed his ability to Portka's D-Ace, allowing him to obtain the ability of the meatball fruit. Only then did they have a series of troubles in the world government. Including Portka's D-Ace, the power to use all devil fruit abilities should be derived from the bear's meatball fruit ability. But after the final discussion, the 5 elders did not impose any additional punishment on the bear, including the treatment of the bear's daughter, Jewelry Bonnie, and did not make any intervention. After all, they really don't know what happened at Thriller Bark. Maybe Shang used his own meatball fruit ability to make a deal with Portka's D-Ace and entrusted his daughter's safety to Portka's D-Ace. If they attack Jewelry Bonnie, they may usher in the revenge of Portka's D-Ace. The 5 elders hated him so much, but they couldn't do anything about it. Today, Portka's D-Ace is a walking humanoid ancient weapon. He can also use the power of the gate fruit to travel to any corner of the world at will. Before solving this problem, they were completely helpless against Portka's D-Ace. So for the bear, the 5 elders still followed their original agreement and transformed it into an unconscious human weapon. And as the god of scientific defense and responsible for world government scientific research, Saint Satan immediately went to Egjan Island at the Vegapunk research base. We plan to use the power of technology to research the possibility of limiting the power of Portka's D-Ace's fruit. And put the final touches on the human weapons project there. Based on the Shichibukai, it is fused with the blood of the Lunaria clan and has the ability to copy the corresponding Paramecia demon fruit power. 0. Please give me flowers, and Kazaru sparkling fruit, the most powerful weapon in the world with laser power, Seraph, was also born at this time to fill the lack of combat power in their hands caused by Portka's D-Ace. Hancock also immediately left the Holy Land Mariajoy. But when Hancock was supposed to be escorted directly back to Amazon Lily by a marine warship, Hancock felt that something was wrong with him. So she immediately contacted her 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, who led the Kuja pirates, and she picked up. But the situation has not improved at all, and instead I feel that my weird symptoms are getting worse. Okay, so painful. Hancock covered his heart and gasped for breath. Sister, advertisement Sandersonia and Marigold exclaimed. My sister, I have protected them since they were young. Even in that hell, Oni-sama is extremely strong. After returning to Amazon Lily, he awakened Conqueror's Haki and gained the qualifications of a king. Later, the emperor who succeeded Amazon Lily was called the Pirate Empress and became the 7 warlords of the sea. They have never seen their sister show such an expression. Hey, mother-in-law, look at what happened to my sister, is she going to die? The green-haired Sandersonia looked at Granny Z beside her and made an anxious sound. This is. Looking at Hancock, who was in pain and with an unusually crimson face, cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. This symptom was all too familiar to her. Why did you get this disease, Shiji, who did you fall in love with? Grandma Z trembled and said these words, which shocked Sonda, Sonia and Marigold. Concubine, who do you fall in love with? When Hancock heard the word, love, his beautiful eyes filled with mist, his red lips opened and closed, and he murmured. In my mind, a figure appeared uncontrollably. Love, Sister Sama, falling in love with a man? Sandersonia and Marigold covered their cheeks and exclaimed. That's right. The damn virus actually found Hancock, and the last emperor died because of it. The last emperor also disappeared because of this disease. And I also suffered from this disease, and I survived because I left this country. This disease will only occur when you really fall in love with a man and face separation. Snake Girl, who do you want to see most right now? Grandma Yi looked at Hancock with cold sweat on her forehead. Who do you want to see the most? Hancock covered his heart, murmured, and slowly opened his red lips. Wave, mother-in-law and Sandersonia. Marigold swallowed hard and stared at Hancock nervously. Portka's D-Ace. Hancock covered his heart, his pretty face was strangely red, and he murmured with blurred eyes. Why? Grandma Z, Sandersonia and Marigold, as well as all the members of the 9 Snakes pirates gathered in the cabin, all let out horrified exclamations. Snake Princess, Sister Sama, falling in love with the man standing on the top of the sea. Entei, Portka's D-Ace. Chapter 185. Really, wives-in-law, give me some face. Bo, Portka's D-Ace, Emperor Fire. Grandma Yi was covered in cold sweat at the moment and looked at Hancock in disbelief. Emperor Yan. Hancock fell in love with the man who single-handedly created the Yandi incident that shocked the world. Even the naval headquarters suffered an unprecedented rout in front of it. Standing at the top of this ocean, the strongest man in the world today, the most hockey man in the world? Fire Emperor. Sandersonia and Marigold covered their cheeks, almost out of body in shock. This name, after the great incident of Emperor Yan, represented that he was the strongest in the sea. Their sister, although cold and ruthless on the surface, often throws her mother-in-law, who leads her sisters back to Amazon Lily and helps their sister become the Emperor of Nine Snakes, out of the palace. But in fact, their sister is a very gentle person. Because naval headquarters developed outer ships with sea stones, the natural barrier of Amazon Lily, the calm belt, has become easy for marines to cross. The base of the Kuja pirates, Amazon Lily, was therefore directly exposed to the range of marines' warships. In order to protect the Amazon Lily, their sister, who hates the world government and celestial dragons, accepted the world government's invitation. Became 7 warlords of the sea. The purpose is for the 2-6 nations to gain the privilege of not being conquered by marine. But even the behemoth naval headquarters, the strongest among the 3 major forces, fell into an unprecedented defeat when facing Emperor Yan. Even the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, who had unlimited privileges and were also their sister's nightmare, were publicly executed by that man. Even one of the 5 elders, who holds the highest power in the world, had his head smashed with a punch in front of the world. Emperor Yan is a legend. He is the overlord of this sea. Possessing more power than the 4 emperors, that man's name represents the fishiest thing in this sea. Sandersonia and Marigold originally thought that in order for Oni-sama to be cured of her illness, no matter who she loved, even if they cross the entire sea, they will bring that man to their sister. But Emperor Yan, let alone them, even the behemoth world government has no way to deal with that man. Hey, mother-in-law, is there no other way besides bringing Emperor Yan to see my elder sister? The orange-haired Marigold said anxiously. How could it be possible to bring that man who stood at the top to see my sister? That man, by stamping his feet, can cause a tsunami in the entire sea. Hey, mother-in-law, I feel so uncomfortable, Hancock clutched his heart in pain and was out of breath. Seeing Hancock's painful look, Grandma Yi's expression also changed. Although Shiji is usually indifferent to outsiders, Grandma Yi understands Shiji very well. He is definitely an extremely competent emperor of Amazon Lily. Snake Princess is loved by everyone from Amazon to Lily, not just because of her beauty, which is the best in the world. Her contribution to Amazon Lily and her sacrifice as the 7 warlords of the sea were greater than those of the previous emperors. She is a very gentle and excellent woman. Go search for traces of the Entei pirates. I'm going to visit Entei. Grandma Z gritted her teeth and said, she couldn't just watch Shiji die. However, she regarded Shiji as her daughter. Hey, mother-in-law, are you going to see Emperor Yan? You? Sandersonia looked at her mother-in-law and said dumbfounded. How easy is it to meet the man who is now standing at the top of this sea? Like the 4 emperors, if other pirates rashly step into the territory of the 4 emperors, they will be regarded as a provocation and will be immediately obliterated by the forces of the 4 emperors. Advertisement: the Emperor's Majesty will never tolerate any provocation. Not to mention, the one who is now standing at the top of the sea, because he is still above the 4 emperors. If you rashly contact Yan Emperor, it will definitely be regarded as a provocative act. Not to mention Emperor Yan, even the cadres under that man were enough to plunge the entire Amazon Lily into a crisis of national annihilation. I have lived a long time and know a lot. I used this information in exchange for the opportunity to meet Emperor Yan. I can't just watch Shiji die. Grandma Z looked at Hancock and said seriously. She was once a member of Rock's Pirate and participated in the Face of God event. This information should be of some value even to Emperor Yan. Why, mother-in-law? Sandersonia and Marigold looked at Grandma Z with emotion. Hancock gasped, a little wave of excitement flashing in his beautiful eyes. Snapped. Lord Snake Princess. At this time, the cabin door was pushed open anxiously. Ryujin, the sniper of the 9 Snakes pirates, rushed in with a look of horror on his face. What's wrong? Genshin, sister-in-law is feeling very uncomfortable right now. We'll talk about it later. Sandersonia looked at the intruding Genshin and said displeased. Yes, there is a pirate ship coming towards us, Genshin said in panic. Pirate ship? Why are you panicking? We are the 9 Snakes pirates. Oni-sama is the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress. What kind of pirates dare to come to us and cause trouble? Marigold frowned. Ever since their elder sister became the 7 warlords of the sea, they were the only ones in the Kuja pirates to rob others, and others were afraid of them. How could you ever be afraid of other pirates? Well, I can't mistake that pirate flag. Genshin, this woman who usually smoked a cigarette and held a rocket launcher, fearless of anything and everything, now had a look of fear and horror on her face. My whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. What does that pirate flag look like? My mother-in-law was suddenly startled and said hurriedly. It can make Ryujin afraid of becoming like this just by seeing the pirate flag. The skull is surrounded by burning flames. Long Dan's pupils were full of fear. There's no mistake, that pirate flag is the Entei pirates. Long Dan made a sound in shock. Entei pirates? All the members of the 9 Snakes pirates present exclaimed. Hancock covered his heart for a moment, then slowly opened his beautiful eyes, which were filled with mist. Why did the Entei pirates come to us? Sandersonia trembled all over and broke into a cold sweat uncontrollably. They really want to go to Emperor Yan for their elder sister. But that was when they took the initiative to visit and ask to see Emperor Yan. Now, the Entei pirates, for some unknown reason, are coming towards them. How can they not panic? That is the strongest pirate group in the world today that can bring naval headquarters to a rout. No matter what, let's go and see him. There is also hope of seeing Emperor Yan. Rayleigh, during the Yan Emperor incident, also took action for Yan Emperor. Advertisement with Rayleigh's face, things shouldn't be too bad. Grandma Z said calmly. Rayleigh, Shaki and her, the three of them were together when the Hancock sisters guided them back to the Amazon Lily. 10. With Rayleigh's face, the Entei pirates shouldn't have any ill intentions towards their Nine Snakes pirates. Because we are located in the Com Belt where communications are scarce, the news that Rayleigh has joined the Entei pirates fleet has not yet been learned by her mother-in-law. Then let's go and greet him quickly. That's Emperor Yan, but my sister's body. Call. Before Marigold could finish speaking, Hancock stood up with a strange red face, and the quilt was scattered on the ground. Sister? Lord Snake Princess? Sandersonia, Marigold, and the leaders of the Nine Snakes pirates looked at Hancock in shock. I want to see him. Hancock raised his pretty face, his beautiful eyes full of yearning. Ace, the Nine Snakes pirates are ahead. Don't be scared later, cough. Rayleigh stood on the deck of his ship, pointed at the perfumed serpent in front of him, and shouted towards the melee with a strange look on his face. Hancock, should everything be fine? Lovesickness can be fatal. Rayleigh and Shaki looked at each other, somewhat helpless. Shaki, it was because he was lovesick that he left Nine Snakes. They all know very well that lovesickness will definitely occur once they are separated from the person they fall in love with. If you don't see the person you love for a long time, your life will be in danger. So the two knew that Ace wanted to go to Amazon Lily and use the hockey training method there to teach the girls. He immediately took the initiative to guide Ace to the Amazon for the first time. In the middle of the journey, traces of the Nine Snakes pirates were found due to the huge increase in observation hockey after Nami's awakening through the Thunderfruit. So, they immediately suggested going directly to Hancock on the ship. As the former captain of the Nine Snakes pirates, Shaki knows very well that the Nine Snakes pirates will only fight when the captain is around. Then Hancock must be on the perfumed serpent. The earlier he had been seen, the less painful it would have been for Hancock. Scared? Ace is really capable. Ace and the girls immediately started to look weird. Ace raised an eyebrow. So Ace still doesn't know that Hancock has completely fallen in love with him and is already suffering from lovesickness. At that time, the war had entered a fever pitch, and Ace naturally had no extra observation hockey to observe Hananki's state. If you add your own realm of understanding, then the future combat power of this country will definitely be extremely terrifying. In addition, the Amazon Lily, which is all female, is its own best force. Rayleigh and Shaki looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Ahem, Nami, Kaya, Robin, Vivi, Toshigi, Laki, Konas, Perona. Amazon Lily is composed entirely of women, and every adult warrior can use hockey. So for Rayleigh, Ace is also a little strange. It is one of the few countries where hockey is popularized. For a while, you have to give this uncle of mine some face. However, in the Entei incident, when Hancock really fell in love with Ace, it was after Ace showed his beautiful and hockey body in the residual fire style. Rayleigh looked at the girls on the melee, coughed dryly, and said, Hancock was originally one of the 2.0 future members that Ace wanted to incorporate into the Entei pirates. There are so many nieces and nephews that just calling them all by name is a bit laborious. During the Yan Emperor incident, Ace of course noticed the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock. Chapter 186. The Three Legions of Emperor Yan, Hockey Corps. A little face. Looking at Rayleigh, Ace and the other girls, who had a weird expression on their face, their expressions suddenly became weird as well. Although Rayleigh is the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Ace's cheap daddy, and Gold D. Roger's right hand, in terms of seniority, he is Ace's uncle. Nami and the others did call Rayleigh, Uncle Rayleigh, and treated Rayleigh with the same respect as they treated Uncle Ace. But Rayleigh never regarded himself as an uncle. Especially after making the decision to join the Entei Pirates and become the captain of Ace's Zero Squadron. Rayleigh's attitude towards Ace also became more like following the captain. Rayleigh, for the first time, regarded himself as an uncle and wanted the girls to give him some face. This made the girls have some thoughts. Especially Nami, her observation hockey perception range and the Thunderfruit increase after awakening can be said to be the best in this era. Even Shanks, who has cultivated observation hockey to the ultimate level and can briefly see the future and perform sight and sound killing, cannot compare with Nami in terms of the range of observation hockey's perception. During the Entei incident, Nami certainly noticed the only woman among the 7 warlords of the sea. Before the rise of the Entei pirates, they were second only to Big Mom in strength among female pirates. The most important thing is the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Although at the height of Ace's fight, all of Nami's attention and observation hockey were focused on Ace, 10. But when Kaido of Red Hair Pirates, 4 emperors arrived and entered the negotiation stage. Curiosity made Nami and observation hockey focus on the pirate empress. Although observation hockey cannot accurately see the face of the pirate empress, observation hockey can sense emotions, body movements and breath. But Nami's broad perspective, which she had honed during her voyage, allowed her to see the outline of the life-threatening pirate empress even from such a distance. Although it was just a glimpse from a distance, Nami was extremely surprised by that glimpse. The aura, overall temperament, and body contours alone are enough to captivate a country. No wonder someone has said that some women are so beautiful that they can enchant all living beings just by looking at their shadows. But what surprised Nami the most was that the Pirate Empress had a very strange emotion at that time. Just like the emotions they exuded when facing Ace. This led Nami to come to the conclusion that there was the Pirate Empress sweetheart on that battlefield. Nami was still guessing before, who was the sweetheart of this Pirate Empress who could captivate an entire nation just by looking at her. Now combined with Rayleigh's abnormality and words, an idea appeared in Nami's mind that shocked her. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, falls in love with Ace, right? Nami covered her red lips. Nami knows Ace's experience best. Especially after having a physical relationship with Ace, Nami would still stick to Ace when they were alone and listen to Ace talk about Ace's childhood. Ace's experience is very simple. After he was born, he was adopted by marine hero Garp. Advertisement then in Windmill Village, he was raised by a bandit named Dayton, and there he met Ace's two younger brothers. Grandson of hero Garp, Monkey, D. Luffy and Sabo. Both of them are Ace's proud younger brothers, and both of them have been shouting that they want to become Ace's right hand to become the king of the world. After that, the 17-year-old Ace went to sea to become the Pirate King, and the first crew member he found was Nami. Thinking of this, Nami felt a little sweet in her heart. The first woman Ace had physical contact with was Robin. On weekdays, Ace dotes on Kaya the most. Kaya has been frail and sick since childhood, which makes Ace feel more pity for this angelic girl. But Nami knows very well that Ace is definitely the most special to her. Because on important occasions, Ace is always with her, and the one closest to Ace is Nami. As Ace's first crew member, Ace's destined navigator, Nami is very sure that this Pirate Empress has never met Ace. But at that time on the battlefield, she used observation Haki to sense the emotions emanating from the Pirate Empress, which was not inferior to her and Kaya's. If she really fell in love with Ace, then the Pirate Queen's love for Ace would not be inferior to her and Kaya's. Nami, who didn't know what Hancock had experienced or the secret of the sweet fruit Hancock had eaten, couldn't figure it out after thinking hard. But just a moment later, Nami was no longer confused. It's normal to fall in love with Ace. After all, in Nami's opinion, Ace is the most attractive man in the world. And Ace took them to Amazon Lily just for the Haki training method there. The foundation of the Kuja pirates is Amazon Lily, which is composed entirely of women. Under the natural barrier of the calm belt, except for hunting and plundering, there is almost no communication with the outside world. In such an environment, all adult warriors can use Haki. Although he is not very good at Haki, Nami, who has grown into one of the top combat powers in the sea and has admiral-level threshold combat power, is very aware of how powerful Kuja's Haki training method is. If this force can be absorbed by their Entei pirate fleet, and combined with Ace's field of understanding, they will be able to create a terrifying Haki army of strong men. That will be Ace's command, after the Demon Fruit Power Army and the Giant Army. The third powerful legion. With the strength of Ace's understanding field and the adult combat power of 9 snakes, everyone has the foundation of Haki. It is definitely not a dream for the best among them to cover their whole body with Haki and form a full-body Haki armor. How terrifying is a legion, composed entirely of Haki strong men who can cover their entire bodies with Haki. In the Entei incident, when Marine Marshal Sengoku first appeared and formed an assault corps with the naval headquarters vice admirals who could use the powerful Haki, Nami had already experienced it. It was an extremely terrifying force. Even she, who had stepped into the admiral threshold, and Lackey and Vivi, who were one step away from the admiral threshold, felt great pressure from the terrifying regiment. But even the naval headquarters vice admirals, not all of them can transform armament Haki into a full-body Haki armor with no blind spots. At that time, Marine's Assault Corps used the entanglement method in armament Haki to wrap Haki around their bodies to pass through the terrifying heat of the lava hell created by Ace's residual fire style. After all, it is to withstand high temperatures, not to directly face attacks. There is no need to wear powerful Haki armor and entanglement, which is the most efficient way to save Haki. Moreover, only those who can combine armament Haki into a full-body Haki armor with no blind spots are the strongest ones among the naval headquarters vice admiral. Advertisement: those are things that only senior naval headquarters vice admirals who can become the executors of Buster Call can do. This kind of combat power can be regarded as the absolute backbone combat power in the entire sea, second only to the lieutenants of the 4 Emperors Pirate Group and the Big Bird candidates. A Haki Corps composed entirely of senior naval headquarters vice admiral level combatants. It is a terrifying force that even Marines cannot form. Just thinking about it, Nami felt breathless. That was a terrifying regiment that even she, who had stepped into the admiral threshold and was one of the pinnacle combat powers in this sea, had to retreat. How could such a powerful army not be used by Ace? Nami's beautiful eyes kept twinkling. As a king's woman, Nami's body size is also constantly increasing. The dream of becoming Ace, becoming the king of the world, even surpasses her childhood dream, using navigation skills to sail across the entire sea and draw the best nautical chart in the world. If the Pirate Empress really falls in love with Ace, then the powerful Haki Corps can be said to be within easy reach. Obtain a powerful Haki Corps composed entirely of naval headquarters senior vice admiral level combat forces. Faced with the huge combat power of the world government and the Knights of God who have not yet appeared in 920, Ace also has a powerful force in his hands. Although in the Yandi incident, their Yandi pirate fleet achieved complete victory. But the ice-smart Nami knew very well that it was because of Ace's skill and wisdom. Help the Red Hair Pirates, 4 Emperors Kaido, and the yet-to-arrive Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, Ace's personal powerful combat power surpasses Marine Marshal Sengoku's wisdom and surpasses 4 Emperor's skills. Completely checkmate the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government. Even now, with the joining of Rayleigh and Yishao, the world government's combat power and influence are still higher than their Yandi pirates' fleet. The reason why the world government gave in so much was because Ace was able to use the gate fruit. If a war really breaks out, the combat power of their Entei pirate fleet is not enough. This is why, as soon as the banquet was over, they followed Ace to Amazon Lily with great interest. Their Haki, except for Kaya, are too weak compared to Devil Fruit's abilities. If Haki is strong enough, Nami can immediately rival Aokiji, or even Akainu, who can truly fight the 4 Emperors head-on with his Thunder Fruit ability, which is one of the invincible abilities. Vivi, Lackey and others can also step into the Admiral level threshold. It will definitely give Ace more boost, but their number is still too small, and the powerful combat power of the world government is really exaggerated. As the king's woman, Nami must of course try her best to help Ace. A powerful Haki core must of course be used by Ace. Now Nami is even thinking about how to assist the Pirate Queen and bring the Pirate Queen into Ace's account. Nami's beautiful eyes sparkled with a cunning and cute look, and she looked at Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, don't worry, we will definitely accept it. Chapter 187. I am willing. Rayleigh looked at Nami's cunning and cute eyes and listened to Nami's meaningful words, and the corners of her eyes suddenly twitched. Rayleigh knows very well how smart this girl Nami is. That was enough to make him spin around like Pluton, who had seen too many strong winds and waves. Coupled with Nami and the increased observation Haki after the Thunderfruit awakening, it was too easy to know Hancock's emotional changes on that battlefield. Coupled with what he said now, with Nami's ice and snow intelligence, it is too easy to analyze the truth. But looking at Nami, Rayleigh and Shaki looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Ace is undoubtedly the soul and leader of the Entei Pirates. Under Ace, Nami is the strongest member of the Entei Pirates and the first crew member of the Entei Pirates. And Rayleigh and Shaki have felt very deeply these days. Nami is definitely the most special girl in Ace's heart. So during the Entei incident, when Ace and Marine were fighting with the peak combat powers of the world government, the person who took command of the Entei Pirates at that time was Nami. Nami is, without a doubt, the second in command of the Entei Pirates. Even Nico Robin, the mature, steady and intelligent son of the devil, obey Nami's instructions. As the second in command of the Entei Pirates, Nami is actually the second in command of the Entei Pirates. Nami, who noticed Hancock's strangeness, said that she accepted Hancock, which meant that these women in the Entei Pirates would also accept Hancock. This made Rayleigh and Shaki, who regarded Hancock as their daughter and worried about Hancock's lovesickness, breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and felt a little emotional in their hearts. As expected of the woman beside Ace, she is now the strongest pirate group in the world and the second in command of the pirate ship. Rayleigh and Shaki, who have been on the sea for many years, know very well what Nami is thinking now. As the pirate empress, Hancock's strength is undoubted, and Amazon Lily is one of the few powerful countries in the world that can become an adult warrior and can use Haki. With the current combat power of the Entei Pirates fleet, even if Hancock withdraws from Shichibukai, as long as the Entei Pirates fleet is protected, even the world government does not dare to attack Amazon Lily at this time. With such powerful combat power and power, if he joins the Entei pirate ship, even Ace, who has the strongest pirate group in the world under his command, it is also a considerable increase in combat power and influence. But but Nami, after all, is not yet 17 years old. This age is the age when she is most yearning for love and the most possessive. Shaki, who has also suffered from lovesickness, knows this all too well. A little girl of this age is so thoughtful and intelligent. No wonder Ace values Nami so much and carefully prepared Thunderfruit, which is most suitable for Nami and is one of the invincible abilities in Logia. It's no wonder that Nami can become the second in command of the Entei Pirates. However, Hancock, and even the entire Amazon Lily, are happy to see Rayleigh and Shaki join the Entei pirate ship group. After Rayleigh joined the Entei Pirates fleet, Shaki didn't make a clear statement, but boarding the Zero Squadron's ship was the best way to make a statement. Rayleigh and Shaki both planned to follow Ace to see the new era that Ace mentioned. But now, the original order and balance of the sea have been completely broken because of Ace. In this era, this sea has actually started a riot. There are only 2 final results. One is that the world government is completely overturned and a new era is truly ushered in. Another thing is that the old times are still the same, and all the men from the sea have failed. In this era of turmoil, there is no safe place in this sea. World government, naval headquarters, 4 emperors, and the Entei pirate ship group. There is no doubt that they are the strongest forces on the sea in this era. If everyone on the sea does not want to be torn apart by the raging waves in this turbulent era, they must place bets on these major forces. Only by obtaining the protection of these major forces can one be qualified to participate in the final competition. The bet that Rayleigh and Shaki made was that the Entei pirate ship would become the captain and member of Team Zero under Ace. Rayleigh believed in his vision and believed in Ace. Therefore, it is natural to want Hancock to break away from the Shichibukai, that is, break away from the world government camp, and join the Entei pirates fleet. Advertisement with the world's #1 pirate group today, the Entei pirate ship, and the protection of the world's strongest man, Entei Ace. The legal rights of plunder granted to Shichibukai by the world government, as well as the privilege of not being hunted by Marines, are of no use at all. Because Marine now doesn't dare to pursue the Entei Pirates fleet. Today's Entei Pirate fleet is under the command of the world's strongest man, Entei Ace, and is the world's strongest pirate group. His status is even higher than that of the four Emperor's pirates. He is the absolute overlord of his sea. Faced with such an overlord, Marine has no power to pursue at will. If you want to hunt down the members of the Yandi pirate fleet, then it means provoking the Emperor of the Sea, the Majesty of Yandi. That means starting a war with the Entei pirate fleet. The naval headquarters does not have such authority at all. If you want to start a war with the current Ace and the Entei pirate fleet, you must obtain the authorization from the Five Elders, the highest power in the world. The Five Elders, on the other hand, did not dare to provoke Ace and start a war with Ace before solving the door fruit ability that Ace can use. It can be said that the forces protected by the current Entei pirate fleet naturally enjoy the privilege of not being hunted by Marine. Amazon Lily's biggest problem has also been solved. Rayleigh and Shaggy came to Amazon Lily with the intention of pushing Amazon and Lily to join the Entei pirate fleet. Now it seems that the obstacles have been basically cleared. As for Ace, Rayleigh and Shaggy looked at each other and raised the corners of their mouths at the same time. Ace will definitely like little Hancock. Rayleigh, why'd I call you Uncle Rayleigh? Perona reacted at this time, looked at Rayleigh and shouted with a red face. The relationship between Rayleigh and Ace was already very clear to Perona after the Yan Emperor incident. Nami and the others also call Rayleigh uncle because of their relationship with Ace. Just now Rayleigh included her, doesn't that mean she also? Well, it's only a matter of time. Rayleigh looked at this girl who was as delicate as a Barbie doll and smiled. What? Do you have any opinion? Perona's pretty face turned red and she was about to say something when she heard a chuckle from behind. Perona shuddered and turned her head mechanically. Then she saw a pair of hands reaching towards her. Ooh. There were tears in the corners of Perona's eyes, and her delicate face like a Barbie doll was constantly deformed by Ace's kneading. Ah, it's so comfortable. After Ace kneaded it to his satisfaction, he let go of Perona with satisfaction. Be polite to your elders, you know? Ace looked at Perona, who was holding her delicate cheek, and educated her. Hi, Uncle Rayleigh. Perona covered her cheek and said obediently. So good. Ace gently stroked Perona's delicate face this time. We. Perona narrowed her eyes and rubbed Ace's palm with enjoyment. Advertisement. Rayleigh and Shaggy looked at each other. Ace, you are really good at dealing with girls. The Emperor Yan is here, the 9 Snakes pirates are honored. Grandma Z looked at the melee horn that was getting closer, and she cheered up. Hey, mother-in-law, long time no see, you are still so tough. Shaggy walked to the front of the deck, looked at Grandma Z and laughed loudly. Shaw, Yi Xian? Rayleigh? Seeing Rayleigh and Shaggy on a boat next to the melee, my mother-in-law's eyes almost popped out of her head. Ah, I am now the captain of the Entei Pirate Grand Fleet, the Zero Division. Rayleigh looked at her mother-in-law and laughed. Pluton, Rayleigh, have you also joined the Entei pirate ship? The mother-in-law opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. The mother-in-law who once worked with Rayleigh and Shaggy on the Rocks pirate ship to guide the 3 Hancock sisters back to 9 Snakes. I still know a lot about Rayleigh. Rayleigh, who has been to the final island, has been waiting for something. Joining Emperor Yan's command now is definitely not because of Emperor Yan's bloodline. Could it be said that Emperor Yan is the person that Pluton is waiting for? Grandma Z swallowed, and together with many members of the 9 Snakes pirates, looked at the figure at the front on the deck of the Mary, the main ship of the Entei pirates. His black hair was blowing in the wind, and he had a handsome face with a gentle smile. His body seemed to contain endless terrifying power. Although the eyes are gentle, there seems to be an extremely terrifying haki in them, making people dare not look into them. This is Entei, Portgas d'Ace, the strongest and most haki man in the world today? Grandma Z and many members of the 9 Snakes pirates looked at this man standing at the top of the sea with awe. By the way, Emperor Yan, let me introduce you, Wang Haohao. This is the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates, Snake Princess, Boa Hancock. Grandma Z coughed dryly and immediately remembered the most important thing. Just call me Hancock. Before his mother-in-law could finish speaking, Hancock raised his pretty face, with an adoring smile on his breathtakingly beautiful face, looking at Ace infatuatedly. Why? Grandma Z, Sandersonia and Marigold, as well as many members of the 9 Snakes pirates, suddenly fell to the ground. When had they ever seen Hancock look like this? Especially my mother-in-law, she hated the iron in her heart. As the Emperor of Amazon Lily, how can he be so unreserved? Hancock, I have a request from you. Looking at Hancock's appearance, and combined with what Rayleigh said before, Ace immediately knew that Hancock was lovesick for him. Although I don't know exactly why, Hancock fell in love with me so completely. After all, I and Hancock have never met in person. Based on Ace's understanding of this pirate empress, just killing the celestial dragons would not make Hancock completely fall in love with her. But Ace is not in a hurry, he will have plenty of time to get to know Hancock in the future. Looking at Hancock, Ace chuckled, I am willing. Hancock held his pretty face in his hands, wearing a happy but hopeless smile. Ace, called concubine, Hancock. I can agree to whatever he asks for. Why? Chapter 188. Explosive period of power. As long as you say it, Ace, I will promise you anything. Hancock covered his pretty face and looked at Ace with happiness on his face. She just felt that Ace called her Hancock, and she had no regrets in her life. Why? Grandma Z, Sandersonia, Marigold and many members of the Nine Snakes Pirates suddenly fell to the ground when they saw Hancock's appearance. Before Emperor Yan even said what he wanted, Lady Snake G, sister, agreed. Such as sister, Snake Princess, Sandersonia, Marigold and many members of the Nine Snakes Pirates looked at Hancock with a happy smile on his face, and their eyes turned into hearts. So beautiful too. Oh, it can't be opened, Snake help. Grandma Z got up from the ground, looked at Hancock who had completely fallen in love, and yelled. After all, Snake Princess is also the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Even if she is lovesick, how can she be so unreserved? Lu Suo, I'll be careful if I throw you down and call you Sea Kings. Hancock turned his head and looked at his mother-in-law, regaining his cool look. Her appearance is only shown to one person. Hi, sorry. Grandma Yi looked at the cold and charming Hancock. Although she knew that Hancock was just scaring her, her cold aura and Hancock's qualifications as a king still made her choose to follow her heart. Rayleigh and Shaki looked at Hancock, covered their foreheads, and looked at each other helplessly. Hancock's lovesickness symptoms are simply worse than Shaki's. It can be said that the Amazon Lily Emperor suffered from the most severe lovesickness in the history. Fortunately, Hancock fell in love with Ace. The power possessed by Ace can easily protect Amazon Lily. If it weren't for Ace, I'm afraid Hancock's fate would be the same as Shaki's and the previous emperors. He could only leave Amazon Lily and suffer from 563 lovesickness in order to recover. I see. Robin looked at Hancock and understood immediately. No wonder Rayleigh wanted to tell them to give him some face. No wonder Nami said, we will definitely accept it. It turns out that this famous pirate queen fell in love with Ace. Robin has also done some research on the history of Amazon lilies. Although Amazon Lily is located in the calm belt, very little information has been revealed, but in the long history, there will always be some clues in the sea. Lovesickness, even the Emperor of Amazon Lily seems to be unable to escape the torture of this disease. This time's Amazon Lily Emperor, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, is lovesick, that is, the person she falls in love with is Ace. It is indeed a disease that is serious enough to cause death. This pirate queen's love for Ace is so strong. Robin used observation Haki to feel the emotional fluctuations emanating from Hancock's body when he faced Ace and sighed. At the same time, the beautiful eyes also scanned all the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates, and the beautiful eyes also flickered slightly. All of these women are capable of Haki and are extremely strong. I have long heard that although Amazon and Lily are all women, it is indeed a rare country in this sea where all adult warriors can use Haki. No wonder Ace chose Amazon Lily as the place to teach them Haki. All are women, and they are targeted at women. They systematically learn Haki's methods, which is indeed very suitable for them. Nami probably wants to bring this power under Ace's command. As expected, she is the woman closest to Ace and the second in command of our Entei pirates. Robin looked at Nami, her red lips slightly raised. Advertisement Nami felt Robin's gaze and raised her pretty face to look at Robin. She immediately knew that the smart Robin had deduced everything. Then they looked at each other and smiled. The other girls, even the most adorable Toshigi, immediately knew from Hancock's obvious performance that the pirate empress was deeply in love with Ace. Because observation Haki sensed that the emotional aura exuding from the pirate empress at this moment was exactly the same as when Kaya faced Ace. Among the girls, the one who loves Ace the most blindly and submissively is Kaya. Nami, Vivi and the others sometimes play tricks on Ace. Robin sometimes teases Ace verbally, but Kaya completely obeyed Ace's words and followed Ace obediently. This does not mean that other girls do not love Ace as deeply as Kaya. But the way they love is different. But now the pirate empress, facing Ace, exudes an emotional aura that is almost exactly the same as Kaya's. Even blindly, it is better than Kaya. In Ace's words, this pirate empress is a perfect love brain. However, the girls did not have any other emotions about this. Instead, they looked at the pirate empress very friendly. Although I don't know why this pirate queen, who has never met Ace before, loves Ace so deeply. But as long as they have a good impression of Ace, they are willing to be friends with her. Not to mention, the pirate empress who has such deep love for Ace. Moreover, when they were on the Sabaody archipelago, they all felt it deeply. Although with the help of Ace's understanding field, they are considered strong even in the entire sea. But facing the real peak fighting, they are not even qualified to participate. On the battlefield of Sabaody archipelago, Nami was the only one who could participate in the peak fight. Moreover, because it relies entirely on the power of Thunderfruit, and because Haki is not strong, Nami can only be used as an auxiliary attack candidate. They also deeply realized that when Ace was on Sky Island and hunting for the Thunderfruit on Enel. The true meaning of the sentence, only Haki, Tuenling bends over everything. She commands all adult warriors and can use Haki's kingdom, and her own reputation is second only to Big Mom's pirate empress in the 4 emperors among female pirates. For such a strong man and the joining of powerful forces, the women are extremely welcome. As long as it is beneficial to Ace, as long as Ace can become the king of the world. They will provide unconditional support. BCCI. Using observation Haki to sense the emotional fluctuations of the girls, Rayleigh and Shaki looked at each other and both got up with a smile. These girls are indeed ace women. The size is also good. It seems that they don't need to worry about Hancock's problem. Then, let's go to Amazon Lily first, Hancock. Ace looked at Hancock, who was looking at him with happiness on his face, and was a little surprised. She is indeed the most beautiful woman in the pirate world. Close contact with reality is infinitely more beautiful than the anime I watched in my previous life. Then he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said warmly. Go to Amazon Lily. Is it possible that Ace is going to marry me? Hancock's beautiful eyes turned into the shape of love hearts, and his delicate body fell weakly to the ground, holding his pretty red face and murmuring happily. In Hancock's mind, the wedding held by Ace and her, as well as the beautiful married life, had already appeared. How many children will Ace have in the future? At least 10, right? Ah, can I give birth to so many children? Advertisement Hancock was completely immersed in her own world, covering her pretty red face with happiness on her face. Hey, where did you hear the word marriage, Shiji? Grandma Z looked at Hancock, who was completely in love, and covered her forehead helplessly. The Nami girls looked at Hancock's appearance and felt helpless. This powerful pirate queen, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, has really serious symptoms of love brain. However, she is worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in the world. She is really beautiful. Nami, Vivi and the others were a little envious when they looked at Hancock's pretty face and proud figure. Well, such a woman should belong to Ace, huh? Aren't you marrying me? Hancock looked at his mother-in-law pitifully. Okay, so beautiful. Grandma Za covered her heart. After eating the sweet fruit and still having such a beautiful snake princess, showing such an expression, the killing record is really too great. Hey, Shiji, if you want to follow Emperor Yan, you can't just rely on your beauty. Grandma Z looked at the pitiful and lovable Hancock and couldn't help it. She leaned into Hancock's ear and whispered softly. Why? Hancock covered his heart, looked at Ace, and bit his red lip. Ace's posture is even more beautiful than hers. Moreover, love can make people feel inferior. With such a dazzling Ace, even Hancock feels a little unconfident. In the great incident of Emperor Yan, the women around Emperor Yan all made great contributions to Emperor Yan. You must also work hard, Shiji. Mother-in-law said softly in Hancock's ear, Del. Hancock bit his red lip and nodded seriously, although after falling in love with Ace, she only had Ace in her eyes. But during the Entei incident, before Ace showed his body like a fire, she noticed the girls around Ace. Especially, Nami, the little thief cat. This girl's strength is even higher than hers. Thunderfruit's ability is too overbearing, and the increase in combat power is embarrassing. Of course, Hancock is very concerned about Nami's relationship with Ace. By simply using observation Haki, he can clearly sense that their love for Ace is not inferior to hers. Hancock doesn't care that much. Of course there can't be only one such dazzling Ace woman. As long as she can stay with Ace, then let's go to Amazon Lily, Ace. Hancock looked at Ace and said happily, just looking at Ace makes her feel that this life is worth it. Let's go, Hancock. Ace looked at Hancock and smiled gently. At the same time, there was also a look of expectation in his eyes. How much progress will Nami and the others make through Amazon Lily's Haki training method, combined with her own realm of understanding? And, as long as they reach adulthood, almost all female warriors can use Haki. What kind of regiment they can grow into under their own understanding field is also worthy of Ace's expectation. Finally, there is Hancock. Hancock, who has the qualifications to be a king, can definitely catch up with Big Mom in terms of strength as long as he can learn Conqueror's Haki, combined with the ability of the sweet fruit, and with the help of his own understanding field. The power under his command will usher in an explosion in Amazon Lily. Chapter 189. The development of Nika's power? That's Amazon Lily? Nami stood on the deck, looking at the island in the distance with the word, 9 snakes, engraved on the most conspicuous mountain peak. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she had already memorized the sea area here in her mind. Later, she could draw the nautical chart in the survey room prepared by Ace. Amazon Lily has always been a very mysterious island. Located in the Calm Belt, before Marine mastered the Seastone outer ship technology, no outside forces could enter here. Even the voyage logs collected by Nami rarely record the deeds of Amazon Lily. Being able to draw the navigation chart here is also very exciting for Nami. Well, that's the Amazon. Lily, Nami, when we get there, if you want to draw a very detailed navigation chart. I asked them to take you to sail the surrounding seas. Hancock was also on the deck of the Melee at this time, looking at Nami with a friendly smile. During these days of sailing, Hancock also knew that this girl who shined brilliantly in the Entei incident was the recognized second in command of the Entei pirate fleet. Nami is also the woman closest to Ace. If Nami accepts her, it means that the women around Ace can accept her. And these days, Nami has created a lot of space for her and Ace, which makes Hancock very grateful to Nami. Well, thank you, Hancock. Nami looked at this woman who was as beautiful as the sea, and her red lips were slightly raised. These days of getting along also let Nami know, this pirate empress, who has a cold appearance and is famous throughout the sea, is actually a very gentle woman on the inside. But this kind of tenderness can only be enjoyed by Ace. They, because of Ace, were able to gain Hancock's kindness. 9 snakes, are you here? Ace walked to the deck, looked at the Amazon Lily in the distance, stretched, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Ace, are you awake? Nami looked at Ace and said happily. Ace. Kaya thoughtfully put a coat on Ace's shoulders. Ace, is there anything you want to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Looking at Ace, Hancock covered his pretty face, not daring to look directly at Ace. Let Lackey prepare it. I prefer Lackey's food, Ace smiled. Lackey, who was not far away, suddenly blushed, and a trace of happiness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ace, you're Haki. At this time, on the deck of the Zero Division ship next to him, Rayleigh looked at Ace, opened his mouth, and said in disbelief. Well, it's been strengthened a bit. Ace looked at Rayleigh, smiled and nodded. During the Entei incident, despite experiencing battles with Marine and top figures in the world government, advertisement but Ace himself was not harmed. The battle against Akainu, after the Mera Mera fruit ability evolved into the residual fire style, was basically a one-sided crushing. And the battle with Marine Marshal Sengoku and the Five Elders. More importantly, he is a wise and patient person. Therefore, after the battle, Ace was not in a hurry to use the combat turtle breathing technique, but instead held a banquet with Shanks, Whitebeard and the others. However, in recent days, the battle turtle breathing technique has finally turned all the savings from that battle into nourishment and strengthened itself. What surprised Ace was that he used the field of understanding to engage in a battle of wits and a collision with Haki with Sengoku and the Five Elders. After the operation of the turtle breathing technique in this battle, the main thing that was enhanced was one's own spirit. And his own Conqueror's Haki also became stronger with the enhancement of his spirit. Most importantly, due to the enhancement of spirit, the durability of being able to use Conqueror's Haki has been greatly enhanced. No wonder Sengoku, Conqueror's Haki, the ultimate person who ate the Renren fruit, the phantom beast species, the form of the great Buddha, and obtained the Buddha's spirit, power and wisdom is so outstanding. It seems that the attribute of spirit is crucial to the durability of Conqueror's Haki. And the enhancement of spiritual attributes also means that Ace can use the awakened power of Mera Mera fruit more frequently to transform natural elements into fire elements. To recover physical strength, the durability of the residual fire style has also been enhanced. Ace made a simple estimate. The strongest move of the residual fire style is the residual fire style, North. The sky and the earth are all ashes. With my current physical strength and spirit, combined with the physical blessing from Mera Mera fruit after awakening and transforming natural elements, the release of full power can be completed approximately 4 times. But now, after the mental enhancement, this number has increased to about 6 times. 6 full power releases are enough to completely destroy a country. The ashes of heaven and earth released by Ace before in the Sabaody archipelago, despite Kaido's full resistance, still destroyed almost all GR1 to 29, creating a huge ocean cavity. If no one blocks it, with up to 2 releases, the Sabaody archipelago can be completely wiped off the map. The most important thing is that the attribute of spirit is somewhat ethereal. Unlike physical fitness, it can be directly exercised physically. So Ace is very satisfied with this harvest. What Ace needs to do next is to combine Conqueror's Haki, perfection, and the power of the residual fire into one. The power of the residual fire style is really too overbearing. This is a force that has never appeared on this sea. Just by relying on the pure devil fruit ability, the power he exerted surpassed the 4 emperors and reached the king level. This kind of thing cannot be done even by the most powerful devil fruit, the Renren fruit phantom beast Nika form, which can be called the power of God. With such a domineering power, it is extremely difficult to perfectly integrate Conqueror's Haki with it. The residual fire style is a move derived from Ace's personal experience of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's Bankai and the residual fire Tachi. Transformed into residual fire, Ace's body became another form of residual fire sword after performing the residual fire style. If you want to wrap Conqueror's Haki perfectly around the body like a residual fire sword, the current Ace cannot do it. This is also the reason why during the Entei incident, Sengoku said, even if you are heaven-defying, you cannot wrap Conqueror's Haki, when you have just understood this terrifying move. However, regarding how to wrap Conqueror's Haki around the body of the residual fire style, Ace has already had an idea through the field of understanding these days. The key lies in the power of Nika advertisement. The Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form is a very special devil fruit with abilities. Before awakening, only those with abilities were given a rubbery body. After awakening, the ability user will be given the most important, Nika's exclusive imagination. Under the power of this exclusive Nika imagination, the Esper can do anything, fight freely, and even create things out of thin air. And the rubber body before awakening also underwent new changes after awakening. That is Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, the rubber-bodied minister who perfectly blends into an Esper. The reason why all the powerful men on this sea who stand at the true pinnacle of the world are able to rule the sea like emperors is the fundamental reason why there is a significant gap in combat power between him and other powerful ones, even those with Admiral of Headquarters level combat power. It's Conqueror's Haki. Entangled, Conqueror's Haki, the power of entanglement is much greater than Armament Haki. But Armament Haki's power is not useless. After all, Armament Haki mainly consumes the user's physical strength, while Conqueror's Haki mainly consumes the user's spirit. When Conqueror's Haki is consumed too much, emperors will also use Armament Haki to attack. Yes, in this sea, even Conqueror's Haki, Ace who has broken through to the king level, cannot use the power of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki at the same time. You can only choose one type individually to attack. But Nika after awakening is completely different. Lord Snake Princess. In other words, whether it is Conqueror's Haki winding or Armament Haki's hardening, it has no meaning to Nika. Amazon.com Lily has arrived, accompanied by the screams of the female warriors on Amazon Lily. Every attack of Nika comes with the power of the combination of Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Ace's combat power will once again usher in a huge improvement. While Amazon Lily is teaching the girls Haki, integrating Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into the residual fire body is what Ace needs to do most. The damage caused is even greater than that of the strongest force in the sea, Conqueror's Haki, entanglement. Those with abilities can use the combined power of Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Devil Fruit at the same time. The three powers are perfectly combined, and then perfectly released as the Esper wields his fist. Ace must use Nika's exclusive imagination to integrate Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into his residual fire body. Once successful, each of Ace's attacks will be fully covered with the power of Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and Mera Fruit. Nika's rubber body completely contains all the Haki of the ability user. With Nika's exclusive imagination, it is not impossible for the residual fire body to compete with Nika's rubber body. This is also the fundamental reason why after awakening in the Ren Fruit Phantom Beast Nika form, it is the strongest Devil Fruit. Nika's exclusive imagination can completely integrate Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into the rubber body. Ace looked at the Amazon Lily that was gradually approaching the shore, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It's simply a bud level increase in combat power. Chapter 190. The Future King. Ah, Lord Snake Princess, it's so beautiful, Lady Snake. At the port of Amazon Lily, all the citizens of Kuji came to welcome the return of the Kuji pirates. This is the tradition of 9 snakes. As a pirate group formed by successive emperors of Amazon Lily, members of the 9 Snakes pirate group are the most powerful existences among the entire Amazon Lily warriors. At a fixed time, the 9 Snakes pirates, led by the emperor, would go out to plunder. And when they return, they will also show the loot to all the people and enjoy the cheers and admiration of all the people. In this way, all citizens are encouraged to continue to grow stronger, to be proud to join the 9 Snakes pirates, and to promote the iteration of the 9 Snakes pirates. However, this tradition has changed somewhat in Hancock. Lord Snake Princess, so beautiful, I am willing to die for Lady Snake. The eyes of all the citizens turned into the shape of hearts, looking at Hancock infatuatedly and screaming. Hancock's popularity as an emperor should be the highest among Amazon and Lily emperors in history, right? Rayleigh screamed as she watched, only Hancock's Amazon was in her eyes. Lily, all the citizens, laughed. Because little Hancock, the number 5 is so beautiful. Shaki also raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, Hancock's beauty is the best in the world, even compared with the legendary mermaid princess. Coupled with the sweet fruit ability, Hancock's beauty and charm are even more magnified. And Hancock joins the 7 warlords of the sea to protect the entire Amazon Lily from marine and other pirates. In the past, Amazon Lily, although the safety of the island could be guaranteed because of the natural barrier of the calm belt. However, the 9 Snakes pirates who go out to plunder will still be attacked by other pirates and marines. Amazon Lily, also known as Daughter Island in the outside world, has a great reputation. And because of the calm belt, it was almost impossible for outsiders to reach the main island of Amazon Lily before the invention of seastone ships. The price of Amazon Lily's woman at the human auction is extremely high. Therefore, the 9 Snakes pirates who go out to plunder and hunt will become fat in the eyes of other pirates and human traffickers. Casualties, injuries, and missing persons are things that the 9 Snakes pirates must face every time they go out to hunt and plunder. But after Hancock became emperor and joined the 7 warlords of the sea with his powerful power, none of this happened again. Boya. Hancock has the qualifications of a king, Conqueror's Haki. Coupled with the ability of the sweet fruit, even among all the 7 warlords of the sea, the strength is extremely high. Before the rise of the Entei pirates, Hancock was known as the most powerful woman on the sea, second only to Big Mom. The name of the pirate empress is powerful throughout the sea. When they go out hunting and plundering, only the 9 Snakes pirates can plunder other pirates. No one else dares to touch the bad luck of the 9 Snakes pirates. Hancock's reputation in the West has reached the highest peak among Amazon Lily's previous emperors. Looking at all the citizens, screaming and admiring her, Hancock, who had been very cold in the past, was now blushing. Covering her red lips, she carefully turned her pretty face and looked in Ace's direction. With such a concubine, Ace would think that as the emperor of Amazon Lily, I am not as cute as other girls. Or do you think this concubine will be more attractive? Love and jail make people careful. Hancock, who loves Ace so much that he can't help himself, cares about Ace's thoughts even in the smallest things. Carefully turning her beautiful eyes, she looked at Ace. Advertisement. Hancock's beautiful eyes were full of waves, and he looked at Ace blankly. Ace looked at Hancock, who turned his head cautiously to look at him, and gave Hancock a thumbs up, with a gentle smile on his face. Oh, I have no regrets. Hancock suddenly fell to the ground, covering his pretty red face and murmuring. Lord Snake Princess? What's wrong with Lady Snake? Seeing Hancock suddenly fall to the ground, many Amazon Lily citizens suddenly panicked. Enemy attack. But this is Amazon Lily's main island. Except for marine seastone ships, no one can invade here. And as a 7 warlords of the sea, it is impossible for Marine to attack Lady Snake. What is this? The somewhat panicked citizens and many soldiers' eyes narrowed, and observation haki came out of their bodies. Hey, who are you? Several female warriors looked at Ace and others and exclaimed. Have you finally noticed us? Isn't Hancock's charm too great? Nami covered her forehead with helplessness on her face. Since going to sea, because of Ace's troublemaking attributes, the Entei pirates have always attracted the most attention wherever they go. Even after just entering the Grand Line, Ace's bounty is as high as 85 million Baileys. After that, the bounty quickly exceeded 1 billion, and he was called the 5th emperor on the sea. Nowadays, he is even called the man who is above the 4 emperors, standing at the top of this sea. As Ace's first crew member, it can be said that Ace has always been the one who attracted the most attention since he started following Ace. Wherever he goes, he will receive the looks of fear and panic from other pirates. Nami, who has never wanted to cause trouble and wanted to be a little transparent, has attracted much attention because of Ace. Until now, she has become the second in command of the Entei pirates, a super pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. The dream of being a little transparent, starting from following Ace, was destined to Miss Nami. But she didn't expect that she would feel it in Amazon Lily. The citizens of Amazon Lily, until now, had only seen Hancock, and they didn't even notice the arrival of their Entei pirate fleet. After all, little Hancock is so beautiful, Shaki laughed. At this time, some young citizens looked at Shaki in shock. Long time no see, Tubit. Shaki looked at these young citizens and showed a nostalgic smile. Former Emperor, you are still the same as before. These young citizens suddenly burst into tears and were excited to see Shachi. Hey, former Emperor. The young warriors, who had never seen Shaki before, looked at Shaki in shock, who looked the same age as their sister. They are all very good seedlings. Why do they all have enough energy? Ace observation Haki suddenly released, knowing the situation of all the citizens here. Haki, in the first half of the Grand Line, only a handful of people can master it. One is because Haki also needs good teachers to teach, and the strong people who can use Haki, except for Marine, are basically in the New World. Advertisement. The second reason is that because we have not yet reached New World and completed the first half of the Grand Line voyage, the capacity is simply not enough to use Haki. But even with the Naval Headquarters, which has a dedicated training base, former Marine Admiral, Zephyr is instructor, and one of the strongest forces on the sea, not everyone can use Haki. If you can fully master armament Haki, you can become Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Completely master armament Haki and observation Haki to become the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. It can be seen that there are very few powerful Haki users in Marine. But almost all of Amazon Lily's adult warriors can use Haki. This has nothing to do with the teaching method, because no matter how strong Amazon Lily's teaching method is, it cannot be better than Marine. This should be related to Amazon Lily's special physique. Amazon Lily's reproduction method is that adult female warriors will choose to leave 9 snakes, get pregnant outside, and then return to 9 snakes. And the children born in 9 snakes will only be girls. Is it the physical constitution or the environment that causes this phenomenon? It seems okay, let's do some research. Ace took observation Haki back into his body and thought to himself. Man, it's a man. At this time, several elderly citizens noticed Ace, Rayleigh and Yishao, and looked at Ace and the others in shock. Man? The young female warriors who had not left 9 snakes suddenly looked at Ace and the others in shock. Indeed, it's a little different from us. Men, you cannot step into the territory of 9 snakes, otherwise you will be wiped out. But they were brought by Lady Shiji. The citizens were talking a lot. Shut up, Ace is a guest invited by me. He is not someone that ordinary men can compare to. Hancock raised his eyebrows, looked at the many citizens, and shouted coldly. Hancock will never tolerate being rude to Ace. And if I marry Ace in the future, Ace will be the future king here. Hancock fell into his own fantasy again. Hey, if you were Lady Snake, no rules matter. The indifferent Lady Snake is so beautiful, the citizens were immediately filled with love. Ace looked at Hancock and smiled gently. Hancock, who had looked cold just now, suddenly blushed horribly. Ace smiled at me. Strange, why does this man look familiar? Ace, this name sounds familiar too. Suddenly, some sharp-eyed citizens held their chins and began to think. Suddenly, his eyes glanced at the flying pirate flag, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Yan, Emperor Yan? This man is Emperor Yan. Shocked exclamations resounded throughout Amazon Lily. Hello you all. Ace smiled and greeted the citizens of Amazon Lily. These will all be the forces under his command from now on. Chapter 191. Tonight, go to your room, Fire Emperor. The Entei who led the Entei incident and defeated Naval Headquarters. All Amazon Lily citizens looked at Ace in horror. The great incident of Emperor Yan spread throughout the world by affecting the telephone bug. Even Amazon Lily, whose communications were almost cut off from the outside world due to the comm belt, received the signal. The entire nation watched the battle that shocked the world. During the Yandi incident, Naval Headquarters, the strongest overlord among the 3 major forces on the sea. This developed the Seastone outer ship, which caused the natural barrier of the comm belt to fail, exposing Amazon Lily to the Marine's conquest range. In order to protect Amazon Lily, Lady Snake responded to the call of the world government and became the 7 warlords of the sea. The reason is not to be conquered by the overlord force of naval headquarters. But that overlord-level force fell into an unprecedented rout in the hands of Emperor Yan and in front of the whole world. It can be said that Yandi defeated the behemoth naval headquarters from the front. Admiral of Headquarters Akainu was defeated, and Marine Marshal Sengoku, the supreme commander of the naval headquarters who came to the rescue, was defeated in a battle of wits. Entei single-handedly defeated 2 of the 3 strongest combat forces in Marine. He also executed 3 world nobles, celestial dragons. In front of the whole world, smashed the heads of the 5 elders, the world's highest power holders. This is the man who truly stands at the pinnacle of this sea. A man who could easily destroy the entire Amazon Lily. He is the big man who truly stands at the top of this sea. All the citizens of Amazon Lily really can't believe that this young man with a gentle smile on his face is actually the one who led the Yan Emperor incident. 12. Yandi defeated the entire naval headquarters head-on. In fact, the Yan Emperor's temperament and eyes at this moment are completely different from when the Yan Emperor event was broadcast live to the whole world. During the Entei incident, when the Entei was broadcast live to the whole world, Haki was unparalleled, even if it was just the picture from the signal. Haki's fierce and stern eyes made people dare not look directly at him. After showing off his demon god-like body in the form of residual fire, the whole world was shocked and impressed. And Emperor Yan, who was smiling and greeting them. Gentle, kind and approachable, they didn't recognize Emperor Yan at all the first time. When they swept past the pirate flag, which was enough to shake the entire sea just by fluttering, they realized that this handsome young man who looks extremely gentle is the big shot standing at the top of his sea. Ace, you are so gentle. Is it because of my concubine? You have left such a gentle impression on the people. Sure enough, Ace wants to marry my concubine. Hancock covered his pretty red face, not daring to look at Ace. Hey, Emperor Yan didn't say anything at all. Grandma Z looked at Hancock, who was completely in love and covered her forehead helplessly. Well, mother-in-law, it's good that Sister Rue's lovesickness has eased. The green-haired Sandersonia looked at her mother-in-law with a smile. Hey, Hancock's lovesickness is much more serious than mine at that time, fortunately. Grandma Z looked at Hancock and sighed, but there was also joy in her eyes. Fortunately, the person Hancock fell in love with was Emperor Yan. The power of Emperor Yan is enough to clear away all the forces that hinder Hancock from running towards Emperor Yan. Including the Seastone outer steamship invented by naval headquarters, this important factor makes the calm belt no longer natural. Joining Yan Emperor's command, Yan Emperor's current reputation is even more resounding than the name of 7 warlords of the sea. That is a terrifying man who can defeat naval headquarters head-on. Also, a crazy man who publicly executed 3 celestial dragons. No one or force in this sea is willing to provoke such a man. Advertisement at this time, Grandma Yi already understood the future direction of Amazon Lily. That is, joining the command of Emperor Yan. Needless to say, Hancock was completely in love with Ace. As long as Ace said a word, Hancock would definitely join the Entei pirates. And Amazon Lily, under the choice of Emperor Hancock, will naturally join Emperor Yan's command. Most importantly, Shaki's return to Amazon Lily also highlighted the attitude of the former emperor. She and Rayleigh found an overlord for Amazon Lily who could protect Amazon Lily and make 9 snakes more prosperous. Hancock joined the 7 warlords of the sea to protect Amazon Lily from marines and pirates, allowing the 9 snakes pirates to go out to sea to plunder and hunt without any casualties. And the beauty combined with the sweet fruits exudes amazing charm. He can be called the most popular emperor of Amazon Lily in history. The younger generation of soldiers are extremely obsessed with Hancock. It can be said that they blindly worship Hancock. Although Shaki is the former emperor, his status in the minds of these elderly citizens is also very high. Both emperors made the same decision. It was a sure thing for Amazon and Lily to join the Yan Emperor. And Emperor Yan's reputation and power are enough to protect Amazon Lily. So my mother-in-law was extremely lucky that the man Hancock fell in love with was Ace. However, she has already regarded Hancock as her granddaughter. Hurry and prepare for the banquet, clean up the dust for Ace, and prepare all the best ingredients. Hancock waved his hand and said, "Hi," all the citizens responded quickly. Ace, let me go to the kitchen and take a look. Lackey's red lips raised slightly and smiled. Amazon Lily is located in the calm belt and has almost no contact with the outside world. What kind of ingredients are there is really interesting. Most importantly, Ace said, he was used to her cooking. With a happy face on his face, Lackey headed towards Amazon Lily's palace kitchen under the leadership of a citizen. Hey, Ace, I can also cook, would you like to have a try? Hancock looked at Ace with a blushing face, slender fingers circling in front of him, and his tone was full of anticipation. Cooking for your lover is simply the happiest thing in the world. Sister, Sandersonia and Marigold stared at Hancock dumbfounded. Sister, you are the emperor of Amazon Lily. You actually have to cook by yourself? But such a sister is so beautiful. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at the happy Hancock, and their eyes turned into the shape of hearts. Is this the power of love? Thank you for that, Hancock. Ace looked at Hancock, who was covering his pretty face and not daring to look at him, but his tone was full of expectation, and took Hancock's hand. Looking at Hancock's breathtakingly beautiful face, he said warmly. No, it's not hard. I am so happy now. Hancock's beautiful eyes turned in circles, his pretty face turned frighteningly red, and his body was completely weak. If Ace hadn't caught Hancock with skill, she would have fallen to the ground immediately. Ace held my hand and looked at me so tenderly. Concubine, I have no regrets. Hancock's brain had stopped thinking. Because of the sweet fruit's ability, pink hearts rose all over his body. Then, I'll go to the kitchen first, Ace, Hancock stammered. She also wanted to be held by Ace for a while longer, but now, even holding hands would be too damaging to her. Advertisement. Well, I'm looking forward to it, Hancock. Ace smiled. The party started soon. Amazon Lily's most famous ingredient is, of course, the giant sea kings that exist in the calm belt. These huge sea kings are dozens or even hundreds of times the size of other places. The terrifying power is enough to overturn the toughest warship in naval headquarters. The taste and nutrition are also far better than ordinary sea kings. Ace stuffed huge pieces of meat from sea kings into his mouth and drank in pleasure. This huge sea kings is the most nutritious of all the meat Ace has ever eaten. Under the effect of complete absorption, even Ace's current physique can feel that it is slowly increasing. No wonder, the women of Amazon Lily are all born warriors. When they reach adulthood, they all have powerful bodies that can freely use armament haki. Feeding on the giant sea kings laid a strong foundation for Amazon Lily's strength. In the palace, except for the 303 large ships of the Entei pirates, only Hancock, Grandma Z, Sandersonia and Marigold were able to attend the palace banquet. The rest of the cadres of the Nine Snakes pirates are in the hall outside the palace. The ordinary warriors were in the open space of the palace. Ordinary citizens are outside the palace. Amazon Lily is a country with orderly hierarchy. If you want to survive in the calm belt, you must divide classes by strength. This is to stimulate the citizens and work hard to become stronger. Even if it is a banquet, this rule must be followed. Ace, this is my body. Hancock carefully placed a cooked fish soup in front of Ace, looking at Ace expectantly with a pretty face. I'll try it. Ace immediately understood that this was the fish soup prepared by Hancock himself, and smiled gently. Different from the previous wolfing down, I slowly drank the fish soup into my mouth gracefully. It's delicious, this taste. Ace's eyes lit up. This taste is beyond Ace's expectation. Unexpectedly, it was not under Lackey's cooking at all. But Lackey, with the help of his own understanding field, his cooking skills are said to be the best in this sea. Hancock, as the Emperor of Amazon Lily, can't cook as well as Lackey? It's the power of love, little Ace. Shaki looked at Ace, Min said. Lovesickness will make the Emperor of Amazon Lily fall in love, which will be life-threatening. But as long as you can be with the one you love, even the food you cook will have the power of love. Shaki laughed. I see, Ace suddenly realized. No wonder the feeling after drinking it is completely different from the previous dishes. Hancock, thank you for your hard work. Ace looked at Hancock and smiled. I don't have to work hard, I am very happy. Hancock's pretty face turned red. Can I go to your room tonight? I'll give you a gift too. Ace looked at Hancock and said gently, why? Hancock was stunned for a moment, and then, covering his frighteningly red face, he exclaimed. Chapter 192. Hancock's Dominance. Nami's Conqueror's Awakening. Amazon Lily, Nine Snakes City, night. In Hancock's bedroom. The entire Amazon Lily banquet has ended, and all the citizens have fallen asleep. The entire Amazon Lily seemed extremely peaceful. But now in the palace, Hancock felt even hotter than at the banquet. Ace, let me wait for him in the palace. Is it difficult? Could it be? Hancock covered his pretty red face, his beautiful eyes filled with circles. All kinds of timid things kept popping up in his mind, causing bursts of steam to rise from Hancock's little head. Ming, can you really hold on? Hancock is so charming at this moment that no one can see. At this moment, Hancock only felt paralyzed and without any strength. Just thinking about those things in her mind made her feel dizzy with happiness. Although in his heart, he really wanted to get closer to Ace, Hancock was still a little overwhelmed by such sudden happiness. No, that's not possible. I need to adjust my mood. Ace will be here soon. I can't lose my composure. Hancock stroked his heart, which was constantly rising and falling, trying to calm down the shyness in his heart through the exchange of oxygen. By the way, shouldn't you take a shower first if you want to love yourself? Suddenly, Hancock thought of a key thing. This time when I returned to Nine Snakes, I was immersed in Ace's happiness and hadn't even bathed yet. Tonight may be the first time for her and Ace. Of course, she must wait for her beloved in the best possible manner. Hancock was about to take off his clothes and go to the bathroom when his movements suddenly stopped. The pretty face that was originally red due to shyness quickly turned pale. His delicate hands were unconsciously placed on her back. Concubine, why did you forget this matter? Hancock bit his red lip with such force that a little blood seeped out from his silver teeth and flowed down his chin. From the moment she met Ace in the calm belt, the only thing on her mind was Ace. My mind is filled with Ace, and my mind is filled with the future happy life with Ace. Unexpectedly, I forgot about this matter. Hancock sat on the bed, hugging his knees with his hands, his pretty face buried deep between his legs. On her back is the seal of the celestial dragons, the hoof of the celestial dragon. When they were very young, the three Hancock sisters were caught by human traffickers after going to sea with the Nine Snakes pirates and sold to the celestial dragons as slaves. The hoof of the celestial dragon is the symbol of the slaves of the celestial dragons. After being rescued, with the help of Rayleigh, Shaki, and Grandma Yi, I returned to Amazon Lily. And relying on the power of the sweet fruit and the awakened Conqueror's Haki, he soon became the Emperor of Amazon Lily. But because of his childhood experiences, after becoming Emperor, Hancock put on a cold mask to cover up the tenderness in his heart. He presented himself as a proud tyrant in front of everyone, using such behavior to maintain his image as an emperor. Furthermore, Nine Snakes City was closed every time he took a bath. The years when their sisters disappeared during childhood created a legend of Gorgon, and the devil fruit's ability is the curse of the witch. Because Hancock and the others felt that once their tribe knew that they had been slaves to the celestial dragons during their childhood, they would no longer have a place in Amazon Lily. This matter has already penetrated into the hearts of the three Hancock sisters. But why would I forget such an important thing? Hancock's face lowered was in great pain, and he was biting his red lips, blood dripping continuously. Is it true that I am so happy with Ace that I have even forgotten the painful memories? If Ace knew her secret, could she still have this happiness? Hancock thought painfully. Crack, at this time, the door of the palace made a sound. A sound of footsteps sounded slowly. This was originally the sound of footsteps that Hancock was looking forward to, but now it made Hancock a little scared. She was afraid that Ace would leave her and that she would never see Ace again. Hancock. Ace looked at Hancock, whose pretty face was buried in his legs and whose delicate body was still trembling, with a touch of pity in his eyes. Observation Haki has completely fed back Hancock's mood swings to Ace at this time. The emotions Hancock exuded at this time were very complex, but there was one emotion that even suppressed the fear of the shadow of childhood. That is the emotion of fear and worry about gain and loss. Hancock was afraid that he would leave her after knowing the truth. This fear took up most of Hancock's emotions at the moment. It also made Ace's eyes become more tender and caring. Hey, Ace. When Hancock heard Ace's gentle voice, he instinctively raised his pretty face. On her beautiful face, there are pear blossoms and tears, and on her red lips, there are still bits of bloodline left from biting her. There was a pitiful look in her beautiful eyes, which made people pity her even more. At this time, Hancock still looks like the cool Amazon Lily Emperor. She is just a little girl who is afraid that her lover will abandon her. Ace, don't look at me like this, today Hancock felt Ace's increasingly gentle gaze and bit his red lips, not daring to look at Ace's cheek. Ace chuckled and slowly came to Hancock. Ace, concubine, I haven't bathed. Hancock watched Ace come to his eyes, his beautiful eyes panicked. Hancock is always written. Advertisement. Ace looked at the flustered Hancock and smiled softly. If Ace had said such words on a normal day, Hancock might have fainted from happiness. But at this moment, the fear of Ace's departure overwhelmed the happiness in her heart, and she looked at Ace with a pale face. Ace stretched out his right hand and slowly reached towards Hancock. Seeing Ace's hand getting closer and closer, Hancock bit his silver teeth and slowly closed his beautiful eyes. The delicate body slowly fell towards the back. At least, the back should be hidden. Hancock opened his beautiful eyes in shock and stared at Ace blankly. You don't need to put on any disguise in front of me, Hancock. I like all kinds of you. Ace looked at Hancock's heart and gently stroked Hancock's long black hair with his right hand. Hancock's beautiful eyes trembled. Fear and terror, at this moment, quickly subsided. Ace's gentle smile was like a little sun, soothing the negative emotions in Hancock's heart. Ace said he likes me. Love, concubine? Hancock's pretty face turned red, and all he wanted to do was stop at this moment. Hancock lay on Ace's heart. Ace's right hand gently stroked Hancock's long black hair. The warm atmosphere lasted for a long time. Hancock slowly raised his pretty face, looked at Ace's gentle smile, and bit his red lips. Ace, I also want to tell you something. Hancock bit his red lips and said softly. She shouldn't hide anything from Ace. If you want to stay with Ace, marry Ace, and have children for Ace, you can't hide this matter. Most importantly, Ace's gentle smile and words gave her great courage. I am listening. Ace's smile became gentler. Hancock slowly left Ace's heart, pushed his long black hair aside, and slowly unbuttoned his clothes. Ace, you won't leave me, right? Hancock's shirt slowly fell down, biting his red lips, and looked at Ace, with some pleading in his beautiful eyes. Of course, I like all kinds of Hancock. Ace looked at Hancock, who opened his heart, and the pity in his eyes became more intense. Then Ace, the biggest secret of my body is this. Hancock gritted his silver teeth and slowly turned around. A smooth back appeared in front of Ace. Hancock only felt a warmth behind her back, which made her trembling body slowly calm down. Nice skin, Hancock. Ace's gentle words made Hancock shrink his beautiful eyes. Beautiful. Look at her back. Hancock turned his head sharply and stayed where he was. Her back was extremely smooth, without any other marks. Where's the mark? Hooves of the sky-soaring dragon. Hancock dazedly moved his delicate hand across her back. That's where the Tianxiang dragon's hoof should have been. The skin was extremely smooth and delicate, and the mark seemed to have never existed before. Ace, this is. Hancock raised his pretty face and looked at Ace with a gentle smile on his face, his beautiful eyes sore. The hooves of Tianxiang dragon are very special and cannot be removed by ordinary methods. Even if the entire skin is peeled off, the new skin will still have that mark. The only way to hide it is to tattoo new patterns around it. But now, Shanlong's hoof seemed to have never appeared that day and disappeared completely. I can use all the devil fruit's abilities, the healing fruit's abilities, just enough to wash away the mark. Ace looked at Hancock and smiled softly, with some speculation in his eyes. This Tien Shanlong's hoof is indeed very special. The normal power of the healing fruit cannot be eliminated. This is because the healing fruit ability that has been awakened cannot be eliminated. However, Ace was able to use the field of understanding to push the healing fruit's ability beyond its limits and completely erase the hoof of that day's flying dragon. Is this mark related to Im's ability? All slaves of the celestial dragons must be marked with the hooves of the celestial dragon. And I am, constantly covering up the blank 100 years, and burying the will of D, with the will to liberate. How does the cover-up affect Im's abilities? The power of liberation is the regiment necessary to deal with I am. Ace secretly speculated, but quickly stopped thinking about it. The most important thing now is to calm Hancock's mood. Nami and Nuo Kagao also had tattoos. It was a camaraderie that happened in their hometown. Ace looked at Hancock, whose mood was constantly fluctuating, and said softly. Advertisement what happened in Kokoja village, and finally, Nami and Nokagao washed away the tattoos they had and tattooed the pirate flag pattern of the Entei pirates on their bodies. How about you, carry my name on your back, come with me to the throne of heaven, and kill all the celestial dragons. Ace stretched out his right hand towards Hancock. In addition to gentleness, there was also an incomparable expression on his face. Then Haki. XF. Hancock looked at Haki and gentle Ace, and couldn't help it anymore. His beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and tears kept flowing down his beautiful face. Others said she didn't believe it, but Ace, she believes it. Ace was the man who publicly executed 3 celestial dragons and used strong tactics to make even the 5 elders compromise. Ace felt the warmth from his lips, his eyes became gentler, stroking Hancock's long black hair, responding to Hancock's enthusiasm. Concubine, this is our first kiss, did I bite you, Ace? I don't know how long it took before Hancock raised his pre-red face, feeling shy. I also like you like this, Hancock. Ace looked at the shy Hancock and smiled. Ace, I want to tattoo your symbol here. I want to carry your name on my back, is that okay? Hancock pointed to the smooth back and looked at Ace firmly. Certainly. Ace looked at Hancock, laughing loudly. Hancock's emotions, through observation Haki, are very clearly reflected back to Ace. Hancock wants to use his name to cover the trauma of the past. The moment the Entei pirate flag pattern is tattooed, it is Hancock's moment of rebirth. Crunch. The door of the bedroom opened again. Hancock's pretty face turned red when he saw the person coming. Nami, Nokagao. Hancock stammered and looked at the 2 women who came in. Nami, the woman standing closest to Ace, when Nami saw this, Hancock was a little at a loss. Don't be so nervous, Hancock, we will be sisters from now on. Nami looked at Hancock with a lively smile on her pretty face, and took a step forward to hug Hancock. It's so beautiful, Hancock. A beauty like you should belong to Ace. Nami's words made Hancock blush. Anything related to Ace would make Hancock a little overwhelmed. Ace, tattoo. Hancock raised his pretty face and looked at Ace. Well, Ruo Xianggao is here to help you. Ace smiled and nodded. Nokiko and Nami's Entei pirates designs were all tattooed on them by Nokiko. Please, it's high. Hancock pushed his long black hair aside and said firmly with a pretty face. Nuo Chi nodded with a smile and began to tattoo Hancock's back seriously. Zhao does, soon, with the help of the comprehension field, a lifelike pattern of the Entei pirate flag, representing Ace's name, appeared on Hancock's back. Alright. Nuo Kagao finished the last step, looked at the lifelike tattoo, and smiled. Have I carried the title of Ace? Upon hearing this, Hancock immediately turned his head, saw the pattern representing Ace's name on her back, and murmured. In my heart, the shadow of the past seemed to come alive here, surrounded by flames, and the pattern representing Ace's name completely evaporated. Buzz. Ace's eyes narrowed and he waved his right hand violently. In the field of understanding, Hancock is quickly wrapped. Boom. The next moment, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki roared out from Hancock's body. Aft. PT. Piffed. The violent black and purple lightning roared crazily in the atmosphere and continued to strengthen. And the next moment, under the influence of the realm of understanding, this violent black and purple lightning started to entangle. Conqueror's Haki tangled. At the moment when his inner demons were removed and he took on the title of Ace, Hancock's Conqueror's Haki ushered in a huge improvement. Already, it has reached the strength for winding. Then under the influence of the field of understanding, Hancock quickly grasped the calendar area standing at the top of his sea. Ace looked at Hancock who was beginning to master Conqueror's Haki-tangle, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. After mastering Conqueror's Haki, Hancock's strength will reach a new level. Coupled with the power of the sweet fruit, Hancock can immediately reach the level of combat power of Aokiji. Once Conqueror's Haki is fully mastered, Hancock can move towards the combat power of the 4 emperors. In the future, reaching Big Mom level combat power is not far away. But at this moment, the surprise brought to Ace was more than that. Buzz. Boom. The terrifying kingly aura roared out from Nami's body. Conqueror's Haki, awakening, the capital of a king roars in the atmosphere. Chapter 193. You are the heaven-defying enlightenment. Boom. A terrifying momentum swept out from Nami's body, roaring crazily in the atmosphere. Around Nami's neck, she always wears it even when she sleeps. The lucky charm Ace made for her is flashing crazily. Realm of Understanding, Nami package. Stimulated by Hancock's powerful Conqueror's Haki, and with the help of the Realm of Understanding. Nami's qualifications as a king awakened at this moment. This is the same Conqueror's anger as my concubine. Hancock's beautiful eyes trembled as he watched the black and purple lightning that swept out from Nami's body and the black and purple lightning she released, faintly competing for space. Although Nami's Conqueror's Haki has just awakened at this moment, and even exists in a state of momentum, it has not yet formed the violent black and purple lightning unique to Conqueror's Haki. There is still a long way to go before this powerful force can be entangled. But there is no doubt that Nami has the qualifications to be a king. Conqueror's Haki, as the pinnacle of power in this sea, only one person in a million can awaken. Even in the New World, where there are so many powerful people, there are only a handful of people who have Conqueror's Haki. Anyone who can awaken Conqueror's Haki and has the qualifications to be a king, even if he cannot master Conqueror's Haki in the end, will definitely be able to grandmaster Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Moreover, it will be stronger than those senior vice admirals of naval headquarters who only master Armament Haki and Observation Haki. In other words, as long as those who awaken Conqueror's Haki will be at least admiral candidates in the future, they will be strong men at the level of vice-level admiral of the four emperors. But unlike Armament Haki, this kind of Haki can be learned later. Conqueror's Haki is innate and cannot be obtained through practice. There are very few strong men who have awakened Conqueror's Haki, and women are even rarer. As far as Hancock knows, in this sea, there are no women who own Conqueror's Haki except herself. There's just that one, the only female in four emperors, Big Mom. And Nami will become the third known female owner of Gwang's Haki in the sea of this era. Moreover, Nami's strength is above hers. Although the ability of Tianshan Fruit, combined with her stunning beauty, the ability of Devil Fruit 640 is comparable to the abilities of some powerful Logia and Phantom Beast species Devil Fruit. But compared to the Thunder Fruit that Nami ate, which is also one of the invincible abilities in Logia, there is still a big gap. Before starting to master Conqueror's Haki-tangle today because of Ace. Her sweet fruit ability has long been awakened, and Haki is also very powerful because of possessing Conqueror's Haki. At least, Haki, the senior vice admiral of naval headquarters who can participate in Buster Call, is more distant. But even so, it still cannot reach the peak combat power of this sea, which is the threshold of Admiral of Headquarters level combat power. It is still one step away from the peak combat power. But Nami, relying solely on her pure awakened Thunder Fruit ability, has become one of the pinnacle combat powers in this sea. Nami's Haki strength has almost no increase in combat power compared to the Thunder Fruit ability she possesses. In fact, because the difference in strength between the two is too large, it is difficult for Nami to wrap Armament Haki around Thunder Fruit's attack. But now, it's completely different. Nami, awakened Conqueror's Haki. As someone who also owns Conqueror's Haki, Hancock knows very well. Although Conqueror's Haki has been awakened, it is still very far away from mastering Conqueror's Haki entanglement. It was only with Ace's help that she finally mastered Conqueror's Haki. But even in a short period of time, it is impossible to master this powerful force standing on the pinnacle of the sea. Nami's Armament Haki, Observation Haki, will still be rapidly enhanced. This is the privilege that a person with the qualifications of a king has after awakening Conqueror's Haki. That is Armament Haki, Observation Haki, which will usher in an explosive period of rapid growth with the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. This is also the reason why the level of those who awaken Conqueror's Haki, the future Armament Haki, and the Observation Haki are at least the level of the Admiral candidate and the Deputy Emperor of the Four Emperors group. Coupled with Nami's awakened Thunder Fruit ability, Nami's combat power is at least on the level of Kizaru's in the Admiral of Headquarters. And once Nami can fully master the power of Conqueror's Haki, BEDF, entanglement, combined with the Thunder Fruit ability that represents violent power, Nami will be as powerful as the four emperors who dominate the sea like an emperor. Moreover, it is still a four emperors level combat power capable of destroying the world. The intimidating power of Thunder Sea is even greater than Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. Advertisement. As for the upper limit of combat power, it depends on Nami's own Haki strength. Hancock looked at Nami, with joy in his beautiful eyes. Nami not only loves Ace deeply like her, and they all have Ace's logo and the Entei pirate flag tattooed on their bodies. It was also because of Nami that she was able to be accepted so smoothly by Nokagao and the others. Now, like her, they both own Conqueror's Haki. This made Hancock feel a little confused. It's like, on this sea, I have the same kind of feeling. Hancock, with the help of Rayleigh, Grandma, and Shaki, returned to Amazon Lily. He has been very lonely because he tried desperately to hide the secret. Even when I am with my two younger sisters, I feel very lonely. But now, not only did she meet the love of her life, Ace. I also met Nami, a companion who also had the Ace logo tattooed on her and also had the Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations, Nami. The hidden coldness in Hancock's beautiful eyes completely melted away, and he looked at Nami with a smile like a flower. Conqueror's Haki. Nami looked at her hands, feeling the rush of Conqueror's Haki, and murmured her red lips. Feel it well, it's beautiful. Ace looked at Nami and waved his right hand violently. The dazzling mysterious light completely enveloped Nami. Comprehension field, full power. Ace looked at Nami with joy in his eyes. Nami, indeed, has Conqueror's Haki. In the original work, Nami burst into anger, causing Kippei to mistakenly think that Nami was releasing Conqueror's Haki. Now, stimulated by Hancock's rapidly growing Conqueror's Haki, the kingly aptitude in Nami has also awakened. Hancock masters Conqueror's Haki. Entanglement, Nami, awakening Conqueror's Haki. This surprised Ace. Conqueror's Haki is really too rare. Even among the Four Emperors group, the only people who are currently confirmed to possess Conqueror's Haki, apart from the Four Emperors, are Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates group, and Kaido's daughter Yamato among the Beasts Pirates. As for the ability to master Conqueror's Haki, apart from the Four Emperors, it is currently known that only Yamato has initially mastered it. Hancock has mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle, and because of his beauty, he may be the strongest person in history with the ability to sweeten the fruit. He immediately became one of the peak combat powers in this sea. Moreover, the level of combat power is stronger than those at the Admiral level threshold, such as Black Arm Zephyr. Even with the peak Four Emperors, they can fight head-on for a short time. This is Conqueror's Haki, the domineering and powerful entanglement. Even if it is a preliminary mastery, it will bring about a huge increase in combat power. As for Nami, Ace's original training plan for Nami was to use the field of understanding and the assistance of Kaya's healing fruit ability, as well as the nutrients provided by the huge Sea Kings of the Com Belt to maximize Nami's physique, thereby strengthening Nami's armament Haki. After all, observation Haki, due to the increase of Thunderfruit, cannot see the future for a short time, but except for a very few people in this sea who have cultivated observation Haki to the ultimate. Nami's observation Haki is the strongest. What Nami needs to improve most is the strength of armament Haki. But this process, even with the help of the field of understanding, takes a lot of time. After all, the improvement of physical fitness does not happen overnight. Nami, who has not fully absorbed it, can only rely on time to strengthen it. But now, nothing is a problem. Nami, armament Haki, and observation Haki who have awakened Conqueror's Haki will all enter a period of rapid enhancement. As long as armament Haki can be raised to the Admiral threshold, then the attack method is mainly based on the ability of Thunderfruit, supplemented by armament Haki, and has observation Haki enhanced by Thunderfruit. It will allow Nami's strength to quickly reach the same level as Kizaru. And once you master Conqueror's Haki, then Nami will really be like what the sea uploaded and become the second strong female to rule the sea like an emperor after the Four Emperors' Big Mom. Looking at Nami, Ace's eyes were filled with anticipation, and the smile on his lips could not be suppressed even by a warship. Advertisement regarding this, his first crew member, Nami, has always been the closest woman to him. Nami's position in his heart is also the most special one. Nami was able to awaken Conqueror's Haki, and Ace was even happier than winning the war with naval headquarters. But what happened next made Ace, who now stands at the pinnacle of the sea era. Hancock, who had initially mastered Conqueror's Haki and became one of the pinnacles of combat power in this sea, shrank his pupils. His face was full of shock. Buzz. With the help of the Realm of Understanding, Nami quickly mastered the release and control of Conqueror's Haki. When Conqueror's Haki first awakens, a person with the qualifications of a king cannot control the release of Conqueror's Haki at all. He can only unconsciously carry out a momentum attack without distinguishing between ourselves and the enemy. After training, you can accurately release Conqueror's Haki and release Conqueror's Haki's momentum attack on the target group. At this stage, even with the guidance of a teacher, it takes a lot of time to master. Nami, with the help of the comprehension domain, quickly passed this stage and quickly mastered the precise release of Conqueror's Haki. But the next moment, black and purple lightning erupted around Nami, jumping crazily in the atmosphere. Nami subconsciously stretched out her little fist, and the black-purple lightning roaring crazily in the atmosphere obediently wrapped around Nami's little fist. Conqueror's Haki tangled? Hancock stared blankly at the violent black and purple lightning jumping on Nami's little fist, and exclaimed. Although the power of this black and purple lightning is far weaker than her Conqueror's Haki. But there is no doubt that this is the pinnacle of power standing on this sea, Conqueror's Haki, entanglement. Conqueror's Haki has just been awakened and can be entangled. Nami, is she a monster? Hancock looked at Nami blankly, his beautiful face a little dull. Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, how difficult it is to master. Where to hold it? As long as you initially master this power, you will have one of the peak combat powers in this sea, that is, Admiral level combat power. If you master it completely, you can truly fight head-on with the Four Emperors who dominate the sea like emperors. The de facto second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri, Doflamingo, who is also extremely powerful among the Shichibukai. And her before today, awakening Conqueror's Haki has been unable to master it for so many years. Nami, after awakening Conqueror's Haki, actually mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki entangle. Even Ace was a little shocked. But Nami, as soon as she woke up, immediately grasped the power that stood at the top of this sea. But in the end, it is still not as good as my own heaven-defying understanding. If Ace hadn't helped her, Hancock didn't know how long it would have been before she could master the power of Conqueror's Haki. You are the woman with heaven-defying understanding. And even I didn't master the power of Conqueror's Haki immediately. I only got the help of heaven-defying understanding after watching old man Garp's falling to the bottom of the sea. My face is swollen. Is this the reason? To a terrifying level? Could it be that in the original work, when Nami had not yet mastered Haki and was still very weak, she was able to beat Luffy, Zoro and others until they were so angry? Although the field of understanding is one's own heaven-defying understanding, combined with the power generated by Nika's exclusive imagination obtained from Luffy, it can improve the emotional nature of the person who uses it. Master this power. Conqueror's Haki, entangled. Ace looked at Nami, whose pretty face was full of excitement, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. This is a heaven-defying talent? Even Ace was a little stunned at this moment. As expected of me, the destined voyage Poseidon. This made Hancock not know what to say. 9T Chapter 194. I can get closer to you, Ace, boom. Violent black-purple lightning roared continuously over the palace of Nine Snakes City. Rayleigh and others who were resting outside the palace immediately noticed the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. This is Hancock's Conqueror's Haki. Shaki looked at the Conqueror's Haki who was roaring over the palace of Nine Snakes City, and his eyes suddenly trembled. Well, so strong, Hancock's Conqueror's Haki is constantly getting stronger. This Conqueror's Haki strength is no longer something Shichibukai Iku can possess. Shaki looked at the increasingly violent Conqueror's Haki, his eyes also filled with shock. Among the Shichibukai, the ones who currently clearly own Conqueror's Haki are Doflaming and Hancock. Although Shichibukai and Naval Headquarters, 4 Emperors, are called the 3 major forces on the sea. But the essence of Shichibukai is to use the reputation of these big pirates to intimidate other pirates. Affiliated to the world government, assisting the Naval Headquarters to maintain the balance of the sea in the age of great pirates. This is Shichibukai. Among the Shichibukai, the only one who can truly be called the pinnacle of combat power on the sea is Dracul Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Even a bear with the bug-level devil fruit and meatball fruit abilities is still far from the peak combat power in this sea, which is the combat power at the threshold of the Admiral of Headquarters. After all, although the ability of the meatball fruit is buggy, it can eject everything, including ejecting the Esper itself, performing super distance, teleportation, and even memories can be ejected. However, the increase in the ability user's combat power in frontal combat is not as direct as the top destructive devil fruit such as Thunder Fruit and Shock Fruit. As for Hancock's strength, although he has awakened Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki and Observation Haki, he is not weak. And the ability of Tianshan Fruit is also brought into full play by Hancock's beauty. But the shadow in Hancock's heart has always troubled her. Haki, after passing through the rapid growth period due to awakening Conqueror's Haki, has made no progress. If he really fights the enemy to the end, then because of the huge shadow in his heart, Hancock may not be Doflamingo's opponent. But now, it's completely different. Hancock, who has completely shed the shadow of his past, Conqueror's Haki has enhanced so much. Then Armament Haki and Observation Haki can also be improved accordingly. Shaki's eyes were also filled with joy. For Hancock, she has already regarded him as a daughter. The increase in Hancock's strength is secondary. What makes Shaki most happy is that Hancock has finally gotten rid of the shadow of the past. It seems Ace, please help Hancock get rid of the shadow of the past. Rayleigh looked at the ever-increasing Conqueror's Haki, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Although Hancock became the Emperor of Amazon Lily, he always used a cold mask to disguise her as a tyrant. But the shadow of his childhood has always haunted Hancock's heart. Having such a huge shadow in his heart also limits the enhancement of Hancock's Conqueror's Haki. But now, everything is no longer a problem. Hancock getting rid of the shadow of the past is no less than a Nirvana rebirth. Coupled with the powerful Haki and the ability of the sweet fruit, Hancock can also be among the top in this sea, right? Rayleigh's eyes also have a kind look. The person Hancock falls in love with is Ace, which is really great. The smile on Rayleigh's lips couldn't be suppressed at all. For this little girl that he, Shaki, and her mother-in-law guided back to the Amazon Lily, Rayleigh had already regarded Hancock as her daughter. Seeing that her daughter has found such a good home, Rayleigh is also happy from the bottom of her heart. The next moment, Rayleigh, Shaki, and Yishao who were resting in the next room all looked shocked. Buzz. I saw the violent black-purple lightning that roared completely irregularly above the Nine Snake City Palace, began to twist and condense. It seems that there is a pair of invisible hands controlling these violent black and purple lightnings. As the most violent force in this sea, the black-purple lightning that symbolized Conqueror's Haki gradually formed a black-purple film and converged towards the Nine Snakes City Palace. This is the kind of power that Rayleigh and Shaki are all too familiar with. Conqueror's Haki-tangle? Advertisement, Shaki exclaimed, watching in disbelief as the black-purple film formed in the atmosphere gradually disappeared into the palace of Nine Snakes City. Hancock, mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle. While Hancock shakes off its past, Conqueror's Haki has been greatly enhanced. But there should still be a long way to go before being entangled, right? Shaki's eyes were even a little horrified at this moment. This is Conqueror's Haki. Entangled. Once you fully master it, you can have a real head-on fight with the 4 emperors who rule the new world like emperors. In an era on the sea, there are no more than 10 people who can fully master this power. They truly stand at the pinnacle of the ocean of an era, and can be called the pinnacle of combat power on the ocean. Although Hancock is still far from being fully mastered at this time, even if he has just preliminary mastery, Hancock's combat power will immediately become one of the pinnacles of combat power on the sea. Moreover, if it is an opponent of the same level as the previous generation Admiral of Headquarters and Black Arm Zephyr, it will not be Hank's opponent at all. Conqueror's Haki, the power of entanglement is really too overbearing. Once she fully masters this power, Hancock will become a powerful woman who will truly be like an emperor and rule the sea after Big Mom. It seems that Ace's power helped Hancock. In the realm of understanding, is the power unique to Ace's body combined with Nika. Rayleigh raised the corners of her mouth slightly and murmured. Regarding the fighting talents of the other girls in the Entei Pirates, except Nami and Robin, they are actually not outstanding. But these young girls, after following Ace, their strength began to increase horribly. Now, all of them are powerful cadres of the famous pirates on the sea, the Entei Pirates. The reason, in these days, Rayleigh and Shaki they have fully known. The field of understanding, Ace's unique power, and the magical power produced by combining with the power of Nika. This magical power can elevate the recipient's understanding to a terrifying state, and can even attract powerful devil fruit. Kaya's healing fruit, Konus's vocal fruit, and Laki's bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form, are all derived from this. It can even act on ordinary fruits, allowing these ordinary fruits to capture the demonic factors that escape after the death of the ability user to form new devil fruit. Nami's thunder fruit, Vivi's sand fruit, Tashiji's transparent fruit, Nokigao's gate fruit, and ship elf Mary's shadow fruit all come from this. The ability to hunt devil fruit is also based on this. After knowing the truth about Ace's power, Rayleigh was deeply moved. Only with such power, Ace can create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and everyone can have a banquet. This is the first time Rayleigh has heard about the relationship between productivity, resources and war in so many years of traveling across the sea. Rayleigh, who has been to the final island, Raftel, seen what Joy Boy left behind, and knows what the will of D is, has always believed that the will of D is the key to solving the problems in today's world. But Ace told him from another perspective that what can truly solve problems is always objective facts, not the so-called will that can be artificially hidden. Ace calls it thing. After talking to Ace, Rayleigh was shocked. I just feel like my whole worldview has been refreshed. This is the completely opposite method of inheritance of will. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel that this may be the truth. After thinking about it for countless nights, Rayleigh could only look at the sky and sigh. If Ace's power and ideas are obtained by the Revolutionary Army, it will immediately set off another change in the world. Unfortunately, although Garp's son and now the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dorag is very capable, leading the Revolutionary Army to set off waves of liberation all over the world. But compared with Ace's realm, there is really a big gap. Ace's realm has completely surpassed this sea. Just like Ace said, he will stand in the sky. The throne of that day, the group is something that should belong to Ace. At this moment, Rayleigh completely found his next path. He wants to make Ace the king of the world. Sitting there, the throne of heaven. Ace will definitely become the king of the world. Rayleigh looked at the black-purple film gradually disappearing into the palace of Nine Snakes City, his eyes filled with hope. Advertisement he seems to have seen the scene of Ace sitting on the throne of heaven and becoming the king of the world. However, the current strength of the Entei pirate fleet is really terrifying. The only ones who have mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki are you, Ace, and Hancock. When Hancock fully masters this power, the Entei pirate ship will probably be able to directly fight against the entire Four Emperors pirate group, right? Shaki sighed. Ace's strength is unparalleled in this era, surpassing the Four Emperors. A single Four Emperors, even the most powerful creature in a duel today, Kaido of the Beasts, would definitely be defeated by Ace. If you want to fight Ace head-on, you must be 2.5. Although Rayleigh is now old and has a serious decline in physical strength, with the powerful Conqueror's Haki and Kendo, as long as he cooperates with Lackey or Vivi as an assistant, he can fight head-on with the Four Emperors without any disadvantage. And if Hancock completely masters Conqueror's Haki, he will be able to fight head-on with one of the Four Emperors. Although due to the ability of the sweet fruit, there is some disadvantage in the battle of this level of combat power, and as a woman, the physical strength cannot be compared with the monster Four Emperors. But as long as you cooperate with the combat power of Lackey or Vivi, you can definitely fight the Four Emperors on an equal footing. And don't forget, Ace also has powerful combat powers, Yishao and Nami. Together, these two people are enough to fight against one of the Four Emperors without losing. Calculated in this way, the entire peak combat power of the Four Emperors today, including the Red Hair Pirates, the only one with the combat power of 2 Emperors. They can all be killed on equal terms by the high-end combat power of the Entei Pirates fleet. Such a terrifying pirate group has never appeared in history, right? Even the former Rocks pirate couldn't do it. After all, Whitebeard and others at that time were. Before he reached his peak, Kaido didn't eat the fish fruit, fantasy beast type, blue dragon form, and he was even an intern. The most important thing is that because of Ace's understanding field, the combat power of the Entei Pirates fleet is still increasing rapidly. In the future, maybe it will be possible for a single pirate group to go to war with the world government on an equal footing. Shaki's eyes were full of emotion. Yes, I have already seen the scene where Ace becomes the king. Rayleigh looked at the Nine Snakes Palace and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. And the next moment, boom! A terrifying momentum erupted from the Nine Snakes Palace, thundering from the ground, roaring crazily in the atmosphere. Conqueror's Haki, how beautiful is this scent? Having fought against Kizaru with Nami, Haki is already familiar with Nami's aura and Rayleigh's observation. At this moment, Nami raised her pretty face, looked at Ace, and smiled sweetly. What kind of monster is this? Shaki's eyes were also full of shock. Nami, upon awakening, learned Conqueror's Haki, entanglement? Rayleigh and Shaki screamed in horror. Nami, Nishi has the qualifications to be a king? This is simply even more monster than the bullet that was called a monster by both Rayleigh and Roger on Roger's pirate crew. Ace, I can get closer to you. But before Rayleigh and Shaki could finish being shocked, the next moment, the shock in their eyes turned into horror. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly shrank and she was shocked. The Entei pirate fleet now has 4 owners of Conqueror's Haki. It began to twist and converge, forming a new black-purple film, slowly falling towards the palace of Nine Snakes City. Conqueror's Haki-tangle? Although it is much weaker than Hancock's Conqueror's Haki, this black-purple lightning is just like Hancock's Conqueror's Haki before. Another Conqueror's Haki. I saw that the momentum of thunder on the ground suddenly began to change, turning into violent black and purple lightning. Chapter 195. Nami's efforts. Hancock's kiss. Ace, I can get closer to you. Looking at the sweet smile on Nami's pretty face, Ace's lips curved up. This girl, the first girl he met after going to sea, although she does not love her blindly like Kaya. It's not like Vivi, who doesn't like to act coquettishly to herself. However, Nami is always the girl closest to him. Without Nami's navigation skills, even with Mary, normal navigation on the Grand Line would not be possible in the weird climate. In terms of combat power, Nami has been the Entei pirates' second most powerful player since she ate the Thunder Fruit. He is also the only one among the Entei pirates who has reached the pinnacle of combat power on the sea. The top cadre of the Entei pirates fleet and the second in command of the Entei pirates fleet. This is the current name for Nami on the sea. During the Entei incident, Nami and Rayleigh teamed up with Yishao to defeat the captive Kizaru. Nami's Thunder Fruit ability gave Kizaru a fatal blow at the critical moment, paralyzing Kizaru and being seriously injured by Rayleigh with Conqueror's Haki's slash. Such a record and combat power are already incredible for a 17-year-old girl. Nami's own talent for weather perception and manipulation is the best in the sea in this era. Even without the Thunder Fruit, Nami can perform powerful lightning attacks with the help of the weather stick. After obtaining the Thunder Fruit, this talent for weather control and perception was perfectly brought into play, coupled with Ace's understanding field. If we look purely at Devil Fruit abilities, Nami's 633 control and use of Thunder Fruit abilities can definitely be called the strongest Thunder Fruit ability user in history. But Nami felt that it was not enough. No matter how powerful the Devil Fruit's ability is, there is an upper limit. It completely relies on the Devil Fruit's ability. Except for Ace's residual fire style, which evolves the Mera Fruit ability toward the level of the sun. The highest limit of all the rest of Devil Fruit's abilities is the peak combat power of the sea, which will never reach the 4 Emperors level, the peak combat power of the sea. Although Dahai's peak combat power is already extremely powerful, it can even determine the outcome of a war. But what they, the Entei pirate fleet, have to face is the behemoth in this world, the world government. In the Entei incident, because Haki was not strong enough, Nami could only act as an auxiliary attacker. Although the Thunder Fruit gives Nami terrifying speed and destructive power, even if Nami faces Kizaru alone, he is enough to fight on an equal footing. But without the powerful Haki, Nami would not be able to cause fatal damage to Kizaru, who is a sparkling fruit user. Even for the most critical blow, Nami only used Thunder Fruit's ability to paralyze the enemy, restricting Kizaru's mobility, allowing Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki slash to hit Kizaru smoothly enough. Although Nami's role in that battle was also very crucial, Nami was not reconciled. Especially later, Marine Marshal, the resourceful General Sengoku joined the battlefield and used his wisdom to lay out, limiting Nami and Vivi's Logia Devil Fruit abilities to the maximum extent. Create a battle scene where Haki is the decisive force in close combat. If Ace's Fire 10 Trillion Death Burial formation hadn't recalled the souls of Crocodile, Enel, and Ghost Spider from Hades. If Marine's Sharp Knife unit composed of Haki Masters is intercepted, I'm afraid, they will all be in a hard fight. Later, after the 5 Elders, 4 Emperors Red Hair, Kaido joined the battlefield. Nami realized the importance of Haki even more. Haki is not strong. Even though Thunder Fruit has the speed and destructive power that is the ceiling of all Devil Fruit, he can still only rely on Thunder Fruit's speed and paralysis ability to deal with these top experts. I also have the deepest understanding of Ace's sentence, only Haki can be above everything. This time when I came to Amazon Lily, Nami was determined to become a Haki master. In this way, you can better become Ace's assistant. Now, although she is the second in command of the Entei pirate fleet. But in terms of combat power, it is the last among the 3 peak combat powers under Ace. Uncle Rayleigh and Uncle Yishao are both much more powerful than her. This also made Nami grit her teeth secretly and hold back her momentum. Not only does she want to be the woman closest to Ace, but she also wants to be the most powerful supporter around Ace. She wanted to clear some obstacles for Ace to become the king of the world. But sometimes when Nami is alone, she will look at the stars and feel unwilling to do so. The power of Thunder Fruit has been awakened and used by her to the ultimate. No matter how much armament Haki improves, her upper limit of combat power will probably only be at Aokiji's level. Advertisement after all, although her Thunder Fruit is a level stronger than Aokiji's Frozen Fruit, it is even better than Akainu's Lava Fruit. But she is still a girl after all. After all, the physique cannot be like Aokiji, antenna monster. Devil Fruit, Haki, and martial arts are the three powers that make up Aokiji and Akainu, the powerful fighting force that can fight the four emperors head-on. But even Aokiji can only fight head-on with the four emperors for a short period of time. In the end, Aokiji will definitely lose. Frozen Fruit, in the battle of peak combat power, is still far behind Lava Fruit, which has the strongest attack power in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, in terms of combat power. As for her martial arts, in a duel between top experts, she can be described as 0. Aokiji, who inherited the Iron Fist from marine hero Garp, is simply a world away. She, and Ace's guidance on her fighting style, have always used Thunder Fruit's ability to carry out medium and long-range attacks. Although this attack method, due to the speed of Thunder Fruit and the ability to amplify observation Haki, Nami is almost invincible. But if you want to fight head-on with the peak combat power of this sea, the four emperors, it's still not enough. After all, her martial arts skills were almost 0 and she was unable to fight the enemy at close range. This means that if she fights with the peak combat power, if the four emperors want to break through her defense, they can break through as long as they risk being hit by Thunder Fruit a few times. After all, her Haki couldn't cause fatal damage to peak combat power like the four emperors. At most, it is just to let the peak combat power of four emperors consume more Haki and physical strength. This made Nami very unwilling. The opponent's ace will face in the future may even be more powerful than the four emperors. If she cannot reach the pinnacle of combat power in this sea, the combat power of the four emperors, she may become further and further away from Ace in future battles. But it's fine now. She awakens, the king's qualifications, Conqueror's Haki. And he has mastered the strongest power in this sea, Conqueror's Haki. The upper limit of her combat power will immediately surpass Aokiji, and she will truly reach the peak combat power in this sea, the combat power of the four emperors. She can also get closer to Ace, what's more, it's enough to help Ace. Nami looked at Ace, her smile became sweeter and sweeter, and she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Silly girl, you have always been closest to me. Holding Nami in his arms, Ace touched Nami's little head lovingly and smiled softly. How happy Nami is now, only by using observation Haki can you realize how happy it is. That is happiness that truly comes from the heart, even from the soul. Just being exposed to this emotion will make people forget all the unhappy things, show a smile. Ace sensed Nami's emotions, and his eyes became gentler. Hancock was also infected by this emotion, and his red lips curved. Nachiko Gan was smiling with a twinge at the corner of his eye. Her sister couldn't be more aware of how hard she worked to be a greater help to Ace. Because his body is not strong enough, in the dead of night, after Nami has drawn the sea chart and made the sailing plan for the next day, he often pulls Kaya for additional training. With Kaya's medical skills and Kaya's healing fruit ability, Nami can exercise her body to the greatest extent. And this kind of training process can be called cruel. After all, there is only one way to improve your physique. That is destruction. Destroy muscle and skin tissues and allow them to regenerate, and the regenerated muscles and skin will become stronger. Continuously squeeze the potential of the internal organs to adapt to higher intensity battles, and then use the nutrients from Sea Kings to strengthen the functions of the internal organs. Despite Kaya's medical skills and healing powers, Nami will not have any scars on her body, nor will she have any accidents. But the pain endured during exercise will not disappear. Nami will bear it all. Despite the incomparable efforts, Nokagao could still see a lot of unwillingness in Nami's eyes due to the objective upper limit. However, it's fine now. Nami, who has mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle, will definitely become one of the strongest people in this sea in the future. Advertisement sister, so proud of you, Nami. Nuoki looked at Nami with tears in her eyes, her red lips curved in a heartfelt arc. That's not enough. I want to get closer to you. I am your destined navigator. Nami was in Ace's arms, smelling the scent of Ace deeply, and her beautiful eyes narrowed in enjoyment. The smell of Ace made her feel extremely at ease. Not just my destined navigator. Ace touched Nami's little head and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Nami raised her pretty face. He will still be the most powerful person next to me in the future. Ace looked at Nami's pretty face, gently pinched Nami's cheek with his right hand, and smiled softly. Having mastered Conqueror's Haki, Nami's potential for future combat power has suddenly increased to a terrifying level. Take Akainu as an example. Without Conqueror's Haki, Akainu relies on Lava Fruit, which has the strongest attack power in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, and the powerful armament Haki brought by extreme justice. As well as the monster's body and powerful martial arts, Akainu can truly fight head-on even with the highest combat power in this sea, the four emperors. The most critical of these is Lava Fruit. Nami's Thunder Fruit has a comprehensive ability that is stronger than Lava Fruit. In Logia, it is also one of the invincible Devil Fruits. And combined with the Field of Understanding, Nami's control of Thunder Fruit abilities can be called the strongest Thunder Fruit ability user in the history of the sea. With such a Devil Fruit ability, coupled with Conqueror's Haki, Entanglement, Nami's upper limit of combat power must exceed Akainu. Although Nami's martial arts level is almost 0, it is not important at all to Nami, who has absolute talent in weather perception and manipulation. Before Conqueror's Haki Entanglement, it was Nami's disadvantage that he could not fight head-on. Potential. But after possessing Conqueror's Haki, Entanglement, this long-distance attack method has become an advantage for Nami, who has absolute control over Thunder Fruit's ability. The most violent force in this sea, Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, combined with the thunder fruit ability, which is the most purely destructive among devil fruit abilities. How powerful is it? Even Ace is looking forward to it. The destructive power is definitely much higher than the power of armament Haki combined with lava fruit. Such a long-range attack, even if it's 4 emperors, can cause serious injuries if you're not careful. If Ace's residual fire style hadn't evolved the Mera fruit ability towards Sun 4.0. Nami is the strong man with the most destructive power and attack power in the sea of this era. Hearing Ace's words, Nami's pretty face suddenly burst into a bright smile. Ace stretched out his right hand towards Hancock and smiled softly. After all, it's Conqueror's Haki, and there are 2 of them, so the movement is really quite loud. The warm atmosphere lasted for a long time, and things started to get a little noisy outside the palace of Nine Snakes City. Nami left Ace's arms, observation Haki unfolded, and smiled. And this, Ace is not worried about at all. As soon as he awakens, he masters Conqueror's Haki. Entanglement. Not even the 4 emperors have such a talent. Ace looked at the look of pride on Nami's pretty face and thought it was very cute and smiled. There seems to be some chaos outside. Is it affected by Conqueror's Haki just now? In the future, Nami will definitely become one of the 3 most powerful people in this ocean. Ace felt the tenderness on his lips, looked at the beautiful face that was so close and could be called the best in the world, and responded vigorously. Nami focused her little head. This girl has awakened Conqueror's Haki and can become a stronger supporter for herself. She is really happy. Let's go, Hancock, let them feel at ease, and then let your 2 sisters get rid of their psychological shadow. Next, just keep asking Nami to increase the strength of Conqueror's Haki. Because in terms of Conqueror's Haki, Ace has never seen anyone with higher talent than Nami. Del. Chapter 196. Special training begins. Crunch. In the Nine Snake City Palace, the door to Hancock's bedroom was opened. Sister, Sandersonia and Marigold saw Hancock coming out with Nami and Nagagao behind Ace, and hurriedly rushed to greet him, making anxious noises. The double middle is full of questions. Although Rayleigh and Shaggy told them not to worry, the sudden release of such a powerful Conqueror's Haki by one sister still made Sandersonia and Marigold a little worried. After all, my sister has the same shadow in her heart as them. Worried you, Sandersonia, Marigold? Hancock looked at his 2 sisters, his red lips slightly raised, his beautiful eyes curved into a beautiful crescent shape, and he revealed a gentle and brilliant smile. Sister, Sandersonia and Marigold covered their mouths and looked at Hancock in disbelief. Such a smile has never appeared since his childhood when he went to sea with the Nine Snakes pirates and was caught by human traffickers. Even after escaping from the Holy Land and returning to Amazon Lily with the help of Grandma Za, Rayleigh and Shaggy, sister-in-law has become the emperor. Sister-in-law has never smiled like this. In front of others, the elder sister has to use a cold mask and pretend to be a tyrant to protect their sisters. Even in private, Oni-sama prefers to be alone. Sandersonia and Marigold know very well that Oni-sama may look cold on the outside, but is actually very soft on the inside. My sister doesn't want them to see her weak and helpless look. My sister has always protected them. But they also want to protect their sister, so Sandersonia and Marigold both abandoned their appearance, which was not comparable to Hancock, but was equally beautiful. Use an almost self-inflicted training method to become stronger. The price is that the appearance is completely deformed, and even a little deformed compared to the previous beautiful appearance. 17. But as long as they can make their sister feel at ease, Sandersonia and Marigold feel that everything is worth it. Although the results were minimal, my sister still wore a cold mask every day to protect her heart. But now, Sandersonia and Marigold looked at the gentle and bright smile on Hancock's face, their eyes turned red, and they couldn't stop crying. Oni-sama, you have completely taken off your cold mask. Sister, it seems like we have returned to the past. That elder sister who is strong but also gentle and loves to laugh. Thank you for your hard work, Sandersonia, Marie Gotsende. Hancock walked up to 2 younger sisters who had suffered physical deformities due to self-harm training, and gently stroked the 2 younger sisters with his delicate hands. Although Nine Snakes does not regard appearance as beauty, but strength as the standard of beauty. But for love, beautiful appearance is an absolute component. In order to become strong, the 2 sisters used self-mutilation training to become like this. I am afraid it will be difficult to find a satisfactory lover in the future. Moreover, this kind of training also requires enduring pain that ordinary people cannot bear. It takes advantage of the characteristics of the snake fruit and uses self-inflicted training methods to forcibly change the overall structure of the body. Only her 2 sisters knew how much pain she suffered during this period. Hancock gently caressed his 2 sisters, with a look of pity in his beautiful eyes. It's not hard for us, Sister Sama. Sandersonia and Marigold felt Hancock's emotions at this time, looked at each other, and immediately wiped away their tears. He smiled brightly at Hancock. The 3 sisters looked at each other and suddenly laughed wantonly. It's like going back to my childhood before I went to sea with the Nine Snakes pirates. Grandma Z looked at Hancock, Sandersonia and Marigold who were laughing wantonly, and her eyes were a little red. In order for Hancock to successfully become the Emperor of Amazon Lily, she also moved to the most remote corner of Amazon Lily. Although Hancock was very rude to her on weekdays and often threw her out of the Nine Snakes City Palace. But the mother-in-law knew that it was Hancock who wanted to protect her and her sister and pretended to be a tyrant. Hancock still cares about her opinion. From before, she was trapped by love, left Amazon Lily, and became a member of Rock's Pirate. After working with Rayleigh and Shaki to guide the three Hancock sisters back to Amazon Lily, they were regarded as traitors by their tribe. Advertisement. But after Hancock became the Emperor of Amazon Lily, she was even able to freely enter and leave the Nine Snake City Palace where only Amazon Lily emperors could live. And although Hancock would reject her idea immediately, he would usually implement it later. For example, respond to the call of the world government that Hancock hates most and join the 7 warlords of the sea. Her current actual status is that it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the national teacher of Amazon Lily. From being ostracized by the tribe, to now regaining the respect of the tribe. Hancock did all this for her. Seeing Hancock smiling freely now, my mother-in-law, who regarded Hancock as her granddaughter, could no longer hold back the joy and love in her heart, and burst into tears. Hancock, the person he fell in love with was Emperor Yan, which was great. Mother-in-law Z looked at Hancock's ace, who was quietly watching Hancock with her ultimate soft eyes, and felt infinite emotion in her heart. She has lived for so many years and was once the Emperor of Amazon Lily and a member of the Rock's Pirate. Naturally, she understood immediately. Hancock was able to completely get rid of the shackles of the past and take off the cold tyrant mask, all because of this man. And this is not only possible with love. Get rid of the psychological shadow of childhood and become a child in the Holy Land Mariajoy. This is the only person who single-handedly planned the Yan Emperor incident that shocked the world, publicly executed 3 celestial dragons, and even smashed the head of one of the world's highest powers, one of the 5 elders, in front of the whole world. Something that only Entei, Porcas d'Ace, could do. A man who can use all devil fruit abilities and exert devil fruit abilities beyond the limits of devil fruit itself. On the sea, the strongest demon fruit power in history. I'm afraid Entei used the power of devil fruit to completely remove the traces behind Snake Princess, right? Grandma Z wiped her tears and looked at Hancock with a smile. Although the hoof of the heavenly soaring dragon cannot be removed for some reason, even if the entire piece of skin is dug out, the regrown skin will still bear the mark of the hoof of the heavenly soaring dragon. However, if it is the strongest man on the sea in this era and the demon fruit power who is also the #1 in the history of the sea, Emperor Yan, then it can definitely be eliminated. After removing that trace, Hancock finally ushered in a new life. Grandma Yi smiled and looked at Hancock, who was smiling wantonly, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why, mother-in-law? Hancock felt his mother-in-law's gaze, looked at the bright smile on her face and the tears on her face, but said nothing. Just smiling happily at my mother-in-law. Between relatives, there is no need for too many words, a smile is enough. Nami, you have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Vivi, Kaya and others surrounded Nami, looking at Nami and exclaiming again and again. They have already learned about Nami's awakening of Conqueror's Haki from Yuan Shi. As for Rayleigh and Yishao, they were waiting in the hall outside the palace. Although Rayleigh is like Hancock's father, but men are not allowed to enter the palace of Emperor Amazon Lily. As for Ace, it is a special case. After all, Hancock has already fallen in love with Ace. Ace will be the king of Amazon Lily in the future, and he will naturally be able to enter and exit the palace freely. Not only did you awaken Conqueror's Haki, but you also mastered Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, right? Shaki looked at Nami, his eyes filled with wonder. There are only a handful of people in this ocean who have mastered this power. And women are even more pitiful. Before today, only Big Mom from 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was known to have complete control. 4 Emperors Kaido's daughter, Yamato, initially masters the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle. Shaki, who has a special intelligence network, also knows about Yamato's existence. After today, there will be 2 more strong women who master Conqueror's Haki-tangle in this sea. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, and the little thief cat, Nami. Hancock, who has been awakening Conqueror's Haki for many years, now, with the help of Ace, has overcome his inner demons and mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki. What amazed Shaki even more was Nami. As soon as he awakens Conqueror's Haki, he can immediately master the power of Conqueror's Haki, entanglement. With such a talent, Shaki, who has experienced a lot, can only describe it as terrifying. Nami, before mastering Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, was one of the invincibles even in Logia. Thunderfruit, which stands at the top of all devil fruits, can only be regarded as one of the pinnacles of combat power in this sea. Although it is extremely powerful and can influence the direction of a war. But he is not the real decisive power in this sea. On this sea, the only ones who truly have decisive power are those overlords who stand at the true pinnacle of this sea. Advertisement: 4 Emperors, and the one who is more powerful than the 4 Emperors, Emperor Yan. If Nami's peak combat power can determine the direction of a war, Yan Emperor, who is so powerful as the 4 Emperors, and even has power greater than the 4 Emperors. They can determine the direction of an era. Like that, the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, started the Great Pirate Era with his life. For example, Whitebeard at his peak, Edward Newgate, who was called the strongest man, also died after Roger's death. An era called Whitebeard began, and in today's era, some people already call it Shen. They are the strongest men who stand at the top of an era and determine the direction of the sea for an era. And this, without the power of Conqueror's Haki winding, with the exception of Entei, who evolves the Mera Mera fruit in the direction of the sun, can exert power beyond the 4 Emperors by relying on the pure devil fruit ability. Others, no matter how powerful the devil fruit is, how strong the martial arts and kendo are, or how strong the armament Haki is, cannot do it. And now, Nami has obtained a pass to this sea, the most powerful person of an era. Combined with the Thunder Fruit, which is the most purely destructive of all devil fruits, Nami's future achievements are limitless. Shaki looked at Nami with joy in his eyes. At this time, she was also a member of the Entei pirate ship group in the Zero Division. Moreover, it is only a matter of time before Hanku 747 grams, the Nine Snakes pirates, and even the entire Amazon Lily join the Entei pirates fleet. With the addition of Nami, who has unlimited potential, he may grow into a strong man with the strongest destructive power on the sea in the future besides Ace. However, Shaki is naturally extremely happy. Conqueror's Haki, that's awesome Nami, congratulations. Kaya held Nami's arm, her angelic face was full of surprise, and she looked at Nami excitedly. Kaya has an angelic personality and has a good relationship with all the girls. But the one with the best relationship is Nami. When Kaya lost her parents and had an emotional breakdown alone in the villa. What appeared in front of her was Ace and Nami. Nami is Kaya's first friend. Ace and Nami worked together to accompany her through the grief of losing her parents. And Kaya, who has been training hard with Nami, is very clear about Nami's hard work and determination to become stronger. Although the upper limit of training that Nami can endure is not as good as hers because she does not have a healing fruit, her level of effort is no less than hers. Every time, the body's functions are drained to the very end. What Nami wants is to change things enough to help Ace. Now, Nami has mastered the strongest power in the sea, Conqueror's Haki, and can finally realize her dream. Kaya, as Nami's best friend, is really happy for Nami. Nami can become stronger and more able to help Ace, and they are also happy from the bottom of their hearts. The Entei Pirates fleet, Ace's unique special training, has officially begun. At the same time, the girls also cheered up. They are now the strongest man in the world, Ace. Looking at the high-spirited girls, Ace's lips curled up slightly. Oh, without the qualifications to be kings, they can only use more efforts to become stronger. They got together because of Ace and became very good sisters. Then, starting from tomorrow, I will teach you well. She also has a great relationship with Nami, and they have a lot in common. Oh, they also need to practice harder, must become stronger. It's so awesome, shout. The other girls also showed bright smiles, surrounded Nami, and encouraged each other. Vivi was also amazed and said happily. Hancock looked at the movements of the girls, his red lips slightly raised, and he raised the white monster. The girls, including Nami who had just slightly opened Conqueror's Haki, all raised their white hands with high spirits. Chapter 197, the fourth largest legion under Emperor Yan, the Beast Legion. Ruskina, an uninhabited island northwest of Amazon Lily. Here is an uninhabited island not far from the main island of Nine Snakes. On this island, there are countless beasts. It is completely different from the beasts all over the world and even on the Grand Line. Because of its special location in the Calm Belt, the beasts on this island can even cause huge troubles to the naval headquarters generals. On weekdays, the most powerful beasts on the island occupy their territories depending on their respective power levels. Although they are located in the Calm Belt and cannot go to the vast sea, they are still the overlords on this uninhabited island. But at this moment, boom, along with the terrifying roar, violent thunder continued to surge in the center of the island. DFT, FT, aft. What is even more frightening is that the extremely violent thunder is also entangled with countless violent black and purple lightnings. Completely different from the thunder in nature, these black and purple lightnings exuded extremely violent energy, causing the atmosphere to tremble and the sky to tremble. The violent thunder and black-purple lightning are constantly intertwined, emitting bursts of violent and ultimate roars. The sky seemed to be torn apart in front of this terrifying force. A huge hole appeared in the sky above this uninhabited island, making people terrified. And the next moment, call, grumble, accompanied by the howling sound of a huge sandstorm and strange chirping sounds. There was a sandstorm all over the sky, a strange bird covering the sky and the earth, and a graceful figure covered in pitch black, as if wearing a pitch black armor, with no gaps in his body. He actually launched an impact towards the violent thunder that tore the sky apart. Boom! Accompanied by terrifying loud noises and violent fluctuations, the entire uninhabited island was instantly swept across. The terrifying fluctuations formed a terrifying shockwave that could destroy everything. With the explosion point as the center of the circle, spherical impact ripples are formed and continue to spread. Everything affected was turned into ashes under the terrifying impact ripples. The original overlord beasts on the island were trembling and hugging the bodies of their former enemies, watching in horror the terrifying shock ripples that swept over them. Next moment, buzz, bah, boom, the extremely terrifying momentum exploded instantly. Then it seemed to materialize, forming violent black and purple lightning. If the black-purple lightning that was wrapped around the violent thunder was like a tidal wave, then this black and purple lightning is like that endless ocean. That terrifying shockwave seemed to be able to destroy everything on the uninhabited island. In the face of the terrifying power contained in this black and purple lightning, it was like a child's fire compared to the bright moon. Buzz. The next moment, the violent black and purple lightning that filled the sky seemed to be weaved by a pair of invisible hands, quickly gathering and interweaving. A spherical black-purple film was formed, it completely enveloped the spreading circular shock ripples, and then suddenly shrank. Bah! 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 As if melting, the circular impact ripples that hit the spherical black-purple film, the moment they came into contact with the black-purple film. The terrifying power contained in it was completely dissolved. It's like a stream flowing into the sea without any waves. The terrifying power contained in this black-purple spherical film is completely superior to the shock ripples in the park by several levels. Call. After annihilating all the energy in the shock ripples, the black-purple spherical film instantly dispersed into violent black-purple lightning, and then disappeared into the atmosphere. DF. Many ferocious beasts breathed a heavy sigh of relief when they saw the shaking gradually subsided, and their eyes were full of joy. Another day to live. Ooh. These terrifying beasts, which can kill or injure even naval headquarters generals, are like frightened cats, hugging each other and crying. Terrible. They were originally on this island, extremely free and unrestrained, dominating the craftsmanship. Advertisement. Ever since this group of people arrived on the island, they could only tremble on the edge of the island. Especially the young man in the lead. Thinking of that person, these beasts trembled unconsciously, with expressions full of fear. How could such a terrifying person exist in this world? Hey, what are you doing standing still? Come here quickly. At this time, a voice sounded. When these ferocious beasts heard this sound, they were suddenly covered in cold sweat. Then, it exploded to its maximum potential and rushed towards the center of the island. Ha ha ha, these guys can actually do these jobs. You really belong to me, Ace. Rayleigh laughed as he looked at the scene of the huge lions, elephants, and orangutans holding various woods and stones, expertly restoring the center of the island that had been shattered by the shockwave. Although these guys are a little weak, their strength can still be put to some use. Ace looked at the many beasts wrapped in the field of understanding and became site restoration workers and laughed. The expressions of the many beasts at this moment are hard to describe. Weak? Where are they weak? It's obviously you, this man is really terrible. However, in the eyes of these ferocious beasts, in addition to fear, there is also happiness and eagerness to try. Although he was treated as a laborer by this man. But the benefits are really not small. The mysterious light that this man wrapped around them greatly improved their wisdom and strength. They can easily kill them now, of course. This little power is no different from a pet in front of this man. Cat, I'll leave tonight's dinner to you, is that okay? Ace called a huge lion to his side. This huge lion obediently knelt on the ground for Ace to ravage. Woo! The giant lion let out a whimper and looked at Ace fawningly. Ace looked at the huge lion and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Not to mention, it's no wonder that the rich people on Blue Star in the previous life liked to raise some lions and tigers. This kind of large cat feels really different when you pet it. Of course, the one Ace F*** Ed was the overlord among the beasts that regarded even Tyrannosaurus Rex as its prey. Thump! As the waves rose, this huge lion disappeared into the sea. A huge orangutan, holding a processed giant sword, squatted on the shore and waited. Da! Boom! After a while, the calm sea suddenly exploded. A terrifying sea kings, 1,000 meters long, leapt out of the sea in pain. The huge lion was biting his neck, and countless blood burst out. What is incredible is that the claws and fangs of this huge lion turned pitch black. Call out. The huge orangutan on the shore suddenly jumped up at this moment. The huge long sword in his hand was covered with a layer of pitch black energy. He swung it violently and slashed through the sea kings. Puff. Bang. The huge head was separated from the huge body in an instant, and hit the island. The huge body fell powerlessly into the sea, splashing huge waves all over the sky. Da. The giant lion and the giant orangutan worked together to drag the 1,000-meter-long sea kings onto the island. Then, the huge lion disappeared into the ocean again. With the terrifying appetite of Ace and others, one giant sea kings is not enough. What a convenient ability. These beasts can go to the sea to capture the huge sea kings, and they can also use weapons. Observation Haki captured the situation on the shore. Rayleigh looked at Ace and said with emotion. In the ocean of Calm Belt, there are huge sea kings with countless cloths. These terrifying sea kings, which are different from the four seas in the Grand Line, are often thousands of meters long. Before Marine invented the Seastone foreign warship, they were the natural barriers of the Amazon lily, and no one could invade the land of the Amazon lily. This shows how terrifying these sea kings are. Advertisement. Even if there are giant snakes and the 9 snakes pirates can freely enter and exit the Calm Belt, it is not easy to hunt a giant sea kings. And these beasts, although they were originally the overlords of the beasts on land. Even in the New World, there are not many beasts that can compare with it. But entering the sea and fighting against the real overlords of the sea, the huge sea kings, is really just like courting death. However, under Ace's understanding field, the power and wisdom of these beasts have greatly increased, and they have even begun to be able to use armament Haki. It has been possible to work together to capture the huge lone sea kings. The beast overlord who can stand upright can even use weapons to attack, and his combat power is extremely terrifying. Even if these ferocious beasts fight Marine's giant vice admiral, the outcome is still uncertain. It also relies on Nami's observation Haki. If there are groups of sea kings attacking, Conqueror's Haki can scare them away. Ace said with a smile. Although the combat power of these beasts has been greatly improved, they can even use armament Haki under the influence of the field of understanding. But in the sea, movement is still greatly restricted. If you encounter a group of huge sea kings, you will only be buried in the sea. The sea is vast, and even Ace's observation haki cannot cover a large area. And this, Nami can easily achieve this through observation haki, which is enhanced by thunderfruit after awakening. If the beast that enters the sea encounters multiple huge sea kings, Nami can scare them away by releasing Conqueror's haki from a long distance. This combination makes it easy for everyone at Ace to eat huge sea king's meat that is rich in endless nutrition. You have a plan for these beasts, Ace. Robin looked at Ace, her red lips slightly raised. Allowing these beasts to use armament haki, even Ace with the understanding field, wastes a lot of energy. Of course, the physical strength of these beasts cannot be matched by even giants, after solving the problem of being able to use armament haki. The role these beasts can play is huge. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. Pure close combat, cats stand at the top of many creatures. They are born pure hunters, standing at the top of the food chain. The physical experiences of the orangutans and elephants were even more terrifying. It cannot compete with humans because humans can use tools. The same is true in the pirate world. These huge beasts, without tools and haki, are more terrifying than giants. But if the giant uses with haki and weapons, these beasts can be easily killed. But under the influence of one's own understanding field, it is completely different. Those beasts that are upright can use weapons, and those that cannot be upright can also use armament haki. As for Li Qian's observation haki, it may be because they are beasts and lack intelligence. Even if Ace uses the full power of his understanding field, he cannot let these beasts master it. However, being able to use armament haki is enough. Ace looked towards the distance and saw a graceful figure wearing jet black armor with no gaps on the ground, and laughed loudly. A medicine for rapid reproduction of these ferocious beasts. Kaya heard Ace's call, and the haki armor formed by armament haki quickly disappeared, and her angelic pre-face smiled at Ace. Kaya raised her pre-face, rubbed the palm of Ace's hand with enjoyment, and said with a smile. Well done, with those medicines, it won't take long for them to give birth to a lot of cubs. Kaya, has research on new drugs intensified? Ace, wants to build a beast core composed of beasts who can use haki and whose physical strength is more terrifying than giants. Ace. This is Ace, a new drug developed by Kaya. With brisk steps, he trotted into Ace's arms. Ace. Ace looked at the ferocious beasts, with a slight smile on his lips that made them shudder. At this time, Nami, Vivi, and Lackey also took back haki, and the Super Ace came running in excitement. Ace, we will produce them all tonight. They don't need to have any advanced methods of use, just covering their natural claws and fangs with haki is enough to exert terrifying power. Looking at Kaya in his arms, Ace's mouth curved with a gentle smile, and he touched Kaya's little nub. Although these beasts are powerful, at the top of the food chain, their reproduction rate is really appalling. Such a reproduction rate and quantity are far from meeting Ace's requirements. Chapter 198. Black Flash. The growth of girls. Ace, I'm stronger now. Vivi activated the sand fruit ability, and her delicate body instantly transformed into sand, appearing next to Ace. Then she instantly came into contact with elements, and she threw herself into Ace's arms with a coquettish smile, acting coquettishly. Well done, Vivi. Ace touched Vivi's little head and smiled softly. Kaya is the most attached to Ace, while Vivi is the most coquettish. Although Vivi was able to take huge risks and sneak into Baroque Studio as an undercover agent for Alabasta, she is also a strong girl at heart. But after all, Vivi is still a 17-year-old girl, and she still likes to act coquettishly in front of her lover. Hearing Ace's praise and feeling Ace's touch, Vivi's beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. But Nami is so powerful that it was very difficult for the three of us to resist her attacks head-on. Conqueror's haki. The power of the combination of entanglement and thunder fruit ability is really overbearing. Lackey and Nami also walked over slowly, Lackey said helplessly. Now they have gone through Ace's unique training, combined with Amazon Lily, the haki training method created for women's characteristics. Under Ace's understanding field, their haki has experienced a huge improvement. Lackey and Vivi, during the Entei incident, faced the same problem as Nami. That's haki's strength, which is seriously unable to keep up with the strength of Devil Fruit's ability. The gap between haki and Devil Fruit's abilities is too big. Even if they wrap armament haki around Devil Fruit's abilities, the increase in actual combat power will be almost negligible. But even relying on the pure Devil Fruit ability, Lackey relied on the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form. Relying on the sand fruit ability after awakening, Vivi's combat power is only one step away from the peak combat power of this sea, the threshold of admiral level combat power. Now, they can be said to have the best training conditions in the world on this uninhabited island. The haki training method used is Amazon. Lily has stood in the sea for many years, and is specifically designed for female haki training. What he eats is the meat of the giant sea kings, which are the most nutritious in the sea. In addition, there is the healing fruit ability of Kaya after awakening, and the medicinal bath specially developed by Kaya to assist. And the one who teaches them is the most haki man in this sea, Ace. Plus Ace's realm of understanding, even the true elites of the celestial dragons, the Knights of God, one of the trump cards of the world government, will never be able to enjoy such a training treatment of 700. And in conjunction with their improved abilities after experiencing the Yan Emperor incident, Rayleigh was amazed by the speed at which the girls' armament haki improved. The strength of Vivi's armament Haki has been raised to the level of the Senior Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. The strength of Lackey's armament Haki, due to the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form, has been upgraded to the level of the Admiral candidate, that is, the Emperor's deputy in the Four Emperors group. Coupled with their respective devil fruit abilities, their combat prowess has reached the peak of this sea's combat power, the threshold of Admiral level combat power. Although they alone cannot truly compete on an equal footing with the 3 Admiral level experts in Naval Headquarters today. But if they work together, they can definitely defeat an Admiral of Headquarters. The one that has made the fastest progress in the Haki field is Kaya. Kaya's armament Haki is the strongest among the girls. Before the Entei incident, Marine's description of Kaya was a strong taijutsu expert who uses the 6 styles in Haki. During the Entei incident, Kaya's healing fruit ability was awakened. This devil fruit, which even surpassed the Op fruit in terms of simple recovery and healing capabilities, truly showed its power. With the cooperation of the realm of understanding, Kaya's muscles, bones, and even internal organs can recover at an even faster rate than after awakening the zone demon fruit power. Relying on this terrible recovery ability, combined with hell training, and the nutrition brought by the huge sea kings of Calm Belt, Kaya's physical strength and the speed of improvement can only be described in human terms. Armament Haki, of course, is also improving rapidly. Today, Kaya can easily harden Armament Haki's entire body to form a Haki armor with no dead ends. And because of the power awakened by the healing fruit, Kaya can maintain the state of the Haki armor for a long time and fight with the enemy. Although Kaya's Haki and physical skills are not comparable to the Black Arm Zephyr, who once relied on martial arts and armament Haki to become the Admiral of Headquarters at his peak. But his strength has reached the Admiral candidate level, which is the level of the Emperor's deputy in the Four Emperors pirate group. However, unlike the mediocre Zephyr who only relies on martial arts and armament Haki, even if you look at the history of Naval Headquarters, its strength belongs to Zephyr, who is at the bottom of the Admiral of Headquarters. Advertisement Kaya has her own trump card. That is, because of the medical knowledge inherited from One Piece's ship doctor, Crocus, plus the understanding and exploration of medical knowledge in the field of understanding. Kaya's current medical theory is the strongest in the ocean. With this theory, Kaya's control over her own body is almost 100%. The human body has a protective mechanism and cannot exert its full physical strength. Because once all the physical strength is used, the muscles, internal organs and bones cannot withstand such force and will tear and collapse. But Kaya has the ability to heal the fruit, a simple recovery ability, even above the zone demon fruit power after awakening. The physical power exploded completely in an instant. The terrifying force even caused Kaya's muscles, bones and internal organs to tear and collapse. Of course, the healing fruit's ability will be restored immediately, and it only takes a moment for Kaya to regain her fighting ability. Combined with Kaya's powerful armament Haki, a terrifying attack can be launched instantly. Such a truly life-threatening attack can even allow Kaya to exert its Admiral-level power. Of course, this power also has side effects, that is, despite the physical damage, the healing fruit ability after awakening can help Kaya recover quickly. But at that moment, Kaya had to bear the pain of tearing and collapse of muscles, bones and internal organs due to the use of physical strength that exceeded the limit of endurance. Even with Kaya's current fortitude, she can only endure such pain 3 times at most. Although he loves Kaya, Ace will not stop her. After all, Kaya worked so hard for herself, and Ace would not deny this feeling. And Ace also gave Kaya a famous name for this move. Open black lens bracket black flash close black lens bracket. The combination of armament Haki and the physical power at the cost of tearing the flesh. The power produced is far superior to the ultimate secret of the 6 moves, the terrifying move of the 6 Kings Spear. Even if it's old man Garp's Iron Fist, if both sides are entangled with armament Haki of the same strength. The power of Black Flash is also above that of Iron Fist. In terms of pure power of moves, Black Flash is at the pinnacle of all martial arts. After all, this is a terrifying move performed in an instant at the cost of causing the body to collapse. Even the Hikoku that Ace understood through the comprehension field, which can mobilize the physical power in the cells and materialize it, is far inferior. Moreover, this is a move that only Kaya can perform. Although Zone Demon Fruit Power will have an inhuman body recovery speed after awakening, and it can fully bear the side effects caused by the Black Flash. But they can't do it. If you want to avoid the body's self-protection mechanism, exert the power to collapse the body, and also be able to completely control this power. Only Kaya, the strongest medical theorist of this era, can do it. This is a martial arts move unique to Kaya, and the power it exerts is no less than those of the top offensive Devil Fruit abilities. The ultimate secret of martial arts, Black Flash. Ace named her move, which made Kaya happy for several days and made her practice harder. She wants BJAG to use the move Ace named for her in the next battle. Although Kaya doesn't care about the title of Fallen Doctor, she doesn't like it either. After all, how can you be called degenerate by following Ace? It is the world government that is depraved. Kaya wants to change her title to Black Flash Kaya. Taking the move named after Ace as a title and establishing a reputation as a leader of the Entei Pirates fleet is one of Wii's goals now. Ace, I feel like I'm about to wake up. Lackey walked to Ace's side, his pretty face full of wildness, and he was a little excited at this time. Lackey, who was born in Shandia, has a wild nature in her bones, which is something engraved in the genes of the Shandi people. The wildness in the genes is also incomparable with the phantom beast species in zone. Under the influence of the realm of understanding, Laki mastered the form of the bird fruit, the phantom beast, the Suzaku form extremely quickly. And in this calm belt, an uninhabited island full of land beast overlords, Laki mastered the speed of this top phantom beast species, devil fruit, even faster. At this time, Laki had a very magical feeling, that is, she felt the will contained in the devil fruit she ate. Advertisement zone devil fruit contains unknown will, which is also the biggest risk for the awakening of zone demon fruit power. If you are swallowed up by this will while awakening, you will be completely reduced to a beast with only instincts, and will never be able to return to human form. Among zone, it is also the rarest species of phantom beast, and its will is even more powerful. What Laki ate was at the top level among all the phantom beast devil fruits, second only to the top devil fruit in the Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form. It is very difficult to awaken smoothly. This is also the reason why Ace has not let Laki touch awakening before. Even with the help of the field of understanding, the risk for Laki's previous awakening was very high. But now, Laki's strength and Haki have been greatly improved, and they can start preparing for their awakening. Become stronger, and when your Haki and physical strength reach the Admiral threshold, I will help you awaken. Ace felt it with observation Haki and said, the reason why devil fruit, the top phantom beast species, is so powerful is not only the special ability it gives to the Esper, it also gives the Esper powerful physical growth. As the top phantom beast devil fruit that is as famous as the fish fruit that Kaido ate, the phantom beast, the blue dragon form. The bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form is also helping Laki to quickly and powerfully become a physical body. This is why, in the same training environment, Vivi's armament Haki can only be promoted to the Naval Headquarters Senior Vice Admiral level. The reason why Laki's armament Haki has been promoted to the level of Admiral candidate. This top-notch phantom beast, devil fruit, can help people with abilities to upgrade their bodies to a terrifying level, based on this physical strength. General's armed color Haki's promotion to the Admiral level threshold is a matter of course. This is also the reason why, once the top phantom beast species, devil fruit, is fully mastered, even without Conqueror's Haki, an ability user can possess the peak combat power of this sea. After hearing what Ace said, Shi Tong ordered it. Compared with Nami, we are not strong enough and we have to work harder. Kaya clenched her little fists and had high fighting spirit. It's not that you are not strong enough, it's that Nami is too strong. Rayleigh covered her head helplessly when she heard Kaya's words. If you are not strong enough to reach the Admiral level threshold, then there will be few in this sea who can be called strong. It's actually Nami, because she is too powerful. Ace also looked at Nami who had a fake smile on her face. Although it was expected, this is the power that can truly destroy the world. The tyranny of thunder can only be fully unleashed when combined with Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Laki, Vivi, are now able to exert their Admiral level power. If Nami's Conqueror's Haki is enough, it will be extremely easy to destroy an island. But the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, combined with Thunderfruit's ability, was beyond Ace's expectations. Ace, hey, Snake Girl, don't just think about Ace, Marine, but something big happened. But the three people's combined attack was able to equal Nami's attack. Grandma Yi on the side was holding a stack of newspapers in her hand, her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Strength. Why can Thunderfruit be called one of the invincible abilities? As the Emperor of Amazon Lily, Hancock still needs to return to the Nine Snakes City Palace from time to time, and he also needs to bring various supplies to Ace and the others. But the devastating destructive power of the combination of Conqueror's Haki Entangle and Thunderfruit abilities, and the combined power of Akainu's Lava Fruit and Armament Haki, can be beaten like a dog. At this time, in the distant sea, Hancock stood on the deck of the Perfume Serpent, waving to Ace constantly, his pretty face full of happiness. Kaya can also perform Admiral-level attacks with her Black Flash. In this sea, the most violent Conqueror's Haki, combined with the thunder that represents destruction, has a power that can simply be described as destroying the world. Ace, who had a head-to-head fight with Akainu Lava Fruit before he learned the residual fire style, also learned this Devil Fruit, which is called the most powerful attacking Devil Fruit in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Combining the power of Conqueror's Haki allowed Ace and Rayleigh to deeply understand. Advertisement Chapter 199, Aokiji, Zephyr leave Marine, World Conscription. Ace, although my mother-in-law has reminded Hancock. But as soon as he saw Ace, Hancock couldn't help the love in his heart and threw himself into Ace's arms with a happy face. Perhaps due to complete absorption, Ace's height at this time reached 1.95 meters, which was taller than Hancock, who was 91 meters tall. Hancock lay in Ace's arms, sniffing Ace's breath happily. My sister has only been back to Nine Snakes City for 2 days, and she has already recited Master Ace's name 1,000 times. On the side, Hancock's second sister, the green-haired eldest Sonia, said with a smile. Yes, Oni-sama has been looking in the direction of the sea in the distance, looking forward to returning to Ace-sama day and night. Hancock's third sister, orange-haired Marigold, also laughed. The two sisters looked at the sister in Ace's arms. Because of their words, her beautiful face turned a little red. Sandersonia and Marigold also had thick smiles in their eyes. It has always been their greatest wish that their elder sister can be happy. At the same time, Sandersonia and Marigold are also very grateful to Ace. The Tianxiang dragon hoof behind them was also completely healed by the healing fruit ability controlled by Ace. However, they did not tattoo the Entei Pirates pirate flag logo on their backs like Oni-sama did. Although Amazon Lily at this time can be said to have joined the Entei Pirates fleet by default. Tattooing the Entei Pirates pirate flag pattern on their bodies can also increase their confidence in facing the world government. But Sandersonia and Marigold, hopefully their sister, is the one and only. At least among the current Entei Pirates fleet, only their sister has the pattern of the Entei Pirates pirate flag on her back. Seeing their sister happily in Ace's arms, with her beautiful face full of shyness, Sonia and Marigold felt satisfied for a while. Sandersonia, Marigold, what's going on with the warriors on the island? Ace touched Hancock's little head, and Hancock obediently left Ace's arms. Look towards Sandersonia and Marigold. Why don't you ask me? I am the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Hancock pulled Ace's sleeve and said coquettishly. After that night, in front of Ace, Hancock was no longer the great pirate known as the Pirate Queen, but a girl who falls in love. Although they hadn't seen each other for only 2 days, Hancock still acted coquettishly towards Ace unconsciously. Are you going back to work? I'm afraid you've left all your work to Sandersonia, Marigold and my mother-in-law, right? Ace looked at Hancock's cute look and stroked Hancock's long black hair dotingly. Hancock blushed when he heard this. Before she fell in love with Ace, she didn't deal with Amazon Lily's political affairs very much. After all, before, she needed the tyrant's mask to protect her and her sisters. Amazon Lily's trivial matters are basically handled by her 2 younger sisters, Sonia and Marigold. Of course, if Amazon Lily encounters a big problem, such as the 7 warlords of the sea and the 9 snakes pirates going out to sea to hunt and plunder, Hancock will step in to solve it. When he has free time on weekdays, Hancock will also deal with some political affairs. However, after falling in love, Hancock's mind was filled with Ace, and he packaged all these things and handed them over to Sandersonia, Marigold and Granny Wei. Amazon Lily's training is all normal. There's your understanding field, Master Ace, and a sufficient supply of huge Sea King's meat. The Haki of the warriors improves very quickly. Sandersonia heard this and immediately reported it. Hunting the huge Sea Kings is a very difficult task. First of all, if you want to sail on the calm belt, only the Kuja pirate's main ship, the Perfume Cobra escorted by 2 giant cobras, can do it. However, the main ship of the 9 snakes pirates is the exclusive main ship of the Amazon Lily Emperor. How could it be possible to sail specifically to capture the giant Poseidon? Moreover, even if the 9 snakes pirates, who have a snake and can travel unimpeded in the calm belt, want to capture the giant Sea Kings, it is not an easy task. Advertisement: the daily activity range of these giant Sea Kings is in the deep sea. If you want to catch it, you must dive to the bottom of the sea. But when you get to the bottom of the sea, there are no snakes to drive away the giant Sea Kings. And there is no guarantee that in the calm belt where the density of giant Sea Kings is not small, you will encounter several giant Sea Kings at the same time. Once encountered, those who dive into the seabed will encounter a big crisis. Therefore, even the Amazon Lily, which has stood for many years in the calm belt, has no way of supplying the meat of the giant Sea Kings to the citizens of the Amazon Lily as its main source of meat. Usually, one is captured and used as a reward to the meritorious warriors. But at this time, Nami's observation Haki, which had been amplified after being awakened by Thunderfruit, was able to accurately find the traces of the huge Sea Kings that were alone. The overlords of the beasts on these uninhabited islands were also trained by Ace to hunt the giant Sea Kings in the deep sea. Except for the giant Sea Kings that were hunted by Ace and the others, the rest were transported back to Amazon Lily by Sandersonia and Marigold for consumption by the warriors of 9 snakes. The final battle with the world government is getting closer and closer. Building a powerful Haki core will bring huge benefits. Moreover, maybe in the field of understanding, a genius-like figure will appear in Amazon or Lily. Before the final battle, having one more peak combat power will give you an extra bargaining chip. Even if we start a full-scale war with a behemoth like the world government, the peak combat power on the sea can still determine the direction of the local war. Therefore, Ace is not stingy at all when it comes to cultivating ready-made 9 snake warriors. The realms of understanding, as well as the flesh of the great Sea Kings, are open to supply. Of course, in the field of comprehension, a smaller version of Ace is used, and there is no need to go to Amazon Lily in person to perform it. After all, compared with the improvement of the combat power of the women, the improvement of the combat power of the 9 snakes female warriors is naturally far lower in priority. But even with the simplified version of the realm of understanding, the effect shocked Sandersonia, Marigold, and Grandma Yi. The Haki of the warriors improves too quickly, although because of their special characteristics, Amazon Lily, almost all adult female warriors can use armament Haki. But most of them can only stay at a preliminary grasp. Many of them can't even be hardened by armament Haki. They just cover bows and weapons with a small amount of armament Haki, allowing them to cause damage to ability users. Warriors who have fully mastered armament Haki are already qualified to join the 9 snakes pirates. But with this realm of understanding and the supply of huge Sea King's meat, more and more warriors have fully mastered armament Haki. Even observation Haki has many warriors awakened. Unlike armament Haki, which can be mastered as long as someone teaches and works hard, the awakening of observation Haki is relatively difficult. As long as you awaken observation Haki and be in Marine, you will definitely become the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Completely master observation Haki and armament Haki to become the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. In other words, as long as you master both observation Haki and armament Haki, it is only a matter of time before you become the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Next, just need to continue to strengthen Haki, martial arts, and Kendo to become a strong man at the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level. And such a strong person who completely masters the two-color Haki is an absolute backbone warrior even in the Naval Headquarters and even the world government. Now, warriors who master both armament Haki and observation Haki have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain under the influence of the field of understanding. Although the Haki strength of these warriors, as well as the swordsmanship and martial arts are not enough, under the influence of the field of understanding, it is a sure thing to become a strong man at the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level. And there are already several members of the elite 9 Snakes pirates who can cover their whole bodies with armament Haki. In the Marine, the only ones who can do this are those senior Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters who are good enough to participate in the Buster Call. Although their combat power cannot be compared with the peak combat power on the sea, if they join forces to form a sharp knife force. Request flowers. 0 Then even the lieutenants of the 4 Emperors pirate group can fight with them. As for being able to use these Haki masters to form a sharp knife force, among the forces on this sea, only Marine can do it. The Marine base is too large, and the scope of their recruitment is the whole world after all. But now, as long as they are given time, 9 Snakes can do it. Sandersonia and Marigold already understand Lord Ace's plan. Advertisement: create a Haki Corps composed of Haki masters who have fully mastered armament Haki, observation Haki, and can cover their entire body with armament Haki to form Haki armor. Only such a corps can play a role in the current status of the Yandi Pirates fleet. The rest of the soldiers can only continue to train. At first, Sandersonia, Marigold, and my mother-in-law thought this was a fantasy. After all, Marines' recruitment scope is the whole world. After so many years of accumulation, we have these senior Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters. Their Amazon Lily is just a country on an island, and its population base is nothing compared to the rest of the world. And although almost all their adult warriors can use armament Haki, it is extremely difficult to fully master armament Haki, and only a handful of elite warriors can do it. 0 Not to mention, cover your whole body with armament Haki and become an armed Haki master. But these days, with the help of cultivation in the field of understanding, Sandersonia, Marigold and Grandma Z's worldview has been completely refreshed. It turns out that mastering two-color Haki is so easy. It turns out that building a Haki Corps composed of armament Haki masters is not out of reach. They finally understood why the Entei Pirates main group, which except for the Captain Ace, is all girls, has such terrifying combat power. With such power, becoming a strong person is simply too simple. My mother-in-law was even more excited and kept murmuring, the power of Nika. Grandma Yi, who had been on the Rocks pirate ship and experienced the Valley of the Gods incident, knew exactly what Nika represented. Even my mother-in-law didn't expect that the secret of such a powerful Entei Pirates group was actually related to Nika. Well, keep practicing hard. Only when you fully master armament Haki and observation Haki, and can cover your whole body with armament Haki, can you be qualified to join the 5th team. Ace nodded and said, the 5th division of the Entei pirate ship group has been confirmed to be composed of warriors from 9 Snakes. Captain, replaced by Sony and Marigold. After the two released the shackles of the past, Haki quickly became stronger in the field of understanding, and combined with the devil fruit ability he ate. There is also the strength of Naval Headquarters Senior Vice Admiral. However, due to the huge gap in strength between the captains of the other divisions, they were only the acting captains of the 5th division at this time. Only by becoming the pinnacle of combat power on this sea can one be qualified to serve as the captain of the Entei Pirates fleet. But Rayleigh, Yishao, and everyone in the Entei Pirates laughed at the same time. Clear. Finally, are you here? Jiazan, Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. As for Hancock, he naturally joined the Entei Pirates. Marine, there's going to be a world conscription. Sandersonia and Marigold nodded simultaneously. Grandma Z held the newspaper and said with trembling lips. Mother-in-law, Sunia and Marigold stared at the laughing Ace in stunned silence. Former Admiral of Headquarters, Black Arm, Zephyr, quits Marine. Ace, Marine, something big happened. Grandma Z looked at Ace, her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and her hand holding the newspaper was trembling. When Ace heard this, his eyes flashed. My mother-in-law was standing aside, looking at Hancock helplessly covering his forehead. When Ace heard this, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and then he laughed out loud. Hancock, have you forgotten what I told you again? Chapter 200. Captain's order. Above the sea, a marine warship set sail and galloped out into the distance. On the deck, two generals wearing Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral coats looked into the distance with distorted expressions. And the next moment, click, 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 the terrifying freezing air exploded instantly on the sea. In just an instant, the sea here was instantly frozen by the terrible freezing air. The sailing Naval Headquarters warship also instantly fell into the endless sea of ice and was unable to move. Why are you quitting Marine? Aokiji, Zephyr. Smoker looked at the figure on a ship on the ice in the distance and roared angrily. Aokiji's philosophy is recognized by Smoker. Although the two are not Marines of the same era, they both learned from Zephyr and have a very good relationship. It's not an exaggeration to say they are friends. Zephyr was his mentor and played an important role in his Marine career. But today, Aokiji and Zephyr quit Marine at the same time. This was completely unacceptable to Smoker. He ignored the orders of his superiors and robbed Hina's warship and came to pursue him. Ah Lala, have you actually arrived here? On the deck of a ship in the distance, Aokiji exhaled a cold breath. At this time, Aokiji, no, Kuzan, took off his Admiral of Headquarters military uniform and put on casual clothes and sunglasses. Kuzan had serious burns on his body, but they were far less serious than in the original work, and his legs were not broken. After issuing a new bounty order for the Entei pirate ship and finishing some internal work within Marine Naval Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku, resigned to World Government Commander-in-Chief, Kong. This resignation was different from the resignation after the battle in the original work. July 13th, went very smoothly, and even Kong Shi didn't say much. During the Entei incident, Sengoku overwhelmed all of Marshal Marine. Although the final defeat was a helpless move, after all, no matter how strong Naval Headquarters was, they could not face 3 emperors at the same time, as well as top combat forces such as Pluton, Rayleigh. The most important thing is that what Naval Headquarters is facing is the most terrifying man on the sea of this era. The one with strength, haki, and skill that is superior to the 4 emperors, Entei, Portgas, Dace. After all, even if all the 5 elders arrive in the end, under the layout and power of Emperor Yan, they can only choose to compromise. Even the Buster Call, which represents the absolute justice of the world government, is unprecedentedly correct. Facing such an opponent, Sengoku cannot be blamed for the defeat of Naval Headquarters. But a failure is a failure, and someone must take responsibility. Besides, if Sengoku is still Marine Marshal for one day, then the entire Naval Headquarters, and all Marines, will be overwhelmed by the failure in the Entei incident. In such a situation, changing the coach is the best option. However, facing the powerful combat power of Sengoku, Kong and the world government naturally do not want it to completely retire. After all, the Yandi pirate fleet is still active on the sea. The strongest, most haki, and most terrifying man in the world today, Entei, is brewing the next wave of unknown offensive. During the Yan Emperor incident, the 5 elders clearly knew the ambition in this man's heart. What this man has in mind is the world. He wants to completely overthrow their world government and overthrow the throne of Sky. What is even more frightening is that after the war, Sengoku analyzed the information about Entei on the battlefield through the power of the Renren Fruit Phantom Beast Big Buddha form. The information that the so-called Emperor Yan had a wrong perspective on the world was reported to Wu Laowu. Such information makes even the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, feel a bit chilly. During the Yan Emperor incident, they felt something was very wrong. Yandi, Portgas Dace, controlled the situation too perfectly. This kind of perfection makes all 5 of them have no choice but to be led by this man. In the end, with this man's skill and strength, he chose to compromise. But when they returned to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the more they thought about this situation, the more something was wrong. They have thoroughly investigated the situation of Portgas Dace, Gold D. Roger's wife, Portgas D. Rouge, in order to avoid the pursuit and search by the world government and Marine. The original pregnancy was delayed from 10 months to 20 months, and she died immediately after giving birth to Portgas Dace. Portgas Dace was entrusted to Garp by Gold D. Roger. Later, Portgas Dace grew up in Garp's hometown and then went to sea. After going to sea for just 1 year, he continuously planned and launched the Alabasta incident, the Enies Lobby incident, and now the Yandi incident. He is the absolute mastermind behind the current riots in the sea. It can be said that they know the world government well about Portgas Dace's action trajectory and growth experience. Advertisement with such a simple trajectory of actions and growth experience, how did Portgas Dace learn so many secrets? Even the 5 elders felt that their appearance, transformed forms, and immortality were all expected by this man. Although after they arrived on the battlefield, Portgas Dace had already completed the transformation of residual fire. Their observation haki cannot get close to Portgas Dace in that state. The devil fruit power in Entei's body is so terrifying that their observation haki cannot even get close. But their eyes were extremely sharp and could easily capture Yan Emperor's facial expressions. When they transformed, and even the characteristics of immortality appeared, the man's expression didn't even show any signs of change. It seems that everything is under his control. This is simply abnormal. Their transformed forms and immortality are one of the biggest secrets in this world. Even many members of the Knights of God don't know this secret. After learning that Sengoku used the power of the Renren Fruit, Phantom Beast species, Big Buddha form to analyze the information about Entei's incorrect perspective on the world, even the 5 elders felt a little numb. Entei, Portgas Dace, is undoubtedly the bloodline of the deceased pirate king Gold D. Roger. Why is the perspective of looking at the world so weird, as if it is omniscient and omnipotent? They have accomplished all the things they have done since the founding of the world government 800 years ago, no, even in the history before the war with the huge kingdom. Never happened either. It can use all the abilities of Devil Fruit, and can also exert the power of Devil Fruit beyond the limits of Devil Fruit. Moreover, you can also know their secrets. There is definitely a huge secret hidden in Flame Emperor, Portgas Dace. The most important thing is that the 5 elders have no idea how far this man's limits and secrets are. However, one thing can be confirmed, that is, in this era, the major enemy that the world government has to face is no longer Chenka and Chiboy. It's Entei, Portgas Dace. To engage in the final battle with this terrible man, And to completely eliminate this man, their world government also needs to make adequate preparations and prepare for the worst. For example, create another blank 100 years, completely erase this period of history. In order to correct the chaos in the sea caused by Emperor Yan, they need more and more sufficient combat power. Therefore, the 5 elders instructed the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong, to accept Marine Marshal Sengoku's resignation, but not accept Sengoku's request for complete retirement. Appoint Sengoku to the position of Naval Headquarters Inspector General, that is, Marine's Chief Inspector. Sengoku thought for a moment and took the position without hesitation. After all, what Naval Headquarters has to face now is a pirate group that is more terrifying than the 4 emperors. The Entei pirate fleet is led by the strongest man in the world today, the most terrifying man, Entei, Portgas d'Ace. If he completely retires at this time, then with the current combat power of Naval Headquarters, it will be impossible to protect justice on the sea. After Sengoku resigned from the position of Marine Marshal and took up the position of Naval Headquarters Inspector General, Marine also immediately selected the Marshal's successor. Aokiji, Akainu, are the 2 candidates. Although Akainu was defeated in the Entei incident, Aokiji is now the most suitable candidate to take over as Marshal of Naval Headquarters. And Sengoku strongly recommended Aokiji to succeed Marine Marshal. However, the 5 elders still support Akainu to become Marine Marshal for the benefit of the world government. After all, although Akainu was defeated, the defeat in that battle was fought by Sengoku alone, minimizing the impact. The most important thing is that Marine's face is nothing compared to the interests of the world government. What was even more unexpected to Sengoku was that Aokiji actually took the initiative to launch a battle of Yuanshi against Bed University. Whoever wins will be the next marshal. This battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. No one knew what happened on the island where they became 2 people. But under the power of the devil fruit of the 2 people, it turned into an island of ice and fire. After Aokiji came out, he announced Akainu's victory and announced his withdrawal from Marine. And Akainu, who won the victory, didn't look good either. Only Akainu, who fought with Aokiji, knew that Aokiji didn't want to become a Marine master at all. This guy regards this battle with him as a tool for cutting between this guy and Marine, as well as the Dove generals in Marine. But facing Aokiji with such a plan, Akainu had no choice. Relying on the power of lava fruit, he is indeed stronger than Aokiji. But if Aokiji only wants to escape from the battlefield, Akainu can't stop Aokiji. He could only watch Aokiji leave the battlefield, declare his defeat, and quit Marine. At the same time, the vacant position of 7 warlords of the sea was also filled. Edward Weeble, who calls himself Whitebeard too, and this person was the pirate who attacked the Zephyr recruit ship and caused the death of many Zephyr students. Advertisements such a situation completely shattered Zephyr's faith, and he announced his withdrawal from Marine on the same day. Kuzan, after learning the news, came to Zephyr's ship and wanted to communicate with him. At this time, Smoker's warship arrived, causing the current situation. Go back, Smoker, we are no longer the same person. Now, I am a pirate. Kuzan looked at Smoker and Hina in the distance and said calmly. Pirate? You? Smoker looked at Kuzan in shock. Hina on the side also looked at Kuzan in disbelief. Aokiji Admiral left Marine to become a pirate? When Zephyr on the ship heard this, he also raised his eyebrows and looked at Aokiji with cold eyes. Although he quit Marine, he did not want to become a pirate, but to establish a new Marine and use his own way to end the era of great pirates. This proud student of his is going to become a pirate? Are you going to betray justice? Kuzan. Smoker looked at Kuzan with an ugly expression and roared angrily. Betraying justice? No, where I want to go is justice. Kuzan looked at Smoker and said calmly. Where are you going, Kuzan? Hina on the side couldn't hold back and said loudly. So, let me introduce myself again. Kuzan straightened his body, his back straight, there was no trace of laziness on his face, and his eyes under his sunglasses were sharp. I'm the captain of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Kuzan. Kuzan said. Smoker, Hina, all the Marines, as well as Zephyr, Ain and others next to Kuzan all shrank their pupils and looked at Kuzan in disbelief. Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, captain of the Japanese squadron? Kuzan, the former world government's highest combat power, Admiral of Headquarters, is going to go to the man who defeated their naval headquarters in the Entei incident, under the command of Entei? 2.5? Are you kidding? Kuzan, Smoker's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Call. Half of his body instantly turned into smoke, and he rushed towards Kuzan with 10 sea-stone hands in his hands. Allah, if you attack me, it will be considered a war with the Entei Pirates fleet, Smoker. Kuzan looked at the sprinting Smoker, his eyes did not waver at all, and said calmly. Stop, Smoker. We don't have the authority to attack the pirate group that is above the 4 emperors. Hina shouted anxiously. Kuzan picked up the phone. Kuzan's expression remained completely unchanged and he stared at Smoker silently. Bulu, Kuzan, it was because of his relationship with Smoker and her in the past that he said so much. Gift. Besides, what kind of strength is Kuzan? If Smoker takes action, he will be almost as dead as me. Smoker's body stopped in midair for an instant, looking at Kuzan with blood-red eyes. A loud laugh came from the phone bug. Smoker, Hina, Zephyr, and Zephyr's students all tightened their pupils at the same time when they heard this voice. Emperor Yan. Bulu, At this time, the phone in Kuzan's arms suddenly rang. Otherwise, just use the power of frozen fruit and they will all become ice sculptures on the sea. Crack. Kuzan. Where are you? Now it's the captain's orders. Any member of the Entei pirate fleet, if Marine wants to take action against them at this time, must obtain authorization from the highest level of world government. The world's strongest pirate group, superior to the four emperors, today's Marine has no authority to attack its members privately. Advertisement Chapter 201. Kuzan's Awakening. Do it. Emperor Yan, Smoker, Hina, and all the sailors on the ship began to sweat uncontrollably when they heard the voice coming from the phone bug. This voice has long been known to people all over the world during the live broadcast of the Yan Emperor event. Single-handedly, he launched the Yan Emperor incident that shocked the world. In a major event, he demonstrated a terrifying combat power that was superior to the four emperors and surpassed them. Marshal Marine, who has resigned, is now the Naval Headquarters Inspector General, Buddha Sengoku. The man who defeated them head-on at Naval Headquarters. Even the presence of the five elders, the highest authority in the world, could not prevent this man from publicly executing 3 celestial dragons. Even in front of the whole world, he smashed the head of one of the world's highest powerholders, Jago Lucia Satan of the five elders. At the end of the Yandi incident, the terrifying power of the sun was demonstrated. Coupled with his terrifying tactics, he forced the five elders, the world's highest power, to make concessions, and unprecedentedly suspended the Buster Call, which represented the absolute justice of the world government. Now Marshal Sengoku has given up his position as Marshal, and Aokiji and Zephyr have quit Marine, all because of this man. After all, it was this man who killed Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, leaving the position of 7 warlords of the sea vacant and requiring a replacement. The selection of Whitebeard too was the direct reason why Zephyr left Marine. It is no exaggeration to say that this man is the source of the current violent sea. Facing this man who stands at the top of the ocean of this era, even just a phone call brings tremendous pressure to everyone present. Moreover, they are also elite Marines from the Naval Headquarters. They also went to the battlefield of the Yan Emperor incident and experienced the power of this man. No, I can't say he learned the lesson, but he was completely unconscious just by being affected by this man's Conqueror's Haki roar. In front of this man, neither the 22nd Lieutenant of the Naval Headquarters nor the Naval Headquarters General had the qualifications to stay awake. Haki is superior to the 4 emperors. The most Haki man in the world. Entei, Portgas, D-Ace. The impact of Conqueror's Haki alone can render everyone from Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral to the next unconscious. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, under the terrible Conqueror's Haki, could not move at all and could only crawl. Such a man, as long as he stamps his feet, the entire sea will set off huge waves. And now, this man called Aokiji, the former Admiral of Headquarters, the highest combat force in the former world government, and issued the captain's order. Could it be said that the sea is going to riot again because of this man? Emperor. Smoker's eyes were blood red as he stared at the phone bug in Kuzan's hand. His teeth were clenched and blood was flowing down the corners of his mouth. Not willing to give in, he is not willing to give in. During the Entei incident, he also went to the Sabaody Archipelago battlefield. Before entering the battlefield, Smoker secretly made up his mind to organize Portgas D-Ace. Then, Smoker wanted to ask Tashigi why he was so determined to join the Entei pirates now that he was kidnapped by Entei. As a result, the cruel facts made Smoker, who was extremely mentally strong, feel a little desperate. He was not even qualified to set foot on that battlefield. Entei, Portgas. D-Ace, this man used the Mera Mera fruit ability to exert the power of the sun. The entire battlefield turned into a lava hell with tens of thousands of temperatures. In such a terrifying environment, no Logia devil fruit can exert its due power. His smoke fruit, in such a lava hell environment, couldn't even complete the elementalization. The devil fruit ability belonging to Portgas D-Ace that filled the battlefield was really too powerful. Other devil fruit abilities are completely squeezed and unable to exert their due power. Just like those who lack strength and willpower, they cannot even stay awake in front of the owner of Conqueror's Haki. This man's devil fruit ability seems to be superior to all devil fruit abilities, and he is the king of devil fruit. As this man's Mera Mera fruit and Logia devil fruit smoke fruit ability user, Smoker had a clear perception of the devil fruit's ability that filled the sky above the lava hell. He doesn't have enough strength to step onto that battlefield. If you step on it by force, let alone fight Emperor Yan. The terrifying high temperature was enough to evaporate all the water in his body. In response to this situation, Marshal Sengoku at the time asked the Haki masters in the Marines who could cover the whole body with Haki to form a sharp knife forced to forcefully break through the terrifying environment of the lava hell created by Entei. And his Haki is not enough to cover the whole body. He didn't even have the qualifications to walk in front of that man. Afterwards, under the roar of this man's Conqueror's Haki, he instantly lost consciousness. Advertisement just like that day in Logue Town. Smoker clenched his fists tightly, and the nails in his gloves were embedded in the flesh of his palms. Ever since he was unable to resist Conqueror's Haki in Logue Town when faced with Portgas D-Ace, he returned to his headquarters to undergo penance. After nearly a year of hard training, he has become so much stronger. I thought that the gap between me and this man had been shortened. But I didn't expect that the gap not only did not narrow, but actually became larger. This man, the current Conqueror's Haki, did not need to be released against him, just the aftermath was enough to make him unconscious and unable to resist. Power, above the four emperors, standing at the apex of this era, the strongest man in the world. Just these names made Smoker feel breathless, but he was still unwilling to give in. Why is Tashigi following this man so wholeheartedly now? After the Entei incident, Smoker focused on Tashigi's report. Tashigi became a transparent fruit user, and it was this ability that allowed the Entei pirates to fight against their marines' layers of defense. Arriving inside the Sabaody archipelago quietly, he suddenly launched an attack on 3 celestial dragons. It was also this ability that disrupted all naval headquarters plans, causing naval headquarters to fall into an absolute disadvantage before the war even started. Today, Tashigi is already the leader of the Entei pirates fleet. The silent swordsman, Tashigi is a great pirate with a bounty of 450 million belly. Became the enemy of justice. Now, his senior, Kuzan, whom he admired so much, left Marine and joined this man's service because of this man. Smoker even had an intuition that if this man gave the order, Tashigi would swing his sword at him without hesitation. Kuzan will also use Frozen Fruit's ability to freeze him. Smoker, I really want to know what kind of ecstasy soup this man used for Tashigi and Kuzan, so that they completely stood on the opposite side of justice and Marine and became pirates. Still, so thorough. This voice, Smoker, I haven't seen it for a long time. Ace smiled lightly, as if communicating with an old friend. Are you kidding? We are enemies, Emperor Yan. This tone made Smoker's eyes suddenly freeze and he roared angrily. Enemies? Is there an absolute and unchangeable enemy in this world? Your practice is not enough, Samoj. Ace held the phone bug, leaned back slightly, leaned on Robin's lap pillow, and smiled lightly. Smoker clenched his fists, but couldn't say anything. Faced with this man's words, he could not refute. The former comrade in arms had now gone under the command of this man. The camps of both sides have undergone subversive changes. This situation made Smoker feel a little confused. So he forced himself onto Haine's warship and came to pursue Kuzan. Captain, do you need to get rid of them? Kuzan looked at the silent Smoker, exhaled a cold breath, and a hint of ultimate chill flashed through his eyes under his sunglasses. Kuzan was prepared to take action against his former comrades the moment he made up his mind to join the Entei pirates. If you want to reform and make the world what you dreamed of, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. The naive idea has long been discarded by Kuzan. Even when facing his former comrades and friends, he will never show any mercy as long as Ace orders him. In the past, Kuzan was reluctant to kill him because of his former comrades in arms. But now, Ace gave him the captain's order, which was heard by Smoker and Hina. Then, there is the possibility of affecting Ace's future plans. Everything and everyone that stands in Ace's way is frozen by his freezing energy. Feeling the increasingly terrifying freezing air around Kuzan, and the words that truly contained murderous intent, Smoker and Hina both trembled and were shocked. Advertisement. Kuzan really wants to kill them. Zephyr, who was beside Kuzan, also stared at Kuzan in disbelief under his sunglasses. Kuzan, after joining Marine, became his disciple. Zephyr knows very well what kind of person Kuzan is. He ate the coldest frozen fruit, but he was actually the warmest person at heart. Able to be considerate of his subordinates, protect civilians, and implement justice that belongs to him. Because of the Ohara incident, Kuzan had doubts about the justice of the world government, and has since implemented lazy justice. But the concern for his subordinates and the protection of the people are still the same. But now, Kuzan can actually say whether to deal with Smoker and the others. What kind of awareness is this? Yandi, this man, allowed Kuzan to see the future. You still have a strong aura around you. With this power, the person who can still be by your side is the former Admiral of Headquarters, Black Arm, Zephyr? The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and observation haki spread to Zephyr's body through the phone bugs affected by the field of understanding. Although I have never seen Zephyr, the aura captured by observation haki is very unfamiliar, but for this kind of thing, I only need a little reasoning to get the answer. Isn't it weak? Zephyr was also a little silent when he heard Ace's words. 500. Although he has taken a back seat and is getting older, his level of haki and martial arts are still there, plus the mechanical arm, Crusher, equipped with Sea Stone. Although he is no longer able to fight with the Admiral-level powerhouse, his strength is still higher than that of the Admiral candidate. But from this man's mouth, he could only get one, not weak, evaluation. However, this man is indeed qualified. This man is the man who stands at the pinnacle of this era. Yes, former Admiral of Headquarters, Black Arm, Zephyr, and with him, his students and subordinates who quit Marine. I wanted to have a chat with him, but do I need to get rid of him too? Kuzan heard this and nodded. Although Zephyr is old, he is still powerful. Of combat power. Such combat power has withdrawn from Marine, and Kuzan also wants to know its purpose. If the goals of both parties can be unified, it would be a good choice to let this powerful combat force join his first team. But now, since Ace's words issuing the captain's order were heard by him, then you need to ask Ace for his opinion to see if measures should be taken. Don't be too arrogant. The person with the ability to regress the fruit, Ain, heard this and shouted angrily, looking at Kuzan in the warning zone. It's really completely different, Kuzan, and now call me, Z. Zephyr's fists and robotic arms wrapped around the powerful armament haki and roared angrily. Z? Then let's call you that. Your purpose is to use explosive rocks to blow up New World, right? Ace's lips raised slightly and he smiled lightly. Zephyr's pupils shrank suddenly. Why would you know his plan? He has not even told Ain and others about this plan. Use the power of explosive rocks to trigger a volcanic eruption in New World, destroy New World, and bury all the pirates there. Zephyr, the man known as the Unkillable Admiral, wanted to use this method to end the era of great pirates after Whitebeard II joined the 7 warlords of the sea. Explosive rocks? What a dangerous idea, Mr. Zephyr. No, Z. Kuzan looked at Zephyr on the side. Observation Haki had captured Zephyr's emotions and understood that what Ace said was exactly Shifa's purpose. Bring them back in ice, otherwise they will run away. Exploding rocks will also be a problem. Is the person who spoke just now a person with the ability to regress the fruit? It's a pretty good ability, let's bring it back together. Ace smiled lightly. Learn. Kuzan exhaled a breath of ultimate freezing air. Chapter 202. The 2 peak combat powers of Emperor Yan are dispatched. Call. Above the sea, it completely turned into a world of ice and snow. The terrifying freezing air roared wantonly over the sea. If ordinary people just took a breath of such terrifying freezing air, the water in their bodies would instantly freeze. Kuzan stood on the deck, half of his body turned into ice, and he kept exhaling terrifying freezing breath from his mouth. This sea has been completely frozen, and the freezing air is constantly rising into the sky, causing the moisture in the atmosphere to condense quickly. Under the rising freezing air, the moisture contained in the clouds in the sky began to condense and turn into snowflakes falling down. This sea area has turned into a blizzard climate at some time. Kuzan, who, you, half of Zephyr's body was frozen, and his only movable right eye looked at Kuzan, full of unwillingness and anger. Besides Zephyr, his students and followers, Ain and others have completely turned into ice sculptures, and their unbelievable appearance before freezing can still be vaguely seen. The gap is too big, even though Zephyr was in front of them to resist Aokiji's main attack. Aokiji's freezing air, using the water above the sea as a medium, froze them in an instant. Their Haki didn't even have the slightest ability to resist Kuzan's frozen fruit ability. Although armament Haki can give its owner the power to counter Devil Fruit's abilities. But there is no restrained relationship between the abilities of Haki and Devil Fruit. They are both a kind of power. If the strength gap between Haki and Devil Fruit's abilities is too large, he will be instantly defeated by Devil Fruit's abilities. Facing such an attack with Devil Fruit ability, there is no Conqueror's Haki, only armament Haki and the martial arts Zephyr. They can only watch the students and the subordinates who follow him being frozen by Kuzan's frozen fruit ability. This is the reality of the pirate world. No powerful Devil Fruit ability, no Conqueror's Haki wound power. Just relying on armament Haki and martial arts, even if you practiced ultimate, you are just a goalkeeper in the peak combat power of this sea. Zephyr, even at his peak, was the weakest level among the 3 admirals in marine history. And because just relying on pure martial arts and armament Haki, there is really too little that can be done on the frontal battlefield. For example, facing the Logia demon fruit power, under large-scale attack, you can only rely on armament Haki and martial arts to protect yourself. The safety of his subordinates cannot be completely guaranteed. Especially, when I encountered the Devil Fruit eaten by Kuzan, the Devil Fruit with the strongest field control ability in this sea, the East Fruit. In the atmosphere, moisture is everywhere. Frozen fruit's freezing air can use the moisture in the atmosphere as a medium to spread the freezing air to every corner of the battlefield. Facing the freezing air that permeates every corner of the atmosphere, the enemy has nowhere to escape. I can only rely on the powerful Haki to cover my whole body to resist the freezing air. But if Haki is not strong enough, or Haki is consumed too much and cannot cover every corner of the body, then this terrifying freezing air will instantly penetrate into the enemy's pores and freeze the water and blood in his body. This is the reason why frozen fruit is called the most fishy field controlling Devil Fruit in the sea. Especially the battlefield here is on the sea with the highest moisture content. Without the strength of the peak combat power in this sea, there is absolutely no way to escape the terrifying freezing air of frozen fruit. Teacher Zephyr, no, Z, times have changed. Kuzan looked at Zephyr, who had half of his body frozen by his frozen fruit ability, slowly stretched out his right hand and said calmly. The pupil of Zephyr's remaining right eye suddenly shrank. His Haki was defeated. This era is called Emperor Yan. Kuzan's eyes suddenly condensed, and the terrifying East energy burst out instantly. Crack. Click. Zephyr wanted to say something, but the terrible freezing air had penetrated into every cell of his body, making him unable to speak. His eyes were full of unwillingness, and he was completely frozen into ice sculptures by this terrible East energy. Phew. Anyone who interferes with the captain's business will be frozen by me, the captain of the Entei Pirates' First Fleet, Kuzan. Kuzan exhaled a breath of Ultimate's freezing breath and said calmly. Teacher Zephyr. Not far away, Hina and Smoker on the marine warship both had red eyes. Hina and Smoker, both elites who joined Marine in the first batch, are both students of Zephyr. Although Zephyr has quit Marine, the friendship between teachers and students is still there. But their senior, or senior brother, was also the original leader of their faction, Kuzan. At Emperor Yan's command, Zephyr and their fellow disciples were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. This development is too cruel and completely unacceptable to Smoker and Hina. However, there was nothing they could do at this time. Advertisement at this time, Smoker, Hina, and all Marines were covered in ice from the waist down. What's even more frightening is that the terrifying freezing air contained in the air continues to pour in through the pores on their bodies, and the activities of their cells begin to stagnate. In such a state, let alone doing anything, as long as Kuzan thinks about it, in just a moment, they will completely turn into ice sculptures like Mr. Zephyr. The moment Kuzan took action with all his strength, the fearful east energy spread to them along the water vapor above the sea. Using smoke fruit, Smoker went to a high altitude, and was instantly frozen with half of his body, and was smashed onto a warship. Hina and all the marines on the ship were instantly frozen from the waist down. Kuzan. Damn it. Smoker looked at Kuzan, roaring angrily and wanting to struggle. Don't waste your energy, Smoker, we are not on the same level as this man. He is one of the strongest combat forces in the former world government. Hina looked at Kuzan not far away, with cold sweat on her forehead, and said in a deep voice. Although she and Smoker are now rear admirals at naval headquarters. But the difference between him and Kuzan is as big as clouds and mud. This man didn't even need to take action directly, they couldn't even resist the cold air emitted by this man. Their Haki is too weak. What's even more terrifying is the man behind Kuzan. Despair has begun to appear in Hina's beautiful eyes. How powerful is the world government's highest combat power? In fact, most Marines don't have a clear concept. After all, the Admiral of Headquarters is the highest combat power of Marine and even the world government. They're the three strongest people in Marine during the same period. As a strategic force in the Marine, the Admiral of Headquarters needs to face the strongest pirates on the sea in this era. In the era of four emperors, Shichibukai, and naval headquarters, the three major forces on the sea are balancing each other. The number of times the Admiral of Headquarters has taken action can only be counted on one finger. Although during the Entei incident, they also went to the Sabaody archipelago. But after all, they didn't even set foot on the battlefield. They completely lost consciousness under the impact of Entei's Conqueror's Haki. At best, I saw the purgatory-like scene from the periphery. But seeing it is not the same as experiencing it personally. At this moment, Hina truly understood what the peak combat power of this sea was. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, it's not like she hasn't fought with it. After all, most of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals are actually students brought out by Zephyr. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are from the same sect. In particular, she was also a witness to the Alabasta incident. After that, she also practiced harder, because of my position in the headquarters. It is also common to consult with some Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. Although those Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals were strong, there was no absolute gap since she became more powerful, completely mastered armament Haki, and became the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. At least, she could deal with it for a while with her armament Haki and Devil Fruit abilities. But today, Hina truly felt the absolute, even desperate gap. Her armament Haki and Devil Fruit abilities were unable to resist Kuzan's Frozen Fruit ability even for a moment. There was not even a head-on confrontation, just facing the freezing air spreading in the atmosphere, and in an instant, all resistance was lost. The difference between Admiral of Headquarters and Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral seems to be just a military rank. When it comes to real fighting, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral faces the Admiral of Headquarters like ants. Under the generals and emperors, everyone is an ant. Only by facing it personally can we understand how terrifying the true peak combat power in this sea is. How big is the gap between them? Only then did Hina truly understand that the man behind Kuzan. The source of the current violent sea, the Alabasta incident, the Eni's lobby incident, the mastermind behind the Entei incident. In the Entei incident, he single-handedly defeated the newly appointed Naval Headquarters Marshal, Akainu, who was still stronger than Kuzan. And relying on ingenuity to defeat former Marine Marshal Sengoku. The man who led the Entei pirates fleet and defeated their naval headquarters head-on. Entei. How terrifying is Portgas d'Ace? Looking at the frozen sea, Hina's red lips felt a little bitter. Advertisement, I'm afraid, it's exactly what Naval Headquarters recently described him as, that is, a man who can burn the whole world to the ground. Possess the power to truly destroy the world, Captain. Do you need to get rid of Smoker and the others, or take them back? Kuzan looked at Smoker and others in the distance and said calmly. As long as Ace gets in the way, he will do it without hesitation now. This is today's determination and awareness. This determination and awareness also need to be shown to the man he is determined to follow, Ace. No need, Devil Fruit like Smoke Fruit is too weak. Let them contact Marine to take them away, don't forget that our ultimate goal, killing, is just a tool. Ace leaned on Robin's knee pillow, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a faint smile. Smoke Fruit is truly a shame among the abilities of Logia Devil Fruit. The direct combat effectiveness bonus to ability users is negligible. Even if it awakens, it will only create more smoke and suffocate it to harm the enemy. However, because smoke does not have direct damage capabilities, enemies in this environment only need to cover their mouths and noses with Haki to resist this negative effect. Really, a disgrace in Logia Devil Fruit. Ace is completely uninterested in this kind of rubbish Devil Fruit ability. As for killing Smoker and others, that is even more unnecessary. Today, Kuzan has become the captain of his own team and is one of the top fighters under his command. And Kuzan's determination and awareness have been completely felt through observation Haki. For the sake of his ideals, Kuzan is willing to follow himself and execute his orders without hesitation. Even when facing his former mentors and friends, he will act without mercy. However, this does not mean that Kuzan has no heart or feelings. If Kuti really kills these people, it will also affect Kuti's mentality to some extent. Compared with Kuzan's powerful combat power, people like Smoker are not worth mentioning at all. Understood, Captain. To be able to become a big bird in naval headquarters, Kuzan's intelligence is also extremely high, and he immediately understood what Ace meant. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and Kuzan felt a stronger sense of recognition in his heart. Ace, I will use everything I have to make you the king of the world. Kuzan looked at the sea in the distance and thought to himself. Okay, next is the captain's order. Ace stood up from Robin's lap pillow and laughed loudly. His eyes suddenly condensed, and a light spot appeared in the atmosphere. The terrifying power explodes instantly, buzz, click. In Kuzan's somewhat shocked eyes, in Hina and Smoker's disbelieving eyes. In the sky, a huge air door also opened, call out. A huge ship suddenly fell from the sky, but what is incredible is that such a huge ship fell from the sky, but landed lightly on the sea without any waves. This is a huge sailing ship, with a mighty tiger head on the bow, and a huge pirate flag flying on the main sail. On it is a skull, with terrifying flames all over its body. The pirate flag of the Entei pirate ship, on a sail and a flag below, there is a big, 2, written on it. Long time no see, Kuzan. By order of the captain, 2 Shion will be with you on this mission. At the very front of the deck, a blind middle-aged man on crutches raised his voice with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Smile. Kuzan looked at the person who appeared, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Captain of the second team of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Dark Ranger smile. Smoker, Hina, looked at the visitor in disbelief. The 2 peak combat powers under Emperor Yan were dispatched at the same time? Emperor Yan, what do you want to do? Decorate, Chapter 203, Destination, Dressrosa. Dark Ranger, smiles. Looking at the middle-aged blind man on the deck of the giant ship falling from the airgate, Hina and Smoker broke into cold sweat on their foreheads. A terrifying and powerful man who was unknown in the sea before, but suddenly appeared during the Yan Emperor incident. The user with multiple fruit abilities, together with Pluton, Rayleigh and Little Thieving Cat, Nami, besieged the Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru. The ability to utilize multiple fruits greatly limits Kizaru Admiral's sparkling fruit ability. After that, he even had a head-on fight with Aokiji, who was the Admiral of Headquarters at the time, without losing the slightest advantage. The powerful observation Haki has been cultivated to the ultimate level. He is one of the few terrifying strong people in this sea who can use observation Haki to see the short-term future. After the 5 elders launched the Buster Call, they even used the power of the heavy fruit to cause hundreds of warships to pour cannonballs over the Sabadi archipelago, all of which were stagnant in the air. Devil Fruit's abilities, Haki, and even swordsmanship are all at the pinnacle of this ocean. With such a powerful strength, even the 3-element admiral, who is the strongest among the previous admirals of headquarters, can definitely fight head-on with him. They are under the command of Emperor Yan, the top 3, no, now that Kuzan has joined the command of Emperor Yan, in addition to Emperor Yan, there are already 4 people with peak combat power. One of the 4 peak combat powers under Emperor Yan. Captain of the second team of the Entei pirate ship, the terrifying pirate with a bounty of 1.8 billion belly. Yishao, Kuzan, 2 of the 4 peak combat powers under Emperor Yan were dispatched at the same time. What a terrifying lineup. If these 2 people join forces, even the 4 emperors alone may have to avoid their edge. Is the sea going to riot again because of that man? Smoker and Hina looked at the 2 powerful men in the distance who were not at the same level as them with pale faces. This ship is nice, Yishao. Kuzan looked at it and smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Kuzan was very fond of the captain of the 2nd division of the Entei pirates, who was under Ace's command as well as him. In the great incident of Emperor Yan, Yishao showed his love for the common people. Facing Buster Call's cannonballs, he ignored the physical exertion. Even if he was put in danger, he still had to use the power of multiple fruits to stop the cannonballs from attacking the people. Such behavior also reminded Kuzan of the Ohara incident. However, in the Ohara incident, he failed to stop Marine from massacring civilians. But Yishao, with the support of Ace, saved the civilians of Sabadi archipelago. 290 Is this also the reason why this man with such justice in his heart joined Ace? Only under Ace's command can they realize their ideals and truly protect justice. Mr. Ace built it for me. Speaking of this ship, Yishao also had a little more smile on his face. Amazon Lily naturally has its own shipwrights. With the help of the comprehension domain, exclusive ships for several divisions were also built. He raised his head with a smile and his fruitful abilities extended. Call. Another huge sailing ship fell through the airgate in the sky. Under the power of the heavy fruit, this huge sailing boat seemed to have no weight and landed lightly on the sea. Kuzan's eyes were shocked. I saw this ship. The whole hull was the color of ice crystal. The bow was a lifelike bird's head. On the main sail was the pirate flag of the Entei pirates. On the sail lower than the main sail, there is a big 1 written on it. How about it, Kuzan? Do you still like it? Ace's laughter came from the phone bug. This is a fleet of ships built specifically for Kuzan by Ace, the shipwright of 9 snakes. Thank you for your trouble, evil. Kuzan's mouth moved, but in the end he didn't say any words of thanks, but showed a smile. There is no need to say more if you want to thank me. Kuzan, from the moment he quit Marine and decided to join the Entei Pirates, he gave his life, his ideals, and everything to this man. Just smile if you like it, bring Zephyr and Ain up, and let them and Marine take over the rest. Ace smiled upon hearing this. Clear. Yishao nodded, and at Kuzan's instruction, he used the heavy fruit ability to erase Zephyr and Ain's gravity. The two ice sculptures slowly rose into the sky and disappeared into the air gate. Crack. The next moment, the air door closed completely. Advertisement. Is it the power of the door fruit? This, what a power it is. Hina looked at the disappearing air door in disbelief, her beautiful eyes full of horror. CFFC, Marine cannot confirm the exact location of the Entei Pirates fleet. After all, on this man's ship, there's the little thieving cat, Nami, who has awakened the Thunder Fruit ability. Observation Haki, who was amplified by the awakened Thunder Fruit, had a terrifying range of exploration. During the Entei incident, the Entei Pirates destroyed all their Marine Guard ships from the Devil's Triangle to the Sabaody Archipelago, which is the best proof. Faced with such an ability user, Marine was completely unable to deploy an observation ship within the detection range of this senior officer's observation Haki. After all, the other 4 emperors would probably ignore the observation ship when they discovered it. At most, it would be enough to destroy the observation ship after discovery. But this man, Entei, might teach the Marine a lesson. This man's behavior makes Marine completely unpredictable. Sometimes he is so calm and frightening, and sometimes he is so crazy and scary. For such a man, Marine, who was in turmoil due to the Entei incident, has no thoughts of provoking him now. When the whereabouts of the Entei Pirates were finally discovered, what was certain was that they were heading towards the Calm Belt. Even in that sea area, it is extremely far away from here. But this man was actually able to use the Gate Fruit ability to directly open a long-distance teleportation door. Doesn't this mean that if this man wants to attack naval headquarters, he only needs to open an air door and come directly to Marineford? Disbelief, fear, disbelief. Countless negative emotions made Hina's pretty face, which was already a little pale due to her frozen fruit ability, even paler. What kind of monster are they, naval headquarters, facing? Okay, let's go to our destination, Dressrosa. Specific mission objectives, Yishao, you tell Kuzan. Ace smiled. Understood, Mr. Ace. Hearing this, Yi smiled and nodded. By the way, Captain, I have something to report about Marine's information. Kuzan suddenly said at this time. Huh, what's the matter? Ace's voice came from the phone bug. Before I left, Akainu took up the post of Marshal, and the position of Admiral 3 in Naval Headquarters was also vacant. However, none of the current Admiral candidates have the true strength of Admiral of Headquarters. So the world government conducted a global conscription, but the initial conscription was not ideal. Ace was not surprised by Kuzan's words. In the original book, the world government conducted a global conscription after the Summer War because there was no one else in the Marines who could succeed the Admiral of Headquarters. In that world conscription, Yishao and Green Bull stood out and became the Admiral of Headquarters. And now, Yishao has become the captain of the 2nd Division under his command. At most, the Green Bulls can fill an Admiral of Headquarters position. In the world's great recruitment, it is impossible for any candidate to succeed the Admiral of Headquarters. After all, such a powerful person at the top of the sea is not a cabbage. Even in the war between the 4 Emperor's pirate groups, such a powerful combat force is enough to determine the direction of the war. In this case, there will be a vacancy in this year's Naval Headquarters Admiral after Kuzan leaves. There is a vacancy in the position of the 3rd Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, which is absolutely intolerable for the Naval Headquarters and even the world government. After I left, the world government gave Naval Headquarters a devil fruit. At this time, Kuzan continued, Oh, devil fruit? Ace raised his eyebrows when he heard this. That's right, it's the precious phantom beast devil fruit. Snake fruit phantom beast species snake belt form. Eaten by the T-Dolphin, he should be promoted to the new Admiral of Headquarters after the world conscription. Kuzan said solemnly. I see, it seems that the world government still has many rare devil fruit abilities. However, giving such a precious phantom beast to the T-Dolphin to eat also means that they are indeed a little anxious. Ace smiled upon hearing this. Snake fruit, phantom beast species, snake belt form, is also an extended devil fruit ability from a monster legend in the island country. Advertisement. It looks like a fine belt, with a somewhat unique shape, with a head on each end. The strength of the T-Dolphin is completely unable to become the new Admiral of Headquarters. If you want to significantly improve its strength in a short period of time, there is only one way, and that is the powerful devil fruit ability. Devil fruit, the phantom beast species, is not weak. As long as you eat it and fully master it its awakened form, you will at least have the strength of an Admiral candidate. In addition, the T-Dolphin itself has the strength of an Admiral candidate. With the powerful phantom beast devil fruit, it is indeed not difficult to reach the threshold of the Admiral level. However, the world government probably doesn't have many such precious phantom beasts like devil fruit. After all, it can be seen from the Valley of the Gods incident that even one of the real pillars of the world government, the Knights of God, composed entirely of elite celestial dragons. It is also necessary to pass the hunting competition, and the winner can obtain the meatball fruit and the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. Although this snake fruit phantom beast species snake belt form is obviously not comparable to the fish fruit phantom beast species azure dragon form that Kaido ate. But it is also an extremely powerful devil fruit. This kind of ability was not given to the Knights of God, but was given to the Admiral candidate. It can be seen that there is indeed no candidate in the world government who can take over the Admiral of Headquarters. After all, the T-Dolphin does not have Conqueror's Haki, nor does it have Kuzan's Iron Fist inherited from Garp. Even if he eats this devil fruit, his experience may not be as good as that of Liu Sheng. This year's Naval Headquarters Admiral is a bit weaker than the previous one. This information from Kuzan has also revealed all the high-end combat capabilities of this session of Naval Headquarters. Marshal Marine, disgusted. Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral, Kazaru, Green Bull, T-Dolphin. Marine's combat power is getting weaker and weaker. Don't worry about them. Our final goal is world government. Ace laughed out loud. Today's Marine, after Kuzan left and joined his own team. The combat power is completely unable to compete with the Entei Pirates fleet. Now their opponents, it's world government, clear. Yishao and Kure both laughed when they heard this. This is their captain. This is the man they follow. Naval Headquarters, in front of this man, is no longer qualified. Let's go, Wuzhen. Dressrosa has become a pirate nation, controlled by Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. We need to clear it out, then, destroy Kaido's artificial devil fruits mill factory in the 4 emperors there. Moreover, kill Doflamingo directly and completely destroy the Don Quixote family. String fruit, childlike fruit, is the devil fruit ability we need. Captain, we are about to launch a crusade against 4 emperors Kaido. Facing Kuzan with a smile, he said in a deep voice. Learn. Kuzan nodded and said. Destroying Doflamingo's pirate kingdom, Dressrosa, is not worth Ace's personal action. Today's Ace is a man who is superior to the 4 emperors. Killing a mere Shichibukai and Ace taking action would be a loss of status. With a smile, Kuzan's 2 big bird-level experts dispatched. Just a Don Quixote family, totally a lamb to the slaughter. Although Kuzan alone is enough to kill Doflamingo. But Ace wants to tell the world with a crushing attitude, what is the strongest pirate group in this world? Smoker and Hina could only look at Kuzan and Yishao's boat with ugly expressions, disappearing into the sea. Their strength is not enough to eavesdrop on the conversation between Yishao Wu and Ace. Smoker and Hina didn't know what these two, the 2 most powerful targets under Emperor Yan's command, were doing in the hospital, so they could only wait anxiously for Marine's rescue. After all, the phone buds on them were completely ineffective under the freezing air. It's really interesting that the T-Dolphin became the Admiral of Headquarters, isn't it, Momosagi? Ace looked at a tall woman on the side and smiled. Chapter 204. 8 Peak Combat Powers. The latest combat power of the Entei Pirate Fleet. If you don't come with me, you might be the one who eats the devil fruit, Momosagi. Ace looked at the tall woman beside him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Momosagi Gion was somewhat silent when he heard Ace's words. After the Entei incident, she has been in the Entei Pirates. However, regardless of the previous party between this man and red-haired Whitebeard, Kaido. After coming to Amazon, after Lily, this man treated her coldly. As for the reason, Momosagi also guessed a little bit. After the Entei incident, Toshigi, who was once a marine, took her to Portgas d'Ace. Portgas d'Ace's attitude was actually very kind, and he responded to her purpose of meeting him. But after struggling for a long time, she still couldn't say it. After that, she was treated coldly. This can't be blamed on her. Who can say that in front of this man's Conqueror's Haki, she will become obedient? Especially facing the man who defeated their naval headquarters head-on. In the Yan Emperor incident, this man not only showed the terrifying power that was superior to the 4 emperors. It also showed the terrifying wisdom of Ben Yikman, the red-haired right hand of the 4 emperors who surpassed Marshal Sengoku and was known as the man with the highest IQ on the sea. If this man knew this, who knows what kind of plans this man would make against Marine. Based on this, even though Momosagi was treated coldly, Momosagi never told the secret. As for leaving here, ever since the Entei incident, due to the influence of this man's Conqueror's Haki, I came to this man by accident. Momosagi has never had such a dream. Where she is the Entei Pirates fleet. The strongest pirate group in the world, whose combat power exceeds that of the 4 emperors pirate group. The leader has replaced the former world's strongest man, 4 emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the former world's most powerful man, 4 emperors red-haired Shanks. In this era, the strongest man, the most Haki man, Entei, Portgas d'Ace. In front of this man, in front of the Entei pirate fleet commanded by this man, let alone her. Even if all the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters are here, they will still suffer. Escape. There is no possibility at all. Besides, what if she managed to escape while this man was teaching the other members of the Entei pirates to practice? This man's observation Haki can see the future briefly. The top cadre under his command, the little thieving cat, Nami, is able to detect large areas of the sea because of Thunderfruit's ability, observation Haki. In the situation she was in, she could only stay here with peace of mind and watch the changes. However, the drastic changes taking place in naval headquarters have made Momosagi, who originally wanted to wait and see the changes, become anxious. Marshal Sengoku resigned, which did not surprise Momosagi. After all, she has been with Hihi, the chief staff officer at naval headquarters, for many years, and she still has some resourcefulness and strategic vision. During the Entei incident, Marshal Sengoku risked everything he had as a marshal to fight against the Entei pirate fleet led by this man. As a result, naval headquarters was defeated from the front by this man and fell into an unprecedented rout. This kind of defeat, if the 5 elders had not arrived, I am afraid that the naval headquarters would have completely collapsed. But even if the 5 elders arrived, they were forced to compromise under the power and wrist of this man, and even stop the buster call that had been launched, representing the absolute justice of the world government. Even if the reason why the world government regresses is because of the intervention of the 4 emperors, Red Hair, Whitebeard, and Kaido. But since it is a failure, and it is a failure in front of the whole world, someone must take responsibility. Marshal Sengoku's resignation was expected. Sakazuki succeeded as marshal, and Momoshiki was not surprised. After all, the top leaders of the world government have always been optimistic about Sakazuki, who implements absolute justice. Even if Sakazuki is completely defeated by Entei in the Entei incident, this support will not change. The closer you get to the top of Marine, the more you can see some of the truth about this world. Marine is just the external aspect of world government. Compared with the interests of the world government, Marine's face is not worth mentioning at all. But what horrified Momoshiki was, Kuzan, who has the highest combat power in the world government and competed with Sakazuki for marshal, actually left Marine and joined this man's command. In the Entei incident, the captain of the Entei pirates fleet, who had never appeared before, turned out to be the position reserved for Kuzan. Advertisement Momoshiki looked at the smile on Ace's face and was shocked. I have been with this man for a long time. Momoshiki knew very well that during the Entei incident, Kuzan did not join this man's command at all. The position of captain of the first team was reserved for Kuzan in advance by this man. Moreover, after Kuzan actually joined, there was not even the slightest surprise for this man. It was completely within the man's expectation. And, he immediately issued an order to Kuzan, let him freeze the former admiral of headquarters and their teacher, Black Arm, Zephyr. How confident in Haki is this? He is so confident that the highest combat force in the world government, former admiral of headquarters Aokiji, will quit Marine and join his command. Being so confident, Kuzan could immediately take action against his former mentor. But the fact is that Kuzan really took action and vowed to fulfill all the orders of this man. Even Smoker, Hina, these juniors whom Kuzan is very optimistic about, as long as this man gives the order, Kuzan will definitely kill them. Completely different from the influence of this man's Conqueror's Haki on her. Kuzan, once one of Marine's most powerful warriors, has given everything he has to this man. Not to mention these cadres of the Entei pirates' own ship. Pluton, Rayleigh, Dark Ranger, Yishao, Aokiji, Kuzan. These top powerful men in the sea all followed this man. And it has nothing to do with this man's bloodline or anything like that. These people want to make Emperor Yan become the only king in this world. What a charming personality, what a terrible man, Zan. Momoshiki pursed her red lips and exhaled slowly. In my current situation, I can't become admiral of headquarters. Momoshiki said with a somewhat complicated expression. Although the T-Dolphin is strong, and as a female, it still has some disadvantages. But in terms of age and potential, she actually has a certain advantage. By eating a powerful devil fruit, she can reach the admiral level. If she hadn't been influenced by this man's Conqueror's Haki and could only stay by his side now. It's not necessarily her who ate the powerful devil fruit. The position of Admiral of Headquarters is the highest honor and pursuit of every Marine. Momoshiki has naturally thought about the honor of becoming the first female Admiral of Headquarters in the history of naval headquarters. Such an opportunity was missed, and Momoshiki could only sigh secretly. Looking over here, the leaders of the Entei pirates fleet, including Momoshiki, were also somewhat silent. Becoming the Admiral of Headquarters, once a war breaks out, these are the people the Admiral needs to face. Compared to other naval headquarters vice-admirals, Momoshiki has a certain understanding of how powerful the Admiral of Headquarters is. As a candidate for Admiral and Vice-Admiral, Momoshiki is much stronger than other naval headquarters vice-admirals. That is, the peak force in this sea is stronger than the Admiral of Headquarters. There are only a few people in this sea. The only ones who can definitely surpass the Admiral of Headquarters in combat power are the 2 4 Emperors, Kaido and Red Hair, who have fully mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle and are at their peak. And this man who is above the 4 Emperors. Others, even Pluton, Rayleigh, and the once strongest man, now old and frail Whitebeard. I dare not say that it is 100% able to completely defeat the Admiral of Headquarters at its peak. Of course, the Admiral of Headquarters here refers to the 3 Marine Admirals from the previous session, which are said to have the strongest comprehensive combat power in Marine history. Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji. There are many admirals who can defeat them, such as the T-Dolphin and the former Zephyr, who can reach the Admiral of Headquarters level combat power. But in general, even a strong man who has just stepped into the Admiral threshold is still the pinnacle of combat power in this sea. At least they were qualified to fight against the 4 Emperors even if they were defeated. Unlike the Admiral alternate, in fact, even the peak 4 Emperors and Conqueror's Haki were unable to receive a full blow. But the peak combat power of Emperor Yan is really too much. After these days, Momoshiki finally understood why the Entei pirates became so powerful. Obviously, they are all young girls, but they are all so strong. Advertisement Momoshiki, who is also a woman and became an admiral candidate, knows how difficult it is for a woman to become a strong person on the sea. Zero Haki, physique, is the most basic and important strength to become a strong person. Even the devil fruit ability requires physical strength to activate, and is closely related to its essence. Women are inherently weaker than men in this aspect, not just a little weaker, but far weaker. No matter how unwilling the strong women are, except for natural monsters like Bigmom in Four Emperors, in objective fact, women are far weaker than men. She has worked hard for so many years and relied on the strongest talent among women to finally reach the level of admiral candidate. But the distance from admiral is still extremely far, and it is even impossible to see the future. But the girls of the Entei pirates are all frighteningly strong. Not to mention the leader of the Entei pirates, little thieving cat, Nami. Even the desert princess Vivi and the firebird lackey are stronger than her. Finally, during these days, she saw the truth. In the hands of Portgas d'Ace, is the power called the Field of Understanding. With this power, these girls can possess countless terrifying talents that are stronger than her and make rapid progress. Now, the outside world and naval headquarters have made a huge mistake in their assessment of the strength of the Entei pirate ship group. In addition to Entei himself, plus the newly joined Kuzan, there are only 4 people in total who have the peak combat power of the Entei pirate fleet. Aokiji, Kuzan, Little Thief Cat, Nami, Dark Ranger, Yishao, and Pluton, Silver Hyphenation Point Rayleigh. Among them, Nami is considered to be completely dependent on Thunderfruit ability, reaching the admiral level threshold. But now, it's completely different. Yandy, under the command of Portgas d'Ace, has peak combat power, except for the 4 people above. Also, the outside world doesn't know, but it has been confirmed that she has joined the Emperor Yan's command, Shichibukai, the Pirate Empress, Boya, Hancock. And Haki's level has improved by leaps and bounds, and combined with the awakened Sandfruit ability, she has become the Desert Princess, Vivi with the peak combat power of the sea. And, I am preparing for the Devil Fruit to awaken and eat the top Devil Fruit in this sea, the Bird Fruit, the Phantom Beast species, the Suzaku form, and Tora, Lackey. And that, although he is only between the 2 of her in normal times, he can overcome this side effect by using the Healing Fruit ability at the cost of physical collapse. Use the Black Flash, that is exclusive to him and is superior to the ultimate secret of the 6 styles and the 6 Kings Spear, Kaya. Emperor Yan now has a total of 8 peak battle experiences. And Nami, who was previously recognized as the weaker peak combat power under Entei, is now the real second combat power under Entei. This naughty girl actually has the power of Conqueror's Haki-Entanglement. Moreover, because of his talent for perfectly controlling the weather, his power to control Thunderfruit has reached a terrifying level. A complete, perfect combination of the power of Conqueror's Haki and the power of Thunderfruit. The power can only be described as terrifying. This is how today, thousands of the Entei pirates' fleet fight against tens of thousands. As well as 2 terrifying field-controlling Devil Fruit abilities. All the other girls have a lot of fighting experience. Although the feat of being able to cope with 3 peak combat powers at the same time is largely due to the characteristics of Thunderfruit, which makes Nami invincible. 8 peak combat powers, 4 admiral alternates. It doesn't even need Yandy himself to take action. With these cadres, naval headquarters can be crushed into 10 pieces. As for the other girls under Emperor Yan, except for the Angel Konus, who was not good at direct combat because she ate the vocal fruit. As well as the last edition of Princess Mononoke Brona. The 3 peak combat powers of Emperor Yan, Vivi and Lackey, and Kaya, who can use Black Flash to burst out in a short period of time, are even more powerful than Vivi and Lackey. Only then did he have a draw with Nami, completely. There is no need to rely on Yandy's wisdom and layout to defeat naval headquarters like in the Yandy incident. But this leader of the Entei pirate fleet is definitely a terrifying and powerful man who can fight head-on with the top 4 emperors. As long as the enemy's Haki is defeated in a short period of time, he will not even have the ability to resist in the face of this Ghost Fruit ability. The vocal fruit is developed to its limit, which is really terrible. There are also the 2 giant captains of the Giant Corps who have not appeared. But Konus is no less terrifying than a peak warrior. And Perona's Ghost Fruit can cooperate with other combat powers to produce terrifying effects. In battle, even with peak combat power, you can get a certain increase in combat power. Chapter 205. Cat Fruit Phantom Beast Species White Tiger Form. Momosagi looked at the Entei pirate ship in silence. 8 peak combat powers, 4 admiral alternate powers, and 2 demon fruit powers with extremely terrifying field control abilities. Among them, the big cadre, Little Thieving Cat, Nami, with the Thunderfruit ability that is also invincible in Logia, and the power combined with Conqueror's Haki-Tangle, is able to fight head-on with the 4 emperors. Aokiji, Kuzan, Dark Ranger, Yishao, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock are also the top strong men in this sea. Although it cannot equal the combat power of the 4 emperors who are at their true peak, the red-haired Shanks and Kaido are the beasts. But any 2 of the 4 working together can definitely knock down one of the 4 emperors. And Boa Hancock, although due to the Devil Fruit ability in the peak combat power duel, it is not as big as the Thunder Fruit, the top Devil Fruit, which improves the combat power. As a result, the world's most beautiful woman is now slightly weaker than Nami, the top cadre. But under the influence of Entei's understanding field, the growth of this woman's Conqueror's Haki is really too amazing. Unexpectedly, he can use his love for Entei as a pillar to increase the strength of Conqueror's Haki. Momoshagi doesn't know whether this specialness is because of his special status as the Emperor of Nine Snakes, or because of his special ability to eat sweet fruits, or combined with the particularity of Emperor Yan's understanding field. But the fact is that the stronger the love this pirate empress has for Entei, the more terrifying the strength of her Conqueror's Haki. As long as this pirate empress fully masters the power of Conqueror's Haki, the Entangled, 410, she will be another one who can face the two at the top of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts. The terrifying fighting power. Although, Desert Princess, Vivi, Firebird, Lackey, and Black Flash, Kaya are much weaker. But if the three of them work together, they will definitely be able to fight head-on against a four emperors who is at his peak, and the outcome is uncertain. What's even more frightening is that the ability of Konus's vocal fruit can temporarily increase the combat power of these strong men. It is no exaggeration to say that even without counting the Fire Emperor, Portgas d'Ace himself, who is now the most powerful in this era, even the peak combat power of Emperor Entei is enough to compete with the current four emperors, and the most special among the four emperors pirate group, who is said to have power above the admiral, the red-haired right hand. Ben. The five Beckmans are fighting equally, and the four admiral candidates under Emperor Yan are powerful enough to fight on an equal footing with the four lieutenants in the four emperors pirate group. This means that today's Yandi pirate fleet, even if not counting Yandi himself, just these cadres under Yandi's command, you can start a war with all the high-end combat power of the four emperors pirate group. The most terrifying thing is that it is impossible for the four emperors pirate groups to unite. But the Entei pirate fleet is an iron-walled pirate group that is completely committed to following Entei himself. If you add Emperor Yan, who is the strongest man in the world at this time, and is now the strongest man in the world, then even if the four emperors completely join forces, they will probably be defeated in front of the Entei pirate fleet. What a terrifying force! With such strength, even the Rocks pirate led by Rocks, D. Since the Great Pirate Age, even if the former Pirate King dies, the Roger pirate group is disbanded, and the strong men of the old era retire. But the strength and power of the pirates are increasing rapidly. The overall combat power of the four emperors and the forces they command are actually stronger than those of the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates. Otherwise, the world government would not have created a 7 warlords of the sea system to form a situation where the 3 major forces, naval headquarters, Shichibukai, and 4 emperors, would be restrained. Because with naval headquarters, it is completely impossible to maintain the balance on the sea. Fortunately, there is no harmony among the 4 emperors, and it is impossible to jointly deal with the naval headquarters. Together with the once strongest man, Whitebeard is getting older day by day. A born monster, Big Mom indulges in tea parties and having children. The combat power of 2 of the 4 emperors is actually declining. There are only 2 of the 4 emperors who are truly at their peak, red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts. Originally, everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to their naval headquarters. But who could have expected that this terrible man, Emperor Yan, would rise out of thin air? With his own strength, he actually established a terrifying pirate group that was infinitely more powerful than the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates. Advertisement Momoshagi, who has read the information on Rocks pirate and the Roger pirates, secretly estimated that. What would have happened if the Rocks pirates were not the ones who attacked the Celestial Dragons during the Valley of Gods incident, but the Entei pirate fleet today? I'm afraid that even if Vice Admiral Garp and the Roger pirates join forces, plus the Knights of God from the Valley of Gods, they won't be able to stop Entei, right? After all, this man's current fighting prowess. Momoshagi looked at Ace not far away, his beautiful eyes constantly shaking. This man is even stronger than the great Emperor Yan of the past. Even the dead Pirate King D. Roger, and even in the same era as Roger, Whitebeard and Edward Newgate, who were known as the strongest men in the world at their peak. And the overlord of the previous era, Rocks, D. Zebek. The overlords of these eras were definitely not as powerful as this man today. Just thinking about this man's cultivation status these days, Jumping Rabbit's heart started to grow. Because of this man's practice, the sea level in this sea area has dropped significantly. If this man has enough physical strength, he can really burn the entire world. In addition, now, this man has almost made up for the last shortcoming of the Entei pirate fleet. That is the power under his command and the lack of backbone combat power. Although with the strength of this man now and the strength of his cadres, facing the human sea tactics, all he needs to do is use Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit abilities to sweep them away. But using Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit abilities to sweep away also requires a lot of physical and mental energy. This is always a hidden danger for duels between peak combat powers. For example, in the Entei incident, Marshal Sengoku pointed out that the backbone of the Entei pirates fleet was lacking in combat power, and the cadres of the Entei pirates fleet at that time, Haki was not strong enough. He used the naval headquarters vice admirals to form a sharp knife force, which almost caused huge trouble to the Entei pirate ship. Finally, relying on Entei's magical Devil Fruit ability, he activated the residual Fire South Fire 10 trillion Death Burial formation to summon Sand Crocodile, God Enel and Ghost Spider. Only then did Marshal Sengoku's plan be shattered. But such a move undoubtedly consumed a lot of Yan Emperor's physical strength and energy, and put many more constraints on Yan Emperor in the duel with peak combat power. If you want to become the king of the world, you cannot do it all by relying on a few peak combat powers. To command a large amount of territory, a lot of backbone combat power and influence are also needed. But during the period of Amazon Lily, this shortcoming was gradually made up for. The female warriors of Amazon and Lily can almost all learn armament Haki when they reach adulthood. They are the Grand Line and one of the few powerful countries that has completely popularized Haki. However, due to the restriction that all citizens are women, the number of elites who can fully master armament Haki is extremely rare. The overall combat power is far inferior to powerful countries such as the Giant Kingdom. The combat power possessed by Amazon Lily is not enough to determine the direction of a war. But in this man's realm of understanding, it's completely different. There are many strong people who awaken observation Haki, and they can completely master armament Haki. Under the influence of the field of understanding, they can do it just by spending time. Those who fully master armament Haki can become headquarters rear admiral in naval headquarters. Those who fully master observation Haki and armament Haki can become naval headquarters vice admiral. And those who have mastered armament Haki to such an advanced level that they can cover their whole body with armament Haki and form Haki armor. They are able to host Buster Call, and have the power to fight with the officers of the 4 Emperor's pirates except the Entei pirates. It is the absolute backbone of combat power on the sea. But in today's Amazon Lily, those who fully master armament Haki are not even qualified to join the 5th division of the Entei pirates' Grand Fleet. Only by fully mastering the 2-color Haki can you reach the threshold to enter the 5th team and become an alternate member. Those who can cover their whole body with Haki and use Haki armor are the real Entei pirates' Grand Fleet and the official members of the 5th division. The Entei pirates' 5th division is a Haki corps composed entirely of Haki masters who can cover their whole bodies with Haki and use Haki armor. And under Emperor Yan, there is also a giant corps composed of giants. And now, the Beast Corps is being built. Advertisement. There is also a powerful Devil Fruit Corps that is being built with the ability to hunt devil fruit. Smiling like the Dark Ranger, he takes on the mission of hunting the string fruit owned by Doflamingo and the childlike fruit owned by his cadres. And the explosive fruits that Entei once obtained, the wax fruit and the light lion fruit, have also been eaten by the right people. Formed the 6th division of the Entei pirate fleet. The 6th division has been officially confirmed as the Demon Fruit Power Legion under Emperor Yan. And among them, there will be no weak devil fruit abilities, but powerful demon fruit powers that greatly enhance the combat power. The candidate for the captain of the 6th division is still to be determined, and is temporarily commanded by Desert Princess Vivi, who has completed the awakening of the sand fruit ability. When these legions are built, Emperor Yan will have 4 powerful legions. Haki Corps, Devil Fruit Corps, Giant Corps, Beast Corps. Once these powerful corps are built, even all the elites of the naval headquarters will never be able to do it. And Emperor Yan's sphere of influence is actually still growing rapidly. Dressrosa, Emperor Yan intends to include it in the territory. More and more Entei pirate ship squadrons will be created. Such a force no longer needs to involve the Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and 4 Emperors Kaido in order to force the world government to make concessions, like the Entei incident. When Emperor Yan completes the creation of his forces, the Emperor Yan pirate fleet alone will truly have the power to subvert the world. Such a force is no longer enough for the naval headquarters level to deal with. Becoming this admiral of headquarters, facing the strongest pirate group in history commanded by such a dominant figure, I'm afraid, is not a good thing. After all, the admiral of headquarters, who has the highest combat power in the world government, is so powerless when facing a pirate group. It is definitely a sad thing. That's why Momosagi lamented that fortunately, it was not she who became the admiral of headquarters, but the T-Dolphin. Really, wait until you really. When you have figured it out, come find me again. Snake Fruit Phantom Beast Snake Belt Form. Such rubbish Phantom Beast ability is not worth eating for my cadres. Ace said meaningfully after hearing Momosagi's emotion. Ace also has some clues about Momosagi's situation. In the Eni's lobby incident, after saying the words of prayer to himself, 0.5 was affected by the impact of his own Conqueror's Haki, and was completely unable to resist in front of his own Conqueror's Haki. Ace before, I don't understand why, but now, when we start to use the power of Nika, to combine Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and the residual fire body of the residual fire style. Ace gradually understood. I'm afraid it was a special ability that was extended by the combination of Conqueror's Haki and Nika's power by some coincidence. Nika's exclusive imagination allows the owner to fight freely as he wishes. At that time, I really wanted Momosagi and the others to surrender. With this thought in his heart, the combination of Nika's power and Conqueror's Haki, coupled with Momosagi's praying state of mind, resulted in the current situation. Ace is also happy to gain a powerful and obedient combat force. However, what Ace wants is Momosagi's wholeheartedness, not submission to Conqueror's Haki and Nika's power. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Momosagi was shocked when he heard Ace's words. Is this man trying to get her to join the Entei pirate fleet? Then, give her another powerful devil fruit ability? Look, this devil fruit was obtained by me using my understanding field yesterday. Ace looked at Momosagi, the corners of his mouth gradually raised, and he slowly took out a strange fruit. Cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form. The moment Ace's words fell, Momosagi's expression was violently shaken. Chapter 206. The strongest attack power of the phantom beast species. The king of beasts. I saw that the devil fruit in Ace's hand had a pure white appearance and main color, and on the surface of this devil fruit. It is completely different from the blue dragon scales that appear in the form of a fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon, and the Suzaku feathers that appear in the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form. On the pure white fruit, there are pitch black sharp claws, emitting an astonishing cold light. Just looking at this devil fruit, I felt a killing intent rushing towards me. Cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form. Momoshagi looked at the devil fruit, his beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and his throat started to swallow unconsciously. And 4 emperors, Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast species azure dragon form, and Firebird, the leader of the Entei pirates fleet, who has the hope of becoming the pinnacle of combat power in the sea in the future. Lackey's bird fruit phantom beast species devil fruit is the eponymous Suzaku form. This is a devil fruit with the ability to truly stand at the top of this ocean. It is completely incomparable to the snake fruit phantom beast species snake belt form eaten by the T-dolphin. How terrifying is this top-notch devil fruit? 4 Emperors Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the world due to his fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. Almost no one can kill his blue dragon body. Before the Entei incident, Kaido of the Beasts was almost universally recognized as the strongest in one-on-one combat. Regarding the combat power of the top warriors who influence this sea, the most critical force, Conqueror's Haki. Kaido is not as powerful as another 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks, and the red-haired one has swordsmanship second only to the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. The reason why the world almost recognizes Kaido as the strongest in single combat is because of the top Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Green Dragon form. This Devil Fruit ability not only gives Kaido the body of the strongest blue dragon that is almost immortal, but it also gives Kaido the special ability to control natural elements. Thunder, storm, fire. All the destructive power of nature can be used by him and integrated into his moves and the body of the blue dragon. One of its signature martial arts, Thunder 8 Trigrams, uses the element of thunder to be integrated into the human animal body. Even with observation Haki, it is almost impossible to perceive the terrifying attack speed of 28. Speed is power. One blow can easily kill an admiral candidate. And its most powerful move, Rising Dragon Flame 8 Trigrams, completely integrates the bursting flames into the body of the blue dragon in the beast form. Then, with an invincible attitude, he rushes towards the enemy. It is this devil fruit that gives Kaido the power to control natural elements in the body of a blue dragon that almost no one can kill, making Kaido the strongest creature in the world in single combat before the great incident of Entei. And if, in addition to devil fruit, Kaido in 4 Emperors has top-notch talents, martial arts, and Conqueror's Haki, and does not completely rely on devil fruit's ability, then, Firebird Lackey vividly explains what the top devil fruit ability is. Firebird Lackey, who was born in Sky Island and has mediocre talent, has almost the same strength in martial arts as Desert Princess Vivi. In a duel with peak combat power, she is almost zero. As for armament Haki, it can only be said to be average. But relying solely on the ability of the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form, combined with the ordinary armament Haki, one can step into the threshold of the admiral level and become one of the pinnacles of combat power in this sea. The special ability given to the Firebird Lackey by the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form is a special flame that can burn even Haki like purification, and burn everything. And, the ability to rise from the ashes. Death in battle is just the beginning of the battle for those with abilities in the form of the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku. As long as there is still physical strength, the ability user can be reborn in Suzaku's special flame with a stronger posture, return to the battlefield, and fight with the enemy. Both have extremely terrifying devil fruit abilities. The cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form is the same devil fruit ability as these two devil fruits. Moreover, it has not appeared on the sea for a long time. Such top-notch devil fruit abilities are not even introduced in detail in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book. But the introduction in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book only has one sentence. Compared to the Logia devil fruit ability, it is the ability with the strongest attack power among the phantom beast species that is rarer. In terms of pure attack power, this devil fruit is even better than Kaido's fish fruit, phantom beast type, blue dragon form. As long as you eat it and fully master it, you can become one of the top experts in this sea by relying on the pure devil fruit ability. If combined with her Haki and swordsmanship, I'm afraid she can really go head-to-head with the 4 Emperors, the real pinnacles of this ocean. With such a devil fruit ability right in front of her eyes, Momosagi's thinker fell into stagnation for several years. Cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form, did you actually get this devil fruit? Rayleigh looked at the devil fruit's ability and let out an exclamation of surprise. Even the world government would regard such top-notch devil fruit as a treasure. For example, in the Valley of the Gods incident, the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form is awarded to the person with the highest hunting points in the Knights of God. It's a pity that such top-level fantasy beast species, devil fruit, have their own will. Advertisement. Even if world government tries to collect it, it is very difficult and almost impossible to obtain. Rayleigh even had doubts that the reason why the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form was obtained by the world government was because this devil fruit was deliberately found by the world government. Then he guided Big Mom, who was not the 4 Emperors at the time, but had already eaten the devil fruit, to find Charlotte. Linlin, and then the master selected by the blue dragon form, Kaido, ate it. Just like, The Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form that has been searched for 800 years by the world government and has never been obtained, hides the world government, and red hair obtains it. Then the master chosen by Nika, Luffy, eats the same. Even if he eats such a top-notch devil fruit during his peak period, his strength will be greatly improved. Maybe he will also have the opportunity to touch Roger and Whitebeard at their peak level. However, his body is old and his body functions are declining uncontrollably. Even if he eats this devil fruit, he will not be able to exert its true power. It is indeed most appropriate to let Momoshage eat it.
As for whether Momoshage will be loyal to Ace physically and mentally, Rayleigh is not worried about this at all.
Ace, but he is a man that even Kuzan will follow to the death if he smiles. What a coincidence. Yesterday, when I used the field of understanding to help Lackey try to awaken the Suzaku form. Suzaku's will issued a summons, and this devil fruit resonated with Suzaku's will. White tiger form, shows me. Ace's lips raised slightly and he smiled lightly. Although due to the call of Suzaku's will yesterday, Lackey's awakening will have to be delayed for a while. But it is worth it to get the top devil fruit ability. Anyway, Lackey's ability awakening is a sure thing. The biggest risk to the awakening of the zone devil fruit is the will contained in the devil fruit. If the ability user fails to awaken, he will completely turn into a beast. As the rarest and most powerful phantom beast among zone, devil fruit contains an even more terrifying will, and the risk of awakening and losing control is extremely high. But when Suzaku's will summoned yesterday, Ace used Nika's power to briefly come into contact with this will. The signal this will sends to itself is extremely friendly and releases the intention to obey. Ace can understand the meaning of the will contained in this devil fruit. That is, as long as Lackey meets the conditions for awakening, Suzaku's will not have any impact on Lackey's awakening. The biggest risk of awakening of the fantasy beast species has been completely eliminated, and Ace is also very happy. After all, if you want to fully grasp the power of rebirth given by the Suzaku form, you need to complete the awakening. Only by awakening can one fully obtain the special abilities granted to the Esper by the phantom beast species. After issuing the summons and summoning the cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form, Suzaku's will also fell into a brief silence. Through the detection of Nika's power, Ace came to the conclusion that it was not a good time to awaken now. After Suzaku's will recovered, Lackey could awaken smoothly. This time won't be too long. Cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form, did you choose Emperor Yan? Momoshage murmured. Entei has eaten the devil fruit's abilities, although he can use all the devil fruit's abilities because of his special power. But it can't change the fact that Emperor Yan can only really eat one devil fruit. In other words, even if Emperor Yan couldn't eat the cat fruit, the phantom beast species, the white tiger form, this top devil fruit still chose Yan Emperor. It is willing to be eaten by others at will by Emperor Yan, and becomes one of the forces under Emperor Yan. And the bird fruit phantom beast Suzaku form eaten by Firebird Lackey, was it really attracted by Lackey, who has a mediocre talent? I'm afraid, he was also attracted by Emperor Yan himself? Even if the devil fruit abilities of the two top phantom beasts cannot be eaten by Emperor Yan, they still choose to serve under Emperor Yan and be used by Emperor Yan. What a terrible thing is this? This time it's the cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form. Next time, what kind of terrifying devil fruit ability will it be? It can't win. How can naval headquarters win against such an enemy? Momoshage smiled bitterly. Eat it, Gion, and then become my strength. Ace looked at Momoshage, no, Gion, and smiled lightly.
Quote. When Gion heard Ace's name, he was suddenly startled, and then his pretty face became tangled.
Advertisement: join the Entei pirate fleet and join the command of Entei Ace?
Gion's expression became extremely complicated. Obviously, this man knew that he had no ability to resist in the face of his Conqueror's Haki.
As long as this man uses Conqueror's Haki to force her, she can't resist any order. However, he still sincerely sent her a formal invitation. He also handed over this top-notch devil fruit to her. Looking at Ace's gentle smile, Gion truly felt this man's unparalleled charisma. No wonder, even Kuzan made up his mind to quit Marine and became this man's diehard loyalist.
In the Yandi incident, it would be a lie to say that the world government's actions did not touch the justice in her heart.
Obviously they are the righteous ones, but in the end, because of the five elders, they became angry and used the Buster Call to destroy all the people of Sabaody Archipelago.
The one who saved the people was the Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace.
In addition, Yan Emperor Icy's philosophy also moved her somewhat. The most important thing is that she can't resist this man. But this man did not take advantage of this. Instead, he regarded her as a real invitation and treated her as an equal. This point also touched Gion extremely. 10. Gion's pretty face was still a little tangled. Are you worried about Crane Vice Admiral? Ace looked at Gion, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Gion was not surprised and nodded lightly. This man's observation Haki is the top in this sea. Naturally, it is impossible for her emotions to be hidden from this man.
Coupled with this man's wisdom and strategy that surpassed Marshal Sengoku, he could easily think of what she was thinking. If you join my army, you may not be enemies with Vice Admiral Crane. Don't forget, my old man is Garp.
Ace's meaningful words left Dixie stunned. No, it won't, right? Thinking of some possibility, Gion looked at Ace blankly. The delicate hands, but by some strange combination of circumstances, took away the devil fruit from Ace's hand. Looking at the top-notch devil fruit in his hand, Gion bit his red lip, and then bit it down. Phew, phew. Gion's body quickly changed and turned into a somewhat dreamy white tiger. It is completely different from ordinary tigers. Its huge size can be compared with Qinglong and Bao. The whole body exudes an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The beast kings on the entire island trembled under this breath and knelt on the ground. Tiger, the king of beasts. The white tiger form is the absolute king among tigers. The king of beasts. Gion, roar, a tiger roared. Rayleigh, Tashigi, and Gion's original sabers all began to vibrate violently. Wisps of wonderful aura roared out from these famous swords and wrapped around the body of the Gion white tiger's beast form. The terrifying airflow form turned into a roaring wind, and even the atmosphere began to faintly break. Cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form, main killer, king of gold. The special ability that can be given to those with abilities is the ability to control all weapons, and turn the breath in the weapons into the breath of killing, forming the white tiger gangfang. The destructive power is superior to the natural elements in the form of the fish fruit fantasy seed blue dragon. Among the phantom beasts, devil fruit has the strongest attack power. Cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form. Ace looked at the aura wrapped around Gion's body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Laughing loudly, he recounted what he learned yesterday from the emotional domain, that the white tiger form can bestow special abilities on those with abilities. Chapter 207. Tashiji's thoughts, captain of the 6th division. Call. With a burst of fantastic light flashing, Gion's huge animal body began to shrink. Soon, Gion's body returned to an almost normal body shape, but he was slightly taller, standing in the form of a white tiger with sharp claws, fangs, and a tiger tail. Cat fruit, phantom beast species, white tiger form, yin beast form. The source of devil fruit's power comes from the eater's own strength. Just like in the original work, after Sabo eats the Mara fruit, he can immediately exert most of the power of the Mara fruit. After Blackbeard seizes the shock fruit from Whitebeard, he can immediately use the shock fruit's ability to cause a violent tsunami. The eater is very powerful. Once he eats the devil fruit, he can control most of his power. The only thing that stands in the way of the strong person is the awakening of the devil fruit. As an admiral candidate, Gion's strength is second only to the admiral of headquarters, after eating the cat fruit, phantom beast species, white tiger form. You can immediately master most of the power, including complete animal transformation, human animal transformation, and the special abilities given to the user by the white tiger form. White tiger gangfang unique to the white tiger form. Each of the devil fruit abilities of the phantom beast species will give the user a special ability.
For example, Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form gives the ability user the power to control natural elements. The Nika form of the Renren fruit, phantom beast species, that Luffy ate gives the ability user Nika's exclusive imagination, allowing the ability user to fight freely according to his or her own will.
Even incredible fighting methods such as catching thunder and lightning and creating things out of thin air can be fully mastered. But generally speaking, the special abilities given to the Esper by the phantom beast devil fruit cannot be mastered until the Esper awakens. Like Luffy, before awakening in Nika form, he only obtained Nika's rubber body, but did not obtain the most special and exclusive imagination that Nika bestows on those with abilities. At this time, neither Lackey nor Gion has completed the awakening of the devil fruit, and Gion has just eaten the cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form. Before the great incident of Emperor Entei, the power of the bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form displayed by Lackey also conforms to this rule. At that time, the power of Suzaku form that Lackey could use was only Suzaku's transformed body and the purifying ability of Suzaku's flames. But after the Entei incident, or to be precise, after Ace activated his residual form, Lackey was suddenly able to use the special abilities given to the Esper by the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form. The power derives from the ashes. As long as a person with abilities still has physical strength and spirit, even if he dies in battle, he will be able to come back stronger in the Suzaku flames. Ace has already tested this effect during special training on this island. Of course, just to be on the safe side, we just let Lackey be severely injured and on the verge of death. In this case, even if the power of rebirth from the ashes is not activated,
then relying on the healing fruit after Kaya's awakening, Lackey can fully recover.
But Ace was not disappointed. After Lackey was seriously injured and dying, Suzaku's special flames suddenly enveloped Lackey's body. After that, Lackey came back stronger from the flames of Suzaku. This is why Lackey has clearly not yet completed the awakening of Devil Fruit's ability, and armament Haki is not as powerful as Kaya. But it has become one of the pinnacles of combat power in this sea, the reason why it has reached the threshold of admiral level combat power. Because the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, the most important special ability that gives people abilities, has been obtained by Lackey.
The difference between Lackey and other awakened Phantom Beasts now is that after awakening, the bodies of those with Phantom Beast abilities will truly begin to approach the terrifying strength of the Phantom Beast's body, and have almost pervert recovery capabilities.
It can be said that those with the ability of the Phantom Beast species can only truly possess the body of the Phantom Beast after awakening. However, this point is not so important compared with the special abilities given by the Phantom Beast species to the Esper. After all, the healing fruit after Kaya's awakening can turn the entire battlefield into a healing field, simulating zone, as well as the terrifying resilience of those with phantom beast abilities after awakening. And the way of fighting in the form of Suzaku is not to rely on Suzaku's body to fight. Instead, he relies on the special Suzaku flame to transform into a terrifying figure that can burn everything, even Haki, and fight with the enemy. So although Lackey has not awakened yet and has not been able to possess the true body of a phantom beast after awakening, it can be compensated by the help of other companions. From this point, Ace began to doubt whether the will of Suzaku in the bird fruit phantom beast Suzaku form had changed a little. In the final analysis, the reason why the ability of the phantom beast devil fruit can give the ability user special abilities is because of the will contained in the phantom beast devil fruit. During the awakening process, the ability user and the will contained in the phantom beast devil fruit merge, and naturally they can use the special abilities given to the ability user by the phantom beast devil fruit. But what if the will of the phantom beast devil fruit has already shown a state of submission before awakening? Then it is not surprising that the special abilities given to the ability user by the phantom beast devil fruit can be used before awakening. In particular, there is also the help of Ace's understanding field. And yesterday, the Suzaku will summon the cat fruit phantom beast white tiger form, and the brief contact with the Suzaku will also confirm Ace's idea. That is, after he comprehended the Zanhuo style, the will of Suzaku contained in the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form had completely submitted to him, so that Lackey could use the special ability of the Suzaku form and be reborn from the ashes before he awakened. And now, Gion has just eaten the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form and can use the special ability of the white tiger form. The white tiger gale with a killing aura also confirms this. So strong, is this the special ability given to the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form by the ability user? Such pure aggressiveness, it's as if everything is torn apart. Rayleigh looked at the gale wrapped around Gion's claws after Gion turned into a human beast, and his expression was also a little solemn. It is completely different from the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form eaten by Kaido. The blue dragon form gives the ability user the power to control natural elements, not just to improve combat effectiveness, such as the flame cloud that can make the island float, allowing the lightning element to integrate into the body of the blue dragon to increase speed. But this white tiger gale is completely different. This is a destructive wind formed by pure killing aura. Advertisement: the only use of this power is killing. Although it is not as destructive to the environment as the wind wrapped around the ability user. But its local offensiveness is stronger than the shock fruit ability for close combat between top powerhouses that determines the outcome. The true power of shock fruit is very profound for Rayleigh, who has fought with Roger and Whitebeard at his peak many times. Rayleigh can easily conclude that in terms of offensive power, the white tiger wind is stronger than the shock fruit. It can only mean one thing, that is, in terms of offensive power, the white tiger wind is stronger than the shock fruit, not just a little bit. It is a level higher. This is terrible for the top devil fruit, which is also an offensive devil fruit ability. It is worthy of being the devil fruit ability with the strongest offensive power among the mythical beasts. This strong wind can also be used on weapons. Gion, give it a try. Ace looked at Gion, his mouth slightly raised, and smiled. Weapons? Gion was slightly startled when he heard this, and then immediately understood. The power that controlled the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form, which had originally turned into the extremely terrifying claws on the tiger's paw, began to shrink. The shape of the tiger's paw also began to change, becoming able to cover the handle of the knife. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of the sword, the kinpilla was unsheathed. Buzz. The white tiger gangfang wrapped around the Gion tiger's palm quickly wrapped around Kinpira's blade. Being entangled by the white tiger's strong wind, Jin Pilao made bursts of harsh sword sounds. The next moment, Jin Pilao's blade suddenly slashed down. Boom. Boom. A terrifying slash turned into a real entity and roared out. Along with the harsh and violent storm, a violent slash was formed that could completely open the atmosphere. The land of the uninhabited island was helpless in the face of this brutal attack, and was suddenly cut open. But this violent slash did not stop at all after cutting through the earth, and continued to spread towards the sea. Hoo! Boom! Under the stunned gaze of Gion himself, the sea was suddenly cut open. Under the action of this violent storm strike, a long corridor-shaped cavity was formed, which could not be healed for a long time. I haven't used Haki yet. Seeing such attack power, Gion was a little shocked and looked at her hands in disbelief. Such an attack was actually carried out by her. I see, the devil fruit ability is really the most suitable for swordsmen. It gathers all the killing aura of the weapon and then wraps it around the sword. The power displayed in conjunction with the sword is no less powerful than Conqueror's Haki-entanglement. The only problem is that unlike Conqueror's Haki, the power of entanglement depends entirely on the power of the owner of Conqueror's Haki. The power of this gangfang depends on the quality of the weapon that collects the killing aura. It is best to use the killing aura contained in a famous sword. The more famous swords there are, the more terrifying the killing aura is. If the gathered killing aura of the famous sword is insufficient, its power will be greatly reduced. Rayleigh also used observation Haki to quickly analyze the key to the power of White Tiger Gangfang.
Quote. The devil fruit ability that is most suitable for swordsmen.
Gion bit his red lips and looked at Dashigi with some confusion. Is she really qualified to eat this devil fruit? In the Entei pirate fleet, there is also the swordsman Dashigi. Although Dashigi has already eaten the transparent fruit, he is unable to eat the top phantom beast devil fruit. But Gion's heart was still a little turbulent. After all, after the Entei incident and following the Entei pirates, Toshigi really took care of her. Advertisement. Not only did he lead her to find Ace right away, he also often talked to her in the days that followed, fearing that she would be lonely. Although this girl is a bit cute and doesn't know how to speak, she usually just sits beside her quietly for a long time. But Gion still felt warm in his heart. This devil fruit, if Toshigi hadn't eaten the transparent fruit, should have belonged to this girl, right? Toshigi, will you regret it? After all, if he eats this devil fruit, Toshigi will probably become the third combat force of the Entei pirates fleet in the future. Gion has personally experienced how terrifying this devil fruit can be in improving a swordsman's combat power. This girl has been practicing very hard and hopes very much become a great swordsman and an important force for Ace. However, due to physical talents and transparent fruit abilities, after all, it is not the type of devil fruit ability that directly increases combat power. Toshigi's combat power currently ranks very low among the leaders of the Entei pirates fleet. If she could have a devil fruit, that's great. I have another reason to collect famous swords, Gion-san. Before he could say anything, Toshigi hugged his arm excitedly, laughing again and again. Looking at Toshigi's happy smile from the heart, Gion's beautiful eyes were a little moist. This girl really treats her like a sister. Sister Gion, your talent is better than mine. Even if I didn't eat the transparent fruit, I, Noda, would still give you this devil fruit ability. Only if you eat it can you exert the strongest power of this devil fruit. Talent, more help Ace, can you please, Gion-san? Toshigi raised her pretty face, looked at Gion, who was much taller than her, and showed a bright smile. Gion looked at Toshigi, his beautiful eyes were filled with waves, and then he nodded vigorously. At this moment, Gion completely let go of his heart and completely joined the Imperial pirate ship. The position of captain of the 6th division is left to you, Gion. Ace looked at Gion and smiled. Looking at Toshigi aside, his eyes became gentler and gentler. Although this girl is cute, she also uses her own way to help herself wholeheartedly. When the girls heard this, they immediately raised their white hands happily. There was also a touch of emotion in Gion's beautiful eyes.
Ace laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, get ready for a banquet. Welcome to Gion.
Zephyr, Ain Ping. Gion, who ate the cat fruit, the phantom beast species, the white tiger form, and mastered the white tiger's power, now has the following combat power. Ace's gaze, 2 hours admiral level, rather, treat them equally. However, even without this top-notch devil fruit ability, I would still make Toshigi a great swordsman. They were also happy from the bottom of their hearts to have such a powerful fighting force. Gion nodded vigorously. Ace and everyone in the Entei pirates fleet really didn't think of her as the person who was forced to appear behind them because of Ace Conqueror's Haki's influence. Congratulations, Ace, you have another big bird-level combat power. Rayleigh laughed out loud. Oh, but not before that. Chapter 208. The last of the 4 sacred beasts. Invite Zephyr. Zephyr. Gion looked at the 2 ice sculptures in front of him, his beautiful eyes flashing. Gion also knows Zephyr's experience very well. Although he was promoted to the Admiral of Headquarters, he never killed any pirates. He believed that the only way to get the pirates to impel down and to accept justice was to have them be judged. Even as the Admiral of Headquarters, he has no right to take away the lives of others arbitrarily. This is the justice that Zephyr protects from his heart. Therefore, it is also known as the non-killing admiral. Called by Sister He is the man with the purest justice in Marine. Unfortunately, kindness to the pirates did not lead to a good ending. In the 4th year after being promoted to Admiral of Headquarters, his family was killed by pirates. From then on, he began to hate pirates and wanted to kill pirates to avenge his family. But this situation was contrary to his long-standing concept of justice. In pain, Zephyr chose to resign from his post as Admiral of Headquarters. However, I had no hope of retaining Kong, who was still Marine Marshal at the time and is now the Commander-in-Chief of the world government. In the end, Zephyr retained the position of Admiral, but unable to uphold the justice in his heart, he stepped down and became the Chief Instructor of Naval Headquarters, and began to cultivate the future of the next generation of Marine. The last 3 Admiral, Perusalino, Sakazuki, and Kuzan, who were said to have the strongest overall strength in history, were all students of Shifa. As for the new generation of Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, except for the giant Vice Admiral, most of them were also trained by Zephyr. For Naval Headquarters, Zephyr can be said to be dedicated, without any apology to Naval Headquarters or the justice in Zephyr's heart. It's a pity that the final outcome turned out to be like this. Looking at Zephyr, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, Gion sighed. Hancock is still Shichibukai at this time. Hancock was also notified of the new candidate for Shichibukai's successor, world government. And that person was the one who attacked the student ship led by Zephyr when Zephyr was ill in his later years, cut off one of Zephyr's arms, and massacred most of Zephyr's students in that session. The self-proclaimed Whitebeard too, Ed Cowhibble. In order to maintain the so-called balance of the sea, the world government did not care about the thoughts of this meritorious veteran who trained a new generation of Marine 050 Army for Marine, world government, and pushed this murderer to the position of Shichibukai. Zephyr, had he completely despaired of the world government and naval headquarters? Then he quit Marine. Gion sighed secretly. Under such circumstances, Nichiron Gion was extremely disappointed with world government. Although they are all guarding justice and are willing to die for justice, they are also human beings with feelings and hearts. The world government's approach does not treat Marines as human beings at all. This matter is also one of the reasons why Gion is willing to completely join the Entei Pirates fleet. Not killing Admiral Black Zephyr, Ace looked at the Marine veteran with admiration in his eyes. After his family was killed by pirates, Zephyr could not control his extreme hatred for pirates. After the conflict between justice and hatred for pirates occurred in my heart, even if I suppressed the extreme hatred in my heart, I still had to protect the justice I had always upheld in my heart. But if he goes to sea, Zephyr will be afraid that he will not be able to suppress the hatred in his heart, so he will choose to kill pirates and betray his former justice. So he became the chief instructor of naval headquarters and continued to guard the justice in his heart. This concept may seem very naive or even stupid to many people. However, Zephyr is indeed a man who protects the pure justice in his heart. I appreciate such a man. Lackey, purify Kuzan's frozen fruit ability. Ace looked at Lackey aside. Lackey nodded and stepped forward. Call. Gorgeous feathers appeared on Lackey's arms, and strange flames began to burn. Call. The flames of Suzaku instantly enveloped Gufa and Ain. As the Suzaku flame burned, the ice around Zephyr and Ain quickly disappeared. Yes, disappear. Suzaku's flame is more purifying than burning. This kind of purification can make the Suzaku flame evaporate even Haki. The Devil Fruit ability can also be evaporated and purified by Suzaku flames. It is completely different from directly using high temperature to melt ice. Lackey uses Suzaku's flame to directly erase Kuzan's frozen fruit ability. This process can return a person defeated by Devil Fruit's ability to the state before being affected by Devil Fruit's ability. Advertisement, alright. As the last trace of frozen fruit's ability was evaporated, Lackey smiled at Ace. I see, is this the ability of the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form? It's such a magical power, no wonder it can be compared with Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. Zephyr opened his eyes and looked at the Suzaku flame still burning on Lackey's body with serious eyes.
He doesn't have even a hint of frozen fruit's ability in his body right now.
If the ice formed by the high temperature evaporation of frozen fruit is in a physical sense, thermal energy is used to melt the ice. Then what evaporates in the Suzaku flame is the frozen fruit ability itself. Directly erase and purify Devil Fruit's ability, his body naturally returned to the state before being frozen by frozen fruit.
The terrifying power can actually directly evaporate Devil Fruit's ability.
Fire Emperor. The moment Ain regained consciousness, his pupils shrank suddenly and he immediately assumed a fighting stance. Stop it, Ain. When we come here, let alone us, even the entire naval headquarters will suffer. Zephyr stopped his student, sitting cross-legged on the ground freely. He looked at Ace and laughed. It's such an honor that I, an old guy, can let a big shot like you come forward in person and face the entire Entei pirate fleet. Rayleigh, long time no see. Zephyr glanced around, looked at Rayleigh not far away, and said in a deep voice. It's been a while, Zephyr. Rayleigh raised the corners of her mouth and smiled lightly. Zephyr is the admiral of headquarters in the same issue as Sengoku. However, in terms of strength, since I don't have the ability to eat the top devil fruit, and I don't have Conqueror's Haki. Relying only on martial arts and armament Haki, Zephyr's strength has only reached the threshold of the admiral of headquarters.
If Garp hadn't refused promotion to the admiral of headquarters, Zephyr wouldn't have been able to become the minister of naval headquarters.
At that time, the main ones fighting against the Roger pirates were Sengoku and Garp.
After that, Zephyr even withdrew from the front line and became the general instructor of naval headquarters.
Since then, never seen again. Call me Z, Zephyr said solemnly. It's just a title, you are really as stubborn as before. Rayleigh laughed. Momoshagi Vice Admiral? Are you okay? At this time, Ain noticed Gion's figure and exclaimed. At the end of the Entei incident, Momoshagi Vice Admiral was kidnapped by the Entei pirates. It is naturally impossible for the senior management of naval headquarters to say that Momoshagi himself voluntarily followed the Entei pirates for unknown reasons. The report was that he was kidnapped by the Entei pirates. Momoshagi, who is the strongest among the women in naval headquarters and became an admiral candidate, is extremely popular among female marines. Even though he quit marine with Zephyr, BJDJ, Ain's mentality has not been completely transformed. Call me by another name, Z, Ain. Gion looked at the two of them and said calmly. The Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Captain of the 6th Division, Gion. Zephyr and Ain's pupils shrank at the same time. Even you. Ain looked at Gion and murmured in shock. Not only former Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, but also Admiral candidate Momoshagi also joined Entei's command. What's going on in this world? Why did these former partners of justice all become pirates? Ain gritted his teeth. Although he and Zephyr quit marine, they are not on the opposite side of justice. Instead, they want to follow Zephyr, reshape justice on the sea, and establish neo-marine. Advertisement pirates, in Ain's opinion, are an absolute evil. Why do Aokiji Admiral and Momoshagi Vice Admiral both want to become pirates? Or, he became the source of the riots in the sea and the most vicious pirate of this era. Entei, a subordinate of Portgas d'Ace, Gion, have you eaten devil fruit? At this time, Zephyr looked at Gion with a solemn expression. Observation Haki, you can also feel the terrifying aura remaining around Gion. This power is really amazing. Absolutely, you can easily kill him now. This proves that Gion's current strength may even surpass what he was at his peak. Gion's strength and potential are all too clear to Zephyr, who is the chief instructor of naval headquarters and is very close to Suru. Although he has become a candidate for Admiral of Headquarters, his strength is stronger than other naval headquarters Vice Admiral. However, the natural constraints of being a woman created a huge distance between Gion and the Admiral of Headquarters. But now, Gion not only has the strength of Admiral of Headquarters, but also surpasses him at his peak. This is, what devil fruit was eaten that could give Gion such a terrifying increase in combat power? Cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form. Gion looked at Zephyr and didn't hide it. It is as famous as Qinglong and Suzaku, and is known as the white tiger form with the strongest attack power among the phantom beasts. The devil fruit ability of the top phantom beast species that contains the will of the phantom beast will only choose its own master. Turtle fruit phantom beast species Xuanwu form is very important to me, Zephyr. The world government's process of collecting devil fruit, a species of fantasy beast, is also very difficult. In addition to Kaido who ate the blue dragon form, Suzaku and white tiger are now in the hands of this man. Zephyr's pupils shrank. The 4 top phantom beast devil fruit abilities, bird fruit, phantom beast, Suzaku form, cat fruit, phantom beast, white tiger form, were obtained by this man one after another. Turtle fruit, fantasy beast species, Xuanwu form, according to the description in the devil fruit illustrated book, can rejuvenate the old and strong. It is indeed very suitable for you now. You got both Suzaku and white tiger by yourself, what a terrible man. In other words, the number of the top phantom beast species, devil fruit, currently known to the world government is D. How about it? Do you want to join my army? I will give you this top-notch fantasy beast, devil fruit. It seems that you are interested in the last of the 4 top phantom beast species, devil fruit. In this sea, only one person can do it. Zephyr's pupils shrank when he heard this. Now, only the tortoise fruit, phantom beast species, Xuanwu form has not appeared. Fire Emperor, one of the 4 top phantom beast species, devil fruit. If anyone else said this, it would just make them fart. This man said that he wanted to find the turtle fruit, the phantom beast species, the basalt form. No one in this sea could question it. Ace looked at Zephyr with interest. It can give the elderly a new lease of life. Zephyr looked at Ace with cold sweat on his forehead. There is only one sentence to introduce the ability of the top phantom beast devil fruit, the turtle fruit phantom beast Xuanwu form. Even the world government has not collected such precious devil fruit. But the person who said this is the strongest demon fruit power in history, Emperor Yan, Portgas D. Ace. In the devil fruit illustrated book, there are very few introductions to the abilities of devil fruit, the top phantom species. The world government has been collecting the top devil fruit abilities for many years, but in the end they were unable to obtain the top devil fruit abilities. And being able to easily obtain such a top-notch fantasy beast species, devil fruit. This top-notch fantasy beast devil fruit ability is not a piece of cabbage, just for anyone to use. Ace looked at Zephyr, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The legendary 4 top phantom beast species are devil fruit, Qinglong, Xuanwu, Suzaku, and white tiger. No wonder Gion's combat power has increased so horribly. Zone devil fruit all have will, and as the strongest and most precious phantom beast species in Zone, this is even more true. Want to find it in the vast ocean? That's almost like a dream. But who knows whether the turtle fruit phantom beast species Xuanwu form is in the hands of this man. Zephyr looked at the smile on Ace's face and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The top phantom beast species devil fruit, as far as is known, has only obtained the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. Later, it was taken away by Big Mom and eaten by Kaido. 209. Meteor Falls. The Frozen Sea, 2 peak combat powers, take action. I didn't expect that Emperor Yan would recruit an old guy like me. It is really a generous move to use the legendary turtle fruit, phantom beast species, Xuanwu form, which is said to be able to rejuvenate the elderly, as a bargaining chip. But, Zephyr looked at Ace, and laughed. Did you make a mistake? First quit Marine not to take revenge on the world government that recruited my hatred into Shichibukai. Instead, we need to establish a new Marine, use explosive rocks to destroy all pirates, and end the era of great pirates. Although I don't know where you got this information, didn't you already explain it during the phone call with that brat Kuzan? Why are you so naive to invite me? Do you really think that your personal charm has reached a point where you can make people surrender with just a casual word? Since it falls into your hands, it is also my fate, except for God.
Zephyr looked grim and said in a deep voice. There are few people in the entire sea who are qualified to call Kuzan a kid.
But Zephyr definitely has this qualification. Although Kuzan's subsequent growth process and his journey to become the pinnacle of this sea, Garp's influence on it is stronger. It is also because of inheriting Garp's iron fist that Kuzan can eat the frozen fruit, which is said to have the strongest field control ability, but is not that good in terms of direct combat power bonus in the duel between peak experts. With the frozen fruit ability, armament Haki, and the power inherited from Garp's iron fist, he has the qualifications to fight head-on with the top 4 emperors. But Zephyr is the one who truly guides Kuzan into becoming a righteous marine. But unfortunately, Kuzan's development trajectory later exceeded Zephyr's expectations. First, he participated in Buster Call because the Ohara incident caused a crack in the justice in Kuzan's heart, turning his justice into lazy justice. Now, he has quit Marine directly and joined the command of Emperor Entei, the admiral of the strongest pirate group in the sea. And he joined with all his heart, even for him, his former teacher, and his classmates Smoker and others. They showed no mercy. If Emperor Yan had not ordered them to live, but had asked Kuzan to kill them, Zephyr is very sure that Kuzan will definitely make them completely lose their vitality under the power of frozen fruit. Although I don't know what method Emperor Yan used to make Kuzan so desperate. However, just with a word of solicitation in the turtle fruit phantom beast species Xuanwu form, you want to take him under your command and subvert the justice in his heart. Is this young man too arrogant? It has achieved unfailing success since going to sea, and even won a grand war victory like the Emperor Yan incident. With the addition of Kuzan, Gion and others, has his mentality changed? Well, let me tell you that not everything in this world is as you wish. Zephyr looked at Ace's expressionless face and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. How? After becoming the top big shot in the sea, he was ridiculed face to face by such an old man and ruthlessly. Are you going to use that invincible strength to bury him? Ain on the side also had a tense face, pretending to be ready to die calmly. Well, everything is done, let's prepare for the banquet. Under Zephyr's stunned gaze, Ace smiled at Lackey and the others and spoke. Welcome Gion to join us, we are really good at it. Ace raised his hand and laughed. Dit. The girls immediately raised their little hands and responded with sweet smiles. Lackey immediately went to prepare ingredients and wine, and returned to Ya to help Lackey. The other girls were cleaning up the place. Ace laughed and had a toast with Rayleigh. Hey, Z, let's have a drink together. Banquets are meant to be fun, ha ha ha. Try the wine brewed by my world's #1 chef. Ace raised his glass and looked at Zephyr and laughed. Zephyr felt like his face was twitching. What's happening here? But when he faced this man's invitation, he mocked him back then. Although he has taken a back seat, Zephyr is still very clear about the experience of this young man who, even as a pirate, is willing to be called a legend.
Since going to sea, there has been no defeat. Shichibukai Crocodile, Eni's Lobby, CP9, Celestial Dragons, Naval Headquarters, World Government.
They were killed and destroyed one after another. And defeat, retreat. Especially the Eni's Lobby incident was because members of CP9 had unauthorized contact with Nico Robin, the son of the devil on their ship, which offended the majesty of their emperor. As a result, Eni's Lobby was wiped out and CP9 was completely destroyed. Buster Call also trembled under the majesty of its emperor and could only be used by him to destroy Eni's Lobby, blatantly showing the majesty of its emperor to the world government. Such an extremely domineering man, faced with such an old man's face-to-face rejection and ridicule, he actually pretended that nothing happened. And invite him to a banquet? Is this world crazy? Well, Z, where did you learn about Ace's character? It couldn't be from Marine and world government newspapers, right? Rayleigh looked at Zephyr, whose face was almost twitching, and laughed. Besides, do you think too highly of yourself? Ace currently has 9 people under his command who are Admiral of Headquarters level or above. You are an old guy who has retired and lost an arm. Can Ace really invite you because of your ability? And use that precious turtle fruit, phantom beast species, Xuanwu form to invite you? After drinking a few glasses of wine, Rayleigh looked at Zephyr, laughed and told the truth. Rayleigh. Advertisement Zephyr's face almost turned green when he heard this. This B************* D just pointed at his nose and said, you deserve it. Tit, Zephyr's observation Haki, after sensing it, his face turned even greener.
Absolutely, I have no reason to refute it. Any cadre of the Entei Pirates fleet, except for the musician who is not responsible for frontal combat.
As well as the mascot Princess Mononoke, the other cadres seem to be better than him. How could this happen? During the Yandy incident, the strength of these cadres was far from that strong. Has the combat power of the officers of the Entei Pirates fleet been greatly improved again?
Etc. Zephyr and Ain's expression suddenly changed, and cold sweat began to break out on their foreheads.
9 people under the command of Emperor Yan, with combat power above admiral level?
After the Entei incident, Naval Headquarters and World Government also took stock of the combat power of the strongest pirate group today.
In addition to Emperor Yan, there are a total of 3 people under his command with combat power above the admiral level. Pluton, Silver Hyphenation Point Rayleigh, Dark Ranger, Yishao, and Little Thief Cat, Nami. Now Kuzan and Momosagi have joined, adding 2 more people. The other 4 are. Seeing that you are so curious, let me introduce it to you. Vivi, Lackey, Hancock, and Kaya are all admiral-level combatants now. And now Nami's combat power is even higher than that of Kuzan, me, and Yishao. She is the strongest combat power under Ace. Rayleigh looked at Zephyr's constipated expression and was in a good mood. Seeing the expression of this old rival, Rayleigh also felt a little bit evil in her heart and said with a smile. What? Zephyr's pupils shrank, his face full of shock. But Rayleigh, an old rival, didn't believe it. Besides, there was no need to lie to him, an old guy who had quit Marine, about this kind of thing. The combat power of the Little Thieving Cat now exceeds that of Rayleigh, Kuzan, and others? Doesn't this mean that the current combat power of the Little Thieving Cat is comparable to the peak combat power of the 4 emperors? Stronger than Aokiji, Kuzan? Are you kidding? Ain looked at Nami, who was preparing for the banquet, and said loudly. Although he has quit Marine, Kuzan has become a pirate and joined the Fire Emperor. But during the Marine period, Ain was also considered a dovish Marine general. Kuzan is the #1 dove, and Ain also respects his strength very much. A little girl smaller than her, with the thunder fruit given by Emperor Yan, her strength reached the level of the former teacher Zephyr. The strength of the Admiral level threshold has made Ain very unconvinced. Now, Pluton, Rayleigh is saying that this little girl is stronger than Kuzan? What to open, do you have any opinion? Nami turned her head, and thick purple-black lightning flashed violently in her beautiful eyes. Around Nami, a layer of violent black-purple lightning loomed, causing Zephyr and Ain's pupils to shrink. Ain, who was less powerful, fell to the ground and trembled under Nami's gaze. Conqueror's Haki. Entangled, looking at the black and purple lightning around Nami, Zephyr said with difficulty as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. That's right, the combined power of Thunderfruit, the most violent among Devilfruit, and Conqueror's Haki, the most domineering power on this sea. It's really, terrifyingly strong, ha ha ha, Rayleigh laughed out loud. That's it, it's really amazing to master this power at such a young age. Zephyr sat on the ground with a solemn expression. The combat power displayed by the Entei Pirates fleet was too terrifying. If today's naval headquarters faced the Entei Pirates fleet, it would be easily torn into pieces. The combat power of both sides is not at the same level at all. Thinking of what he just said, Zephyr also blushed a little. From this point of view, Emperor Yan really does not need this old guy at all. Then why would you use the very precious turtle fruit, phantom beast species, Xuanwu form to invite this old guy? Because you are Kuzan's teacher, please give me flowers. Ace looked at Zephyr and laughed. Are you kidding? Kuzan, now, will kill me and my former colleagues mercilessly because of your order. For this reason alone, veins popped out on Zephyr's forehead and he gritted his teeth and growled. This reason is enough. Before Zephyr could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ace. What? Zephyr looked at Ace blankly. Of course Kuzan will kill you because of my order, but this does not mean that Kuzan has no heart and feelings. Killing you will have some impact on Kuzan's mood and mentality. Kuzan is my subordinate. Ace's lips curled up slightly and he laughed loudly. Zephyr, completely silent. Advertisement, but it's impossible to let you go. You're bent on finding explosive rocks to destroy the new world. Letting you out will cause me some trouble. Why don't you just join my subordinates? Of course, if you don't want to, then you can only let my Princess Mononoke use my power to imprison you. Ace pulled Perona aside and rubbed Perona's Barbie doll-like cheeks. Woo! Who is your Princess Mononoke? Perona's pretty face turned red as she was being rubbed. Guillaume looked at Ace and bit his red lips. Although this is not the first time I have seen Ace like this in the past few days with the Entei Pirates. But no matter how many times I see you, I can't help but sigh. What a man with ultimate leadership charisma. He is worthy of being the man who makes Kuzan, a man like Yishao, swear to follow him to death. The smile at the corner of Rayleigh's mouth became more and more intense. Ace's charisma seems to be stronger than yours, Roger. Zephyr's expression became more and more complicated. Because you care about your subordinate's mood and mentality, are you willing to use the top-notch Phantom Beast Devil Fruit to invite him to join? During the battle at sea, Zephyr was very sure that Kuzan was following this man with all his heart. Even if this man asked Kuzan to destroy naval headquarters, Kuzan would not hesitate at all. However, this man did not regard Kuzan as a tool of power, but as a subordinate who truly cared about him. On the other hand, how does the world government treat him, a veteran who has trained Marine for the future? The pirates who killed his students were recruited into the 7 warlords of the sea, and they were on the same side as Marine. What an irony, world government, Marine. Zephyr lowered his head and couldn't see his expression clearly. After a moment, he stood up and walked towards Ace. Ain looked at Zephyr worriedly. Gulu, Gulu, good wine. Zephyr drank the glass of wine in one gulp and laughed loudly. That's right, no matter whether you join my pirate group or not, you just have to be happy when having a banquet, ha ha ha. Ace laughed and patted Zephyr on the shoulder. Come on, you drink too. Ace waved his hand, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki seemed to have an entity, grabbing Ain, and came to him. Ace laughed and poured a glass of wine into Ain's mouth.
Woo. After drinking a glass of strong wine, Ain suddenly started to sway.
Her drinking capacity is extremely poor. What a Conqueror's Haki controllability, he is worthy of being the most Haki man in this sea. Zephyr burst out laughing. Then one glass after another of wine was poured into his mouth. The contrast between the way Ace treated Kuzan and his subordinates, and the way world government treated him, deeply hurt him. Just let him get drunk. Ha ha ha, welcome Guillaume to join us, cheers. Ace raised his glass and laughed loudly, cheers. Guillaume smiled and raised his glass, feeling warm in his heart. Cheers. Everyone present raised their glasses, and the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. The banquet to welcome Guillaume was held for many days. And today, Dressrosa, let the old man say hello to these young men. Yishao said with a faint smile. Chang. The sword with a smile was suddenly unsheathed. Call out. The terrifying gravity ripples instantly rushed into the sky and broke out of the weather. After a while, boom, A huge meteorite fell suddenly. Phew. The port here is closed to traffic. From Kuzan's mouth, he exhaled a breath of cold air. Buzz. Phew. The terrifying freezing air roared out instantly. The entire sea around Dressrosa was instantly frozen. No one can leave here. Ice Age. The Entei Pirate Fleet, 2 peak combat powers. Take action and die. Chapter 210. The collapse of the Don Quixote family. Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Located on the top floor of this palace, in a dark and luxurious room. Boom. Hoo. He punched the wall hard, causing spider-like cracks on the wall. Doflamingo woke up from his dream, holding his forehead and panting heavily, with veins on his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Doflamingo raised his head and looked at the dim room, his cheeks twitching. Doflamingo claims to be one of the kings of the underground world, so his room is always extremely dark. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said the name of the man who made him so sensitive.
Doflamingo hasn't had a good night's sleep since returning to Dressrosa after the Entei incident.
Especially after Kaido informed him to increase the supply of artificial devil fruit, smile, and prepare for war with the Entei pirates. Doflamingo wakes up every night. Start a war with that monster? Is that D Kaido crazy? Although Kaido was also a man who was afraid of him before, he was called the strongest creature in the world, and he was the strongest man in the world in a single fight before. But after the Yan Emperor incident, the title of strongest duel has already been replaced. Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace, is the strongest man in this era. During the Yan Emperor incident, the strength displayed by that man was simply terrifying to the extreme. Evolve the Mera Mera fruit in the direction of the sun, and the flames released are even more terrifying than the temperature of the Earth's core. Even the monster lava fruit of Akainu was defeated by the high temperature of its fierce, 623, flames. He possesses terrifying power beyond that of the 4 emperors just by virtue of his pure devil fruit ability. Conqueror's Haki even surpassed the former most Haki man in the world, 4 emperors red-haired Shanks. Even the naval headquarters vice-admiral could not withstand the impact of Conqueror's Haki, and could only tremble under the emperor's majesty. It is also able to use its special abilities to use all devil fruit's abilities. The last one released, the power like the sun, seriously injured Kaido's immortal blue dragon's body with one blow. In the center of the Sabaody archipelago, a terrifying cavity was formed that the sea could not recover in a short time. With the wisdom of Sengoku and Ben Beckman, who is superior to the Buddha, he completely controls the battle situation. Even the Buster Call of Naval Headquarters and Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru have become pawns in the hands of that man. The terrifying strength, skill, and wisdom forced those 5 old guys, and the 5 elders had no choice but to give in. The Buster Call, which represents the absolute justice of the world government, has been suspended. If Kaido is afraid of him only because of his strength, then that man, Entei, Portgas d'Ace, is a terrifying man with absolutely perfect strength, wisdom, and skills. Just thinking about it made him fear the existence from the depths of his heart. Originally, because of that idiot Bellamy, he came into the sight of that terrible man. But at any rate, there is still some room for maneuver. But now, that Kaido guy wants to go to war directly with that scary man? Also use the artificial devil fruit, smile, he provided. Wouldn't this mean that we directly bumped into that terrible man? What's the difference between this and seeking death? Doflamingo looked extremely ugly. Although Kaido is strong and the Beast's pirates are strong, they are the 4 strongest pirate groups in this sea and the top 2 most powerful pirate groups among the 4 Emperors pirate groups. But against that terrifying man Entei, and the world's strongest pirate group, the Entei Pirates, who can defeat naval headquarters from the front, led by him. Basically, it's just hitting an egg against a stone. Although in terms of power, the Beast's pirates, who have dominated the sea for many years, have the upper hand. But the high-end combat power of the Entei pirate fleet is really terrifying. Not to mention Emperor Yan, but the few powerful cadres under him. Pluton, Silver Hyphenation Point Rayleigh, Dark Ranger, Yishao, and Little Thief Cat, Nami. These 3 people are enough to fight on an equal footing with all the high-end combat power of the Beast's pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, and the 3 major disasters. Recently, he received news about the capabilities of world government. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji quit Marine and joined Entei's command. Doflamingo knows very well how powerful Aokiji is. That is one, although there is no Conqueror's Haki, but relying on the Frozen Fruit ability, Armament Haki, and the Iron Fist inherited from the Marine hero, Garp. In a short period of time, fight with the 4 emperors and the surrounding monsters. Advertisement if such a monster joins Emperor Yan's command. Doflamingo's cheeks twitched. Absolutely no way to win. Absolutely impossible to win. Even if his Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates join forces, they will never be able to defeat such a large fleet of Entei pirates. This is without counting the most terrifying man, Entei Portgas d'Ace. Their chances of winning are extremely slim. If you add that scary man, it's basically just trying to kill someone with an egg against a rock. There's no difference between trying to kill someone. Now Doflamingo no longer expects to be able to get rid of that man's shadow. After that man achieved such an achievement, he began to loosen up due to the impact of that man's Conqueror's Haki, which caused his own Haki to stagnate. Although he didn't want to admit it, Doflamingo understood that the reason why he was a little loose was because that man was far above his current level. The two sides are not in the same dimension at all. Because of the strong psychological shadow caused by the impact of Conqueror's Haki, his Haki stagnated. To put it bluntly, it was because of the Conqueror's Haki in his body, trying to overpower the influence of that man's Haki. But because it could not be overcome, the guide stagnated. And when that man became stronger again, so strong that he seemed to be standing in the sky, and he didn't even have the qualification to look up, and couldn't even see the shadow of that man. The Conqueror's Haki in his body no longer has the desire to try to overcome the influence of that man Haki. Naturally, Haki's influence on him was reduced. In other words, he is now not even qualified to be that man's stepping stone. Although Haki has hope of becoming stronger again, Doflamingo is not happy at all. Even the kingly aptitude in his body, Conqueror's Haki, completely gave in to that man? It seems that we need to contact the world government more. Kaido and Entei are at war, and their defeat is certain. Doflamingo stood up, put on his pink feather coat, and walked to the window, his eyes flashing under his sunglasses. He is celestial dragons. Although it is no longer recognized by the Holy Land, he still has the secret about Mary Jo's secret treasure. His identity as a former celestial dragons, combined with the secret of Mary Jo's secret treasure, makes him qualified to negotiate with the world government and the five elders. During the Yandi incident, he fell into Ben Beckman's scheme, causing Hawkeye, the B******************* D, to take action against him, but in the end the responsibility fell on him. But it is for this reason that the five elders in the world government cannot hold him accountable. The current Yandi fleet headed by Yandi is really too powerful.
It's so strong that even naval headquarters can't face it alone.
This is something that no pirate group has been able to do before. But now, the only one who can compete with that man and have the upper hand is the behemoth world government. Wait until Kaido and that man have a complete war and are defeated. He must also find a way to stay in Mariajoy for a while to avoid the limelight. Although that man has the ability to travel between Mariajoy and Mariajoy, based on his knowledge of Mariajoy's secret treasure. The world government is not completely helpless in dealing with that man's surprise attack. Moreover, although he was unwilling to admit it, his value was not enough for that man to take risks, because Mariajoy specifically killed him. Fufu. You will die in the hands of Emperor Yan, Kaido. When the world really goes into riots, I may not have a chance. After figuring out some plans, Doflamingo opened the window, looked at the sky, and laughed. Buzz. Phew. Suddenly, a terrifying sound came from the sky. Doflamingo, who was laughing at the sky, suddenly turned pale. The next moment, the pupils under the sunglasses suddenly tightened. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, a huge meteorite, accompanied by frictional flames caused by falling into the atmosphere, fell in the direction of his palace. Little Lord. The user with the sticky fruit ability discovered Doflamingo's aptitude for becoming a king when he was a child. He gave the string fruit to Torbil of Doflamingo and screamed in panic in the courtyard. Meteorite. Damn it. Where did the meteorite come from? Other cadres of the Don Quixote family rushed out one after another. Looking at the huge meteorite falling from the sky, his face was horrified. The Don Quixote family has indeed done a lot of bad things. But I have never heard of it in this sea. If you do too many bad things, you will be hit by meteorites, right? This ability is. Advertisement. Looking at the huge meteorite, Doflamingo began to sweat on his forehead. Armed. Super Strike Whip. But in the crisis, Doflamingo had no time to think too much and could only quickly activate the ability of string fruit. Dozens of almost transparent thin threads spurted out from Doflamingo's hand, and then gathered into thick threads like hair. Then, Armament Haki didn't stop at all, completely hardening the thread column into steel black. With Doflamingo's fierce swing, the jet black wire pillar was like an omnipotent steel wire pillar, cutting towards the large meteorite. Bah! Boom! Under Doflamingo's string fruit ability and Armament Haki's full resistance, the huge meteorite was cut in half. Keep cutting. Attack them all, Doflamingo shouted angrily. All the cadres' expressions immediately changed, and they gritted their teeth and attacked the cut meteorite. Although it was cut open, the maximum kinetic energy had been offset by Doflamingo, but if it fell straight down, their base would still be destroyed. Boom! With the attacks of everyone in the Don Quixote family, the huge meteorite finally gradually turned into huge pieces of rubble. Although it is still impossible to prevent their whereabouts, it is enough for the Don Quixote family. Assimilation. A high-pitched voice sounded that was a bit irritating. A person with stone fruit ability, Pika, screamed. The ability of the stone fruit was activated, assimilating all the fragments of meteorites in the sky into his rock body. After solving this huge meteorite behind the stone, the cadres of the Don Quixote family began to gasp. Call, okay, so cold. A wave of air came, and Baby 5, who was a martial arts user and dressed as a maid, shuddered. Cold? Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. Violet, use your powers and see what happened? Doflamingo said angrily towards a tall woman. Doflamingo does not have Thunder Fruit's ability to increase observation Haki's range. What happens at the beach cannot be sensed by his observation Haki. Ming, I understand. The user with the Stare Fruit ability, Purple 1.4 Roland, is actually the Princess of Dressrosa, Violet. Hearing Doflamingo's words, he also shuddered, and cold sweat began to flow from his forehead. This was the first time she saw Doflamingo acting so gaffily. Touch the tips of your index finger and thumb to form a circle-like gesture similar to the OK gesture. The slightly fruit ability is activated. The abnormality on the sea was instantly noticed by Wei Kaishi. The big sea is frozen. Violet's words made Doflamingo's pupils shrink to the ultimate level. Frozen sea. There is only one man in this sea who can do this.
There are 2 more people who are landing. They are on a ship with a pirate flag.
Violet had cold sweat on her forehead. She knows these 2 people.
Who? What kind of pirate flag is it? Doflamingo completely lost his composure and roared somewhat madly.
Although there were already speculations, he didn't want to admit it. Because if it is those 2 people, his fate has already been determined. Yes, the Admiral of Headquarters Frog, and the captain of the 2nd team of the Entei pirate ship, Yishao, the Doctor of the Republic of Daxia. The pirate flag flying is the Entei pirates. What Violet said made all the Don Quixote family cadres look completely collapsed and horrified, appearing on the faces of these famous cadres. Entei, this man's name, even Shichibukai, must crawl in front of him. Emperor. Doflamingo's expression was also completely out of control.
211. Let the flag of the Entei pirates fly over Dressrosa.
Dressrosa, in a hut. A girl with sakura-colored hair was waving a huge sword that was completely different from her sweet appearance. Boom. Who? After exhaustion, Sakura, the sweet girl with colorful hair, could no longer hold the giant sword in her hand and let it hit the ground heavily. Kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, sweat streaked across his white cheeks and dripped to the ground. Stand up, Rebecca. You are not strong enough to survive in this country. Not far from Rebecca, a one-legged soldier toy spoke human words, looked at Rebecca and shouted. Sir, Mr. Soldier, I'm too tired. Rebecca lowered her little head, bit her red lips, and her tone was trembling. The toy soldier, Cyrus, looked at Rebecca's appearance, feeling infinite distress and pain in his heart. He is actually Rebecca's father. Rebecca was born to him in Scarlet, the princess of Dressrosa. However, when Doflamingo used a vicious plan to overthrow the throne of Dressrosa's original king, King Riku.
In order to save King Riku, who was held hostage by Doflamingo, he even cut off his left leg, but at the moment he was about to attack Doflamingo.
However, his body was touched by Sugar, a member of the Don Quixote family and a user of the childlike fruit ability. The terrifying and despairing devil fruit ability, the childlike fruit. This devil fruit ability, which seems to have a name like a child's beautiful vision, contains a power that makes people feel desperate. Anyone touched by a person with childlike fruit ability will turn into a toy. Then everyone in this world will lose their memory of you. In other words, from the moment you are affected by the childlike fruit ability, you are just a toy to this world. His wife and daughter all lost their memories of him. Even at the moment when his wife was killed by Diamante, a leader of the Don Quixote family, she was turned into a toy due to the influence of the childlike fruit's ability. Although his wife died in his arms, she had no memory of him at the moment of her death. And he, who had been turned into a toy, could not even feel his wife's body temperature while holding his wife's body, and could not even cry. Hell. Despair. What this ability brings to this country is ultimate despair. All the toys in this country were transformed into toys by people who were affected by Sugar's ability to use the childlike fruit. And their relatives have lost their memories of them. But even if he was so desperate, he could never fall down like this. Because he still has a daughter. Looking at Rebecca, Cyrus felt extremely compassionate in his heart, but his expression was extremely cold in Rebecca's eyes. The person who became a toy can't even change his facial expression. How desperate. He couldn't convey his feelings to Rebecca, because it would only bring sadness and pain to Rebecca. He can only continue to urge Rebecca to practice bad. In this pirate country ruled by Doflamingo with childlike fruits and violence, Rebecca, who has the blood of the Riku royal family. If you don't have strength, you won't be able to survive. Keep picking up the sword in your hand, Rebecca, you want to become stronger. Cyrus said stiffly. You have to live. In a voice that Rebecca could not hear, Cyrus murmured his greatest hope. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a whistling sound exploded in the sky. Rebecca and Cyrus ran outside in shock and looked up at the sky. Meteorite? Rebecca opened her red lips and looked at the huge meteorite falling in the sky, with a look of horror on her pretty face. Falling. The direction of falling is. Cyrus looked at the direction in which the meteorite fell and cried out in shock. In that direction is the former kingdom palace of King Riku, which is now occupied by Doflamingo and has become the headquarters of his pirate group. Shoo. And, the next moment, with a huge noise, the huge meteorite was cut off by the jet-black thread pillar. Then, with the joint efforts of the Don Quixote family cadres, the huge meteorite was broken down into huge pieces of rubble. Pika, a leader of the Don Quixote family, was assimilated into a stone giant by his stone fruit ability. This made Cyrus feel a sense of despair. Can't Doflamingo be punished even if a meteorite falls from the sky? Call out, ah la la, your trick doesn't work very well, Yishao. In Cyrus's shocked eyes, a man with half of his body covered in ice walked over from the sea. The terrifying freezing air kept rising from this man's body, and the temperature of the weather dropped rapidly. And behind it, the sea was completely frozen. After all, There are many civilians here, and meteorites that are too large will also affect them.
This is just an old man saying hello to a young man. Quote.
Not far from this man, a tall, blind, middle-aged man holding a cane was walking slowly on the street. Well, I feel the gaze of devil fruit's ability. Is this gaze from such a distance the ability to stare at the fruit? It's a pretty good devil fruit ability. Let's take it back to the captain together. Kuzan's observation haki spread, and his eyes under the sunglasses shone with an astonishing cold light. The ability to assimilate the old meteorite is Paramesh's stone fruit, right? It's a bit weak. I heard from Mr. Ace that Doflamingo also has Logia's snow fruit and gas fruit.
I just don't know if it's here. If it's here, let me take it back together for Mr. Ace. Quote.
A smile spread across observation haki, and his face was extremely serious. This is the first task Mr. Ace has given him, it must be completed perfectly. Advertisement. Anyway, our first target is Doflamingo's string fruit and Sugar's childlike fruit. As for the other things, it doesn't matter if you can't get the best. The captain can get as much devil fruit of this level as he wants. Kuzan said calmly. Childlike fruit. It's such a troublesome ability. Isn't there a person here who is affected by the ability? Smiling under the shocked eyes of Cyrus and Rebecca, he slowly walked towards them. You are. Cyrus and Rebecca looked at the blind middle-aged man in front of them, their voices trembling.
They know these two people. In the Yandy incident, because of the public live broadcast, there were too many strong men at the top of this ocean who were known to the world. These two people are two. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, the Dark Ranger, smiles.
Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. Why does it appear here?
Cyrus' voice was trembling. Both of them are important figures at the top of this sea.
The great incident of Emperor Yan made the people of the world understand what the real strong people in this sea are. And how huge the gap between the strong in this world is. Doflamingo, who rules this country, is not even qualified to participate in the core battlefield. The two people in front of him, any one of them, has the strength that is absolutely superior to Doflamingo. He is a big shot in the absolute sense, Admiral. Well, I am no longer Marine Admiral. Let me introduce myself. Under the command of Emperor Entei, the captain of the Entei pirate ship group, and the captain of the first team, Yazan. Kuzan looked at Cyrus and Rebecca, and the corners of his mouth curved. Rebecca and Cyrus looked at Kuzan in horror. One of the most powerful admiral of headquarters in the world government, Aokiji joins Entei's command? Emperor Yan, Cyrus and Rebecca looked horrified. This is a real super big man in this sea. Single-handedly, he led the Yan Emperor incident and publicly executed 3 world nobles because of this. Even this sea, the naval headquarters, which represents justice, fell into defeat in front of Emperor Yan. One of the 5 elders who holds the highest power in the world had his head smashed by Emperor Yan. Doflamingo, who has brought so much disaster to this country and made them feel endless despair. In front of Emperor Yan, he was not even qualified to stand. Just the name Entei is enough to make a great pirate like Shichibukai fearful. The strongest man in the world. The most hockey man in the world. The man who can burn the world. The absolute super big man in this sea. A man who is even higher than the 4 emperors who rule the sea like emperors. Entei. Portgas. Diaz, Yan, Emperor Yan. Why? Cyrus felt like his soul was trembling at this moment. Why would this man, whose name alone is enough to make Doflamingo crawl, send 2 of his big men to Dressrosa? Also, if get him and Rebecca. Cyrus was not a fool. How could these 2 big men appear in front of them for no reason? Especially the man behind these 2 big shots, the man who can change the whole world with just one stamp of his feet. Why did you find him and Rebecca? Although it seems that these 2 big shots have no ill intentions at the moment. But Cyrus still felt fear in his soul. He and Rebecca were really far away from Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan is a man who can overthrow many countries with just one word. How could you not be frightened when being found by such a super big shot? Well, Mr. Soldier is smarter than we thought. Kuzan spread his hands. Rebecca, the granddaughter of King Riku, right? Kuzan looked at Rebecca standing aside. The words he said made Cyrus and Rebecca tremble. Don't be nervous, Mr. Soldier, this is for you. Kuzan handed a flag to Cyrus. This is. Cyrus looked at the flag in his hand and was shocked. Surrounding the skull are terrifying flames that seem to be able to burn everything. This is the pirate flag of the Entei Pirates. This pirate flag alone has caused countless big pirates to flee. What you need to do is, after Doflamingo's death, plant this pirate flag in the most conspicuous place in this country, and let the Entei Pirates' pirate flag fly in Dressrosa. Then, use your identities to appease the people and avoid causing chaos in this country. How about it? Are you willing to serve Emperor Yan? Kuzan looked at Rebecca and Cyrus and smiled lightly. Let the pirate flag of the Entei Pirates fly in Dressrosa. Cyrus murmured. In this world, a country plants a pirate flag.
The meaning is very clear. That is, this country is the territory of the pirate group where the pirate flag is located.
Emperor Yan, do you want to bring Dressrosa under your command? Of course, the most important thing is to appease the people and tell them the facts of what happened here to avoid causing chaos and casualties. This is also the order of Emperor Yan. Advertisement. A smile brought a smile to the corner of his mouth. It is an honor from the bottom of my heart to work for Mr. Ace.
Mr. Ace's order is completely in line with his philosophy.
B.A. Cyrus remained silent. Want to do it? Do they have this power? Dig. Rebecca took the pirate flag from Cyrus' hand and raised her pretty face. I do, Rebecca said firmly. Rebecca? Cyrus looked at Rebecca in shock. Mr. Soldier, this is our only chance to save the country from Doflamingo, isn't it? And is it necessary for a super big man like Emperor Yan to let his 2 division captains tell lies in front of you and me, pretending to be considerate of the people? Rebecca turned her head and looked at Cyrus and said. The sweet and pretty face is full of strength and determination at this moment. Rebecca. Cyrus looked at the strength and determination on Rebecca's face and murmured. We are obviously a member of the world government, but because Doflamingo is a Shichibukai, no one comes to help us. Dressrosa has become 713 Pirate Kingdom. Rather than doing this, it's better to follow Emperor Yan's command, isn't it? Rebecca said loudly. Smart and strong girl, Kuzan praised. I understand, Rebecca. Cyrus looked at Rebecca and wanted to cry. My daughter has really grown up. We will let the Entei Pirates' pirate flag fly at the top of Dressrosa. Cyrus looked at Kuzan and smiled and said loudly. Very good, this is a gift from Emperor Yan to you. Yishao took out a talisman bag from his arms and opened the mouth of the bag. $. Accompanied by a strange flash of light, a crimson light point slowly came into contact with the body of Cyrus' toy soldier. Call. The next moment, the Suzaku flame burned suddenly. Mr. Soldier. Rebecca cried out in horror, but soon, Rebecca's eyes began to dull. Call. The Suzaku flame slowly dissipated. The childlike fruit ability has been completely purified by the Suzaku flame. The talisman bag was made by Ace. It was similar to the lucky charms given to the girls. It contained parts of the realm of understanding. In the bag, there is some devil factor, which can activate the devil fruit ability with the help of the talisman bag. Cyrus stared blankly at the recovered hand. Father. Rebecca's heart-rending shouts, let Cyrus, a man as strong as steel, couldn't bear it anymore, hugged Rebecca who rushed over, and cried loudly. He has recovered from the ability of the childlike fruit. His daughter's memory of him has also recovered. He felt his daughter's body temperature. What a heinous crime, Doflamingo. Yishao looked at the father and daughter, and his expression became sharp. Such tragedies, Dressrosa, and many more. Let's go, use Doflamingo's head to pave the way for the captain to become king. Kuzan turned his head and looked in the direction of the palace. After Cyrus and Rebecca hugged each other and cried for a moment, they also stood up and held the flag of the Entei Pirates tightly in their hands. Now, they are going to fly the pirate flag in Dressrosa. My ability. At this time, Sugar suddenly rushed out and looked at Doflamingo, his face pale. What happened? Looking at the Sugar, Doflamingo shouted in his heart that something was wrong. Sugar's childlike fruit ability is the key to his ability to completely dominate Dressrosa. It seems like one of my abilities has been lifted. Sugar's face turned a little pale. What? Doflamingo was about to say something. Next moment, boom, boom, the terrifying gravity suddenly came. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were lying on the ground unable to move under this terrible gravity. Doflamingo raised his head with difficulty, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Advertisement Chapter 212. The Mystery of Paramesh's Awakening, Dimensionality Reduction Attack. Buzz. The terrifying gravity field suddenly descended on the Don Quixote family's headquarters. The Don Quixote family and the leaders of the Shichibukai pirates, who are also famous on the sea, have no ability to resist at this moment. He was completely crushed to the ground by this terrible gravity, unable to move. Boom. The body of the stone giant transformed from the debris of the falling meteorite collapsed instantly under the terrible gravity. Pika, who used the power of the stone fruit to integrate into the huge body of the stone giant, instantly fell out of the stone giant's body and hit the ground heavily. Evil, devil fruit ability? My Haki is useless. There was a hint of panic in Pika's high-pitched voice. His armament Haki strength ranks among the highest in the entire Don Quixote family. Able to use armament Haki to harden the entire body to form armament Haki armor. But at this moment, when the devil fruit ability came, his Haki had no resistance and was defeated. This can only show one thing, that is, the gap between his Haki strength and the devil fruit's ability is too huge.
There is no restraint between armament Haki and devil fruit's abilities.
Armament Haki the strong can penetrate the devil fruit ability of the weak. Those with strong devil fruit abilities can also defeat the armament Haki of the weak with their pure devil fruit abilities. Of course, the one who uses this ability is a big shot. Doflamingo's strength is far superior to Pika. Under the pure influence of this heavy fruit ability, he can still maintain his body shape. But at this moment, Doflamingo's face no longer had the evil smile of the past. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, dripping continuously. His face was even a little pale due to shock and anger.
What do you want from me? Entei Pirates. Doflamingo roared angrily, veins popping up on his forehead.
Allah, you are still very impressive, Doflamingo. Ta. Accompanied by a burst of footsteps, 2 figures came slowly from a distance. After seeing these 2 figures, the faces of the cadres of the Don Quixote family began to show signs of despair. Former world government's highest combat power, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. And, one of the peak combat powers of Entei, the captain of the 2nd Division of Entei Pirates, Dark Ranger, smiles. Two big men on the sea came together. Facing any one of them, the Don Quixote family would probably be in trouble. The two of them came here together, and the Don Quixote family had no chance of winning. Even if their young master has the qualifications of a king, it will not help. With these two people working together, even if 4 Emperors Kaido faced off alone, he would probably be exhausted. The gap is too big, not a one-dimensional gap at all. Fufu, the development of the matter is no longer up to me. Why do you need to do that cowardly thing? Doflamingo looked at Kuzan and smiled, although his forehead was covered with veins and cold sweat due to the tremendous pressure.
But there was a trademark evil smile on his face.
As one of the great pirates on this sea, Doflamingo, who also has a cooperative relationship with the 4 Emperors and Kaido of the Beasts, knows very well how terrifying the top fighters on this sea are. Kuzan smiled. If one of these two people comes here, even if the Don Quixote family swarms them, they may not be able to kill them all. But these two people came here together, and the Don Quixote family had no chance at all and had no choice but to be divided. The only person who can decide his fate at this moment is the man behind these two people. A man whose power exceeds that of the 4 Emperors. Entei. Portgas. Dace, Doflamingo is not a fool. Since Emperor Yan asked his 2 peak combat powers to come here together, he also directly used his multiple fruit abilities to summon meteorites. And used the frozen fruit ability to freeze the sea area around Dressrosa. You can be sure that Emperor Yan will take action on him. Originally, Doflamingo was still thinking about how to break away from the game between Kaido and Entei and head to the Holy Land Mariajoy first. But he didn't expect that before he could take action, Emperor Yan sent 2 peak warriors here. Advertisement. You really think highly of yourself. Doflamingo looked at Kuzan, who was wearing sunglasses, and smiled with his eyes closed, cold sweat dripping uncontrollably from his forehead. Facing such 2 powerful peak combat forces, the huge pressure caused his breathing to stagnate. To make matters worse, both men have devil fruit abilities. The gravity field with numerous fruit abilities, and the frozen fruit ability has been awakened, and the terrifying freezing air is pervasive in the atmosphere. Haki must be completely wrapped around the body without leaving any gaps. Otherwise, he would fall to the ground without the ability to resist, just like his Don Quixote family cadres. But facing the devil fruit abilities of 2 of the most powerful people in the sea at the same time, Haki's consumption was simply terrifying. The stamina continued to pass away, causing Doflamingo's muscles to begin to tremble faintly. What he ate was Paramesh's string fruit, not Logia's devil fruit. Basically, you can't use the devil fruit ability to gain physical experience. If this continues, there won't even be a chance to take action. If Haki's physical strength is exhausted, he will be inferior to ordinary people in a short period of time and will have to be slaughtered by others. This is Doflamingo and will never be tolerated. Even if you die, you must die standing. Buzz. Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared out with terrifying aura. Boom. Conqueror's Haki didn't hold back at all, forming waves of terrifying momentum, roaring continuously in the atmosphere. Although I have not mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, I cannot use Conqueror's Haki to make direct attacks. However, as a king, the sudden burst of Conqueror's Haki can interfere with the activation of Devil Fruit's ability. At least, the leaders of the Don Quixote family can be freed from the influence of the gravity fruit. Allah, do you want to fight to the death, Doflamingo? Kuzan's eyes under his sunglasses shone with an astonishing cold light. Nice Conqueror's Haki, but unfortunately, you met Mr. Kuzan and the old man. Yishao held the staff sword in his hand, and Haki began to condense all over his body. Do it, rush out, Doflamingo roared. String fruit's ability is fully exploded. Buzz. The awakened power of string fruit spreads completely. The surrounding grounds, buildings, lawns, everything affected by the string fruit ability becomes a thread. Logia Devil Fruit, after awakening, can only transform elements that already exist in nature, such as pure land, trees and other elements that already exist in nature. However, those that have been artificially synthesized, such as buildings, steel, etc., cannot be transformed. The awakening of Paramecia Devil Fruit can transform everything affected by Devil Fruit's ability into part of Devil Fruit's ability. Even buildings and steel can be transformed. Although these converted powers cannot be used to restore physical strength, they can be used to attack. This is something that Logia cannot do after awakening. Logia Devil Fruit is an element that exists in nature and has its upper limit. For example, if the Mera fruit ability that Ace eats does not develop a residual fire style, then no matter how Ace develops it, no matter how strong Ace himself becomes. The temperature limit of Ace Flame is the temperature limit of flame that exists in nature, which is about 1300 degrees Celsius. As for Kuzan's frozen fruit, no matter how Kuzan develops it, it can only be developed to the temperature of naturally existing icebergs in nature. It is absolutely impossible to break through this upper limit. In other words, even if the Logia Devil Fruit ability is awakened, it can transform the surrounding elements. But at best, it can only carry out large-scale attacks, restore physical strength, and carry out long-term persistent operations. There is almost no increase in the true upper limit of ability users' combat power. Of course, this does not mean that the awakening of Logia Devil Fruit's ability will not improve the combat power of the ability user. The real function of the Logia Devil Fruit after its awakening is the ability to restore physical strength after the Logia Devil Fruit's ability is awakened. Allows the ability user to use powerful moves that require a lot of physical strength to be used multiple times. For example, Kuzan's Ice Gloves, full use of the Frozen Fruit ability, Armament Haki, and the Iron Fist inherited from Garp.
The combination of the three powers, without the physical recovery ability of the Logia Devil Fruit after awakening, it would be impossible to fight for a long time.
Ace's residual fire style also requires a lot of physical strength, and the same reason applies. Advertisement: only with the help of the power awakened by the Logia Devil Fruit ability, the ultimate move of the Logia Devil Fruit ability can exert its due power. It does not have the ability to restore physical strength like the Logia Devil Fruit ability. The awakening of Paramecia Devil Fruit has a more direct way. That is, directly use the power transformed by Devil Fruit's ability to attack. Directly increase the upper limit of the ability user's combat power. 16 rounds of Sacred Bullets hyphenation point gods killing. Doflamingo roared. After being transformed, countless silk threads suddenly formed 16 paths, huge waves of white thread. Under the hardening of Armament Haki's package, it suddenly turned into spiked thread pillars glowing with pitch black light. The terrifying cold light makes people shudder. This is the power of Paramecia Devil Fruit's ability to awaken. Before awakening, Doflamingo would never have been able to use the string fruit ability to create such a large-scale string attack. Although it does not allow the ability user to obtain the Logia Demon Fruit power, after awakening, he can obtain terrifying long-lasting combat capabilities and the ability to frequently use special moves. But it can directly increase the upper limit of the ability user's combat power and create the ability user's strongest special move. Amidst the loud shouts of Torble, the user with Sticky Fruit ability. The officials of the Don Quixote family took full action. Devil Fruit's ability, Armament Haki, did not hold back at all. It burst out instantly and attacked Kuzan and Yishao. One of the Shichibukai, a member of the Don Quixote family under Doflamingo, attacks with all his strength. Chang, accompanied by a harsh unsheathing sound. The sword with a smile was suddenly unsheathed. The next moment, the terrifying Armament Haki, combined with the full power of multiple fruits, slashed out with the sword of the staff. Gravity Knife Tiger. Buzz. Phew. Under the influence of Armament Haki, a horizontal pitch black gravity wave roared out. It is different from Marine Admiral Fujitora in the original work, who was unable to take full action due to concerns about Doflamingo Shichibukai's identity. The Smile at this time is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates fleet. The job I received from Ace: the mission is to completely defeat the Don Quixote family. There was no hold on anything. The terrifying gravity caused the atmosphere to twist violently. Boom. Under the horrified gaze of Doflamingo, Zhao Qian, he can only unleash his unique skills after awakening. Under this pitch black gravity wave, it twisted violently and then collapsed. Doflamingo could only block with his hands in front of his body. Armament Haki covered his whole body and took this move forcefully. Boom. As this terrifying gravity wave rolled over, Doflamingo's Armament Haki was instantly defeated. Countless amounts of blood, under the action of gravity waves, shot out from Doflamingo's body. Boom. With deep reluctance, Doflamingo fell heavily to the ground. The gap between Doflamingo, who has not reached the Admiral threshold, and Yishao, who has tried his best. Alala, thank you for your attack. Click, click, whoop. Facing the full attack of the Don Quixote family cadres, half of Kuzan's body suddenly turned into cold ice. The terrifying freezing air burst out instantly. The cadres of the Don Quixote family who rushed over felt a burst of freezing air that was so cold that it hit their bones, and then they lost consciousness in an instant. Crack. Click. But in reality, the moment Kuzan used the frozen fruit, the devil fruit ability of the Don Quixote family leaders, Haki, was instantly defeated. The extremely cold air instantly froze all the Don Quixote family members, except for Sugar and Violet, who were not making any moves in the distance. Damn it. Doflamingo, who fell to the ground and had not completely lost his ability to resist, was also frozen in the extremely cold air, accompanied by Ultimate's unwillingness. Under Emperor Yan's command, the two peak combat powers took action. One of the Shichibukai pirate groups, pure Don Quixote family? No resistance. Chapter 213, joining the Entei pirate fleet. Violet stared blankly at what was happening in front of her. Then used dirty methods and powerful strength to turn Dressrosa into a pirate kingdom. Then, using Shichibukai's position, neither Marine nor the world government can investigate. Doflamingo, who brought endless despair to Dressrosa, and the Don Quixote family under his command, are finished. In just such an instant, it was over. Violet looked at the ice sculptures in front of her and swallowed hard. Doflamingo, its 7 warlords of the sea. In front of Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family, the former main family of Dressrosa did not even have the slightest ability to resist. It can only be allowed to use the childlike fruit of sugar to destroy Dressrosa, the fairy kingdom of love and passion. It became a toy kingdom forgotten by the world. People who have been turned into toys by children's fruits live in a hell where they are regretted by their relatives, friends, and the world. And Doflamingo's powerful strength and influence also make it impossible for those in the kingdom who want to resist to see any hope. But now, this man who was known as one of the kings in the underground world and was backed by the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts, and the Don Quixote family under him, were destroyed so simply? Violet also saw the scene of the Entei incident being broadcast live to the whole world on the Sabaody archipelago. But with her low strength, she couldn't intuitively feel how strong the top figure who really stood in the sea during the live broadcast was. What exactly does it mean? Now at this moment, she completely understood. The most powerful man in the world today is said to be a legendary superfigure who is above the four emperors. Entei. Porcas Diez. What does this name mean? This means that Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family, who brought them great despair in Dressrosa. In front of him, he is not even an ant. 2 squad captains under his command were sent here. In just a moment, the Doflamingo and Don Quixote families who were struggling to resist were killed. Let it be destroyed in an instant in despair. Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family under his command have no ability to resist at all. It was even simpler than when they Dressrosa and failed to resist Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo used tricks and calculations back then. And these 2 famous captains under Emperor Yan, in just 953 seconds, used the power of a dimensionality reduction strike. Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family under his command were instantly destroyed. Power is not on the same level at all, and leading these 2 men, who in her opinion were simply invincible with terrifying combat power.